doing a two-pronged attack where you're practicing,
Yeah.
you're putting yourself out there on social media, and if it ends up being a good song, you could put it up on TikTok. Yep, TikTok's the word I
Yeah.
was looking for.
Yeah.
And just yeah, I
Totally.
think
Yeah.
I think it's a win-win. So,
Yeah, it's a good
um,
mental thing too. I think just like to know that because if I play a song on a stream for the first time and then I'll realize in that moment if there's something not working about it or if there's something I want to change about it. Whereas
mhm,
I won't necessarily have that same like internal thinking if I'm just noodling it out by myself
mm,
off the stream. So it's kind of good. I think all artists should try live streaming if they haven't already.
yeah, for sure. It's definitely and not pushing one way or the other to say like Twitch or whatever, because I understand Twitch isn't necessarily for everyone, but just like in general, just getting
Yeah,
out there and kind of doing your thing. So,
totally.
um, let's talk about your music. I know last time you were on, I think it was in March. Was it for the clearing? Was that
Yeah,
what
I
I'm
think
talking
so.
about?
Yeah, the clearing came
Yeah,
out in March on March 13th, so that
yeah.
sounds about right,
About
timely.
right. That sounds about par for the course. But I know you also got like several different projects. You've got the Jamie Eats World, and then you've got was it could be Dylan, right? Or
Neither could Dylan.
neither could Dylan. There it
Yeah.
is. Uh, how's all that going? How are all the various different projects going?
Good. They're coming along pretty well. Yeah, I jump around from each one pretty
Mm,
regularly, and that's like out of my own sort of self-serving interest to keep
mm,
things moving
mm,
forward for me, so I don't get like locked into one thing and get bored or something. Um, but yeah, it's going well. So Jamie Eat World is obviously it's my Jimmy Eat World cover
mm,
band project. It's actually a project I'm doing in support of mental health, and I'm
mm,
trying to raise some money for CAMH, which is a mental health organization here in Canada.
mm,
Um, so that's what that's all about, and it's working toward recreating the entire discography by Jimmy Eat World, all the songs that I can ever find about them. uh,
nice.
so I think I'm like 30 songs in or a bit more than that now,
Mm,
which means I still got a ways to go. But I'm going to be pushing out a bunch of those soon, and soon they'll be available on streaming services as well. Right now, they're just
nice.
available on my website, but I'm going to start pushing them out so that they can reach a bit of a wider audience,
Yeah.
hopefully.
Yeah.
And yeah, Neither Could Dylan is actually kind of like what I'm doing as my original stuff going forward. So
Mm,
that replaces. I was putting out music like The Clearing is out under Crooked Forest,
mm-hmm.
but there's another artist with that name.
Okay. That's
So
fair.
I changed my name, but it's still me, and that's still those are still my records, obviously. But I have the debut Neither Could Dylan record, which is a lot different from The Clearing that I
Yeah.
just finished mixing like this week. So
Yeah.
now I'm trying to figure out how to promote that one.
Gotcha. That's fair. It that makes a lot of sense because I think what was it about a month or so ago you'd put in like I got that little form to put in for a podcast request, and I knew it was you because I knew by the email. The email was still Crooked Forest, and then I saw it was Jamie, but then the artist name was Neither Could Dylan, and I was just like, I don't know.
It's like
I
I'm
don't know.
playing mental like mind games with people at this point. It's like, who
Which
are
I
you
mean,
really?
that's fair. Like I just figured I don't know if I thought neither could Dylan was Jamie Eats World or vice versa. I don't know. It was
No, they're
just
all different projects. So really, just for like the sake of clarity, right now,
mhm,
really, I have, I guess, three, possibly technically four projects. So
mhm,
Jamie Eat World, I have Death Bus for Blondie, which is my Death Cat for Cutie cover song project, which is unrelated. Neither Could Dylan, my original work, and then like I have music out under Jamie Jacobs Zach, and I have music out under Crooked Forest, but they're all just my projects. So
yeah, gotcha.
yeah.
So is there like a genre? Like is it just a name change, or are you kind of experimenting with different sounds and kind of what kind of artist you want to be, or is it yeah?
Yeah, I mean, yes and no, I guess. Like The Clearing was a very pop punk rock kind of
Mm-hmm,
album, but it did veer into like the folky kind of folk indie kind of thing.
mm-hmm,
Neither Could Dylan kind of leans a bit more heavily into that folk indie side, but it's also I'm not really sure how to describe it. Honestly, I think people are going to be pretty surprised by the album because it is quite varied.
mm-hmm,
But it's a I was trying to lean more into the fact that I start everything off as an acoustic guitar, very simple chord progressions, nothing crazy. And lyrically, the new stuff with Neither Could Dylan is a bit more like metaphorical or more
Mm,
poetic, if you will. Like
yeah.
the clearing was sort of like a in your face, like like yelling at somebody kind of record,
Mm, oh yeah,
which
gotcha.
is kind of why I called it the clearing, because it was like just get everything off your chest that you just wanted to get off your chest, like just
Hmm.
do that. And the new record for Neither Could Dylan is a bit more narrative, more of a storytelling kind of thing, and weaves into different things. But again, because it's still me, like it's still gonna sound like what I do. So I think
Mm.
I jump in between a couple different genres, like folk, rock, pop punk, punk rock, and like almost like a more grungy alternative thing, because
Yeah.
everything is very lo-fi and I record it at home.
So this whole album is still very much DIY for you. It's all you.
Yeah, this one, yeah, so it's a full band recording. I also like got into some new arrangements, playing with some
Nice.
strings, like playing piano, which like I don't know how to play these things, but I tried my best and I think it sounds cool.
Yeah.
Playing around with like different synth sounds and stuff like that. So it definitely weaves into some other stuff, which is all things I'm influenced by. And yeah, it was all
Mm,
recorded right here where I'm sitting in my bedroom. So
nice.
I think it's a cool record. I'm really excited to share it.
Yeah, and I don't did you say when the like tentatively when the release date is, or is that kind of still in the works?
Yeah, I don't have a release date yet. I was trying to, with the clearing, I put that out independently, just like as
Mm,
myself, and just threw it out there. With this one, I'm going to try to see if any like indie labels are interested in joining forces on this to push it a little harder, because that's important to me in the long run
mm,
to do a bit more collaborative stuff. And just because like when you're doing everything yourself all the time, like
mm,
it is exhausting, and
yeah,
it's a little like lonely. So it's
yeah,
like I'm craving that togetherness, but it was important to me to still do this record as an
mm,
independent thing, for my own like creative happiness or something, I guess.
mm, yeah. I found that out like just so back in oh what was it October? No, not October. End of September, beginning of October. That's right. I started doing the podcast back in person and just bringing up that you brought up like being lonely, doing everything by yourself, and that's kind of yes, doing the podcast remotely. Yes, I get to talk to people, but it's still very lonely. Like it's
Yeah,
like there's a connection, but there's not like a real connection. Like if we were sitting across the table having this conversation, it'd be a completely different vibe.
totally.
So I went to a music festival. My buddy put on a music festival that he started during the pandemic, and he was like, "Hey, just come down, set up your gear, do podcasts. I'll funnel all the musicians your way. You'll have a good time." And I fell in love with doing the podcast back in person because that's how we started. Like it wasn't remote like this, and just falling in love with the idea of, okay, it doesn't like the research doesn't have to be perfect. The like I don't have to know everything about everyone,
Mhm.
and you can just kind of be a curious interviewer and just make sure you're asking the right questions, and nobody knows that. Oh, I've not
Totally.
yeah, but so like I just kind of let go of this idea that every interview has to be perfect and well researched. It's okay to just kind of go in unprepared, and so I fell in love with the process of doing in-person interviews, and now I kind of want to keep doing that. But where I'm at here in Texas, unless I move down to Austin, there's really not enough acts coming through right now where I could do that. So
Yeah,
it's an interesting space to be in right now. But
totally. Yeah, it's a completely different feel for sure.
yeah, so you brought in musicians to cover some of these parts, or are you doing you did everything yourself, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I did everything myself. Yeah, it was I don't know. It always feels a little self-indulgent to say, but like a lot of my favorite musicians like did a lot of their like first records like by
Hmm.
themselves. They just played every piece of it. They learned how to, play a little bit of drums. They learned how to
Yeah.
play strings. They learned how to do it.
Yeah.
And I've always thought that was a really cool thing. And the other part about it was because I was like I'm so attached to some of the lyrics that are featured like on this
Hmm.
album. It was like I I had to hoard it for myself to get it out the way that I wanted it to be heard. And it's like as soon as you start incorporating other people, not that it's a bad thing, but you're incorporating somebody else's entire lived experience every time you work with another musician,
Yeah.
in my opinion. Um, and because this is like the debut, it's almost like the re-debut, if you will.
Yeah.
It was really important that I made sure it was me. Everything that you hear on it is me. That's not how I plan on doing things going forward. It's not something I
Yeah.
want to like set a precedent for doing. But yeah, for this record, I did every part of it, and I'm really proud of it.
Yeah. And I mean, just like to kind of and it's a good, like, not saying it should be commonplace or common practice, but it's good, especially if you're trying to like really nail down. Like, obviously, in your situation, you weren't trying to find your sound because you already had your sound, but just kind of figuring out what you want the album to be.
Yeah, it was sort
Yeah.
of like a refining of the sound. Like, and
Yep.
it's like I had a good thing to work with the clearing, and I love that record. But it's like when I think about playing shows going forward and the type of person I want to present to a new audience, it was like there are bits of that record that maybe I didn't want to carry with me all the way through, like that I knew could be done a little better.
Yeah, for sure. I completely understand. That's an interesting, or that's a good way to look at it. It's just, yeah, I got you. So with all this in the process, and obviously you mentioned trying to find an independent label or a label, I guess a smaller
Yeah,
label.
yeah. I don't think the majors are interested in me yet, but hopefully one day.
One day, yeah, I feel that. So you're kind of going through this process. What are you? Have you started reaching out to labels, or are you kind of waiting for everything to be finalized and you know?
Slowly, super slowly. Like I just finished mixing it. I finished the masters.
Mm,
I say that loosely because like I mastered it, so it's like mastered. um, but yeah, I slowly have reached out to just a couple to start. The ones I'm most interested in.
mm-hmm.
That I wanted to be among the first people to hear the record.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna keep kind of slowly reaching out to ones as because I'm also trying to make sure that I do like a bit of my own due diligence.
Mm-hmm.
Like being on Twitter and stuff, I come across a lot of indie labels and
Yeah.
I come across a lot of just people in general in the music industry, so to speak, that talk a big game, but then when you really start to look into things, you're like, I'm not sure. Not that they don't know what they're doing, but it's like not that I'm not sure I agree with your
Mm-hmm.
approach. um, so I'm really trying to make sure that I spend the time to look into all these people before I even bother sending it out to them because I don't want to waste their time and I don't want them to waste mine, so to speak. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so yeah, I think it'll be a bit of a slower process. I'm going to do that over the next probably a couple weeks. Is just keep fishing it out there to see what people think. And if I don't find the right fit, then I think I'll just put it out myself again. And that's kind of where I'm sitting with it right now.
Yeah. Like, I mean, being like looking for that opportunity to help it get out there more, and find a label that has a team to really help promote it, make sure it's getting the best push it can, at least, for the time being. That's important, but also just being or willing to put it out yourself if you have to.
Yeah.
And
Like I'm
and
already like committed to the idea of doing that. Like I want to press it to vinyl. I know that sounds insane to some people because they're like, no
no,
one's gonna buy it, and I'm like, I know I've got like 50 CDs of my last record hanging out. I know that people are not buying music necessarily. Um,
vinyl's different. Vinyl's different than CD. Vinyl
It
is
is
very different.
different. It
Yeah.
is different, but I think it's still a hard push and it's still, an investment to start. But for me, it's like again one of those personal goals
Mm-hmm.
where it's like I've always wanted to see some of my music on a vinyl record. So
Yeah.
like
Fair.
know how you do that? You pay for it. You put it out there on
Yeah.
a vinyl record. Um so yeah, so like that's something I definitely want to do and something I'm hoping to talk with some people about. Again, like ideally, yeah, I would love to find a home for it. Like I would love to nestle it with a
Mm-hmm.
little group that I believe in what they're doing and they believe in what I'm doing. But it's tough out there, and
Yeah.
there's just a lot of people that are kind of again. There's like a lot of people out there that say they're a label and then like not doing things that you would expect a label to do. And
This is fair.
it's like why are you doing this really? Like I don't understand it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard out there.
It's very accurate. Like, it's so easy to say you're a label and it's like two dudes in a basement
Yeah,
and it's
you're like lucky
like
if it's two dudes. It's usually one dude.
yeah
Like it's usually one dude, and it's like these are my friends' albums that they want to put out on Bandcamp. Here it is.
yeah
Like I'm like that's not really a label to me. That's just
yeah
like you're putting everything in a group on Bandcamp.
yeah oh for sure it's an interesting scenario for sure. um so as you kind of work closer to this, are you actively doing live gigs right now, or are you other than the streaming, or
I
where you?
I'm trying. It is challenging to get live gigs. Is what I have been learning. Right now in Toronto, anyways. I did a live show a couple months ago in the summer, just after my birthday, and that was like the first Neither Could Dylan live show, and it went really well. And it was a lot of fun, and it was kind of like what you're saying with doing your podcast in person. Is again one of those things that made you realize, like, wow, this is really where I want to be spending more of my time. I love the live stream
Mm,
option, and I love like some of the connections I make through it, but it's just a totally different animal. Um,
mm,
so ever since then, I've been wanting to play more in person gigs, but it's like, yeah, in Toronto right now, it's like everyone's looking for bands, full bands,
mm.
and
Yeah.
it's like I'm having difficulty finding a slot like just to open for some shows as an acoustic solo artist, which is like confusing to me because to me it's like the easiest thing to like here's give me 20 minutes 30 minutes at the top of the show. I need one or two microphones
Yeah.
and like 2 feet of space.
Yeah.
That's all I need. Like just throw me out there. Like I don't have an expectation of being like paid terribly well at this stage or if at all.
Yeah.
um but it's tough to get because everyone's just looking for full live bands right now, and I don't have that currently. So my next step again is just I guess I gotta find the bands. That's the next
Hmm.
thing.
And I mean, but bringing in a band that opens up a whole new thing. I don't not saying that you're not ready for it, but then you've got to manage the schedules
I
and
know.
then like different egos, and if you're not playing shows regularly, are they going to be committed? And then
Yeah,
this, that, the other. Yeah.
yeah. I feel like I kind of started putting the feelers out to musicians like over the last year, and it's amazing. Like even just to find people like who want to just like jam it out and figure
Yeah.
out if they want to be part of it is
Hmm.
challenging because everyone's like, well, are you gonna pay me to be in the band? And I'm like, buddy, like I'm not even like no one's gonna pay you to be in the band that's just starting. Like I don't know
Yeah.
where this attitude came from, but this is a brand new thing. Um, and it's hard, but because like then everyone's like far away from each other too. So you're right, scheduling is an issue. People have jobs. Like it's definitely not easy. It doesn't seem to have gotten any easier, and it's a bit of a bummer. It's almost like you find there are more musicians that are playing in multiple bands because they really love it, and then
Yeah.
there's people that like they like the idea of being in a band, but only if they're making money. And you're like, well, it's going to be a little while, I think. Like,
Yeah. And it's definitely like I know plenty of musicians, like some buddies that play. I call them the music, or they're called music whores, is what I call them,
yeah,
because they're in like 5 or 6 different bands, and just because that's what they do, and they're able to make not a decent living, but at least enough to like put food on the table every once in a
yeah,
while. And it's just like, yo, I don't even know how you remember enough songs for one band,
yeah,
let alone 7.
totally.
And then you figure in like if they're a guitar player, that it's like, okay, you're either lead or rhythm guitar. Then you got to be like, oh, okay, where am I at in this group? So
Yeah,
but
and then like how do you even progress as a single unit if your members are playing in so many bands? Like what if like the opportunity to go do a small tour comes up and then it conflicts with all your other bands? Now you've like
yeah,
messed up the schedules of 4 bands because
yep,
you're like hoarding you're
mm,
hoarding positions in bands. Like
yeah, I, yep, that's very, very true. That's a concern that I've had for a while.
yeah.
Um, so just to change it up a little bit before we start wrapping this up, because I just realized what time it is. Um, we got a fun little game that we play called Rapid Fire Randomness. It is a random question generator, and I'm going to just ask you two or three questions from the random question generator.
All right.
So if you're ready, here we go.
I'm ready.
What is the most random thing a stranger has ever said to you?
Uh, I don't know. Oh, shoot. Oh,
Don't worry about the rapid part. That's just a thing.
I know my heart's already pumping over here. Um, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know that anyone has really ever said anything terribly random to me. I don't think
Okay.
so.
Okay. That's fair. What book has changed your life?
Um, I would say that's a tricky one too. There's so many great books, but Sean McCann from Great Big Sea has a
Hmm.
memoir out that came out a few years ago, and I think that one was really important for me to read, and it was very interesting. For those of you who aren't aware, uh, Great Big Sea are a Canadian band. They broke up something like almost 10 years ago now.
Hmm.
Sean McCann was one of the lead singers, and it's so the book is all about he is a sexual assault survivor,
Hmm.
and it's about him working towards trying to get the message out about how important it is to find support for victims.
Hmm.
Um, and it's about kind of the dismantling of Great Big Sea as it happened, and his him dealing with alcohol addiction and his recovery. Um, it's a very very well written book. It includes pages from his wife,
Oh.
and it's a very interesting look at both sides of like being a full-time gigging musician and the family at home that is dealing with these things in tandem with you but away from you.
Hmm.
Um, and it's very inspiring, and I think everybody should check that out, especially if they're a Great Big Sea or Sean McCann fan.
Awesome. Awesome. Perfect. And then, what would the title of your autobiography be?
I come up with like titles for my autobiography constantly. I'm not good at them on the spot, but I come up with them like quite regularly, randomly. What was the one I had recently? I have it like written down in a notebook actually because I thought it was so funny. We could go with something right now like life, death, and all the unfortunate misgivings.
Fair. That works. And then the final question: if you could trade lives with one person for a day, who would it be?
If I could trade lives with one person for a day. These are hard questions, Tom. These are not
That,
quick, easy. Do you like
that's
apples or
why.
oranges?
I mean, let's see. Let's see if this random question. Okay, here you go. If you had to live on a planet other than Earth, which one would it be?
I think for the purpose of survival, I have to say Mars.
Okay,
Otherwise, I don't think I would fare very well anywhere else.
fair. So yeah, they didn't give me very this or that questions. It was all like, "Oh, that sucked. Oh well, it is what it is. Um, but yeah, so for anybody that wants to check out your music, where's the best place for them to do that?
The best place to do that is my website, which is still crookedforest.ca and will remain crookedforest.ca because it is kind of my central hub for everything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm otherwise on every streaming platform and every other social media outlet, but you can find all those links from the social media channels page on my website. Everything is there. And in addition to those other projects I was telling you guys about earlier, I have a couple other like collaborative EPs that I've done with people. A project called Passing Harsh, or a project called Through Fair, for some more punk rock kind of stuff. All of that can be found from the website, so definitely check that one out more than anything else.
Awesome, awesome. Well, once again, thank you so much for hanging out with us. It's been an absolute blast chatting with you. We have to do this more often, get you back on soon. Once the album's ready to drop, let me know. We'll get you back on.
Absolutely, yeah, for sure.
But yeah, other than that, thank you so much for hanging out. Enjoy the rest of your day. And we're going to play a little musical roulette here and get the next musician queued up. So,
Thanks very much, Tom.
thank you so much. Yep. Have a good one.
Take it easy.
Yep, you too. All right. Cool, cool, cool. All right. Boom. And we will be right back in about 5 minutes. Wow.
I've been researching pancreas cancer for about 20 plus years. When I began my career, I was looking for an area to specialize in, and I met my mentor who was working in pancreas cancer. He was one of the few people at that time who was researching this disease, and it really felt like this was a place where I could make a difference in my career. And so I started working with him, and I have been working and researching pancreas cancer ever since. Early detection, in my opinion, has really the most important role to play in terms of improving survival and outcomes in this otherwise deadly disease. When we look at patients who are diagnosed at an earlier stage and are able to successfully undergo surgery, those patients typically live a lot longer and do better than the ones, unfortunately, who are diagnosed at a more advanced stage of their disease. And so for me, I think if we can diagnose more patients at a point where we can get them to surgery and get the tumor out, there really is an enormous opportunity of improving outcomes. The challenge with pancreas cancer has always been that unfortunately most of our patients present with what we call metastatic or advanced disease. And in that case, the tumor is not operable. The surgeon can't take it out. And so if we can diagnose this tumor early, that's our best shot at improving the chance of long-term survival. So the early detection initiative that PanCAN has launched is one of its larger initiatives along with PanCAN's Precision Promise. The early detection initiative is the largest randomized trial to identify patients early in their disease, get them to surgery, and therefore improve survival. A trial of this size has really not ever been done, focused entirely on pancreas cancer, so it's a really ambitious effort. The goal of this trial is to use new onset diabetes as an entry point to identify individuals who may be at high risk for pancreas cancer, get them into the trial, and then provide the ones who are at the highest risk spectrum with imaging studies, blood-based assays, and really approach this whole question of early detection, which has been such a challenge for many decades, at a level that has never been done before. To me, what I think makes PanCAN so different is its ability to embrace ideas that are out of the box, but which need to be done for us to make a difference in this disease.
Support life-saving pancreatic cancer research. Research for patients. Research for those we've lost. Research for all of us. Make a gift today to support critical patient services and life-saving research for pancreatic cancer patients and their families. Donate today at pancan.org.
So I am currently in the lab of Dr. Laura Wood at Johns Hopkins School of Medicine in the Department of Pathology. I really feel like it's important that I be a part of this work because pancreatic cancer is one of the most aggressive types. And most of that is due to the fact that it is diagnosed at such a later stage. And so, yeah, particularly for me, I thought it was, out of all the cancers I've researched throughout my career, pancreatic cancer seems to be where the most need is and where I really feel like I found amazing people and have found an actual project that I really think will make an impact in early detection of pancreatic cancer. There are several marginalized groups that are more heavily impacted by pancreatic cancer in the United States. And so honestly, the biggest thing for these groups to keep in mind is the importance of early detection, the importance of screening. For those groups that have a family history of pancreatic cancer, they are even more so looked at as the perfect population to get early screening and to be involved in some of the studies that are happening even now amongst pancreatic cancer researchers in the United States. And so I would definitely encourage them to get involved, to find a PCP, ask that PCP, hey, where can I go to get tested, and to really understand what their genetic makeup is and how they might be predisposed to this cancer. The kind of first introduction I've had to the greater opportunities of raising money for pancreatic research was through the Purple Stride walks. And so from seeing those walks and getting to learn about PanCAN from there, I knew for sure it was an organization that I wanted to be a part of, because not only is the research component important to me, and I do love being in the lab and being able to produce data, advocacy is also really important to me as well.
November is Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Month. I support pancreatic cancer research in memory of my brother, Daniel. You can change the course of pancreatic cancer for all of us by supporting research. Research for Daniel, research for those we've lost, research for patients, research for all of us. Donate today at PanCAN.org.
Hi, I'm Julie Fleshman, President and CEO of PanCAN. Today is World Gratitude Day, and I just wanted to take a moment to thank you for your heartfelt gifts of time, energy, talent, and donations to PanCAN. Every day, you are changing patients' lives. You are making progress possible. Pancreatic cancer researchers couldn't do what they do without you. Our PanCAN patient services team couldn't support patients and families without you. For all that you do and all that you give, I'm so grateful. You are truly remarkable, and I am filled with gratitude.
Thank you. It's two words that I don't want it to get lost.
Thank you for helping patients find clinical trials that are right for them, giving them more time with their families.
Thank you for being there for people facing pancreatic cancer.
You gave families like mine a place to turn to for one-on-one personal support from PanCAN Patient Services.
And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for making PanCAN what it is today. A bright, shining light of hope for so many patients and their family members in need. Without you, there would be no PanCAN.
PanCAN was of great help and comfort after I was diagnosed.
Thank you for all that you do to support our mission.
As a recipient of one of the 2021 Career Development Awards, I am truly grateful for the opportunity to do this research and become a part of this community.
Because of you, I am able to work on making new research discoveries.
And I hope we can beat this together.
Thank you.
Thank you for raising awareness about pancreatic cancer.
You make our community stronger.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is a battle I never thought I'd fight. For loved ones, for the memories, and for the future. We are here for each other, to connect with one another. And if we work as a team, pancreatic cancer patients won't just survive, but thrive. Join me on Saturday, April 30th at PanCAN Purple Stride and take steps to end pancreatic cancer. One nation, one goal, one big day. Register now at purplestride.org.
Hi, I'm Julie Fleshman, PanCAN's President and CEO. I'm thrilled to share that the 5-year survival rate for pancreatic cancer has gone up to 11%. Every bit of progress means more time with loved ones. You helped make this possible. Because of you, PanCAN is investing in research to create an early detection strategy and accelerate new and better treatment options. Because of you, we provide free services that help patients find specialists and access testing. Although we continue to make progress because of you, we also know there is so much more work to be done. We will continue to take bold action on behalf of people facing this disease. If you have pancreatic cancer, please reach out to PanCAN Patient Services for help. To ensure there is continued progress in survival rates through more research and that there is support for patients and families, please make a donation today at pancan.org.
Oh, let me get rid of this as well. How's it going, everybody? We are back with the Live and Amplified Livecast Marathon. I'm your host, Tom Quiet, and we are doing a 24-hour podcast marathon for the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. If you're interested in donating in any way, the scan here QR code is right here in the left-hand corner. So please feel free to do so if you have the ability to scan here. If not, feel free to, in the video description below or over in the comment section, there is links available. So it's kind of all over the place. If you have the ability to donate, we'd much appreciate it. This is a very personal nonprofit for me. It really helped me and my family as my mom was going through pancreatic cancer, and it was in this honor. This is kind of why we honor her for this fundraiser. But we have the next musician in the queue, so let me bring in Nia Nichols. Hey,
Hello.
how's it going?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. I figured something was wrong because usually you're pretty on time. You're pretty prompt.
Yeah,
And then I was just like, good.
Oh, sorry. Because I went through the link you sent me on Instagram and it opened like a blank page. So I thought, wait, he sent me an email link. I'll open that. So I was on at 6:30 and I was waiting. I thought something doesn't seem right. And then I tried it again through the Instagram link. Didn't work. So I had to copy and paste the link.
Yep.
I don't know what was going on with my Instagram. It was so annoying.
Yeah, it was. That's the last message I sent. You said try and copy and paste it because I've had a few people say that that's been the issue where, they just click the link and it doesn't do what it's supposed to do. So they had to copy and paste it over. And I'm like, all right, note for next time. But
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry I'm late. I'm sorry. I was actually on time, but
yes,
technology.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're 100% all right. So we got Nia Nichols with us, coming across the pond. I think you're the last UK artist we have on the bill tonight. Hold on, let me double check that. Yep. So that's exciting. No more international trips, I don't think. So at least for this podcast marathon. So how are things going for you? You've been really busy with the new single you released shortly after we met in August, right? July, August?
July, I think. Yeah, no, things have been really busy. Yeah, I released my song Attached, which I actually recorded obviously over in Nashville. So when we met in July, we met in Memphis, and then I went to Nashville and I recorded this new song, Attached. And I released that beginning of September. It was really awkward timing though, because the day I released it was actually the day after the Queen died in England. And I thought, I was just really relieved that I wasn't releasing a very upbeat song because that would have been extremely awkward to promote. But it kind of, everything in the UK was kind of on standstill for a while. But yeah, the single's been doing really well and I've been gigging all over the place. I recently went to London to the Bedford pub for a writer's round, which was for another fundraiser actually, called Live in the Living Room. That was so much fun. And I've got another show coming up beginning of December 3rd with my band. It's my first headlining show with my new band, and that's at the Madden Crowd in Bournemouth. So yeah, a lot of rehearsals, a lot of gigging, a lot of promoting. Yeah.
Nice. Hey, staying busy, that's a good way to be. I'm all about that. And then you also got nominated for I'm failing so hard right now. You got nominated for Best Solo Artist for the OMAs.
Yeah, it just came through, I think, yesterday. Best Solo Artist for the Original Music Awards, which is so cool. It's so cool to be nominated.
Is that that's primarily a UK thing, right? That something they do, or is it?
Yeah. It's actually a county-based thing. So I'm based in Dorset. So I'm pretty sure it's Dorset musicians and then Dorset music venues. They've got all these different musicians pretty much all nominated in these different categories, and I think this is the first time they've done it, so it's really cool to sort of be recognized as an artist here and be nominated, and we'll see what happens with that. I mean, I don't expect to win anything, but just to be nominated is cool enough for me.
Yeah, is it like I, you know, just being nominated in general for anything is just like that little bit of recognition that a lot of people need to be like, okay, this is why I'm doing this, and so that's really cool that you got nominated, and hopefully you win. That would be really exciting, and uh, yeah, so you got this big show coming up that you had mentioned with the band, your first headlining gig. Where's it at again?
It's at the
Matting.
Madden Crowd in Bournemouth.
Okay. And is that like a theater or is that like a pub? Like what kind of a venue is that?
It's a music venue. It's in such a weird place actually, because if you're from Bournemouth or Poole or anything like that, you'll know the place. It's like this doorway. You're in the town center. You could so easily walk past it. It's a doorway with a staircase, and it takes you up into the top room, I suppose, of the building, and it's a bar / music venue. I mean, it is primarily a music venue, and big bands like Scouting for Girls and Top Loader have all performed there, so it's cool to be asked to play a headlining show. So that's my first one with my new band, and my new band, they've been touring and gigging for years and years, and they've toured with a lot of cool sort of rock bands in the 80s and 90s, so it's so nice to have them join me on the stage, so I'm really looking forward to it.
That's awesome. It's I know you've been is this the same band that you were playing with the last time you talked? Like I know when we talked in July, you were talking. I don't remember if you had just had your like first big band show. Is it the same band or is it a different band?
No, it's a different band. Yeah, that was sort of our last show, because that was my actual first headlining show really ever. It was a 2-hour show that I did in my village back in April, and yeah, that band, I had been performing with them for a couple of years, but it gets to a point where you're all doing different things. My guitarist was just having a baby, and then someone else is really busy with work, so we thought, yeah, this will be a good last show for us, and it was probably the biggest one I've ever done. So this is my new band, and we have played a couple of gigs together, but yeah, this is our first biggie as well.
Nice. That's awesome. That's really cool. I'm glad you're out doing gigs and doing gigs with the full band. It's definitely a different experience compared to doing like the solo acoustic stuff, and that's definitely. And like especially the fact that you're headlining, that just shows that you have faith that you can fill the seats and all that, like whatever metrics they use to kind of pinpoint the headlining act. So.
Yeah, it should be good, and it's always a bit of a challenge for me to perform with a band. I really do love performing with a band because I can step away from my guitar and actually perform a little bit, but as someone who literally started out playing her guitar and singing solo and acoustically, it can be a bit of a challenge, and even though I've done it for a few years now, it's still out of my comfort zone slightly, so I'm happy to keep pushing that, and hopefully I'll get to the point where it'll be second nature to me. I don't know.
I feel it. That makes sense. So kind of going back to you released Attached back in September, and that's been doing really well for you. It's just kind of seeing the traction and the shares and all that stuff that I've seen kind of post across the social medias. That's really cool. And what's kind of the plan proceeding Attached? Are you already looking at the next release, or where are you kind of at there?
Well, at the moment, I've been really busy with co-writing. I write all of my songs by myself, and I think all except one song I've released have been written by myself. So it's really nice to actually be able to write with other people. And I've recently been writing with Marty Christian from the New Seekers, who, if you're from the UK, you're probably familiar with the New Seekers. And he's been really fun to work with, and he knows that I'm not a natural at co-writing. So it's just been a really fun experiment to go back and forth, because he lives, I think, sort of by London, so we can't meet up regularly, so we've been sending emails with like voice notes and ideas, and I've also been co-writing with actually my record label. They've been giving me some songs to write to, which has been backing tracks I should say, to write to, so that's been a challenge as well. I do have songs that I would like to record, but that will probably be early next year now, I'd say. So yeah, quite busy with co-writing, and then hopefully early next year I'll release a new song.
That's awesome. That's with the. I thought it was kind of funny that you said that you're not really, or that co-writing isn't something that you do that often, but the amount of times you've been to Tennessee and Nashville and Memphis and all that stuff, you'd think that co-writing would be a little bit more in your wheelhouse because that's like the thing that they do there. It's quite funny and interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
But
I mean,
you know,
I've tried.
it.
Oh,
Go
sorry.
ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, yeah, I've tried co-writing in Nashville before, and like that's been fun. Because you're absolutely right. Like if you're gonna go to Tennessee, you got to co-write, you got to work with other artists. But I don't know, I'm not extroverted enough to do it.
That's fair. That's very fair. And it takes a certain type of like you just have to be willing to put yourself in those moments in front of other people and just kind of like if it's a sad song, you got to be willing to make yourself make yourself sad. That's an interesting but like just willing to be vulnerable in front of other musicians and it's not always that easy.
Yeah, exactly. But it's something you got to do, and so I'm enjoying trying it out, and hopefully I can co-write more in the future as well. Because I do love writing, and I recently gave a couple of my older songs to an artist from my record label, so she'll be recording them soon as well. And it's just gonna be so cool to hear her sing my songs because she's a completely different genre to me. She's like full pop, so it's gonna be interesting to see how she makes it her own. And it's just cool to say that I wrote that song. I wrote that one.
And it's like the fact so did you just offer like a certain song up or did the record label just kind of see one of your songs? It's like, hey, we want so and so to kind of
Yeah, so how it worked was I actually just had these songs that I've always wanted to record, but I wrote them a while ago. To be honest, I actually wrote them when I was like 14 and 15 years old. And so I feel like every single time I've gone to the studio thinking, oh, I want to record these now or whatever, I've written a new song and I've recorded that one instead. So I tweaked the lyrics slightly because, some things that you say when you're 14 aren't necessarily things you'd say at 22. So I tweaked the lyrics and then I just sent recordings to my record label and I said, hey, if any of the artists want these songs, just let me know. And one of the girls, she picked it up and she was like, yeah, I want to record them. So yeah, it was kind of cool how it worked out. It was very, very easygoing, which was nice.
Yeah, nice. Because I'm always kind of interested. Like, I mean, obviously within the record label like if you're within like a record label and it's artist to artist, I'm sure it's a little bit easier to be like, hey, let's trade songs, or hey, I want to record this song that you wrote, But it's always kind of an interesting mystery on how that all works because obviously contracts and stuff are, But
yeah, no, for sure.
That's cool. So you're real busy writing, rehearsing for is the show on the 3rd? Is that going to be your last show for the year, or do you see yourself doing another show before the end of the year?
I don't have anything planned at the moment, but if I do have another show, I don't think it'll be with the band. I think it'll just be solo.
Just that's fair. Like trying to arrange so many different calendars around the holidays, I'm sure probably isn't the easiest thing in the world to do.
No, it's not even easy when it's not the holidays.
That's fair. Very fair. And then just kind of moving forward with the music and whatnot. Obviously, you mentioned that you're hoping to get some new singles out in 2023. Sorry, I had a brain lapse there. Forgot what year it was. How's things kind of outside of music? I saw what'd you do? You went to a rugby match not too long ago, I think, with your dad.
Yeah, I went with my dad and my brother. It was Wales versus New Zealand. Nice. So we went to Cardiff. And, I'm not a huge sports fan, but if it's Wales in rugby, I will always be there. I become a menace to society when I see Wales playing rugby against someone else.
That's fair. I saw that. It reminded me of the last conversation that we had. And we got into a little bit of a sports chat because I think your dad took you to. It wasn't the Rugby World Cup or something. I don't remember, but it was something to do with rugby. That it was, yeah. So
Yeah.
that's cool.
Yeah, it's always my dad that ends up buying us tickets for it because he's a huge rugby fan. So is my brother. And I'm just sort of the tag along. But yeah, it's so much fun. I mean, Tom, if you ever find yourself in Wales at the same time a rugby match is going on, you have to go to it at the Millennium Stadium. It is a vibe, an atmosphere like no other. So I recommend.
All right. So I've been. This is probably the worst kept secret. I am trying my best to plan my trip to the UK. I think I might have told you this already, but I'm not 100% sure. Um, it's been something that I've been working on, and I'm looking at the end. Honestly, I'm looking to go to the UK for my birthday. Just like spend my birthday there and just kind of, you know, experience something different. But the issue that I'm running into, I don't know where to go. Like, I could fly into London and probably be super happy, but most of the people that I talk to on a regular basis don't live in London, and I'm learning that one like real quick, and they don't live near London. So it's like, okay, do I go up to, and I know we definitely had this conversation, just like, do I go up to like Liverpool? Do I go up to like Manchester? Or do I just stay in London and then just kind of go south or, you know, wherever? So
Yeah, it's so difficult. I mean, I'm not too far away from London. I'm like 2 hours away, if that, to be honest. I would say London's a really good place to go if it's like your first time going to England, and especially if you're looking for live music. I mean, it's everywhere, and there's so many cool places you can go. Liverpool is so much fun as well. I've only been once, but it kind of reminded me of Memphis, which I might have told you before. And actually, there is a plaque outside, I think, like the Cavern Club or something, saying that a lot of Liverpool was inspired by Memphis. So I think if you like Memphis, you would definitely like Liverpool. But yeah, it's your own preference, really. Whatever you fancy, whatever you're leaning towards, and yeah.
Well, like, because my big concern is driving in a country that I've never been before, because I know how mad I get at tourists that don't know how to drive here in Texas. And I don't want to be that person. So everybody keeps telling me, "Oh, the public transit in England's really good. So you pretty much land in London, and you could take a bus or a train to pretty much anywhere you want to go."
Yeah,
So,
that's true. Yeah, and London, you know, if you want to stay in London, you got the tube, you got buses, like, and everything's kind of within walking distance, in fairness. So it's not too bad. And if you do want to catch the train anywhere, you can. But if you end up in like sort of a little town, like for instance Salisbury, which is where I'm from, public transport isn't the best.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah.
it's all right, just not the best.
I got. I mean, I'm sure you still have like Uber or something to that effect that could.
In London, you do. I don't know about anywhere else. Definitely not
fair.
Salisbury.
Fair, very fair. That's so. You know, you don't think about that sort of stuff, because now that you mentioned that, it wasn't up like, so I lived out in a really small town in New Mexico for many years, and it wasn't until a couple of years ago that they finally got Uber.
Oh wow.
And it was just like, yeah, those are still places like that exist, that Uber and like, yeah, so
I know, that's the thing. I wish we had Uber here because that would be so much more convenient. But yeah, I think it's mainly in the big cities like London, maybe Liverpool as well, and Cardiff, I assume. But yeah, not in the small towns or the small cities, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It really is. But yeah, so you've been rehearsing, playing music, writing and all that fun stuff. Are you writing right now, or were you kind of in that vein? Are you?
Yeah, I'm writing. I'm doing a lot of co-writing, as I mentioned, but also just as, you know, a solo artist, I'm doing a lot of writing. So hopefully those songs I'll be able to. Well, there are a couple of songs that I got in the pipeline at the moment that I've been chatting about with my record label about recording them, and they seem keen. So I'm hoping to put them out sometime early next year. So yeah, a lot of writing involved at the moment.
Right. And I guess I should have rephrased that solo, right? Because obviously you're doing the co-writes, but are you like doing your own solo stuff? But sorry, that's
No,
what 13 hours on the podcast will do to you. The brain starts to slip. So,
you must be tired.
actually, I'm not too bad. It's just that where it's starting to get me is I'm trying to stay hydrated because all the talking is starting to get to my voice. And the more liquids I drink, the more I got to get up to go to the bathroom, and it's just that's kind of annoying. But it's just one of those things where I'm just trying to stay hydrated at this point. So
that's fair enough. Yeah.
But, yeah. So other than that, have you done anything new, fun, exciting since we last chatted?
Oh, have I? I don't know. I don't think I really have. I mean, coming up, I'm doing some fun things with my friends. I'm going to London a couple of times. Oh, I am so excited. I am going to the new ABBA show in London next week with my parents. Oh, I'm a massive ABBA fan, so I can't wait for that. And yeah, I think I've been visiting London a lot recently, just either with my friends or for gigs. But aside from that, I don't think a whole lot has happened, like really musically. I mean, I'm just pining away to go back to the States, to be honest.
I know we've talked about that before. You'd mentioned something about possibly going out to like the Carolinas, I think, maybe.
Yeah, I've got some family out in America, and I think a couple of them live in like North Carolina. So, I mean, it's an option for sure, and it's somewhere different. I haven't been, so we'll see what happens there.
Yeah, for sure. It's like there's just always so much going on, and obviously don't come during hay fever season. That was a
no.
Like right now right now Texas is getting ready to go into cedar fever season, which cedar fever is a very severe form of hay fever. So it's like it comes from the cedar trees, and it kills me every year. So it's just the most brutal. So
it's like we never get a break from hay fever. I always thought it was just spring and summer, but no, apparently it's autumn and winter as well.
Yep, it is. But I did have a fun experience at a music festival. So if you're ever out this way in October, like if you ever come out to the States in October, let me know. I could try and help you get on to a couple of music festivals. It's there's singer-songwriter stuff that happens. That's a kind of a musician's reunion is what they describe it as.
Oh, that's so cool. I mean, I was definitely thinking about going out like in October as well next year. I want to go out a couple of times before summer and after summer. So yeah, I was definitely thinking about October. So yeah, I'll definitely hit you up about it.
Awesome. So one thing that we're going to do before we start wrapping this up, I have a random question generator sitting right here in front of me, and we're going to just spin the wheel a couple of times and ask whatever questions pop up. Okay. So if you're ready, it's called rapid fire randomness. Okay. Not so rapid, but for sure very random. Okay, so here we go. If you could choose anyone in the world to be your roommate, who would it be?
Oh, to be my roommate. I'm gonna say, God, I can't think of anyone now. Well, I thought you were gonna say if you could choose anyone to like have a meal with, and I thought, oh, Steven Tyler from Aerosmith. But I thought I don't think I'd want him to be my roommate.
That's fair.
So maybe I'd say like Shania Twain because she's so cool. Or Casey Musgraves. No, I'm gonna say her because actually no, I changed that again. I love her, but I'm gonna say Abby Anderson. Do you know Abby Anderson?
I do not. No.
Oh, she's sort of like an upcoming country singer. I think she's originally from Texas, but oh my gosh, I follow her on TikTok and she just seems so much fun. So I'm going to say her.
What was the last new word that you learned?
New word. Oh God, that is so random.
At least these are new questions. Like that's the important thing. So
that's so true. I've never been asked that before. I don't know what the last new word was. Probably like I'm not sure. I feel like it's something in a different language because I feel like
Yeah.
I know a few people who study Spanish and stuff, and they will say things to me that I have no idea. Not that I can remember any of it, but I'm
Yeah.
gonna say a word in Spanish.
Okay, that's fair.
I have no idea. I don't know.
No, you're good. 100% fine. We got two more questions for you. Many people say the book is better than the movie, but in your opinion, what movie was better than the book?
It was better than the book. You know what? I don't read a lot of books, which is really bad. But movie better than the book. It's an interesting one. I'm not too sure, to be honest. All I can think of are books that are better than the movie. Do you have
Um, like, I mean, yes, but it's such a, like, a lot of the books that I've read that have been turned into movies, like, the books are only like the source material, so it's not like an exact one-for-one comparison. So it's not like they took the book and exactly made it the movie, but they just took like characters from the book and made a movie around that. But just because I did not like reading these books, I would have to say any of the Harry Potter movies.
Oh, Harry Potter. You know what? I think I'll say that as well because not that I read a lot of the Harry Potter books, but I remember trying to read one once and it was it sounds so stupid, but it was so descriptive. I almost sort of lost the plot a little bit. I couldn't focus. In fairness, I think I was about 13 when I tried reading it.
Fair.
But I just couldn't focus. It was very descriptive. Very good, but descriptive. So I'm going to say the movie for that as well.
Yeah. I mean, you could literally say any of the movies, and to me, it's like, because I stopped reading after the third book. I'm like, I'm good on the books. Like, it's whatever. But,
Yeah.
And then one final question. Since you are a very well-traveled young lady, what is the friendliest city you have ever visited?
I'm going to say it's between no, I'm going to say Memphis. I'm going to say Memphis. I was going to say Nashville as well, but I feel Memphis is less of a tourist site, if that makes sense. Like, unless you're a big fan of Elvis, Nashville's a place everyone goes. So everyone's friendly there. But in Memphis, it almost feels a little bit more authentic. And these people are just so sweet and lovely. And I remember, like, it was my last night in Memphis this year. And you know Amber Ray Dunn? Her mum and her dad, they were at the gig, the last gig I was playing, and they were so sweet. They were like, oh, we're gonna take you out for dinner after this, like, come with us. And they just took me along, and we all went and tried to find a place to eat. And I thought, man, that's so nice, that's so genuine. So yeah, I'll say Memphis.
Actually, I think I was there. That was the night I was there, wasn't it?
I think you were there because I think South Beach Sounds.
Yeah, I think you had or y'all had asked me if I wanted to go, but I was so tired at that point. I was like, I just want to go to bed.
Yeah, you had such a long drive. I don't blame you.
It was just one of those things where it's like, I'd love to go eat, and then you'd recap the story the next morning, and it made it sound like, yeah, I wouldn't have been to bed anytime soon. So I think I made an okay call.
Yeah, it was like, it was such a hassle trying to find a place to eat because I think it was a Saturday night or Friday night, and everywhere was packed. So we were driving up and down for ages trying to find a place. But yeah, it was so sweet. It was really lovely of them. So yeah, Memphis, nicest place.
Yeah, for sure. I understand completely. So yeah, I just want to take another second to thank you so much for jumping in and always being a huge supporter of whatever it is we're doing, whatever random idea I throw out there. I really appreciate it, and can't wait to do another jam session. You know, live podcast, whatever it is. Yeah, so I really appreciate you for being so supportive and being there. I've told you this story before, but I still have the condolences card that you sent my family after my mom passed away. It's never like you were the only person to send that to me directly, so it just means a lot to me, and I really appreciate you for that. You know, So
Well, thank
I
you
just
so
wanted to
much.
get that out in the air. So
Oh, well, thank you. Well, I just wanted to let you know I was thinking of you because it was obviously such a horrible time for you. But yeah, thank you for everything you've done for me as well. You've been so supportive. And of course, I will always support everything Live and Amplified do. So just send me a message if anything ever comes up. I'm always there.
for sure. Awesome. I will for sure. But once again, thank you everybody for tuning in. If you are able to donate to the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, the link is over in that corner. The QR code for that, you can scan that and it'll take you directly to the donation page. If not, there's links in the description below or in the comment thread. Would really appreciate any donations. And other than that, Nia, thank you so much. Really appreciate you. And we will be back in about 5 minutes with the next act.
Thank you. Bye.
Cool. Yep. Thank you. Awesome. All right. Hide on stream. Boom. Boom. All right, y'all. Well, once again, thank you so much. Really appreciate you for hanging out with us. We've got a little time to not kill, but we got a little time in between guests. So I'm gonna go refill my water, have a little snack, and yeah, we'll just keep this wagon trainer rolling.
I've been researching pancreas cancer for about 20 plus years. When I began my career, I was looking for an area to specialize in, and I met my mentor who was working in pancreas cancer. He was one of the few people at that time who was researching this disease, and it really felt like this was a place where I could make a difference in my career. And so I started working with him, and I have been working and researching pancreas cancer ever since. Early detection, in my opinion, has really the most important role to play in terms of improving survival and outcomes in this otherwise deadly disease. When we look at patients who are diagnosed at an earlier stage and are able to successfully undergo surgery, those patients typically live a lot longer and do better than the ones, unfortunately, who are diagnosed at a more advanced stage of their disease. And so for me, I think if we can diagnose more patients at a point where we can get them to surgery and get the tumor out, there really is an enormous opportunity of improving outcomes. The challenge with pancreas cancer has always been that unfortunately most of our patients present with what we call metastatic or advanced disease. And in that case, the tumor is not operable. The surgeon can't take it out. And so if we can diagnose this tumor early, that's our best shot at improving the chance of long-term survival. So the early detection initiative that PanCAN has launched is one of its larger initiatives along with PanCAN's Precision Promise. The early detection initiative is the largest randomized trial to identify patients early in their disease, get them to surgery, and therefore improve survival. A trial of this size has really not ever been done, focused entirely on pancreas cancer, so it's a really ambitious effort. The goal of this trial is to use new onset diabetes as an entry point to identify individuals who may be at high risk for pancreas cancer, get them into the trial, and then provide the ones who are at the highest risk spectrum with imaging studies, blood-based assays, and really approach this whole question of early detection, which has been such a challenge for many decades, at a level that has never been done before. To me, what I think makes PanCAN so different is its ability to embrace ideas that are out of the box, but which need to be done for us to make a difference in this disease.
Support life-saving pancreatic cancer research. Research for patients. Research for those we've lost. Research for all of us. Make a gift today to support critical patient services and life-saving research for pancreatic cancer patients and their families. Donate today at PanCAN.org.
So I am currently in the lab of Dr. Laura Wood at Johns Hopkins School of Medicine in the Department of Pathology. I really feel like it's important that I be a part of this work because pancreatic cancer is one of the most aggressive types. And most of that is due to the fact that it is diagnosed at such a later stage. And so, yeah, particularly for me, I thought it was, out of all the cancers I've researched throughout my career, pancreatic cancer seems to be where the most need is and where I really feel like I found amazing people and have found an actual project that I really think will make an impact in early detection of pancreatic cancer. There are several marginalized groups that are more heavily impacted by pancreatic cancer in the United States. And so honestly, the biggest thing for these groups to keep in mind is the importance of early detection, the importance of screening. For those groups that have a family history of pancreatic cancer, they are even more so looked at as the perfect population to get early screening and to be involved in some of the studies that are happening even now amongst pancreatic cancer researchers in the United States. And so I would definitely encourage them to get involved, to find a PCP, ask that PCP, hey, you know, where can I go to get tested, and to really understand what their genetic makeup is and how they might be predisposed to this cancer. The kind of first introduction I've had to the greater opportunities of raising money for pancreatic research was through the Purple Stride walks. And so from seeing those walks and getting to learn about PanCAN from there, I knew for sure it was an organization that I wanted to be a part of, because not only is the research component important to me, and I do love being in the lab and being able to produce data, advocacy is also really important to me as well.
November is Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Month. I support pancreatic cancer research in memory of my brother, Daniel. You can change the course of pancreatic cancer for all of us by supporting research. Research for Daniel, research for those we've lost, research for patients, research for all of us. Donate today at PanCAN.org.
Hi, I'm Julie Fleshman, President and CEO of PanCAN. Today is World Gratitude Day, and I just wanted to take a moment to thank you for your heartfelt gifts of time, energy, talent, and donations to PanCAN. Every day, you are changing patients' lives. You are making progress possible. Pancreatic cancer researchers couldn't do what they do without you. Our PanCAN patient services team couldn't support patients and families without you. For all that you do and all that you give, I'm so grateful. You are truly remarkable, and I am filled with gratitude.
Thank you. It's two words that I don't want it to get lost.
Thank you for helping patients find clinical trials that are right for them, giving them more time with their families.
Thank you for being there for people facing pancreatic cancer.
You gave families like mine a place to turn to for one-on-one personal support from PanCAN Patient Services.
And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for making PanCAN what it is today. A bright, shining light of hope for so many patients and their family members in need. Without you, there would be no PanCAN.
PanCAN was of great help and comfort after I was diagnosed.
Thank you for all that you do to support our mission.
As a recipient of one of the 2021 Career Development Awards, I am truly grateful for the opportunity to do this research and become a part of this community.
Because of you, I am able to work on making new research discoveries.
And I hope we can beat this together.
Thank you.
Thank you for raising awareness about pancreatic cancer.
You make our community stronger.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a battle I never thought I'd fight. For loved ones, for the memories, and for the future. We are here for each other, to connect with one another. And if we work as a team, pancreatic cancer patients won't just survive, but thrive. Join me on Saturday, April 30th at PanCAN Purple Stride and take steps to end pancreatic cancer. One nation, one goal, one big day. Register now at purplestride.org.
Hi, I'm Julie Fleshman, PanCAN's president and CEO. I'm thrilled to share that the 5-year survival rate for pancreatic cancer has gone up to 11%. Every bit of progress means more time with loved ones. You helped make this possible. Because of you, PanCAN is investing in research to create an early detection strategy and accelerate new and better treatment options. Because of you, we provide free services that help patients find specialists and access testing. Although we continue to make progress because of you, we also know there is so much more work to be done. We will continue to take bold action on behalf of people facing this disease. If you have pancreatic cancer, please reach out to PanCAN Patient Services for help. To ensure there is continued progress in survival rates through more research and that there is support for patients and families, please make a donation today at pancan.org.
All right. How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the 24-hour podcast marathon, the Live and Amplified Livecast Marathon Fundraiser benefiting the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. If you're interested in donating and supporting the PanCAN, there is a QR code right over here. Feel free to give that a scan, and it'll take you directly to the link. Would really appreciate that. That being said, I do want to just kind of reiterate why we're doing this. I feel it's an important conversation to have. But before we do that, any ad revenue, I've said this a couple times during the stream, but any ad revenue that we get from this, so like any donations, any tips, any subscribers, any AdSense, any merch, anything that we get in the month of November is going to be donated to the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network as kind of our little extra gift to the organization. I just felt that was very important because I've had a few people ask about subscribing and all that fun stuff. So yes, that all goes to right back to the PanCAN organization for the month of November, and hopefully it's a little bit of extra way to kind of make a nice big another little extra thing for them. But that being said, to directly donate to the PanCAN organization, scan that QR code. Or there's links at the bottom, all that fun stuff. So, kind of jumping back on the wagon of, all the fun stuff kind of going on and why we're doing this. So, sorry. Back in 2021, back in 2020, like it was a long time ago. But last year in 2021, I lost my mother to pancreatic cancer, and it was the PanCAN organization that really kind of helped us get to that point of making sure we were doing everything right by my mother, making sure we were getting her the right treatment, all that fun stuff. And so I just want to honor her in the best way I can by, doing this podcast marathon for the PanCAN organization. And, it was one of those things that my mother loved doing in her final weeks and months, was listening to me do the podcast. She would sit in the other room as I would host the podcast while I was working remotely down in Florida for the last few months there. And she would tell me every night, I would come back out into the living room or whatever after the podcast, and she'd ask me very specific questions about things we were talking about, and it was kind of a cool moment throughout the entire experience. But just kind of a little extra why we're doing the podcast, because I've had a few people ask why the podcast, but it's just a personal thing for me. So I don't want to keep you all too held up too much longer. Let's bring in the next guest. We got Leighton Thomas. Hey, how's it going, man?
Hey, what's happening, dude? How you been?
Oh, I've been doing pretty good. Staying busy, but nice. That's how life is. I seen so we first off, I want to thank you for jumping on. It's I think you were on last year's too, weren't you?
I believe so. Yes.
Or what? It was. Yeah, I think yes. Okay, yeah, it was you. I was trying to figure out if it was you or if it was Meg that was on, but yeah, I think it was you. So, first off, I do want to thank you for jumping on. It's been a blast getting to know you over the last couple of years, and all your continued support is very much appreciated. And so we have, for anybody that doesn't know, we have Leighton Thomas joining us from Nashville. How's Nashville treating you?
It's been good. It's also been super busy around here. So I've been doing a whole lot of stuff, which has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, I've definitely been paying attention more on Instagram. I'm trying my best to be on all socials, but for whatever reason, Instagram's kind of got my attention right now.
It seems to be like the kind of the big one these days. I don't know why exactly, but it is.
Yeah, I 100% agree. But so you're kind of you got your solo project, but then you've also got the Meg and the Boys thing that you're doing with Meg Riley. So you're just staying busy, man. I really love it. So kind of break down, since it's been a little bit since we've had you on the podcast, kind of refresh everybody, since we've definitely got some new listeners here today, kind of who you are and what you're about.
For sure. So my name's Leighton. I've lived in Nashville for a couple of years now, about 4 years. I'm originally from Massachusetts, New England area. And these days, especially in the last year, more than anything, I've gotten more and more into live performing. I've been able to play with a handful of groups, handful of bands, handful of artists pretty regularly. So I spent most of this year doing most of my stuff playing guitar for a lot of people, as well as doing some of my own stuff on the side, which has been great. I got to travel around the country a little bit this summer. We played a lot. Me and Meg went up to the Northeast for a while. Went to Florida a couple times, actually. Some stuff in the Midwest. Got to play in New York City for the first time. That was a lot of fun.
That's awesome. Just New York in general just seems like a cool place to play music.
It's just so cool. I don't know if I could ever live in New York. It's just a lot. But in terms of the sheer amount of stuff that's there and the sheer amount of music, art, anything that you can see, take part in, there's just so much, and it's all, for the most part, really top notch. It's really great.
Yeah. So you spent the whole year pretty much working with other people, but you've still been kind of holding tight to your own personal music, or like your own, is it, yeah, your own solo project. What's kind of, obviously you mentioned early in the pod, or a little bit ago, that you're like put a real emphasis on doing like live performance. Is that kind of where you see yourself, or do you see yourself eventually just kind of taking a step back for a little bit and kind of maybe recording music and getting back into the studio a bit?
I would say definitely I've been trying to do that in and around playing a lot, which has been working. I'm trying to hopefully do more of that next year also. I love playing live. It's one of my favorite things to do. So I was very thankful to get so many opportunities to do that. And I've been able to, I did a little bit of recording my own stuff. I produced a couple songs for a pal of mine also, so I got a little bit of studio work in. So I'm hoping to do a little, more of that in and around the kind of gigs that I can get in Nashville and beyond. But right now it's been fun that I could play a ton, and then whenever I have downtime, whenever I'm back home for a little while, I can work on something else.
Yeah. Because, like, I mean, you were still able to, you got a single out this year, right? I vaguely remember.
Yes, I did put out a song in September that I did all of the work for except for mastering. So I wrote it, played all the stuff on it, produced it, mixed it, all that fun stuff, and then put that out in September. And it's actually doing pretty well. I think last time I checked, it was over 8,000 streams on Spotify,
nice.
which is more than, as a faster growth than anything else I've ever done.
Yeah.
So that was cool. Hopefully it'll hit 10,000 by the end of the year, in a couple of months, and that's crazy to me. I started hitting like a little bit more like playlist pitching with this one, and it seems to be working actually decently well. I got added to a handful of really cool playlists, got played in a handful of countries I've never even touched before. So that was cool.
Yeah, that's playlists are kind of an interesting thing, especially on Spotify. They put you in front of people that wouldn't normally, and I mean, obviously it depends on what the playlist is. If how much traction it gets and whatnot, but playlists is definitely the key to unlocking Spotify and making it work for you. So
for sure,
that's cool.
yeah.
That's cool that you were able to get placed on a few playlists and stuff like that. And I think the proof's in the pudding, where you said over 8,000 streams so far since September.
Yes. Yeah. Just over 2 months, we got about 8,000 streams, which is a big deal for me as just an independent artist that does this kind of stuff. I was like, wow, that's awesome.
Yeah. Like the fact that it's, other than, like you said, other than the mastering, it's all 100% you. Like that's something to just really pat yourself on the back about, because it's, yeah. So that's been out since September. And it's obviously being received really well. If it's been streamed 8,000 times. Are you already looking at the next single, or are you just where are you kind of at, like, as far as your solo stuff?
So I think actually probably the next thing I'm gonna do, well, probably the next thing that might happen is I produced some songs for my friend Wes Harmon, who's another singer-songwriter here in town. So I produced a couple of his songs, and he has one that he's hoping to put out next year that I'm actually featured on. I didn't know it until the day of, when he was like, let's track vocals, and it was like, hey, do you want to sing the second verse? And I was like, sure, I guess, because it was a song we had written together, and I was like, yeah, okay, why not? So I'll be featured on that one, but that one is more of it's his song. He's putting it under his name. But I think the next thing I'm probably gonna do is, I have a handful of I'm gonna go in a little bit of a different direction and probably put something else under a different name, because last year I dabbled a little bit into making some lo-fi music. Just did a handful of songs like around Christmas last year or that kind of stuff, and it was a lot of fun. I was like, wow, this is super great, and it was something that I enjoyed doing, and that a lot of lo-fi songs are pretty short, a lot of them are repetitive. That's kind of like the point, that they're, low key, something to have on in the background. So I was like, I was able to pump them out pretty fast, which was cool. So I'm thinking of hitting a little bit of that this year trying to put some of that out, probably under a different artist name, but just make a bunch of those because those are great. Everybody loves having some kind of like study music, chill background music. So that is just something I'll just do in my spare time to have that out there. And I also have a handful of songs. A couple of them are like 100% done, and then some other ones I'm still working on. So I'm probably going to wait a little bit until more of them are up to snuff. But of some more like instrumental metal kind of stuff.
Okay. Nice.
Just because I really like metal music. I've some of the stuff I've been doing is more in the indie rock kind of vibe, and I've been playing a bunch of country and other stuff here in Nashville. But I have a couple things that I've been working on and hopefully putting out. I'm hoping next year is just some more metal stuff and just for a different expression, some other ideas and some other stuff I've been liking to do.
Yeah. Sometimes you gotta scratch that itch of like different creative stuff that obviously you're gonna do what you want to do, but sometimes you just get this feeling of like, hey, I'm really into metal music. I got these ideas, getting them down. Yeah, no, it all makes sense. And so that's kind of all under you as your solo project. You'd mentioned that you'd probably for like some of that lo-fi stuff, you'd probably do it under a different name or a different artist name.
That's the plan. Is that as of right now, it's all stuff that I have like written and produced and made and stuff like that. But it would probably be under some other artist or band name, something like that. But just some other stuff I've been working on. Just other avenues of expression that I've been wanting to do for a while, and hopefully we'll do a little bit more next year.
Heck yeah, man, that's awesome. And then I think I had Meg on earlier this year, and I don't think Meg and the Boys had kind of really become anything official at that point. But where's that kind of like you're the guitarist in that band, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
How's that band kind of shaping up? I know it's is it more punk music or?
So Meg normally describes it as some kind of like 90s-esque Southern rock. Is how she would. We do being in Nashville, we do play downtown and do like cover sets pretty often because that's just what the the economy is here. But her music has been going, especially as we've been playing more and more together as a unit, as like a band. It's been going a little more in the like country Southern rock kind of deal. Which has been a lot of fun. People really seem to like it. It's been going pretty well. So we've been playing a lot of that. The pop punk stuff is that we actually got asked to do way back in the day, like an emo night thing.
Okay, gotcha.
And that ended up working. We really had a lot of fun with that, and a couple other places have asked us to do that since. So we have done like pop punk emo nights of like, so it's cover gigs, but it's just 4 hours of just like thousands emo stuff, and it's a lot of fun. People really like it.
Yeah, for sure. It's that, and I think that's where I got the idea. Was I saw either you or Meg had posted something about a emo night, and I just in my brain I was like, oh, that's what it is. So that's what kind of band it is. But
our original stuff doesn't normally go like that, but we all loved that kind of music anyway, so it was really fun to be able to play a whole bunch of it for a bunch of people that also really liked it.
Yeah, for sure. So kind of jumping back towards you, just as yourself as a musician, how's obviously kind of going through the struggle of doing everything yourself as you did through this last single. What's been the hardest part about just kind of doing your own? Do you feel, actually, let me rephrase this question a little bit. Do you feel like your solo stuff's kind of taking a backseat to some of the other stuff you're working on?
I would say right now, like a little bit for sure, which is okay by me. I have always wanted to just work in music and in any way that works. And as of right now, I make the vast majority of my money playing live, which is awesome. It's one of my favorite things to do. And then in between that, if I get a chance to play my original music every once in a while, which I do, and it's a lot of fun, or also, produce stuff for other stuff. Like I did Meg's last little EP. I produced that too. Handful of other stuff. I got to play on a couple other things that people made this year too. so it's just it's some kind of mix of
Yeah.
playing and writing and producing and all that kind of stuff. And I think that that's as long as that's what I do, I have no real qualms with that. So I would say definitely like my own solo stuff is a little bit of a back burner thing right now, but that's okay by me.
Yeah.
I still play music for a living, and I think that that's awesome.
Yeah, there's no ego attached to it. That's amazing, because just having like putting what I hate saying like putting what pays the bills first, but because it sounds like, oh yeah, we're making a whole bunch of money out here just doing live shows, but it's I definitely get where you're coming from in that aspect.
Yeah, I totally get that, and thankfully for me, what pays the bills is playing guitar for a bunch of people, and I think that I'm very lucky in that case, and I like that a lot.
Yeah. How often would you say that you're playing live shows right now? Like,
Anywhere like 4 or 5 nights a week on average.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much all the time. These days, like in this season, a lot of stuff in town. Playing around Nashville a lot, some of the downtown stuff, playing original music for a handful of people. Yeah, this summer did it a lot more on the road, which was a lot of fun. Hopefully going to do that again this summer. But yeah, as of right now, playing in Nashville, anywhere, I've done 7 gigs in the week before.
Yeah.
Don't recommend that. You still need to have time off, but
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to get away with it, Nashville is probably the place that you can really get away with it because to some degree, you're probably going to get compensated. Obviously, if you're a musician for hire, but then just the turnover rate from like people that are listening to you, especially if you're playing down like on Broadway or something, that's always an interesting feat. Like, at what point do you just kind of suck it up and get out there and play the show versus yeah, I think I need to take a break, but yeah, I guess it all depends on what the show is and where it is and all that stuff. So
yeah, it's very different. I know guys that play on Broadway, they'll do doubles 5 times a week. And I'm like, man, I don't know if I could do that. But it's always fun. It's a good time. It's a consistent money-making thing, which is great. And then I can facilitate that with other gigs that maybe, more original music for people, playing more like showcase kind of stuff. We're playing one with Meg on Saturday at a place here in East Nashville that, it's just like 5 bands, just all original music at this really cool dive in East Nashville. Yes. So still doing a lot of that, which is great. And I think there's a little bit of hesitancy of musicians here about playing Broadway all the time, which I totally get because you can kind of get sucked into it. I think it's definitely worse for like an original artist. Like if you're trying to be a singer-songwriter, it can be a little tough to do that while making all of your money playing gigs downtown because the ones that to make that money you have to be playing there Thursday through Sunday every week. Like, so then when are you gonna play your music? And it gets a little hard. As more of an instrumentalist, I think Broadway's a great place to network. I've met a bunch of people that write music, a bunch of other people that play drums, bass, keys, whatever. So I think as an instrumentalist it's a little more there's more upside to that kind of thing. So I have no problem with doing it, at least for now.
Yeah. Until you get the ability to get out on the road and kind of really make some money doing your originals and not having to play the Broadway grind, I guess is the best way to describe that one.
Yeah.
So, but I will say I feel like this video is kind of old. I was watching, it was either on Facebook or YouTube. There was somebody playing a show on Broadway. He was doing like a Sum 41 cover. And then the band just like randomly appears behind him because they happen to be walking down Broadway. And they heard him playing their song and they just jumped. Like it was a venue that had the like the windows open. Like, so I'm not familiar with Broadway, so I don't know what venue it was. But they hopped the gate and jumped in on stage, and one guy, the drummer, jumped on the drums, and it was like the drummer and the lead singer. It's like I imagine stuff like that happens all the time in Nashville, but then again, I just feel like maybe it doesn't. So unless you're on Broadway.
It definitely happens sometimes.
Yeah.
I think sometimes people think it happens more than it does, but it definitely for sure, there is, like, of all places in the world, it's one of the higher chances of such a thing happening.
Yeah. It's just one of those things where it's like, oh, that's cool. And like for a musician that's just out there grinding all the time, like I'm sure that was a special moment for him. So that's really
for
cool.
sure. The guy that plays Doug Judy on Brooklyn Nine-Nine, and he had that role in The Office. He just hopped up on Tootsie's a couple of weeks ago. He just happened to be on Broadway, and he was just like, "Hey, will you let me sing?" And they did. We actually had a fun little anecdote. I was playing with Meg and the boys at a place on Demumbrian, which is pretty close to downtown, and we kept getting these random requests from a Venmo account called, it just said Mad Hatter, and they were just random. He was asking, he's putting in like Jay-Z and like other stuff that clearly we shouldn't do it, and we're not going to, but he just like kept sending them, and eventually I was like, man, who is this dick that like has a Mad Hatter as his Venmo name? Like, that's how could he? And then it turned out it was I don't know if you've ever seen New Girl, but the actor that plays Winston, it was him.
Oh, well.
He had just been hanging out for 3 hours, and we had no idea. And then he came up at the end. And he was just like, "Hey," we were like, "Wow, you're like a famous person. Hope you had fun. Can we take a picture?"
And no, you called me a dick.
Yeah.
So, no, you cannot. That's funny. But no, those stories are always very entertaining, especially, obviously they don't happen all the time, but when they do, I'm sure there's special moments for whoever encounters them. So, but, so yeah, just, obviously music's, important and keeping you very, very busy this time of year, playing 5-6 times a week, as you said. What are you kind of doing outside of music? What's new outside of music?
Let's see. What's new outside of music? Gosh. Most things in my life are music related at this point, which is great. But in my spare time, I follow a lot of follow a lot of sports. I follow a lot of the Nashville sports and Boston sports where I'm from. Do a lot of that. Trying to think. We have a couple of upcoming trips next year that are looking pretty fun. We have like a couple weddings and whatnot to go to. That should be a lot of fun. Got to go to Denver for the first time, which was super fun. Great place. We went to Red Rocks, not for a show, but just for like while it was there. Super fun. The air is noticeably thinner. We like walked around Red Rocks and I was like, I'm gonna die. And like, I don't think I'm in that bad shape. And they were like, oh yeah, no, this is just what it is. I was like, man, I can't do this.
That's why a lot of the athletes, they go up and train in Denver because that air is so thin. And so it's that altitude training.
Yeah.
You're not ready for it. But no, I totally get. I went to, actually, no, I was super young when I went to Colorado, so I don't honestly remember like the air being super thin and whatnot. So, yeah.
Yeah, it was noticed. It's just it's not like you don't feel like you can't breathe, but like you just notice yourself getting tired for stuff that shouldn't make you tired. Like we were just like walking to a coffee shop, and I was like, I need to lie down, and I shouldn't need to lie down for this.
I mean, I feel that every day, but I'm also just getting old, so who knows?
Also fair.
Yes. But yeah, no, that's cool. Like the fact that you're getting out with the band, and you'd mentioned that you got a chance to tour a bit this year, and hopefully you'll get to tour more next year. That the fact that you were able to do that as a band, and how long were you on the road this year, as far as like the tours go?
It was a bunch of like, I didn't go on really any like 2-month long tours or anything like that, but we would take trips to the biggest one is Meg and I went up to New England for and like the New York, New Jersey area for like 2.5 weeks and bounced around up there, which is a lot of fun. That was actually super fun. Then other stints like like 5 days in Florida or something like that, or do like did a little spin in like Cincinnati, Indianapolis, Kentucky, like little spins around there. So as a whole, probably a decent amount of the summer, but thankfully it wasn't like hop on the bus and like be gone for 2 months, which is also fun and super cool. But it was nice to be able to be back in town every once in a while and just kind of get my act together.
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, I think those like, I don't want to call them weekend day trips, but those like little short out and backs, sometimes those are the best, because if you got like that itch to get out and travel and you don't want to like make a whole 2-week commitment to do that, you just go out to Cincy. It's 2 days. Back, you're good.
Yeah, they're great. You can go to and we're lucky enough to be in a right where we are is pretty handy, because you can go. There's a handful of big cities and a lot of states within 4 or 5 hour drive. So you could take a weekend trip out to all over the place. You could go to a handful of places in Ohio, Kentucky, Alabama, Georgia, the Carolinas. All that stuff around here is like a quick little easily doable.
4, 6, 8 hours, depending on where you're going. Like you can get pretty much anywhere in about 8 hours, which is incredible.
Yeah, a lot of stuff easily reachable within a day trip.
Yeah, for sure. So one thing that we're doing with everybody that comes on is I got a fun random question generator.
Oh, excellent.
So if you are ready, I'm going to fire off a handful of these questions.
Hit me.
And we'll just see how crazy this gets.
Okay.
All right. Would you rather be able to talk to land animals? Would you rather be able to talk to land animals, animals that fly, or animals that live under the water?
I feel like, well, okay. I'm torn between animals that live in the water. Don't need them. They can keep their secrets to themselves. I don't need to know what goes on down there. I think in everyday life, I think animals that walk on like land animals, I think would be, because I see them every day. It would be nice to be able to communicate with them. I think if you were in some form of position of power or some information thing, maybe animals that fly. You could be like the kid from Game of Thrones and be like, let's talk to this bird and be like, hey, go to Miami and see what's up there. So I think for the average person, probably just land animals, because that's probably the most, like, you run into them the most, so it would be the most useful. But if you were a little more involved in the information ecosystem, maybe animals that could go farther.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's fair. What is something that gives you peace of mind?
Something that gives me peace of mind, like a concept, or like a thing, like an action, I guess.
Yeah, however you want to interpret it. It doesn't really say one way or the other.
Fair enough. In terms of action, I've been doing more stuff on just like calming the brain and just like letting your thoughts just kind of go. I'm not super good at meditating. I could probably get better at it if I stuck to it. I haven't yet. But I do, some stuff that isn't as empty, but is a little more engaged, but is easier to process. Like I do yoga a lot, and that helps. Because I feel like I haven't gotten to the point yet where I can just sit with my thoughts and be fine. But if I'm doing methodical movements, like think of the breath, do this thing, that it works for me. That, and also like white noise kind of stuff is good for me. Like I know, some form of like ASMR kind of deal where it's just kind of like something is happening, but it's not a whole lot to like lock onto for your brain to like really like dig into. that for me is really helpful so that it kind of distracts me a little bit so I can just let my thoughts just kind of go. That works for me. I'm sure it doesn't for everybody, but it works for me.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, I mean, I've tried yoga a couple different times. I can't stay committed to it. I feel like it would.
Yeah.
The couple times that I've done it, it chilled me out, but I can't, for whatever reason, I can't stay committed to it.
It definitely takes a certain level of commitment. I mean, same with anything. That was one of the things that, like, when COVID quarantine really hit, that was one of the active choices. I was like, okay, now that I have to not do anything for a while, what are some things I can do that I've never had the time to or never committed to? So I was able to take that opportunity, and I was like, I'm going to do yoga every day.
Yeah.
And I've done it since, and that's worked really well. So I'm thankful that I was able to use that opportunity for something I think that is a little more productive for me.
Nice. Awesome. That's perfect. All right. Then one more question. What song, what was the first song that you heard that just hit different?
Okay.
These are deep questions. These aren't very random, but
So I'll probably give a couple of different aspects. I remember an important one for me in becoming a musician, I think, and wanting to do that was Comfortably Numb by Pink Floyd.
Okay.
Specifically David Gilmour's guitar solos in that song. I was like, wow, these sound really cool, and without words, this man is making me feel something. I remember that as a pretty young, decently young kid. I was probably 12, and I was starting to really get into music, and I was like, whoa, that's super cool. I want to be able to make sounds that make people feel things. That's a big one for me. I think this is really going to be such a basic white man answer. But I remember when I discovered some of the songs off of John Mayer's Continuum.
Okay.
And which, you can have your opinion of John Mayer, and it's probably valid. His last album sucked. I will say that.
I've always respected John Mayer as a guitar player. I always thought he was a really good guitar player. So
I just remember some of those hit me as a combination of really simple but effective musical ideas, combined with, I think that was really some of the height of his songwriting. His lyrics were really good on that album. So it was a perfectly accessible, it's not crazy jazz, it's not super prog, but it's interesting musically, stuff that is just different enough from standard pop rock fare to make you really perk up and listen, and that makes you listen to the words that he's saying. And I think especially in that era, it was really good stuff.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. So that was the random questions for the day. Little random, a lot more thought-provoking than I thought it would be, but that's
right. Yeah, we had to really think about it, but yeah, that's great. Hopefully the next person is just what's your favorite color?
Yeah, and it very well could be. So for anybody that wants to check out everything, obviously you've got your finger in a lot of different pies and a lot of different bands doing a lot of different things. Where's the if anybody wants to kind of keep track of what you got going on, or listen to your music, or interact with you, where's the best place to find you?
For sure. Yeah, I'm on all of the socials and all of the streaming. If you search Leighton Thomas, spelled Leighton Meester from Gossip Girl, that seems to help. I'm on, Spotify, Apple Music, Pandora, YouTube, all of that fun stuff. So you can find me on there. Plenty Happy is the last single. It's a nice little yellow box with a TV on it. Should be pretty obvious. And I'm on all the socials, at Leighton Thomas Music on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, all of that fun stuff. Yeah, I do use, as per our earlier conversation, I use Instagram a lot these days. That's really where I share all the places I'm playing, all the people I'm playing with, all the people I'm playing for, where we're going to be, what we're going to be doing, so that's probably the best place to see me, what I'm doing, all the people I'm involved with, all the music I'm doing. I share a lot of that there.
Perfect. Awesome. Well, once again, thank you for jumping on. Let me know whenever you'd like to come back on and we could talk about whatever new release you got coming up, or like whenever you got something you're ready to kind of promote heavy, let me know. Love to have you back on.
For sure. Glad I could be here. Again, my grandfather also passed from pancreatic cancer back in the day. So this is something that is important to me. And I'm glad that you're doing this. And I hope you're holding it out. This is a long day for you, but I believe in you.
Yeah, it's I say it's all downhill from here, but just because like around 6 a.m. is usually when it gets hardest for me. Like no matter how much I slept, if I'm up at 6 a.m., it's just kind of like I turn into a zombie a bit.
Yeah.
But I'm good now, so.
Heck yeah.
We'll get there. I'll finish it out strong. That being said, real quick before we play a little musical roulette here, anybody that's interested in donating, there is a QR code over in that corner right above Leighton over there. There's a QR code. Feel free to scan that and it'll take you direct to our download link, or not our download link, our donation link. Yep, that's the word I'm looking for. And it'll be really mean a lot to me and my family because PanCAN was an organization that really helped us out when my mom was going through pancreatic cancer and, before, during, and after the fight. So it's a very important organization to me, and really appreciate all the support we've had today and the previous year and a half. Yeah, wow, I can't believe it's been a year and a half already since my mom passed away, but that's a story for a different day. So once again, Leighton, thank you so much for hanging out. It's been a blast chatting with you. We're going to play a little musical roulette here, and I'm going to take a quick 2-second break, but we'll be back here in about 2 minutes.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
Yep, thank you. Have a good one. Awesome. So give me about 2 minutes here, and we will be back with our next musician, Demi Michelle. Let me All right, everybody. Welcome back to the live and amplified livecast marathon fundraiser, whatever assortment of words you want to call it. But that is what it is. It is a fundraiser for the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network in honor of my mother who passed away last year from pancreatic cancer. So, well, I sounded weird saying that one, but oh well. Real quick, before we bring in our next artist, if anybody's interested in donating, right there is the QR code to our donation site. So feel free to give that a scan, and if you are able and willing to donate, that would be much appreciated. Other than that, let's bring in our next guest. Hey.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm so honored to be here. I caught a little bit of the stream last year, and I just was super excited when you were doing it again because I was so excited when I got to, be part of this. So thank you so much for having me.
Yeah. There's a little bit of distortion coming from your mic.
Oh, really?
Or yeah. I'm guessing. Yeah, I don't know. Are you using an interface or?
I am, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like. Okay, let's try that. I don't hear it anymore, so. Nope, no, I can't. I just can't hear you. Yep, can't hear you. Can't hear you. Nope. Nope. Still can't hear you. Try going into the settings real quick. Or maybe let's just try unplugging the interface. Maybe we'll just go no interface. Message her. Oh, I gotta plug this in. Cool. See, yeah, that's funny. All right. So while we're trying to get this technical issue figured out, once again, thank you everybody for tuning in. Really appreciate you. Feel free to give that QR code a scan if you have the ability to donate. And if you're watching on your phone or whatever and don't have the ability to scan the QR code, there is links in the description. Also, links are available in the. Actually, let me post it in the comment feed one more time because it's been a little bit since I posted it here. Let me post this here. Boom. Cool. All right, here we are. All right, let me bring this back up. Cool. Let me. Try jumping out and jumping back in. If you can log out, can you hear me? Okay, try jumping out of the room and I'll jumping back in, see if it resets the interface. Or I can do this. Watch this. Boom. Try that. Let's see if we can get this to work. Sorry, y'all. Technical issues will happen. This is not the worst that's happened today. It's all right. But we'll get it squared away. Once again, thank you everybody for tuning in. Really appreciate all the help and support that we've had. Let's see if we can get a donation total. That probably is a smart thing. Oh, I don't want to log in. We haven't had any new donations, so I know we're up to about $400 raised. At least that's where we were last time. We're up to about $400 raised, which is incredible, and hopefully we can get a couple of more donations to come in, and just keep sending in those donations. Thank you to everybody that's been hanging out with us. I know there's some people that have been active in the chat. So once again, let me know where you're watching from, where you're tuning in from. That'd be awesome. While we see, let's try this again. All right, here we go. Hey.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yep, much better.
Perfect.
Much
I
better.
have no idea. I
Well,
completely shut Safari down and rebooted my microphone. So
yeah, it was just one of those things where I was just sitting there. I was like, I don't know where that interference is coming from.
yeah, that's
But
never happened to me before.
it was really weird. And so I was just like, you know what? Let's bring it up, because there's no way I'm gonna be able to use any of this, because it was just like this weird, like, pulsating noise, and it was just like driving me insane. So
I'm sorry.
glad we got that fixed, and glad to have you here. How for people that don't know, this is Demi Michelle. We had her on the podcast. Oh boy, was it? It was after last year's podcast, or after last year's
I want to say
fundraiser.
February or March.
Yeah, and then you had me on your podcast back in April or June, July, somewhere in that ball.
April, July, around there. No,
Yeah,
sorry,
somewhere-
August, July, around there. Yeah.
Yeah, somewhere in that ballpark. So it's been really cool getting to see you kind of progress as a podcast host yourself, and of course your music. You're staying really busy, which is cool. Since it's been a little bit, and we've got a lot of new faces in here, kind of that are new to my podcast. Kind of take a second to reintroduce yourself to everyone, and kind of who you are and what you're about.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm Demi Michelle. I'm a songwriter, recording artist, and podcast host from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I started songwriting, taking it seriously in 2019, and since then I've released quite a few singles. My debut album, Dear Diary, came out last year, and that project got me 2 nominations at the Josie Music Awards. I attended in October, which was really fun. And just this past Friday, on November 11th, I released my sophomore project, which is a 5-track EP called It Is What It Is.
Nice. And I love that. I love that title. It is what it is. It's perfect.
Thank you.
And I really enjoyed kind of watching your social posts of you at the Josie Awards. That was, did you already, did you say something about a vlog coming out with that? Is that already out, or?
Yeah, I did. I posted a video on my YouTube channel, and it's with pictures from my whole trip to Nashville. So
Gotcha.
everything I did in Nashville, and then all the pictures from the Josie Awards.
Gotcha. Yeah, I remember. I thought I vaguely remembered you saying that you were going to put out a vlog or something. I was like, all right, I got to try and catch that. But with work and elections and everything going on over the last 2 weeks, I've barely had time to breathe, let alone, do anything. So, no, it's cool. So how was the trip to Nashville? That obviously wasn't your first time to Nashville, but or was it?
It was my second.
Second time?
So,
okay.
yeah, I went there last November for the first time for a songwriting retreat, which happened to be the same time as the CMAs. So I went to the CMAs last year, which was really cool. But this time, I think it was really fun this time, just because since I did the main touristy things last time, I think this time it was more like, trying to meet friends. And I went to Backstage Nashville at 3rd and Lindsley for the first time and saw a show there. And then my family and I spent a lot of time on Broadway, and just we went to the Parthenon, which I didn't get to do the first time. So we kind of filled in the gaps of the things I didn't get to do my first time. And I think just there's people in Nashville that I'm really good friends with, and the one girl I just met for the first time, and we've been writing over Zoom for 6 months about, and so it was nice to meet her. And my guitarist, who I went to the awards with, goes to school at Belmont, so it was nice to catch up with him. And then the whole awards day was really surreal. I think I wasn't really prepared. Like I knew like it'd be involved, but I've always wanted to go to an award show as like a nominee, but I don't think I was really prepared for like the whole day event of like getting my hair done and then getting my makeup done and then going there, and like the red carpet was really fun. The media kind of stressed me out a little bit, but it was really fun. And the whole night was like super memorable. So I'm super grateful for the experience for sure.
Nice. Yeah, it's cool. It's I was originally made aware of the Josie Awards. I think it was last year. I had a few people that were nominated that had come on the podcast, and they were talking about the Josie Awards. And I was like, no idea what you're talking about, but okay. Don't know what this is, but it's always fun to learn about new stuff like that. So
for sure. Yeah, I love both Josie and Tina, the ones who, organize it. It's their 8th year, this past one, and it's just really cool seeing a community that is so supportive of independent musicians and other creators, because there's so many award shows for the mainstream, and to see something that recognizes independent music is really cool. So yeah, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. So you just dropped your sophomore project. It's an EP. It is what it is. Perfect name. Right? I can't stress that enough. How long's this project kind of been in the works?
So I got the idea for this project last September. So whereas the album took me over 2 years to like write and record, this took like, I wrote the songs probably from September, and then I started recording in January. I finished recording in April or May. So the recording of it only took a couple of months. And there is a song on it, I Hope You're Lucky, that I wrote in 2020 that I like held on to, which made the project, but the other 4 were written in the past like year or so. And like the whole process was very different than the album, I think, because first of all, like less songs. And I think I was more selective of the music I recorded, instead of being old to me, the one who like would run to the studio every time she wrote something. I had a collection of at least 10, like I want to say like 11 or 12 max songs I wrote that could have potentially made the project. And I really sat down and said, okay, this is my concept for it. What are the best 5 songs that fit that, and the ones I think are most, polished, and the ones I feel like can do the best. And I forced myself to choose, which was really hard because I love all my songs, but ultimately I think it resulted in a very like diverse project. Like if you listen to it, like there's a lot of different genre influences, which was really fun for me to kind of break away from doing strictly contemporary pop and try different things, which was really fun. And so I just wanted to make like a very cohesive project lyrically and with my songwriting, but bring in unique flavors so each song can kind of stand alone, and then my listeners can kind of see like which one most resonates.
Yeah, for sure. That's really cool. And so with it have been, like, you said a week. It's right. It's been a week, or not quite a week yet. What's kind of going through your mind right now as people are starting to listen to it, starting to react, starting to kind of, really give this a good listen after a good week? What's going through your mind?
Yeah, the response has been great, and it's really funny because some people have said like, "Wow, like this is like your sassy streak," because like Dear Diary is much more introspective, and I think I kind of introduced myself in that very like reflective and like introspective way. And now that I'm being more like fierce and a little more straight with like what I'm saying in my songs, it's very like in your face kind of, which is different than anything I've done. So I think it's been fun to see people like say like, oh, Jimmy has a completely different side, this is cool. But no, the response has been great. And I think the coolest thing is kind of like I said, like each song is so different, and there are people who gravitate toward each of the songs. So it's really cool seeing all 5 be somebody's favorite. And I'm not surprised that I Hope You Know You're Lucky is kind of the number one, because I've played that on live streams since 2020. I played at my live shows, and I think like that song has become super special to me, and people who follow me know of it. And so I think it was really special for them to like finally hear a studio recording after me playing it live for so long. So that one doesn't surprise me that it's like the number one favorite, but all of them are getting a lot of love, which is fantastic.
Yeah. So, hold on a minute. 1 second. I just gotta. So, anyways, sorry, my dad just texted me about something completely unrelated. Oh, actually, now that the feedback is coming back, I'm here. It's only happening when you're talking though, so I don't think it's actually the cord. That's kind of an interesting dilemma now, but we'll just kind of power through this and yeah. So as obviously it's only been a week, but what's kind of the plan moving forward for the rest of the year? Are you playing? How often are you playing shows right now?
So I'm not playing any more shows at the moment. I personally like writing and recording more than playing live. So playing live isn't my main focus, but I do some shows. I did quite a lot in the summer. But music-wise, actually next Friday, this is like the first time I'm actually announcing a release date for it. Next Friday, the 25th, I'm releasing my third original Christmas song, which is called Winter Cold. So that's in the works, and then I'm obviously working on new music for next year.
Mm-hmm. And not to take too much away from a future podcast that we've talked about having here, because we're planning on doing a Christmas themed podcast series over the month of December, which will be interesting and different, so to speak. It'll be it as far as this goes. This, you said it was your third Christmas song.
Yeah, I'm making it my tradition to release a new one every year. And
Yeah.
so All I Want This Christmas was my first that came out in 2020. And then Snow on Christmas Day came out last year. And Winter Cold is my third one.
Nice. Cool. And so that's kind of the wrap up, I guess, is the best way to put it for 2022. Uh, are you looking to start picking up shows again in 2023, or do you? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there is actually, it was really funny because I was writing my novel a couple of days ago, and I got an email from somebody about doing a set at a popular music festival that's local, which was really unexpected. Like, I feel like last year it was really difficult because I think because of COVID, acts that were previously booked kind of took the first opportunity to get booked again when they started festivals again. And so I think like this was somebody that I reached out to, and they must have like kept my contact because this came out of the blue. Like I was like not expecting it. And so it's really cool because I have that scheduled for next year now, and then hoping to get more things. But I feel like my focus right now is the writing of new material because I just released the EP, so I'm focused on picking the next songs for the next project.
Awesome. And are these songs that have already been written, or are you kind of like just formula? Are you writing specifically for this next project?
So I'm writing specifically for the project. So
Okay.
I did a couple months ago, like after I stopped recording It Is What It Is, it was probably like April. That's when I started writing new material.
Gotcha.
And
Okay.
over the last couple months, from like April to I want to say like August, I wrote a bunch, and then I picked my top 9 from that. And then I sent it to some friends who are songwriters and like others that just love music, and asked like what ones most resonate, what do you think are the strongest ones. And so from that group of songs I got like 4 that were really consistent like across the board. So those are definites. And so I'm starting to think about production and things for that. But I definitely want there to be more than 4 songs. So I'm currently doing another wave of like writing some more songs, and I'm going to do the same thing like out of the next group, pick the best ones, and then that'll be the EP or mini album, depending.
Yeah, depending on, I feel that. And then kind of, so obviously a lot of that's in motion, and like specific release dates are in flux and all that stuff as you gotta kind of figure out, what the plan is or what the process is. How's the, let's talk about the podcast for a bit, because you had me on back in July, August. What's the, how's the podcast been treating you?
Fantastic. I just released this past weekend my 88th episode.
Okay.
Which is crazy because I started it in May last year, so it's been about a year and a half, and it's just been fantastic. And I'm like really excited to keep getting the opportunity to have returning guests on and chat with new people. I'm always learning, and I think everybody's stories are so interesting, and everybody has something to say. And so I think the podcast in general, I think, has made me more rounded and widen my perspective a bit on a lot of things. And so it's just been a great experience. And I have this show. The show's booked for the rest of the year.
Mhm.
So I'm just doing my final, recordings for the year and getting those out. And then I can't wait to start, June next year. And I'm really excited.
Yeah, for sure. It's having been on the podcast, it's always a little different being a guest versus being a host.
Hmm.
And that was being on your podcast. That was something that I had to get over because it's like I I don't do a lot of podcasts as far as like outside of mine. Like I don't necessarily jump on podcasts as a guest, but when you asked me, it was just kind of like, yeah, I probably need to do that a little bit more at least. And it was really cool kind of getting the reverse and seeing what everybody else kind of goes through when I'm asking my ridiculous questions.
Yeah, it's been fun for me because like I do a ton of interviews as an artist and like things. So I feel like I've gotten to the balance where, okay, I have my host hat and then I have my guest hat, and it's like having to switch between like just this morning. I recorded 2 episodes for the podcast. So it's like, oh, I'm the host and now I have to be a guest. So I'm constantly having to like switch, but it's really fun.
Hmm. For sure, for sure. So, with all that being said, do you kind of see yourself? Because right now, what's the release schedule for the podcast? It's you release 3 episodes a month, all on
So yeah, it's every other Sunday.
every other Sunday. Okay.
Yeah. So when I started, like my first 3 episodes were like it was like one every other Sunday because I was like nobody's gonna listen to this, and I don't want to like run out of people, right? Well, it like very quickly became like I don't have enough spots. And so I started doing 2 every other Sunday. So that was like 4 a month, and depending on Sundays and how they fell, sometimes 6. And then that became like not enough. So probably from like early this year till October, I was doing 3 every other Sunday. And so I was doing like 6 a month and sometimes 9. And that just got to be like way too much for me. And so this month I started going back to only 2 every other week. Just because like my focus has always been like quality over quantity. And I started to notice like I was getting a little fried from the whole thing, and I didn't want to sacrifice the show's quality. And it's hard to like tell people like I'm sorry but there's no availability, or like maybe next year. Like I don't like doing that because as an artist myself, it's hard to like put myself out there and then either get ignored or like be told sorry not now. And so like I'm fully empathetic for like my artists and the other industry professionals I have on, like when they're unable to because I don't have space. But I just need to find a balance between, okay, like I can manage 2 every other week and I don't want to overdo it so the quality starts to go down.
Yeah, for sure. I completely understand. I walk that line myself. It's a very fine line, but for me, it's also an outlet to just kind of, escape from the everyday life that I live here in Texas. So it's an interesting balance, like you'd mentioned. Like I enjoy doing the podcast and I enjoy chatting with people, but it's also I hate doing everything leading up to the actual podcast. I don't mind being like, okay, like picking the musician, that's okay, but like actually booking it, finding the time,
Yeah.
promoting it, researching it, I don't enjoy any of that. Like if I could, I would go in completely ignorant to every podcast and just see where we end up
Yeah.
when the dust settles. So
Yeah, I mean, I've been fortunate to like work with a lot of people who are on the ball like me, and we're like a few email exchanges and everything's set and we can move on. But there's somebody that I ended up just like saying I'm sorry, but we're moving on. There's somebody who like the publicist reached out. It was like I want to say September, like early September, and was like, hey, like I have an artist that I think would be a good fit. What are some dates you have the second week of September? So I send them back dates I have in the second week of September. Then, like a week before that, they email me like, oh, I'm sorry, they're not available. Do you have anything at the end of September? And so I'm like, okay, these are my dates. And then right when we had that date booked, they were like, can we push into October? And I was like, you can't keep messing up my schedule like this. Like,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Work out the past.
Yeah, it's a that is always an interesting thing, and that's why I don't really like working with PR agents, just because I don't know, it always feels a little different with a PR agent when I'm actually
Yeah.
just like working with the musician themselves.
Yeah.
You're able to at least early on build some sort of a connection.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, no, that was difficult the one time, because the one time, I mean, because you have no direct contact with the artist. And so the artist was late and like didn't
Yeah.
show. And I was emailing the publicist and I was like, they're not here. And she's like, oh, wait, let me put in a message to the manager. So it's like, I need to talk to the publicist. The publicist got to talk to the manager. The manager got to talk to the artist. By that
Yeah.
point, I'm like sitting at my computer for an hour, like,
yeah.
you know.
Yeah, I've had that situation happen before where it like they'll sit there and fight me on certain things, and it's like,
Yeah.
no, we booked dozens and dozens of podcasts. You know, my times are 9 p.m. or 9 a.m. Central. It's always been that. It'll never change. That's what it is. And she was like, there was this one artist that they were really trying to get me to do a podcast with, and they're like, oh, but you said 10 a.m. or 9 a.m. Eastern. I'm like, or not 9 a.m. Eastern. It was like 10 a.m. Central or something.
Yeah.
Like the
Yeah.
way they were trying to word it made no sense whatsoever.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there, I'm like, I've never done that. Like, in no way, no how do I ever do that. And they sat there and tried to fight me on it, and so I just said, look, I'm not interested. And then I made it so that now I have to like personally reach out to the art. Like they could tell me that there's a way for musicians to tell me that they want to do a podcast, but the only way it gets booked is if I talk to the musician directly now.
Yeah.
That's the only way it works. Like like there's a few PR agents that are like legit PR agents that know what they're doing and know how to make things work. But other than that, I just don't deal with it. Like, I don't
Yeah.
have time for it. So,
Yeah, I know.
it's just one of those things. But anyways, yeah. So once again, I do want to take a quick second to thank you for jumping on here and being a part of the PanCAN fundraiser that we are doing here. I was brought to my attention a little bit ago that people are having a hard time finding the link, which is understandable, but the link is posted pretty much all over. If you can't scan the QR code over in this direction, that direction. Yep, over there. Trying to get my finger to do this thing. It is also in the comment threads to the left of the screen, and then it is also down below. If you scroll past basically it's in the About Me section. There's a donate link just down there. So feel free to scroll on down. Would really appreciate that. Other than that, let me know if anybody has any issues, questions, and we will do our best to get the donation links to the appropriate people. But yeah, so Demi Michelle, it's been a blast chatting with you. It always is, and I know we'll have plenty of more conversations coming up in December here about the new Christmas song.
Yeah.
But outside of work, what's new kind of outside of the music and the podcast?
Yeah, so I'm also a novelist. I just graduated with my Master of Fine Arts in Writing Popular Fiction in June. And so I'm trying to find representation by an agent. I haven't gotten that yet, and I'm currently pitching and querying and all that. But right now, I don't know if anyone is aware, but November is National Novel Writing Month. It's NaNoWriMo for short. And the goal is to write 50,000 words in November or higher to finish a whole draft of a novel. And I'm doing this, which is crazy. I've written every single day from November 1st, and my word count right now is a little over 37,000. So I'm right at the midpoint of my book, which is good because I'm halfway through November. But I love writing as well. It's a nice escape, and I've always loved to read ever since I was little. And so getting one of my books published would be the coolest thing. So while I'm trying to pitch my other 2 manuscripts I wrote in school, I'm writing this 3rd one for next year. So yeah,
Nice.
I'm writing.
You're just busy all the way around. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's really cool. And it's. I think we talked about the novelist thing last time you were on the podcast, if my brain serves me correctly. I think that was a topic of conversation.
Yeah.
So glad you're kind of reaching for the stars with the writing a novel in the month of November. That's exciting. And then, but yeah, outside of that, you just staying busy. You got new music dropping. You got the new single dropping in December. It'll be a Christmas song. But like I said, we'll talk a little bit more about that in December when we schedule our Christmas podcast. I will have a nice, fun Christmas background and all that fun stuff. It'll be. That's what I kind of like about this Melon app is I can kind of design the layout of everything. So
That's cool. Can guests add backgrounds? Because this backdrop is on my wall. This is like not virtual.
no, it's so. As far as that, I don't know, but I'm just talking about in the background of behind the videos. That's where the Christmas fun will happen.
So you can add. Oh, that's cool because you can actually do that from the host side of the platform.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
cool. Okay. Yeah.
So, yeah, that'll be the fun thing for Christmas. But other than that, Demi, thank you so much for hanging out with us. It's been an absolute blast. Hopefully, that'll be one of many more, and we'll have you back on next year. And other than that, thank you so much. We'll be back in a little bit with our next artist, Calvin Thomas.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Awesome. All right, y'all. And we will be back here in a little bit with Calvin Thomas.
I've been researching pancreas cancer for about 20 plus years. When I began my career, I was looking for an area to specialize in, and I met my mentor who was working in pancreas cancer. He was one of the few people at that time who was researching this disease, and it really felt like this was a place where I could make a difference in my career. And so I started working with him, and I've been working and researching pancreas cancer ever since. Early detection, in my opinion, has really the most important role to play in terms of improving survival and outcomes in this otherwise deadly disease. When we look at patients who are diagnosed at an earlier stage and are able to successfully undergo surgery, those patients typically live a lot longer and do better than the ones, unfortunately, who are diagnosed at a more advanced stage of their disease. And so for me, I think if we can diagnose more patients at a point where we can get them to surgery and get the tumor out, there really is an enormous opportunity of improving outcomes. The challenge with pancreas cancer has always been that unfortunately most of our patients present with what we call metastatic or advanced disease. And in that case, the tumor is not operable. The surgeon can't take it out. And so if we can diagnose this tumor early, that's our best shot at improving the chance of long-term survival. So the early detection initiative that PanCAN has launched is one of its larger initiatives along with PanCAN's Precision Promise. The early detection initiative is the largest randomized trial to identify patients early in their disease, get them to surgery, and therefore improve survival. A trial of this size has really not ever been done focused entirely on pancreas cancer, so it's a really ambitious effort. The goal of this trial is to use new onset diabetes as an entry point to identify individuals who may be at high risk for pancreas cancer, get them into the trial, and then provide the ones who are at the highest risk spectrum with imaging studies, blood-based assays, and really approach this whole question of early detection, which has been such a challenge for many decades, at a level that has never been done before. To me, what I think makes PanCAN so different is its ability to embrace ideas that are out of the box, but which need to be done for us to make a difference in this disease.
Support life-saving pancreatic cancer research. Research for patients. Research for those we've lost. Research for all of us. Make a gift today to support critical patient services and life-saving research for pancreatic cancer patients and their families. Donate today at pancan.org.
So I am currently in the lab of Dr. Laura Wood at Johns Hopkins School of Medicine and the Department of Pathology. I really feel like it's important that I be a part of this work because pancreatic cancer is one of the most aggressive types. And most of that is due to the fact that it is diagnosed at such a later stage. And so, yeah, particularly for me, I thought it was, out of all the cancers I've researched throughout my career, pancreatic cancer seems to be where the most need is and where I really feel like I found amazing people and have found an actual project that I really think will make an impact in early detection of pancreatic cancer. There are several marginalized groups that are more heavily impacted by pancreatic cancer in the United States. And so honestly, the biggest thing for these groups to keep in mind is the importance of early detection, the importance of screening. For those groups that have a family history of pancreatic cancer, they are even more so looked at as the perfect population to get early screening and to be involved in some of the studies that are happening even now amongst pancreatic cancer researchers in the United States. And so I would definitely encourage them to get involved, to find a PCP, ask that PCP, hey, you know, where can I go to get tested, and to really understand what their genetic makeup is and how they might be predisposed to this cancer. The kind of first introduction I've had to the greater opportunities of raising money for pancreatic research was through the Purple Stride walks. And so from seeing those walks and getting to learn about PanCAN from there, I knew for sure it was an organization that I wanted to be a part of, because not only is the research component important to me, and I do love being in the lab and being able to produce data, advocacy is also really important to me as well.
November is Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Month. I support pancreatic cancer research in memory of my brother, Daniel. You can change the course of pancreatic cancer for all of us by supporting research. Research for Daniel, research for those we've lost, research for patients, research for all of us. Donate today at pancan.org.
Hi, I'm Julie Fleshman, President and CEO of PanCAN. Today is World Gratitude Day, and I just wanted to take a moment to thank you for your heartfelt gifts of time, energy, talent, and donations to PanCAN. Every day, you are changing patients' lives. You are making progress possible. Pancreatic cancer researchers couldn't do what they do without you. Our PanCAN Patient Services team couldn't support patients and families without you. For all that you do and all that you give, I'm so grateful. You are truly remarkable, and I am filled with gratitude.
Thank you. It's two words that I don't want it to get lost.
Thank you for helping patients find clinical trials that are right for them, giving them more time with their families.
Thank you for being there for people facing pancreatic cancer.
You gave families like mine a place to turn to for one-on-one personal support from PanCAN Patient Services.
And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for making PanCAN what it is today. a bright, shining light of hope for so many patients and their family members in need. Without you, there would be no PanCAN.
PanCAN was of great help and comfort after I was diagnosed.
Thank you for all that you do to support our mission.
As a recipient of one of the 2021 Career Development Awards, I am truly grateful for the opportunity to do this research and become a part of this community.
Because of you, I am able to work on making new research discoveries.
And I hope we can beat this together.
Thank you.
Thank you for raising awareness about pancreatic cancer.
You make our community stronger.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. This is a battle I never thought I'd fight. For loved ones, for the memories, and for the future. We are here for each other, to connect with one another. And if we work as a team, pancreatic cancer patients won't just survive, but thrive. Join me on Saturday, April 30th at PanCAN Purple Stride and take steps to end pancreatic cancer. One nation, one goal, one big day. Register now at purplestride.org.
Hi, I'm Julie Fleshman, PanCAN's president and CEO. I'm thrilled to share that the 5-year survival rate for pancreatic cancer has gone up to 11%. Every bit of progress means more time with loved ones. You helped make this possible. Because of you, PanCAN is investing in research to create an early detection strategy and accelerate new and better treatment options. Because of you, we provide free services that help patients find specialists and access testing. Although we continue to make progress because of you, we also know there is so much more work to be done. We will continue to take bold action on behalf of people facing this disease. If you have pancreatic cancer, please reach out to PanCAN Patient Services for help. To ensure there is continued progress in survival rates through more research and that there is support for patients and families, please make a donation today at pancan.org.
Stream. All right, everybody. Welcome back to the craziness that is the Live and Amplified Livecast Marathon Fundraiser. First off, I just want to thank everybody that's been hanging out with us all day. It's been an absolute blast. It's been an interesting ride of emotions and all that fun stuff, just kind of reminiscing on stuff that I haven't talked about in a good minute. But it's been very interesting and cool and relieving. But this is an important day. This is World Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Day, not month, day. Sorry. But today is our second Live and Amplified Livecast Marathon Fundraiser for the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. We are raising funds for this organization because this organization is very important to me and my family, as it was one of those foundations that really helped us get through some tough times after my mom was diagnosed, battled, and passed away from pancreatic cancer. They really made sure we were getting her the best treatment we could, putting us in the right spot, making sure even after she had passed, we were kind of doing okay. I had a couple of different representatives reach out to me to make sure that I was good, and that if I needed to talk to anybody, that they had the appropriate people to talk to and all that fun stuff. So that is why we want to fundraise specifically for this non-for-profit organization. Plus, the reason it's kind of like this podcast format is, as I've said in the past, it was something that my mother enjoyed doing or listening to as I was down there helping her get to her appointments and helping my dad at night while she was like relaxing or whatever. She would listen to me host the podcast from a distance, and so she always just really enjoyed doing that the last few weeks of her life. So it is with that we honor my mother, Debbie Quiet, with the Live and Amplified Livecast Marathon Fundraiser. If you're interested in donating, there is a scan here QR code right here in the upper. I'm pointing over my left shoulder, but it's over the right hand corner over here. We really appreciate any donations, and if I understand that there's several people that are kind of watching on their phone. In the comment threads, I will post it here again in a second. The comment threads, we will post the donation link, or in the About Us section, there is a donate box. Just click that and it'll all take you to the Wage Hope donation site, which is the PanCAN, what PanCAN uses to kind of collect their donations. But we have our next guest in the queue. We have Calvin Thomas. Hey, how's it going?
How's everything going?
Going well. We're going strong. That's the important part right now.
That's insane. I'm looking at this on my browser, and it says it's going in for almost 15 hours.
Yes.
So yes, that's awesome.
I didn't realize it was almost 15 hours, but it's one of those things where it's like, I've always tried to do like a 24-hour stream, but I seem to come up short every once in a while just because, can't find enough guests, don't have enough energy. But today, everything is just kind of working out. Yeah, we've had a few mishaps here and there, but, just in general, it's been going really well today. So I'm really excited. So.
That's awesome. Yeah, people have mentioned that I should do a 24-hour stream, and I'm like, I don't think that's going to be happening for me. Maybe 12 hours.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some Twitch streamers do long streams, not 24 hours, at least not singing for 24 hours. That sounds like torture right there. But
yeah, yeah.
But yeah, I'm really excited to meet you. I've been in your Twitch chat mainly for whatever reason. I just kind of lurk in Twitch. I don't get too active in a lot of the chats that I hang out in. But I've had a chance to. I randomly was introduced to you just kind of searching, and then a few of my friends that got me into Twitch, they would raid your room while you were on. So it was always an interesting time. It made me realize how, I don't want to say how small the Twitch community is, but just like how everything just kind of works out. So,
yeah,
really,
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that, well, first and foremost, thanks for having me on here, man. I really appreciate it. And I know this is a big thing for you. Like, I was listening to your intro before you brought me on, and you were saying that it was the second annual fundraiser for this entire thing is your second annual one. And there's so many people that are benefiting from this, and I'm just glad to be a part of it. So thank you, man. I appreciate it.
It was kind of funny because I knew this year, so I'm relatively new to Twitch. I've been doing Twitch now for maybe 8 months, I guess.
Okay.
So I'm pretty new to Twitch, and I've been so inconsistent as far as like streaming and whatnot, because
Hmm.
so with the podcast, sometimes I'll do it in person, sometimes I won't, and obviously that kind of inconsistency isn't very good for Twitch growth. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I
so
hear you.
but I do want to jump in real quick and thank you for joining us. When I reached out to you, there was a couple of people that I wanted to have on this podcast. You were definitely one of the first people that I thought of, because you were like one of the original 5 Twitch streamers that I started watching when I
5.
was when I was originally converted to a Twitch streamer. I guess
Oh,
that's so weird to say.
that's so cool.
But we have some fun stuff going on here today, just to kind of run through before we kind of jump into you and everything you got going on. And I think you said you were going to play some music a little bit, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. We'll definitely get into that, and we'll just kind of keep it upbeat and lighthearted and all that fun stuff. So for anybody that's just tuning in or new to the stream, or new to Live and Amplified, we're an independent music promotion, or not promotion, independent music incubator. We help promote and showcase original music with the PanCAN organization, or Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. This was an organization that helped me and my family kind of deal with everything going on with my mother, who passed away last July with pancreatic cancer. And so it's with all this that we honor her every World Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Day. On the, I think it's always the 17th, if I'm not mistaken, but I could be wrong. But so if you are interested in donating, there is a scan here, QR code in the corner, or in the About Us section, there is a donate link. So any donations would be much appreciated. That being said, Calvin Thomas, how's life? How's life treating you these days? I think he's frozen. Perfect. Sweet. Here we go. All right. We'll wait for him to re-jump on, but sorry about this, y'all. I hope it's not my end. That would be embarrassing. There we go. All right.
Hey,
You're
all right.
back. I thought it was just my internet that randomly went out, but it is what it is.
Gotcha.
But
Yeah. It's like when that stuff happens, you're like, oh, this is the perfect time. Like you would want that to happen while you're not streaming and while you're not recording. That
yeah,
way you can be like, oh, okay, so I know this is happening with my computer, this and that.
yeah,
But then it's like, hey, everybody, check it
yeah,
out.
and it drops off. But
Yeah.
yeah. So first, I just well, I already thanked you and all that fun stuff. But how's life going?
Things are good. Things are good. This month has been really, these past 2 months have been going by really quickly, because the month before this, in October, I guess, there was a huge event, TwitchCon, that I
Mm-hmm.
went to, and it's a huge gathering. I mean, you've probably heard of it, but it's like a huge gathering of all these
Mm-hmm.
different Twitch content creators, musicians, IRL streamers, gamers, the works, and they're all in this one place. And they're all having a good time, and there's a lot of activities and stuff they can do. And I was out in San Diego where it was happening for a week, and yeah, I got a chance to meet some really cool people while I was out there in person, because I've known a good amount of these people on here for a while now, and to meet them in person was even better. It was just like the icing on the cake. So that was really cool. Got back
Yes.
from that, and then just kept doing more music stuff. I released a song a couple of months before that,
Mm-hmm.
and that went really well. And now this month, there's a lot of stuff that I've been doing this month.
Yeah.
Actually, yesterday I was a part of a raid train from a musician, orchestra music, and he's a really cool dude. And yeah, it was a good time. Lots of cool stuff was happening.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And so for people, a lot of my fans that are just kind of meeting you, getting introduced to you for the first time, what's your background in music? What got you started with music?
Well, it's to grab as much as I can remember. My
Yeah.
parents, they noticed that I really like doing music stuff, because one thing I can remember personally is going to a grocery store and going to like Walmart or something and just banging on the shelves. And I would do that a lot. And my parents were like, okay, maybe let's see what we can do with this. And so I would
Yeah.
play music with my dad, and he was in a church band for a while before we all left. And then I was playing some more music stuff, mostly because of him and my cousins and my brothers and stuff. And yeah, so it was more of a family thing, really.
Nice.
And then I just started doing more music stuff. I grabbed my first guitar when I turned 13, and I've been playing that for uh, about 18 years.
Gotcha. That's really
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
And where are you based out of now? I know you said you were out in San Diego for TwitchCon, but where are you based out of?
Right. So I'm based in Maryland, and
Okay.
yeah, I play gigs mostly in Maryland, but I also play some in DC and Virginia since they're around that area, that the DMV, what's what they call it.
Yeah, I got you. That's
Yeah.
my cousins have been trying to get me to move out to that area. They work in DC, but they live in Maryland.
Good call.
So yeah,
Good call.
my cousin and her husband been trying to get me to. I for the longest time I thought they lived in Baltimore, but I guess that's not accurate. So
Maryland Maryland is a good place if you
Mhm.
want to experience all the different seasons at once. Um, or if you want to, I should say, if you want to experience, if you want to know what all the seasons feel like at some
Yeah,
point throughout the year, you
yeah,
you can get a good amount of it here. Not
yeah,
scorching heat like what you would get in like Arizona, Nevada, or
mm,
something like that, but
yeah.
you get your fair share of hot, your fair share of cold,
Yeah.
and stuff in between.
It
But it's a nice
it
place.
yeah, it doesn't go straight from one week being triple digits of 100 degrees. So here in Central Texas, I live in
Ah,
Waco, Texas. 2 weeks ago, it was 100 degrees, and last night it was down in like the mid 30s.
that's actually kind of frustrating because you're like,
Yeah,
I can predict the weather. I know what it's going to be tomorrow. And then it's
yeah,
like, check it out. It's 60 degrees now. So
yeah,
what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
yeah. It's one of those things where it's like I'm just kind of at the point where I always leave with the jacket because it's like if it could be 80 degrees outside, yep, but there could be that cold front that comes right through. I'm bringing this jacket. Like you
Yeah.
cannot talk me out of this. So, but
I hear you, man.
that's insane. But so how long have you been? Let's kind of we're gonna jump around a little bit here, and then
Sweet.
we'll listen to you play some tunes. How long have you been doing the Twitch thing?
Yeah, so it was I technically started late May, like May 29th, May 20, like somewhere in that week
Hmm.
of 2018. So
Okay,
about almost 4 years. It's gonna be 4 years, November 28th.
gotcha.
But my like it's I feel like it actually started November because that's when I started to stream consistently. So November 28th was the day I started streaming consistently. So I guess it'll be my 4 years, 4 year anniversary from there. But yeah, I guess since about November, I should say late November of
Gotcha.
2018, and I've just been playing music on here since.
So you got
Yeah.
on you started playing music on here before it was uh, the trendy thing to do after the pandemic kind of hit.
Yeah, before I mentioned this in my streams all the time, but it was like the great Twitch music renaissance happened in 2020. That's
Yeah,
when everybody started coming over here and started playing music, and for good reason. It
yeah,
was a great way to respond to not having any gigs during the early days of
mm,
the pandemic, and it was also a good way for them to finally get to the live streaming stuff because
yeah,
there's a lot of really cool and skilled people on here. It's
oh
just a
yeah,
matter of getting the eyes that they
yeah,
need for them to be seen
yeah.
and to see
I
to get their stuff going.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of really cool musicians just doing different things. Just some of the like a lot of these drummers that I watch. Like sit here and watch some of these drummers that they'll
Oh,
do like drum through videos or like basically just drum throughs, whatever. And it's
yeah.
just like, yo, why aren't you like on tour? And granted, some of these people have been on tour, they've done it, and they're kind of good, like as far as like not wanting to do it, but it's just like, wow, this is crazy the amount of talent that's sitting here on Twitch and doing really good for themselves because
Yeah.
they've got that personality, they've got the skill, they've got all this stuff that's crazy. So
Yeah. Yeah, it's really really cool stuff. I started slowly finding more and more musicians that were a part of the like Twitch music underground before it
mm,
started to become more of a
mm,
um I guess a more popular, more accessible thing to other
mm,
musicians.
yeah,
And I found some really cool people there. And
yeah,
I still talk to them today. I got a chance to meet some of them in person while I was in San Diego, and
mm,
I've done collabs with some of them. Like I did a Christmas collab with a musician who's been on here for a while now. Her name's Christy Cates,
Oh.
and I'm probably going to be playing that song next month.
Nice. That's
But
awesome.
it'll be cool. But so yeah, this whole platform is filled to the brim with skilled musicians. So with the musicians that you found, Tom, you're literally just scratching the surface because there
Oh,
are
yeah.
so many more.
Yeah. And what I've found really interesting at like something like on a Friday night, what I'll do is I'll just kind of go through and like select like the music menu just so it's nothing but musicians, so I don't have any of the other
Yeah.
stuff in there, but then rearrange it so that it's like people that don't have a lot that aren't doing a lot of views, just like the people that are just starting out. And a lot of those, yeah, it's raw because they haven't invested like in mics or like all the gear to make
Right.
it sound like super professional yet. But just a lot of the raw talent, even in these younger, I'm saying young streamers, like I'm some seasoned veteran over here, but just like a
Like
lot of
back in
these,
my day, we didn't have this. We didn't
yeah.
have that.
But like watching some of these streamers that are like it's like their first, second, maybe third time, it like just the raw talent is amazing. And
Yeah.
then I got like you were one of the first people once I started like really diving into the community. You were one of the first people that I ran into. I credit actually a lot of my reasons why I jumped over here. There's two musicians. Do you know who Mandy Prater is?
Yes. Super
Yeah,
cool. Super
yeah.
cool.
I had her on the podcast before we had switched over, and she was telling me about this Twitch thing that she was doing, and I didn't quite put two and two together. And then I had another musician that's Emmy Law. She
Yeah.
was on the podcast, and she was like,
Very
"You should start doing this podcast on Twitch. Why are you doing this on Facebook?" And I'm like, that is a fairly good question. So, we moved everything over to Twitch. It was a slow burn, but we got it over. And right now when I'm a good boy, I do it like 3 times a week.
Gotcha.
But yeah, so it's fun. I'm definitely enjoying my time here.
Yeah,
So
it's really cool. You'll find that a lot of the music communities, in fact, I want to say all of the ones I've been to, they've been nothing but welcoming,
yeah,
and
um,
it's a really really cool community.
yeah,
It feels tight knit. Like, and when you were saying
yeah.
earlier how it felt small, but
Hmm.
but it's also big at the same time.
Mm.
It's a weird thing,
Yeah.
but it's really cool how many awesome people you meet.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It's I'm definitely like I said, I'm enjoying it, and like just obviously there's so many people that I follow and support. I can't get to everyone's stream all the time, so it's just one of these things where it's like it'll be Thursday night and I'll jump on and it's like I don't know who to go watch because like 7 people that I want to watch are streaming at the exact same time.
Gotcha.
So
Yeah, so there have been this may or may not help you because you might be like, I don't have time for all this. But
yeah.
there's a website that I recently found called Lazy Goat.
Oh.
And the name's great, I know. And it works similarly to multi-stream or multi-Twitch, where
Mhm.
you can have multiple people's streams going at the same time. And if your computer can handle it, you can throw on as many as you like. I don't know if there's a limit there yet, but there's something that you might be able to consider if you want to watch those 7 streamers, I guess.
Once I
Yeah.
update my computer, because my computer is a little outdated. Once I update my computer here in a bit, yeah, that'll definitely be something that I have to jump into because it'll make things a little bit easier at least. So, um, let's have you play some music.
Okay.
How many songs you got ready? Like,
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to play at least 2 of them if possible.
okay. I just say if you wanted to take like 10 minutes, give or take.
Yeah, that works for me.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, cool. And then I'll just give you the full screen, and I'll bow out, and I'll be kind of like right here, and yeah, you can play about 10 minutes.
Were you thinking maybe like originals, covers, or?
Whatever you're feeling. Like I'll just kind of leave it up to you.
Okay, sweet.
All right. Awesome.
Sweet.
Yeah. Let me hide that.
All right, so let's do this first one, and this will allow me to use my loop station. I have my loop station underneath my studio desk, so we're gonna go ahead and use the looper. But we're gonna do some "Don't Worry, Be Happy" because I can do some acapella stuff. All right, here we go. Let me find the key real quick. Okay, cool. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bop 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 Here's a little song I wrote. You might want to sing it note for notes, but don't worry. Be happy. In every life we have some trouble. But when you worry, you make it double. Don't worry. Be happy. Don't worry, be happy now. Don't worry, be happy. Don't worry, be happy. Ain't got no cash, ain't got no style, ain't got no gal to make you smile. Don't worry, be happy. Cause when you worry, your face will frown, and that will bring everybody down. Don't worry, be happy. 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 Here is the song I wrote. I hope you learned it note for note. Don't worry, be happy. When you worry, you expect some trouble. And when you worry, you make it double. Don't worry, be happy. 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 Be happy now. Nice. That actually went a lot smoother. Well, yeah, that was pretty smooth. That's pretty smooth. Cool. All right, let's do one more. Thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, it gives me a chance to get this looper in gear and keep my chops going. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. Let's do one more. All right. This one. This one is called what? Okay, yeah. This one is called Skylights. We're gonna do Skylights. drawn a blank for a second. Skylights, 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 skylights. The daylight shows me structures of glass and steel, with giant names, bland colors, and nothing to feel. At daytime, it's clear to see the city feeds on busy feet. I wait the time when the night rears her head. Daytime people moving at the speed of sound. Tourists, loud cars, shopping malls all around. But hours and hours go by until the clouds separate in the sky, and the lights are here and they're taking over me. The skylights, I'm looking at the skylights. They glisten over me. The skylights are looking down at me. The skylights, I'm looking at the skylights. They glisten over me. The skylights are hovering over me. It's the nighttime that I'm destined to see. The lights shine bright red, blue, and green. And when the night falls, they call out to me. At nighttime, this is where I'm supposed to be. Supposed to be. Skylights, 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 skylights. I'm looking at the skylights. They glisten over me. The skylights are looking down at me. Skylights, I'm looking at the skylights. They glisten over me. The skylights are hovering over me. The skylights, I'm looking at the skylights. They glisten over me. The skylights are looking down at me. The skylights, I'm looking at the skylights. They glisten over me. The skylights are hovering over me.
Awesome, awesome. It was good thing that you were on screen because I got kicked out because hold on, you're muted. You're you're muted, Calvin.
Am I back now?
Yep, you're back.
Okay, cool. Awesome.
No, it was funny because I was sitting there and all of a sudden it froze and I'm like, oh no, what happened? And luckily it was just you full on screen, and then I got a nice little orange light of death over here. And
Yeah.
I'm like, nope. You
Yep.
reset yourself right now. And
It's got that Xbox 360 red ring of death energy.
yep. And I was just sitting here. I was like, nope, you reset yourself, and then it flipped back over to green, and I'm like, okay, good boy.
It's kind of like how you're telling those traffic lights as you're driving that you're like, stay green, and then sometimes it stays green. Other times it's like, nope, you got red now.
Yeah, 100%. But no, that was amazing. Thank you for sharing those. It was "Don't Worry, Be Happy," and then the second one was an original, correct?
Right. That one's called Skylights. Yes.
Skylights. Awesome. Where are you kind of at with the last couple of minutes that we have before we kind of start wrapping this up? Where are you kind of at as far as like releasing your originals? Are you working towards releasing more, or where are you kind of at?
Yeah, so there have been a lot of projects that I've wanted to work on. There's a song that I released in July that's been getting so many different versions of it. We've been changing it to all kinds of different versions. So there's that. I've been working on some stuff with a guitar and a totally different tuning, and in a way they're all connected because they all sound similar. So there's that. But there's a song that I have been working on, which is similar to the song I released in July, Elements, where it's looping piano chords and then there are other instruments on top of it. And it's more of a bittersweet tune called When Can I Come Home Again, or just Home Again. And I have that demo of that song on my SoundCloud as well. So I'm working on a lot of stuff.
Nice. That's awesome. Hey, staying busy. And plus, of course, kind of being on Twitch, it's a good opportunity to just like refine and work over these new songs as far as seeing how people respond to it and all that fun stuff. So that's really cool.
Totally.
That's one thing that I really love about Twitch is just the ability to like, hey, this is a song that I've been working on. I don't know if it's ready. What do you guys think?
Exactly. Yeah, in a sense, you've got your own, like, I guess your own like impromptu unofficial recording label.
Yeah.
And you've got all these, record execs, aka people in your chat, and they're like, okay, yeah, this is good. I like this. Yeah, this could be good for release.
That's just all of them wearing suits and ties, and they're
exactly
just like,
carrying the briefcases, and like they're just ready to pull out contracts.
Yeah.
No, but it's such a fun time. These people are amazing. They actually helped me get out of this whole funk of not wanting to share my originals because I was a bit hesitant of doing that in the beginning, and then they're like, yeah, more originals, and they just inspired me to keep doing this stuff, motivating me to do more. So you all are amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, it definitely is. In the few songs that I've heard, I'm definitely digging, and I'm gonna dive deeper into your to your catalog, and as I see you online, streaming on Twitch, I won't be a stranger. I'll try not and be. I will try not to be such a lurker.
Come on in and hang out. The water's nice and warm.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like I don't like being the new kid on the block, so I just kind of isolate and just enjoy from a distance. So.
Gotcha.
It is what it is. But once again, thank you so much for hanging out with us. It's been an absolute blast. Anybody that's watching that's new to the channel, please feel free to give us a follow. I have a fun little goal that if we hit our goal of 1,000 follows before... Originally, I was going to say the end of the stream, but I think I'm going to modify it to Christmas, just so it makes a little bit more sense. If we hit our goal of 1,000 follows before Christmas, I will torture myself and listen to 10 hours of Christmas music straight on my next stream. I will torture myself.
Oh no.
And you can see the mental see now they're starting to follow. They want to see this. But
oh no.
It is what it is. That's all good. But anyways, so the whole reason we're here is to raise funds and awareness for the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. If you have the ability and are so inclined, please feel free to donate to the PanCAN organization. They do such amazing things. They really helped my family out when my mother was going through pancreatic cancer, and then before, during, and after she passed away. It was just amazing what they were able to accomplish and make sure she was getting right treatment, all that stuff. There is a donation QR code up here in the corner over here, and the links are also in the About Us section. It just says donate. Feel free to click that, and then I will also real quick send the link into the chat here, because the chat was moving pretty quickly, so gotta refresh that link. And I'm not a professional Twitch streamer by any means, so I don't have any of my commands set, so that's how it is. But yeah, I can feel it right now. So, Calvin, thank you so much for hanging out with us. For anybody that's new, that's just running across you and your music, if they want to check out what you got or any of that fun stuff, where can they find you online?
Yeah, so I have music on Spotify. You can look up Calvin Thomas Elements or Calvin Thomas October Sky, because there's another Calvin Thomas on there. So you got to look at it for artist and song. I have music on Bandcamp, Calvin Thomas Music, at bandcamp.com. And then my website, calvinthomasmusic.com, has pretty much all the stuff that Bandcamp and Spotify both have. So it's all there.
Awesome. Well, once again, thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to come and hang out with us. It's been an absolute blast, and I promise I won't be a stranger the next time I see you on the on stream. So
fantastic, man. Thank you.
Awesome. Once again, thank you all. Thank you, everybody. We will be back in about 7 minutes with our next guest. Thanks. Awesome. All right. Thanks, man. All right. Let's get rid of this. Boom. Hi. And just a heads up, we will be back in about 7 minutes.
I've been researching pancreas cancer for about 20 plus years. When I began my career, I was looking for an area to specialize in, and I met my mentor who was working in pancreas cancer. He was one of the few people at that time who was researching this disease, and it really felt like this was a place where I could make a difference in my career. And so I started working with him, and I have been working and researching pancreas cancer ever since. Early detection, in my opinion, has really the most important role to play in terms of improving survival and outcomes in this otherwise deadly disease. When we look at patients who are diagnosed at an earlier stage and are able to successfully undergo surgery, those patients typically live a lot longer and do better than the ones, unfortunately, who are diagnosed at a more advanced stage of their disease. And so for me, I think if we can diagnose more patients at a point where we can get them to surgery and get the tumor out, there really is an enormous opportunity of improving outcomes. The challenge with pancreas cancer has always been that unfortunately most of our patients present with what we call metastatic or advanced disease. And in that case, the tumor is not operable. The surgeon can't take it out. And so if we can diagnose this tumor early, that's our best shot at improving the chance of long-term survival. So the early detection initiative that PanCAN has launched is one of its larger initiatives, along with PanCAN's Precision Promise. The early detection initiative is the largest randomized trial to identify patients early in their disease, get them to surgery, and therefore improve survival. A trial of this size has really not ever been done, focused entirely on pancreas cancer, so it's a really ambitious effort. The goal of this trial is to use new onset diabetes as an entry point to identify individuals who may be at high risk for pancreas cancer, get them into the trial, and then provide the ones who are at the highest risk spectrum with imaging studies, blood-based assays, and really approach this whole question of early detection, which has been such a challenge for many decades, at a level that has never been done before. To me, what I think makes PanCAN so different is its ability to embrace ideas that are out of the box, but which need to be done for us to make a difference in this disease.
Support life-saving pancreatic cancer research. Research for patients. Research for those we've lost. Research for all of us. Make a gift today to support critical patient services and life-saving research for pancreatic cancer patients and their families. Donate today at PanCAN.org.
So I am currently in the lab of Dr. Laura Wood at Johns Hopkins School of Medicine in the Department of Pathology. I really feel like it's important that I be a part of this work because pancreatic cancer is one of the most aggressive types. And most of that is due to the fact that it is diagnosed at such a later stage. And so, yeah, particularly for me, I thought it was, out of all the cancers I've researched throughout my career, pancreatic cancer seems to be where the most need is and where I really feel like I found amazing people and have found an actual project that I really think will make an impact in early detection of pancreatic cancer. There are several marginalized groups that are more heavily impacted by pancreatic cancer in the United States. And so honestly, the biggest thing for these groups to keep in mind is the importance of early detection, the importance of screening. For those groups that have a family history of pancreatic cancer, they are even more so looked at as the perfect population to get early screening and to be involved in some of the studies that are happening even now amongst pancreatic cancer researchers in the United States. And so I would definitely encourage them to get involved, to find a PCP, ask that PCP, hey, you know, where can I go to get tested? And to really understand what their genetic makeup is and how they might be predisposed to this cancer. The kind of first introduction I've had to the greater opportunities of raising money for pancreatic research was through the Purple Stride walks. And so from seeing those walks and getting to learn about PanCAN from there, I knew for sure it was an organization that I wanted to be a part of because not only is the research component important to me, and I do love being in the lab and being able to produce data, advocacy is also really important to me as well.
November is Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Month. I support pancreatic cancer research in memory of my brother, Daniel. You can change the course of pancreatic cancer for all of us by supporting research. Research for Daniel, research for those we've lost, research for patients, research for all of us. Donate today at PanCAN.org.
Hi, I'm Julie Fleshman, President and CEO of PanCAN. Today is World Gratitude Day, and I just wanted to take a moment to thank you for your heartfelt gifts of time, energy, talent, and donations to PanCAN. Every day, you are changing patients' lives. You are making progress possible. Pancreatic cancer researchers couldn't do what they do without you. Our PanCAN patient services team couldn't support patients and families without you. For all that you do and all that you give, I'm so grateful. You are truly remarkable, and I am filled with gratitude.
Thank you. It's two words that I don't want it to get lost.
Thank you for helping patients find clinical trials that are right for them, giving them more time with their families.
Thank you for being there for people facing pancreatic cancer.
You gave families like mine a place to turn to for one-on-one personal support from PanCAN Patient Services.
And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for making PanCAN what it is today. A bright, shining light of hope for so many patients and their family members in need. Without you, there would be no PanCAN.
PanCAN was of great help and comfort after I was diagnosed.
Thank you for all that you do to support our mission.
As a recipient of one of the 2021 Career Development Awards, I am truly grateful for the opportunity to do this research and become a part of this community.
Because of you, I am able to work on making new research discoveries.
And I hope we can beat this together.
Thank you.
Thank you for raising awareness about pancreatic cancer.
You make our community stronger.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a battle I never thought I'd fight. For loved ones, for the memories, and for the future. We are here for each other to connect with one another. And if we work as a team, pancreatic cancer patients won't just survive, but thrive. Join me on Saturday, April 30th at PanCAN Purple Stride and take steps to end pancreatic cancer. One nation, one goal, one day. Register now at purplestride.org.
Hi, I'm Julie Fleshman, PanCAN's president and CEO. I'm thrilled to share that the 5-year survival rate for pancreatic cancer has gone up to 11%. Every bit of progress means more time with loved ones. You helped make this possible. Because of you, PanCAN is investing in research to create an early detection strategy and accelerate new and better treatment options. Because of you, we provide free services that help patients find specialists and access testing. Although we continue to make progress because of you, we also know there is so much more work to be done. We will continue to take bold action on behalf of people facing this disease. If you have pancreatic cancer, please reach out to PanCAN Patient Services for help. To ensure there is continued progress in survival rates through more research and that there is support for patients and families, please make a donation today at pancan.org.
All right, everybody, we are back. Welcome back to the Live and Amplified Livecast Marathon Fundraiser. Sorry, I was trying to take care of some issues, getting the donation link in a couple of different spots. So I was taking care of that. I apologize. Just a real quick recap. We are currently on hour 15 of the livecast marathon fundraiser for the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. It's been a long day. We've still got a lot more musicians coming up, and I'm really excited to sit down and chat with them. We got Jay Johnson coming up here in just a hot second, but just wanted to direct your attention over here. We got this fun little QR code. Feel free to give that a scan if you're so inclined to give a donation or to donate to the PanCAN fundraiser. Stop you. Thank you. If you're so inclined to donate to the PanCAN fundraiser, if you're watching on your phone and you don't have a way to scan a QR code, in the About Us section, just down below there is a donate button. Just feel free to click that, and it'll take you straight to the PanCAN Wage Hope donation page, and that's kind of where they collect everything, all that fun stuff. So feel free to do that. So let's not waste any more time. Let's bring in Jay Johnson. Hey, how's it going, man?
Hey, Tom. Good to see you again, man. How you
Good to
doing
see you
on
too.
our 15?
Oh, doing pretty good. I've got the last guest for a little bit. I got a nice little 40-minute break after you, so I am going to take every second of that and enjoy it. So
nice.
It was one of those things where I had the schedule packed out pretty good, with every 2 hours taking like a 10-minute break, which seems to work pretty good. Like, just taking 10 minutes to get up to go to the bathroom, eat, whatever it is. And, as things kind of happen, people have to back out because of health issues or family issues or whatever it is. And so it gave me a couple of slots where it's like, oh, hey, at the end of the day, coming towards the end of the day, I've got a couple of nice little 40 to 50-minute breaks. I'm going to look forward to that. So
Nice. You earned it. Yeah, I've tried to tune in throughout the day, and it's been fun to see everyone.
yeah, appreciate it. So how's for everybody kind of tuning in or just tuning in, we have Jay Johnson with us. You're based you're in the East Coast, correct?
Yep, Philly area.
Philly. Okay, gotcha. We just had somebody start at the TV station I work at. He was from Philly, but he moved from Montana. So yeah, big Philly sports guy. It's very bizarre, but
Nice. Yeah, it was an exciting time here a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
I feel like it really brightened the mood around town.
Yeah.
It was a good series. So.
Yeah. But yeah, so for everybody that's just kind of meeting you, because we got a lot of brand new folks, brand new eyes on the podcast, and kind of take a quick second to introduce yourself and like a brief synopsis of who you are.
Sure. Hey, I'm Jay. Nice to meet you all. I'm Philly based now. I play with a couple different groups. Play bass for a band called Mandy Valentine, and guitar for a band called 3 Years at Dover, and I'm in a band called Over the Counter, where I play a lot of different stuff. But solo performer as well. Originally from California, but Philly's been kind of like the home base for a lot of my life too. So love it here, and yeah, really big fan of 60s sunshine stuff. Really want to spread peace, love, flower power, all the good stuff.
For sure. So this is a little interesting because we just had you on the podcast.
Yeah.
What, like 6 weeks ago? I don't even think it's been that long, to be quite honest with you. But just the fact that you're always willing to come down and support us for everything we got going on, that's amazing, and I really appreciate you for that one. So kind of looking into obviously the year's kind of almost over. Do you have any new releases coming up, or where are you kind of at creatively right now?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, I'm involved in a couple bands, which is nice because we did a lot of recording over the last year. So my band 3 Arts at Dover, I think that's the last band that's going to put music out this year, but we're going to shoot for like a late December release for our first single coming from a new EP. So another single in January, and then probably the EP will come out sometime in the spring. January is kind of looking like the big month. I've been doing a lot of solo recording, but Mandy Valentine, we've been fortunate to play around the city a lot because all of us have been involved in a lot of different projects. So we were fortunate to stay busy without having any music out, but we're actually putting out our debut double single probably in January. And And then I've been hard at work with some of the over the counter boys doing recording on my next album. I just put out a solo album over the summer called Four Quartets, coming up with the follow up to that. So
Nice.
I think sometime in later January, I'm going to put out a song called Marianne that's been really playing around the city really nicely.
That's what's up. So you're gonna have another busy couple of months coming up. It seems like.
It's just no break.
Hey, but you know what though?
But I love it.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I remember 2 years ago, people would have killed for this kind of release. So like just consistent releases and stuff like that. So
I think about that all the time. Anytime I'm tired, I'm like, just think back to like March 2020 or like any of that time. That's a blessing.
It's definitely it's things have turned around very interestingly. I guess is the best way to word it. So
yeah, it's a wild ride.
yeah, but so I don't think Four Quartets was out, but I don't think that's the reason we talked last. I'm trying to remember what it was. Maybe it was Four.
I think it was around that. Yeah.
Okay. So Four Quartets, and then you're already working on the follow-up project after that?
Yeah. So Four Quartets, to catch people up, was kind of like a concept album of 4-song sections. And so I love concept albums. I'm a huge fan of like 60s, 70s rock. So the second one, I'm still kind of figuring out exactly the concept I want to go for it, but I know that this one, Four Quartets, was a little more heady art rock at times. And this one, I kind of want to add more dancey numbers. So I've actually written this album multiple times over now, but I keep swapping stuff out where if it's like, that's not going to make people move, it's like, save it for something. Because I've been playing the solo tunes with the over-the-counter guys a lot as like a 5-piece. And when we all play together, we play pretty dancey. So it's been like really fun just making people move. So it's like I want to kind of keep pursuing that direction for a little bit.
Yeah, for
sure.
sure.
Like Third can be a depressing album.
Yeah, right. So when you say dancey, are you referring to more like disco or?
I wish.
Yeah. Or is it more like dance hall type stuff?
Kind of, just like kind of like more poppy rock. So
Okay,
if you think back to, I'm trying to channel, and I've gotten feedback on a couple of these songs where they're almost like a little Grateful Dead-y, or just like things that make people kind of move. Not necessarily like, a quick step, but just get them bopping around. So
yeah. So it'd be like something good. I don't want to say in the club because I feel like that's not necessarily, but that for whatever lack of terms that I have, that just seems like the only one that I can come up with. So
this one, I'm singing about putting your hands up, going to the club, getting drunk, dancing. No, it'll still be like as many classical history things as I can throw in there and like weird philosophy, but like, up tempo and a little quicker.
For sure. And then of course you brought up all the other, I still can't keep all your projects straight because you're probably one of the busiest musicians that I know. And, as far as working in all these bands, how do you kind of keep everything straight?
Well, thank you for that, but barely.
Yeah.
You just try. No, well, luckily, I mean, there's enough overlap between everything, and at the same time, they're all different enough that it's like you can kind of compartmentalize. But yeah, it's it's why I am the way I am, half manic and having a good time.
Yeah. Well, because I've had this conversation with a buddy of mine. He's a bass player and a guitar. He plays bass and guitar. He kind of jumps between both, and it's he lives out in Roswell, New Mexico, and he's in like 4 different bands, and it's all different types of music. So like one's like very grungy death metal type stuff, and then another band's like more Americana, like folky Americana type stuff, and then one's just like high energy rock, and it's like all over the spectrum. And I'm sitting there like, dude, I wouldn't even know how to keep one band straight as far as like the songbook goes, but you're sitting here keeping 4 bands straight and one that does cover requests. So you just got to be ready at the at the drop of a hat. That's bizarre.
Yeah, well, it's good ear training.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know, it's just a lot of songs, that you can pick up on, but yeah, if you play bass, you're gonna be busy. I actually saw a couple postings looking for bass players. I almost reached out and I was like, "What are you doing?" There's no I can't bite off more. Can't chew this already.
Yeah. It's like, but if there's a paycheck attached to it, but
You
then
know? Or if it's really
maybe,
fun. I don't know.
yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like, I do want to get paid. So if there's a paycheck, I could find room in this brain of mine or in this head of mine to kind of make everything work. But who knows, So
Luckily, I don't play drums. If the drummers, I feel like you're gonna be involved in at least 5 projects, and there's just no question. Bass, it's
well,
like you're probably still gonna get involved in more, but yeah, drums,
yeah.
it's like, "Hey, join my band."
Well, because it's one of those things where you can't find you can't find anybody good enough, and
Mhm.
B, you can't find anybody willing to lug around an entire drum kit just willy nilly to every show. And it's like, I get that, especially in a place like Philadelphia. I'm sure it's probably, I'm sure it's not that bad trying to lug gear around if you're playing like downtown Philly, but
It's tight. A lot of, like, the clubs in, like, Old City and stuff are pretty tight for load in, and I actually worked for a moving company for, like, a year and a half to support music in the beginning, after quitting my corporate job, but I'm always grateful for that job because it taught me how to, like, maneuver weird giant amps, which are, just I always think, like, "This is a lot of tree," like, "This is a very big hunk of wood," and, like, all the electronics are crazy, but
yeah,
it's a dance to maneuver.
yeah,
Actually, over
for
the
sure.
summer, I kinda, like, hurt my elbow. I had, like, golfer's elbow. I was getting,
Oh
like,
wow,
back into, like, weightlifting and everything, and I kept, like,
yeah,
re-injuring it because I was really busy with gigs during the summer, which
yeah.
was great, but it's like anytime I would, like, move an amp, I'd be like, "Oh god, there's another week of recovery." So
Yep. I feel that pain. I started to go back into the gym around October, and day 10 in, my knee just started swelling up like nobody's business. And I'm just sitting there, I'm like, I'm not even 10 days in. How am I? And yeah, it was. I haven't been back since, and I'm mad because I signed a year contract with with Planet Fitness, and it's like,
Mhm.
I need to go back, but I don't want to go 10 days and then be out of commission for 6 weeks.
Mhm.
So, it's just one of those things. But I feel your pain there. So,
Yeah, for sure. Now, I'm not
uh,
really a gym bro, but I find it, like, super therapeutic. It's actually one of my favorite places to listen to music or, like,
hmm
recordings. I like to do
hmm
that with, like, walking or running too, but just something where you're not sitting there and you're, like, doing something. I feel like just focuses me more on that way.
yeah, I found that it wakes me up. Like I'll go like super tired. Like it just it resets me. Like there was a couple times during that 10 days where I'd go with like a sinus headache and just tired and not wanting to be there, and then I'd spend 45 minutes at the gym. I'd walk out and be like, I feel amazing. Let's go do this. And yeah, so that's just me though. So
No, it's scientifically proven, I think. It, like, raises your metabolic rate or whatever.
mhm.
So, like, you get more energy and your body just becomes more efficient at being, like, awake. So, if you're
Yeah,
watching, hit that gym. You don't have to be
yeah,
a bro or whatever, but
yeah.
it's just
Just
fun.
yeah, it's just good for you. You don't have to, like you said, you don't have to be a bro. But
Yeah.
so kind of, like you're entering a busy time. Like you said, December you're gonna do a release, but January is kind of like that big release time for you. What's kind of the thought process as you enter this busy time of year?
It's interesting. It's like, patiently anxious in a way because I'm excited to get all these tunes out because, I mean, the 3 Yards ones we recorded back in June.
Mm-hmm.
The Mandy ones we've been slowly chipping away at over the last several months, and then, I mean, I've been recording my stuff since, I guess, September or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's just rediscovering or I feel like a lot of music is just being okay with having to wait and then, like, knowing that you wanna share it, but you just have to wait. I'm getting excited. I'm hoping to save up some money too because I do think Mandy's gonna try to start getting on the road a little bit more come spring. So it's like um, that's kind of like where my mind's at. It's just like, how do you prepare for this release? Like, I'm thinking about artwork a lot and all that. Um, and just making sure that it all gets done. But I'm starting to get really excited for it because I feel like, the holidays are a nice time, and then January is always kind of a dark, just cold, awful time.
Yep.
So I was reflecting on that over the last couple of days where it's like, hey, it's nice to have, like, I'm actually excited for January, which I don't
Yeah.
think I've ever said in my life.
I don't think very many people have, to be honest
Yeah.
with you. I just don't think it happens that often. But you are right. January is kind of that weird time because you just got done with like 4 to 5 weeks of constant holidays with family and just like these happy times a year, and then you come into January and it's like it's cold, it's miserable. You're dealing with the hangover from New Year's, and then there's yeah. So I 100% get it. It's a definitely a dark time of year.
Like a month-long food coma too. Actually, this year I really enjoyed cooking, and I haven't gotten to cook as much because it's been busy, or like cook in a pleasureful way. So I'm hoping to make some good Christmas cookies this year,
Yeah.
or like
Oh yeah.
holiday cookies in general, and just like trade them with friends and indulge a little bit, have
Yeah.
fun.
I kind of made the promise to my sister since my mom was always the one that made Christmas cookies. I'm going to try and make some.
Nice.
Try being the operative word. Like
You
I
got it.
used to be a decent baker, but I have not tried to bake anything in almost 10 years, so we'll see how it goes.
10-year anniversary bake-a-thon. Let's go.
Let's do it. Let's do it. I got it. That's funny. Um, but yeah, so it's just that weird time of year, and obviously you've got a lot to look forward to. As far as kind of outside of music, I know you'd mentioned you kind of like hitting the gym as much as you can, baking and all that stuff. But what are you kind of doing right now when it's not music time? What are your
There's
things?
there's such a thing as not music time.
Yes.
Wow.
In
Yeah.
this, yes. In reality,
Yeah.
yes.
No, yeah, that's almost how it kinda has felt, but, I've been, doing some photography on the side for, like, work too, which is nice. Working on some IT stuff just to look at, other day job options, and, yeah, just I'd like to travel more. I've been doing a ton of hiking and, like, trail running, and,
Yeah.
which is great because I found that the woods are, um good enough, but I would like to get, like, I made a promise to myself to not spend the entire winter on this coast in this region. Uh, I
Fair.
feel like
Very fair.
since the pandemic, I kinda, like, shrunk down my radius of places I was going to, so it's time to get back on the road a little bit.
I feel that. And was that would that also be like getting out with the band? Like I know you mentioned one of your bands possibly getting back out on the road and start touring a bit, but
Yeah, well, I'd like to do both. I'd like
okay,
to tour with ideally 2 of my projects, maybe 3, we'll see, but, I'd like to do that, and then I would also like to take, like, a little bit of time to just have fun. Again, I'm originally from California. One of my best friends lives out in the Bay Area now, so, it'd be fun to visit him, and, like, my grandmother, lives out in, Sacramento, so it'd be nice to finally get to go see her because it's actually been, like, 6 years since I got back home, so it'd be nice to just go dig that for a little bit and say
yeah,
hello to some people.
for sure. I don't know if we've ever talked about this, but how did you end up in Philly if you're from California?
As a kid, my dad, got a job transfer back, east. He was originally from Scranton, and my mom was, originally from, like, Berkeley, Oakland, so,
Gotcha.
yeah, so we lived out there for, like, 9 or 8 or 9 years, and then, moved back here.
Gotcha. Fair
And
enough.
then after college, I lived for a spell in, like, South Lake Tahoe and Utah and DC and, like, just a little bit of all over.
Hmm.
But
I feel that. Completely understood. Um, yeah, I figured I'd ask because I don't think we've ever discussed that, to be honest with you. So,
yeah, job transfer, and again, I had a lot of my family. My family's always been kind of like spread out across the country and globe, really. But a lot of my family was back here too, so that was good. And actually, to that end, my grandmother who lives out in California now, she actually came back because she had breast cancer, and got really great treatment here in Philly, beat it, and so and that was 20 some years ago. So
oh well,
yeah, so
that's
it's kudos to Philly's medical system.
yeah, it's one of those things where you just never know. Like the medical systems, yeah, you just never know. I'm glad she was able to beat it. And is she still with us, or is
He's still with us, yeah.
okay?
My last surviving grandparent, and hopefully for a very long time. But
Yeah.
still get to talk to her on the phone a lot. But it's been a couple of years since I got to go see her because her mobility is a little limited now. And
Mm-hmm.
again, the
All right.
pandemic, I was going to go out to California at the start of it, and then like last year, but stuff kept popping up that just kept derailing the plan. So we'll get to it.
Yeah, for sure. It's one of those things where it's like certain limitations. It's unfortunate, but you kind of got to let it be. But you also don't want to waste time because, yeah, like you don't know how long you got. Like I was telling somebody this morning, it's like the only thing that's guaranteed is yesterday, and
Yeah.
tomorrow's not. So yeah.
Well, I've thought about that a lot, especially in the context of the pandemic, where it's like, I mean, there's been a lot of bad stuff that's been hard for everyone, but it's like every day, just be grateful that we're still here, because yeah, it's amazing that we're still here in some ways. You know, it's like
Mm-hmm.
it's just good to appreciate it, and I
Yeah.
feel like that subtle shift in mindset can help with a lot.
Yeah, 100%. I 100% agree. So we're gonna switch it up a little bit. I got a fun. We played this for sure last time you were here. Uh,
Yeah,
the rapid fire randomness, random fire rapidness. That's funny.
hour 15,
Hour 15. Oh nope, it's almost hour
16. Yeah,
16.
yeah,
So,
yeah. Good on you, by the way. Thank you again for having me and for doing this, because
yeah.
yeah.
And somebody asked me like, "What's the longest I've ever streamed for?" And I'm like, "Oh, this will be it. Like, there's no doubt about it. This is going to be it." But just like in the context of what I'm doing, like it's 24 hours. It's like it's nothing in comparison to other stuff I've tried to do. So,
Gotcha.
but all right. So let's play the fun little game of
Let's
rapid
play.
fire randomness. Um. So here we go. What, as a kid, what movie scared you so bad that you still won't watch it to this day?
Oh my god. I have an honorable mention, which is Signs, which I have watched many times, but we moved back east, and my neighborhood growing up was across the street from a cornfield, so that was a horrifying movie. But also Aliens, Mars Attacks.
Okay.
Everyone likes Mars Attacks. My whole family liked it, all my friends. I get it. It's very funny satire, but those aliens bugged me out as a kid. I thought they were disgusting, and I hated it. Can't watch it.
Nice. Yeah, that's fair. For me, it was the original Scream.
Hmm.
Like, I still won't. I'll watch every other Scream movie, but that original one, I will not watch it. Nope.
Well, they all
No way.
got, like, substantially campier too, right? It's
Yeah.
like the first one was pretty scary, and then I was like, "Yeah, let's make fun of
Yeah.
ourselves."
The first one was like a legit horror film, and then the rest of them just kind of, yeah, got campy. So, all right. Next question. On average, how long are your showers?
I've actually always been a really quick shower. When my hair is longer, take a little bit longer, but generally try to keep it to like 2 to 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
If you're doing your hair, maybe a little longer, but save water, you know?
If you knew life was nothing but a dream, would you live it differently?
Oh my god, I actually am working on a demo with this exact premise. It's called Days to Dream, and that's the bridge. What if life was just a dream? Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess there's all kinds of dreams, so there's all kinds of ways to live. So
Yeah.
good job, random question generator. You beat me.
Yeah. This one kind of plays into the conversation we were having a little bit ago. Would you rather increase your reading or your exercise?
Ooh, reading. I'd like to increase both, but I do like to read a lot. I read as much as I can, but I always want to read more. My brother is like my biggest inspiration. He's one of the most prolific readers I know outside of a couple friends, but it's always like, all right, I should read more. When he'll be like, yeah, I read like 90 books this year. It's like, okay, I need to step it up, man.
What social media network do you check the most?
Probably Instagram these days, I guess. I feel like that's kind of like been the most useful for music.
Yeah.
I don't really like Facebook anymore, and I miss MySpace.
Yeah. The Instagram would be a lot more helpful if they had like an events, like you could build events out of Instagram. Like I'd be all in.
I feel like it's getting worse, which is unfortunate, but
Yeah.
yeah, so
Yeah.
so happens.
So, all right. Would you rather have your cell phone fall in the toilet or have your car rear-ended?
I was gonna say cell phone in the toilet because I just generally want to throw away my cell phone, but I actually got rear-ended at a stoplight this year, and it wasn't that bad, so I feel like maybe that again. It's kind of exciting.
Fair, fair, fair. Um, you're writing your autobiography. What's the title?
Better in theory than in practice.
Fair. And, and then last question. If you were a fruit or a vegetable, what would you be?
Ooh. Probably blueberry. Just like a singular blueberry and a giant patch of them.
Yeah. That's, I get it. I completely understand.
That's like my favorite fruit. I mean, I'm probably more of a strawberry to be honest, but you know.
Gotcha. Okay. Fair enough. So that was rapid fire randomness for today. It's a
Did I
little
pass the
bit.
quiz?
Sure.
Nice. Cool.
Yeah. But yeah, really appreciate you jumping in. Just really quick before we wrap this up, thank you to everybody that's been hanging out. If you are new to the stream or just kind of tuning in, this is the Live and Amplified Livecast Marathon fundraiser for the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. It's an amazing organization that really helped my family in a time of need when my mom was going through pancreatic cancer. They made sure that we got her the right treatments, all that fun stuff. And just after she died, they really took care of us and made sure that we were like good and we weren't going to go jump off a bridge or something. So we really appreciate the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. And so it's with that every November 17th on World Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Day, we host this podcast marathon, and we hope to do it every year moving forward. And if you're so inclined to donate, over there in the right hand corner, yep, over there, there is a QR code. Feel free to donate, give that a scan, donate whatever you can do. That'd be amazing. If you're watching on your phone, in the About Us section just below this video, there is a donate button. Feel free to click that, and anything you can donate would be much appreciated. Jay Johnson, really appreciate you jumping on. If anybody wants to check out any of your new music, any of your old music, any upcoming shows, anything, where's the best place? Well, you just said Instagram. Never mind.
Yeah, Instagram's a good place. I'm JAYKP Johnson. Still kind of putting together a website, but part of me feels like it's not. I don't know. I've been trying to think about how necessary that is. I also have to say hi to my friend Vu, who I saw in the chat. But that being said, yeah, if you check out Spotify, I'm one of many Jay Johnsons, and I'd appreciate follow. Shoot me a message if you hear my stuff. Let me know how I did.
JKP Johnson. That's how I find you all the time.
Yeah.
So awesome. Well, once again, thank you so much for hanging out with us. It's been an absolute blast. Let me know anytime you want to come back on. Just let me know.
Thanks so much, Tom.
But yeah, we're going to do a little roulette. I got a little bit of a break, but I'll fill you in more here in a minute. Awesome. Thank you, Jay. But yeah, so basically now we have a little bit of a break. So that video that I've been trying to play for y'all, where it's kind of a webinar explaining what PanCAN's all about and talking about the different research that they're funding and all that fun stuff. I figured that this would be a good time because we had a couple of different musicians kind of having to relinquish their spot. So it'll be it'll be a good time. So here it is. It's about an hour long. I don't know if we'll finish the whole thing, but here we go. It is a webinar talking about the different fundraising aspects that they do.
Hi everyone, I'm Julie Fleshman, President and CEO of PanCAN. I'm coming to you today from PanCAN's Scientific Summit in Boston, where I'm surrounded by some of the most brilliant scientific minds in the field. There is such a buzz here, an incredible energy, excitement, and intensity. Our Scientific Summit is one of my favorite events to attend, and I think you will soon understand why. We're thrilled to be here today at the Veristem Oncology offices in Boston. We're so grateful to Veristem for hosting us in their space. There is so much to be excited about in the pancreatic cancer research community right now. Foremost on my mind is that this year, thanks to you, PanCAN has invested a record-breaking $25 million in pancreatic cancer research. That's $25 million to advance breakthrough scientific studies and our clinical initiatives that get us closer to our vision of creating a world where every pancreatic cancer patient thrives. In total, you've invested $174 million in pancreatic cancer research since we began our PanCAN research program almost 20 years ago. Your donations, the funds you raise by inspiring your friends and family to give to PanCAN Purple Stride, the events you host, your monthly gifts, matching gifts, gifts through your wills, every dollar you give makes a huge difference in fueling progress. Thank you. Today you'll hear about the latest advances in precision medicine, immunotherapy, drug development, early detection, and screening for high-risk individuals. We'll share the latest updates on the PanCAN Precision Promise clinical trial platform and the PanCAN Early Detection Initiative, and how they are revolutionizing pancreatic cancer treatment and detection. There is a lot to get to. Before we move on, I want to thank our webinar sponsors, AstraZeneca and Ipsen, as well as our scientific and medical affairs industry members, AstraZeneca, Cornerstone Pharmaceuticals, Fibrogen, Immunovia Inc., Ipsen, LabCorp Oncology, Mirati Therapeutics, Novartis, Novacure, and ViewRay. I also want to be sure you know about the resources and support for patients, caregivers, and families through PanCAN's patient services. Case managers are available to answer your questions about the disease or anything you learn about today. Now let's meet our very special guests. Dr. Lynn Matresian is the Chief Science Officer at PanCAN. Lynn leads some of our important research initiatives, including the PanCAN Early Detection Initiative and PanCAN's Research Grants Program. Dr. Andy Lowy is a surgical oncologist and Chief of the Division of Surgical Oncology at UC San Diego Health. He has received multiple PanCAN research grants and is a principal investigator in PanCAN's Precision Promise. Dr. Lowy is also a past chair and current member of PanCAN's Scientific and Medical Advisory Board. Dr. Anirban Maitra is professor of pathology and translational molecular pathology and the scientific director of the Sheikh Ahmed Pancreatic Cancer Research Center at MD Anderson Cancer Center. He has received multiple PanCAN research grants, including a Career Development Award many years ago, which helped start his career in pancreatic cancer research. Dr. Maitra is a member of PanCAN's Scientific and Medical Advisory Board and also sits on the advisory committee for PanCAN's Early Detection Initiative. Dr. Nicolette Rodriguez is an instructor of medicine at Harvard Medical School and co-director of fellowship initiatives for trainees unrepresented in medicine in the Department of Medicine at Brigham and Women's Hospital. PanCAN is providing funding for the Regenerate Study, which stands for Racial Ethnic Equity in Genetic Education, Risk Assessment, and Testing. Dr. Rodriguez is the project lead for Regenerate. Dr. Jonathan Pachter is Chief Scientific Officer for Verastem Oncology. Verastem Oncology received the 2022 PanCAN Therapeutic Accelerator Award, supported by 1440 Foundation and the Gail V. Coleman Kenneth M. Bruntel Research Fund. This new PanCAN grant has one ultimate goal: to get better treatments to patients more quickly. Stay tuned and we'll explain more. So Dr. Matrizian, I want to start with you. Let's talk about PanCAN's research strategy. Can you talk about how we decide what are our funding priorities and how do we make those decisions?
Yeah, Julie, our research strategy really derives from, I think, our overall philosophy that we meet patients facing pancreatic cancer wherever they are in that journey. So our patient services, PanCAN's patient services, takes calls and emails from individuals and gives them the best information we have. So on the research side, we try to get them better and better answers all the time. Let's move the field so that we have better information to give them. So on the research side, for example, patients call us and ask about new treatment options. So we have research programs that then look for the next new treatment options. They call and they ask about supportive care. How can they manage their symptoms? And the research on that side really requires looking at big data and surveys and getting patient input on that. And so we have research initiatives that look at that. And then, of course, we have individuals who call and ask about their risk of pancreatic cancer. And so we have early detection initiatives and programs to really try to understand that risk better and to be able to detect pancreatic cancer earlier when it can be treated better. And then finally, in order to really have that kind of research going on, we need investigators. We need people doing that research. So we put a lot of effort on the development of people's careers, getting them early, train, make sure they're well trained and that they're doing good research and they have the resources they need to do good research in the field.
Yeah, great. I mean, really, ultimately, we want to change patient outcomes. And so we want to build the field, and then we want to ensure that we're funding across the entire research spectrum to find an early detection test and to create better treatments for patients. So at PanCAN, we believe that, just as important as funding the research is bringing the community together, and we call that our community for progress. Thanks to events like PanCAN Scientific Summit, which we're all attending this week, PanCAN researchers are collaborating, sharing ideas and findings, and really helping to grow the field and always keeping the patient at the center. So tell us more about the Community for Progress and how our annual scientific summit plays an important role in that.
Yeah, well, Summit is such an exciting and a fun time and such a big part of this Community for Progress. So I think about it that researchers are often specialists. They know something very well and very deeply. So they have one piece of the puzzle. And what we need to do is put the different pieces of that puzzle together so we get a better idea of what the whole field looks like. So it's opportunities like Summit where we bring people together. They meet each other. They become lifelong friends often with each other. And that grows the field because we're transferring knowledge and information between them. through this by putting these puzzle pieces together.
Yeah, and this panel is actually a great example of that. We've got a gastroenterologist, a surgeon, someone from PanCAN, a pathologist, and someone from pharma. I mean, really bringing all the different disciplines together, and that's how we accelerate progress. So, Dr. Matrizian, I noted earlier that we invested a record-breaking $25 million in research last year, which is just so incredibly exciting. And our total investment now to date is $174 million. So talk a little bit about this investment.
Yeah, well, I love those numbers. I think it's really amazing. And it really goes to so much thanks to our supporters, our donors for allowing us to do that. And we take it very seriously, the responsibility of investing that in research that will really make a difference. So we really have two buckets that we fund, two ways that we fund research. And one is grants, and those grants go to universities and investigators in research institutes across the United States. And those are ideas that come to us through grant applications, and we have the advantage of being able to look across the country and take the very best ones that we can and fund them at that point. So that's a very important way of funding research. But the other way we do it is that we, as a patient advocacy organization, look and see what's needed in the field and where can we do something that one institution cannot do by themselves. And so we build some of these bigger initiatives where we can bring people together and accomplish something that nobody could really do it all by themselves. And those are things like PanCAN's Precision Promise, or an initiative in treatment, find better treatments, and PanCAN's Early Detection Initiative. So bigger projects like that, where we can draw people from many different places, draw them together, and have them all working towards a common goal.
Yep, great. And so of that $25 million research investment that we made, over $10 million went directly to research grants. So talk a little bit about the different kinds of research grants that PanCAN funds.
Yep. Well, our longest standing grants program is our Career Development Awards. And those fund junior young investigators just starting out, and we hope to hook them on pancreatic cancer. And you see some wonderful examples here of people that we hooked a while ago who are now leaders in the field, like Dr. Maitra and Dr. Rodriguez, who's just starting her career. So that's, I think, a great way to really invest and grow the field with really bright researchers with a lot of energy and great new ideas. And then we fund research in basic research, translational research, and clinical research with very specific grants. And we use them to fill gaps that we see in the field. And we've done, for instance, translational research like the one that Dr. Lowy got. So grants that find an exciting new opportunity and help move that along. And then most recently, we started our biggest investment in grants thus far, and the first time we've ever really targeted pharma or biotech, and that's our Therapeutic Accelerator Award, like the one that Veristem got, and we're so happy that that initiative really worked quite well, and really excited to have you join our Community for Progress and
we're
work
thrilled
with
as
us.
well. Yes.
Yep, great.
Great. So, Dr. Lowy, I think clinical research tends to get a lot of the hype, right? We're studying something in a patient, we're getting closer to potentially a new treatment, but basic science is really important for helping to move the field forward. Can you talk a little bit about why basic research is so important?
Sure. Well, basic research can obviously mean many things, but in the context of trying to cure pancreas cancer, it really starts with trying to understand, what allows the cancer to grow and to survive, and what we can do to actually interrupt that process. So, part of the focus of our laboratory is, the identification of what we call new therapeutic targets, meaning new ideas about how we can kill or arrest pancreas cancer by finding a way through ultimately drug development to interrupt a survival pathway that pancreas cancer cells need, or a pathway that allows the cancer to spread. And so, really, it's basic research, but it's really basic research with a kind of eye towards translation and towards the clinic. There is certainly, it's very important to do research that just helps us understand basic biology, but in terms of as cancer biologists, most of us are really focused on those discoveries that can be applied to patients ultimately.
Absolutely. And translational research is another area really important that sometimes gets ignored. That if we don't take what we learned, in the from basic biology, we've got to figure out how now do we take that and put it in a patient. And that's really what translational research is all about. So you received a translational research grant from PanCAN. Tell us a little bit about that project and what you're doing.
It's really exciting to share. This is a project that was initially based on a discovery at a research institute in San Diego, where I'm from, the Sanford Burnham, where a small protein fragment called a peptide was discovered that could bind preferentially to the blood vessels within tumors. And its activity was to basically open up a hole in the tumor to allow drugs to more efficiently get in. And we know from the work of many people that the pancreas cancer environment is very hostile to drug delivery because it's very dense, very high pressure. And so we think that at least one explanation, certainly not the only, but one explanation why some therapies aren't as effective as we would like is we simply don't get the agents to the tumor. And so this peptide really showed the potential to enhance the delivery of chemotherapy drugs. And so we, myself, and Kazuki Sugahara, who is also a surgeon scientist now at Columbia, but when he was at Sanford Burnham, we got a grant from PanCAN to study this peptide called IRGD in mouse models of pancreas cancer, and we demonstrated that the peptide really enhanced the responses to chemotherapy in these mouse models. That peptide was subsequently taken into the clinic, and an early phase study in patients was done in Australia. And the disease control rate, meaning the number of patients, the percentage of patients whose cancer did not grow or shrank when IRGD was added to standard chemotherapy, was about 85%, which is really unheard of. And on the basis of that and other data that we published recently on the mechanism, the IRGD peptide is now going to be studied in a phase 2/3 clinical trial funded by the National Cancer Institute and run by SWOG, which is one of the NCI cooperative groups that runs trials across the country. It's going to be led by one of our investigators from UCSD. And so this PanCAN translational grant has led to a national study where patients from across the country will be able to enroll, and if it meets its endpoint, it would go to the phase 3 portion, which would allow essentially a comparison to the standard of care and hopefully ultimately registration. So couldn't be more excited and more grateful to PanCAN's research, for PanCAN's research funding, which really made this possible.
Yeah, it's a beautiful story, exactly
Yes.
how it's supposed to happen.
Yeah.
And really shows too how we're able to leverage our donors' dollars, with what was a smaller grant for a translational research grant turned now into a big study at the NCI.
Absolutely. This will be multi-million dollars of investment by the National Cancer Institute to study this.
Yeah, no, that's amazing. And so you mentioned Sanford Burnham, which is another institute in Southern California, close to UCSD. And I think one of the questions we get a lot from donors is collaboration. Are the researchers collaborating? And I think the researchers absolutely collaborate in the pancreatic cancer space. But can you talk a little bit about that with this particular project?
Sure. I think all of us, and I'm sure Dr. Matra, Dr. Rodriguez would agree that there is something unique about the pancreas cancer field in terms of how collaborative it is. And I think, part of it stems from the fact that we have such a difficult enemy to tackle, and we all recognize that none of us can do it on our own. And so, really from its inception, from the time when PanCAN began the mission to grow the field, there's always been this collaborative spirit, willingness to share ideas, willingness to share reagents, with one another. And get-togethers like the Scientific Summit only, further promote that, feeling that, anyone's success is all of our success towards the mission that we all have, which is to conquer this disease.
Yep, no, I think that's really true, and a great example of why our Community for Progress is so important to PanCAN's strategy. So Dr. Pachter, Lynn talked about the Therapeutic Accelerator Award that Veristem got our inaugural award, so we're so thrilled. Congratulations to Veristem. Can you talk a little bit about what does this award from PanCAN mean to a company like Veristem?
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to say on behalf of Veristem, we're so thankful to PanCAN and to the donors, and we're also energized by this. So I think one of the realities in the biopharma industry, I think, is that in an ideal world, we would be able to test our drugs against all different cancers at the same time and see where we can benefit patients. But unfortunately, we have limited resources, and therefore we need to make choices. And I think, unfortunately, pancreatic cancer is a tough disease, and therefore it has a lower probability of success. And often the biopharma industry could be hesitant to go there. I think our main focus at Veristem right now is treating patients with ovarian and lung cancers because of clinical signals we've seen. But we've had a longstanding interest in pancreatic cancer through some of the preclinical and clinical collaborations we've had and the data that have resulted. I think the request for applications for the Therapeutic Accelerator Award came at a perfect time, because we've seen in our clinical trials that our agents can be especially effective. Our agents are VS6766 and defactinib, which I can tell you more about, but that they're really effective when patients have KRAS mutant tumors. And pancreatic cancer we thought of immediately, because probably more than 90% of patients have a KRAS mutation driving their tumors. So that would be a perfect opportunity. And this award has really enabled us to accelerate this. We're totally energized within the company, and we're starting a trial very soon in the field of pancreatic cancer to test these agents.
Yeah, I know. I mean, again, that's sort of what everything we hoped for when we put this RFA out, that we were going to encourage a company that was not prioritizing pancreatic cancer to prioritize this disease.
It's a perfect fit, yes.
I'm just so thrilled that that's indeed what it did.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about the grant. What is it funding?
Yeah, I think that, pancreatic cancer is treated primarily with chemotherapy, and I think we're really in an era where targeted therapies that look specifically at what's driving the cancer, what are the needs for that specific cancer, are important. So I think when we look at pancreatic cancer, standard of care chemotherapy will be a component of our trial, but we're adding 2 other targeted agents as well. So first of all, as I mentioned, because pancreatic cancer is driven by mutant KRAS, we have a drug called VS6766, which is a dual inhibitor of RAF and MEK, which are just downstream of KRAS. So what the drug does is it blocks the signals that come from KRAS that drive the tumor growth. And then the second drug, I think Dr. Lowy already mentioned, the problem of stromal density. That's a limitation in pancreatic cancer. So we know that stromal density can prevent drugs from getting into the tumor, and we've seen both preclinically and clinically that our FAK inhibitor, defactinib, can reduce that stromal density, and we think it can increase the effectiveness of other drugs. So what our trial will do, that's funded by PanCAN, is it'll be in frontline pancreatic cancer, and we'll be combining VS6766, the RAF/MEK inhibitor, with our focal adhesion kinase inhibitor with standard of care chemotherapy. And we're hoping that within a couple of months we'll be starting that, and we're really excited to see how that goes.
Yeah, that's terrific, really exciting. And of course, the idea is that if this early stage trial that we're funding with this grant is successful, that it will go on potentially to be in PanCAN's Precision Promise, which is a late stage phase testing. So can you talk about the value of what Precision Promise brings to a company like Veristem?
Yeah, I think that, first of all, I'd like to say that through our interaction with PanCAN collaboration, we're already going to be working with a number of the Precision Promise sites and investigators in the current trial that's being funded by PanCAN. So it really sets us up to be able to work with PanCAN's Precision Promise in a great way. I think my understanding is that PanCAN's Precision Promise enables trials to be maybe less expensive and more efficient, and also potentially won't require as many patients to get to the answer we're trying to get to. So I feel that if this is as successful, the current trial, as we hope it is, then it should dovetail really well into Precision Promise as we try to get into the later stage trials.
And that's exactly right. PanCAN's Precision Promise is an adaptive clinical trial platform that allows for fewer patients to enroll to determine if something is working or not working, which also makes it less expensive, de-risks some of that risk that a company takes on when they're investing in a disease like pancreatic cancer. So really terrific, and congratulations again.
And again, I'd like to express our appreciation to PanCAN and the donors. It's a wonderful collaboration.
Yes, and it seems like we have new ambassadors for PanCAN and pancreatic cancer, and so that's
purple shirt.
I know. I think that's a terrific added benefit as well. So yes, welcome to the community.
Thank you.
So Dr. Lowy, you are a PI for PanCAN's Precision Promise, an investigator of PanCAN's Precision Promise. So, kind of building off of what Dr. Pachter said, why is it important for us to bring new treatments in to Precision Promise that are exciting and innovative so that we can enroll patients in this study?
Well, obviously, pancreas cancer, our success rates are nowhere near where we want them to be. And so that requires new ideas, new directions. And there's an imperative to go faster. The old-fashioned way of designing a trial, getting it open, going through, looking at the results at the end, seeing, unfortunately, in this field, most of the time, the results aren't what we want, then going on to the next one. It's too slow. It takes too much patient resources. It's too expensive. And so Precision Promise, the thoughts behind the design are really to try to reduce all of those barriers and allow us to test multiple new drugs at the same time, to allow us to do a trial where we get a signal early that something is or is not working, and so we can focus on the promising signal and not expose patients to the harm of drugs that are not helping them. At the same time, we don't ever have to stop and write a new trial. We're going on forever until we've cured this disease. And so drugs will come in, they will come out, they will graduate to the next phase, or they will be discarded as not effective. And it's cost efficient, it's patient efficient, and so it will hopefully get us where we want to go much faster.
Yeah, and so we have 20 sites now across the country that are enrolling patients in Precision Promise. We're adding another 10 sites over the next 6 months or so. And monthly, all of the investigators from all of the sites also get together, part of our clinical trial consortium, to talk about how things are going in Precision Promise and also talk about new ideas. Can you talk about why that part is also an important part of Precision Promise and bringing the
it's certainly those group discussions, first of all, help keep up the momentum and help keep everybody engaged, and to understand, when you're enrolling patients at your own site, you can sometimes lose touch with what's the bigger picture. And so having that monthly call engages us about how are we all doing with accrual, problems we may be having at our own site about getting patients on study. Other folks may be having those same issues, or somebody may have solved them or figure out a way, through that we can all learn from. And so that's really, really important. And then, what's also very exciting is we have this little talk by one of the sites called the Big Kahuna, named by Vince Picozzi, who is really the clinical, medical director of Precision Promise. And it's really about what's the next big idea, because one of the really great things about Precision Promise, and I know a reason why companies like Veristem, are interested in participating is, these are really outstanding institutions and outstanding investigators. A lot of the thought leaders in the field who are participating, in PanCAN Precision Promise, and so we get to hear ideas from one another, and again, learn from one another, help one another. And so it really helps keep up the excitement about what might be the next thing that we might be studying, and you kind of hear it from the ground up. So that's really fun and obviously keeps us all energized.
Yeah, no, it's a really amazing group that has lots of passion about making advances. So, Dr. Rodriguez, let's shift gears a little bit. We've been talking about research for new treatment for patients, but we all know that just as important is that we need to detect pancreatic cancer much earlier. So you've received a PanCAN Catalyst Award. Congratulations.
Thank you.
For your work to improve access to genetic testing, as well as awareness about prevention strategies among at-risk Black and Latinx families. So tell us more. This is really interesting and important work. Tell us more about this and why you're excited about this work.
So first off, I just wanted to thank PanCAN and their generous funders for supporting this type of work. It's really important because in terms of access to cancer prevention and care, there are disparities when we're talking about it, particularly affecting Black and Latinx communities. So what the PanCAN Catalyst Award does, which I was honored and really humbled to receive, is fund the Regenerate study. So Regenerate stands for Racial and Ethnic Equity in Genetic Education, Risk Assessment, and Testing. And what it looks at is perceptions of Black and Latinx individuals who are at risk for pancreatic cancer and what may make it harder or easier to get genetic testing or a risk assessment for them. Specifically, not only on the patient level, but what can we as providers do better? What do we need to know in order to advocate for system level changes? And really what this will allow us to do is then design and employ different strategies that we can use to address these issues and then hopefully down the road scale them.
Yeah, no, it's such important work, and we hope to also learn from it, even how we can apply some of that to our patient services program as well. So talk about some of the promising pancreatic cancer research that is happening in the healthcare disparities in cancer genetics.
Absolutely. So in terms of a little bit of background, Black patients who are diagnosed with pancreatic cancer are often diagnosed at later stages when the disease is less amenable to care and treatment. And when we're talking about Black and Latinx patients with pancreatic cancer, they have lower survival times and in general are actually less likely to be referred for a genetic evaluation. So there's a lot of great work going on out there. Dr. Savatian out of USC is actually doing numerous studies that she's been leading using the multi-ethnic cohort, looking at pancreatic cancer incidence, risk factors, and outcomes. And something that's really unique to this cohort is really how diverse it is. So it has individuals who self-identify as white, Black, Latinx, Japanese American, as well as Native Hawaiian. And so another project that's actually out of Moffitt in Florida is run by Dr. Permuth, and she actually created the Florida Pancreas Collaborative, in which they're recruiting individuals from underrepresented backgrounds who have pancreatic cancer, as well as obtaining various biospecimens in order to move the field forward for precision medicine efforts. So giving the right care to the right patient, particularly when we're talking about these historically marginalized communities. So there's a lot of exciting work that's going on out there, and I'm just excited that PanCAN is allowing me to be able to be a part of it.
Well, it's really important. It also shows why PanCAN has really taken on, we need to do targeted outreach to different communities, and one size doesn't fit all. And so we really appreciate that you're going to help teach us more about that through the work that you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you.
So Dr. Mitra, you're a pathologist. Explain to everybody, what does that mean? And talk about the areas of research you're most excited about right now.
Sure, absolutely. So when a patient undergoes surgery or a biopsy, the tissue that's obtained, that comes to me as a pathologist. I look at it under the microscope and I say, is it a cancer or not? And if it's a cancer, what type it is? And this is really important because even though we have been talking about pancreas cancer as one entity, it's actually not really one single disease. There are a lot of different types of cancer that arise in the pancreas, even though they're all lumped together as pancreas cancer. And it's very important that a highly qualified pathologist looks at the tissue, whether it's a biopsy or a surgery, and confirms what type of cancer it is, because that can determine what treatment you get. And so I will always say, well, I understand that somebody has pancreas cancer, but what type of pancreas cancer do they have? That is going to be absolutely critical to understand.
Yeah, absolutely. 20 years ago, we thought it was a homogeneous disease. Everyone was treated exactly the same. And we've learned so much over the last 20 years, but it actually makes it much more complicated too, to make sure that we understand that information and then we treat patients accordingly.
Now, you also asked me what excites me. So as a pathologist, we don't just look at tissues under the microscope. We also analyze them using molecular approaches. And so I want to talk a little bit about that, because for a very long time, and Dr. Lowy and Dr. Rodriguez are very aware of this, there was a lot of nihilism about testing pancreatic cancer for molecular abnormalities, because the understanding was, well, nothing's going to show up anyway. And so PanCAN actually did one of the first studies called Know Your Tumor that looked at pancreatic cancers from the community, from many, many centers around the country, and found that a not insignificant minority of cases, about a quarter, which is not a small number, have abnormalities for which you can actually use targeted therapy. So that was the first evidence to show that it is actually worthwhile to test, to profile pancreatic cancers at the molecular level. And now, this is very important, and I want folks who are listening in to take note of this. Now the guidelines, the national guidelines have changed and have said that every single advanced pancreatic cancer should undergo molecular testing, because you might find druggable abnormalities in them for which now you have agents that can work. And this is going to become even more important now that we have agents that target, as Dr. Pachter mentioned, KRAS, because KRAS is found in 90% of pancreas cancers. And so it's almost going to become a universal approach that every single pancreas cancer needs to be molecularly profiled.
Yes.
So don't buy when somebody says you don't need to profile a pancreas cancer. You absolutely have to do that.
Absolutely. And PanCAN's patient services reinforces that message, recommend that all patients get genetic testing and biomarker testing of their tumor.
Exactly.
But it is exciting, I think, that we didn't know that 5 years ago. And today we absolutely know it. We are learning, we are making advances. So Dr. Mitra, Dr. Rodriguez shared the work she is doing related to genetic testing and early cancer interception strategies. As a pathologist, what is your perspective on this work? And can you talk more about some of the high risk groups for pancreatic cancer?
Absolutely. And so one of the things that has happened over the last 2 decades, in part because of research sponsored funded by PanCAN, is we have really come to understand who the high risk groups are who are more predisposed to pancreatic cancer in their lifetimes. And obviously, one of the big groups in that, the biggest chunk in that probably would be individuals who have a mutation in their germline, which is something that they inherited in their families. So these are families that have multiple family members who have pancreatic cancer. And we've really come to understand over the last decade or so what some of these abnormalities in the DNA are that are increasing an individual's lifetime risk for pancreatic cancer. So for example, one of the genes or a family of genes that is involved in increasing a lifetime risk of pancreas cancer are these breast and ovarian cancer genes. And they're called BRCA because they were first found in breast and ovarian cancer. But now we know that they also increase the lifetime risk of pancreas cancer. So if there is a family that has BRCA mutations running in them, it's important not only to test unaffected family members for breast and ovarian cancers, but also remember to make sure that they're undergoing some surveillance for pancreatic cancer. And it's interesting because I'm always surprised how often this is not known even by primary care physicians, that BRCA mutations do increase the risk of pancreatic cancer. And there are other such mutations. And the other thing that has happened thanks to advances in DNA testing is the cost of identifying or testing for these germline mutations that run in families has come down dramatically. When I first started 20 years ago, to sequence one gene would cost thousands of dollars. Now you can test 30 of 40 of these genes together for a fairly modest cost of $250. And so actually Dr. Rodriguez is one of the pioneers of a study that's really testing unaffected family members for these germline mutations, because if you can identify them at a stage when they don't yet have cancer, then you can do surveillance on them and prevent that cancer from happening or diagnose it at an early stage. So that's one big group. The other group is individuals who have these lesions in the pancreas called cystic lesions. And Dr. Lowe is actually one of the national leaders on that. He can probably speak to this as well. But these are individuals who have these fluid-filled sacs in the pancreas called cysts. And there's a lot of us who are wandering around, we're walking around with cysts in our pancreas, and we don't know it because they're not causing any symptoms. But as more and more people are undergoing scans, like CT scans or MRIs for completely unrelated causes like a gallbladder stone or a kidney stone, we're finding these cystic lesions. And thanks to, again, work that PanCAN has funded and Dr. Lowy and others have done, we now know that the vast majority of these cystic lesions actually don't have a risk of progression to pancreas cancer. You can leave them alone. But there is a minor subset that does. And really what we're trying to understand is how can we best identify those that are the bad actors in this big group and really get those out early. So that's the second high-risk group. And then there's a third high-risk group that we have just started literally scratching the surface, and that's adults who have new onset diabetes for the first time. And I'm really most excited about this high-risk group because, to the best of my knowledge, this is the first example of a high-risk group where we can really impact the largest number of patients with pancreatic cancer.
Yeah, no, it's really exciting. But there is people have a lot of questions around these topics. People are concerned
Absolutely.
if they've lost someone to pancreatic cancer in their family. Are they a part, or is anyone in their family a part of these high-risk groups? So people should certainly call PanCAN's patient services if they have questions and to learn and understand it better. But you started to allude to new onset diabetics and that being a risk or a symptom potentially for pancreatic cancer. So you are a principal investigator in PanCAN's early detection.
How's it going, everybody? We're back. Or I'm back. One of the two. I don't know. Welcome, everybody, back to the live and amplified livecast marathon fundraiser for the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. I just wanted to jump in really quick before we bring in our next guest. We have Katie Power coming up here in just a hot minute there. Just wanted to take a second to reiterate how important donating the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network is. It's an organization very near and dear to my heart. They really help my mother or my family deal with kind of my mother going through pancreatic cancer and making sure she was getting the correct treatment, getting, everything that she needed to be as healthy and comfortable as she could as she kind of went through her battle with pancreatic cancer. And then after her untimely death, they really stepped in and were able to make sure that our family was good. And, we weren't going to do anything crazy. So I really appreciate the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network for being so supportive during such a very dark time in our family's life. And so it's with that is why we do every November 17th on World Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Day. We have decided to continue to do a fundraising effort to help families in the future with pancreatic cancer research and awareness, and try and really promote early detection and stuff of that nature. So it's a very important, near and dear cause to my heart. And many people have been asking me, well, Tom, why are you doing the podcast? It's actually a very simple answer. It was something that my mother enjoyed listening to during her final months and weeks as I would just kind of after I moved down to Florida for a spell, she was at the house, and I would move down to Florida to help out the family, and I would do the podcast in the other room. And as she was drifting off to sleep, she would listen to the podcast, and if she was still awake when I got done or in the morning, however, she would ask me specific questions about what we talked about and who the musician was. So it was just kind of something that we bonded over the last few weeks and months of her life, and it was really interesting. And so that's kind of why I've chose to every year do a podcast marathon in her honor. So that being said, if you're interested in donating, there's a QR code right here you can scan, and it'll take you direct to the donation link, or below in the About Us section, there's a donate button. You can donate there as well. Either way, it'd be much appreciated. So thank you for letting me sit on my soapbox for a minute. Let me bring in our next guest. We got Katie Power. Hey,
Hi.
how's it going?
It's going good, thank you. How have you been?
I've been doing good. It's been a long day.
Yeah, I can imagine.
So, it's just been let's see, we're going on almost 17 hours. Holy cow.
Wow, yeah, that's a long time.
So,
yeah.
excited to sit down and chat with you a little bit about your music and everything you got going on. You seem like you're really busy, and so for the everybody that's kind of getting to meet you for the first time, because we got a lot of new faces on the podcast, kind of take a second to introduce yourself and tell everybody who you are and what you're about.
Sure, yeah. So I'm Katie Power, and I like to describe my music as like rock singer-songwriter. I feel like I like 90s rock, some with like the way of like the kind of honest, straight to it lyrics in the music. So a lot of my songs focus on mental health, self-reflection, a lot of that stuff, and that's what I like to connect through in my music. And yeah, I am currently a senior in college, so I am very busy, like you said, but I'm also doing music too.
Yeah. But at least you're pretty close to being on break, right?
Yeah, well, I actually graduate, so
okay, gotcha.
I'll be done in December.
Nice. That's awesome. That's really cool. So as far as like the music goes, who is the person that kind of introduced you to music or gave you the idea of that you could play music as a profession?
I would say that it comes from a lot of different places, but definitely my family. Like my mom would always like sing around the house and stuff, so our house was very musical. And my dad had guitars and he loved to play, and like one time he sat me down and was like trying to teach me when I was like 9, and the guitar was like huge. I was like, I don't think I'm able to play this. And I think it was like through like Taylor Swift and like Disney, like High School Musical, Hannah Montana, like through the mix of all of that kind of stuff, I was like, I love all of this. And Taylor Swift more specifically was the first time I understood what like a singer-songwriter was and how like cool that was.
Yeah, for sure. And when did you is that kind of when you started writing your own music as well, or was it a little bit later on?
Yeah, I would say it was probably around like 11 or 12. Like when I was in middle school, I finally decided I wanted to know guitar. So I would just play songs in my room, though. The first time I showed people songs were like in high school, was when I felt like I wanted to actually share them. So, yeah.
So high school is kind of where you really started breaking out as a musician and started getting out there with like showing people your music, playing in front of crowds and stuff of that nature.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Was there a specific reason why during that time you felt comfortable doing that, or was it just
I think it was like it was because like the event at my high school, they had like a coffee house night where you could share like original works, poetry, music and stuff. and it was a like all are welcome sort of thing. And at that point, I'd been used to like musical theater and everything, and choir and all these like auditions and cuts and stuff. So this was the first time I could be like, okay, I'm gonna write a song for this event and then play at it. So it was like the first time I felt like I actually got like a real opportunity that I felt comfortable doing that wasn't so judgmental.
Yeah, completely understood. And so then that was through high school, and then you go to college. Where are you studying in college right now?
I'm at Belmont in Nashville,
Okay.
Belmont University.
Yeah. And are you born and raised in Nashville, or where are you from originally?
I'm originally from South Jersey.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and I did spend some time in Florida too. I know you mentioned that. Mhm.
The South Jersey accent is what I'm picking up then. I picked up the accent right away. I was like, I'm not 100% sure, but that's Upper East Coast somewhere, but I will figure it out here eventually.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I definitely get that a lot.
So in college, what are you studying in school? I don't know. Did you mention that earlier?
I don't think so. I'm studying songwriting and like creative writing.
Gotcha. Actually, that plays really well together. Like songwriting and creative writing, that almost should be its own major, like creative songwriting or something. I don't know, but like that just seems to work really well together. Even though they're both kind of writing intensive courses, they're very different but very similar in the same ways.
Yeah, that was because I originally was minoring in music business, and I was like talking to my advisor, and she was like, "Well, do you want to do business or do you want to do writing?" And I was like, "I think I want to do writing." And she's like, "Then you should just like double down on that." And I found a lot of like what you're saying, they go together so well that I found a lot of love in writing things. Like I don't always have to write songs. Now there's like other outlets, like even like music reviews are things that I like to do too.
Yeah, for sure. So even though you're super busy with school, in college, and all that stuff, you mentioned you're still releasing music. You're still doing the full time music thing. You released a single earlier this year, right? Like last month, right? Yeah.
Yes.
It's called More. What's what's kind of the idea behind this song, or what was the thought when you were writing it?
I wrote this song when I was in like a place of like frustration because I was just like I knew someone who would every time that I would talk to them, it was always like I was never doing enough, and they would always like nitpick every single thing I did. And it got to a point where the tag kind of the song is they wanted more, and I was like, I never even wanted to give you anything, and like now you're asking for like so much, and I'm not being treated the same way.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like what I said, like that kind of I like to write a lot of anthem kind of stuff, so it's kind of just like standing up for yourself in that kind of way.
Yeah. And so you've released 3 singles this year. Is it all kind of leading to an album or an EP, or are you kind of staying singles right now?
I think I'm staying singles. Well, technically they all are. I recorded them all together. So originally they were going to be an EP, but there's always that debate on whether or not to release them all together. So I have one more from this like project that I'm going to put out, and they're technically like just all that's like the 4 they're supposed to be together.
So was this like I take it this was like a school project then that you did?
No, this was actually like something I did on my own during like the summer. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. And so More is the most recent single. Which one was the first single? Was it It's Just Me?
Yes.
Why did you choose that song as the like first single to put out as Katie Power?
I think partially because of the title. I liked the idea of introducing myself as like saying it's just me, and also the song kind of talks about like being okay with like who you are and what and like how, because at that point I wasn't sure what my genre was. I'm like, because I like Taylor Swift, so I'm like, am I pop country? I don't really think I'm a country singer. So it was like kind of in that moment, like trying to just be okay with like, okay, whatever happens, this is who I am and who, that kind of thing. So
Yeah.
I just thought it was a fun way to introduce myself.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's really cool. And then, so you got this fourth song coming out. Have you announced a release date for it yet, or?
No, I haven't, just because of like, yeah, figuring all that stuff out. Because I know I have to like I'm my own social media person too, so I have to decide what promo I will do for it.
That's a very common thing across the board. Everybody's their own social media
Yeah.
person right now.
Exactly. Yes.
It's,
That's why I like the schedule features and stuff. Work ahead.
See, I tried to do that and I got ahead. Like I paid for a subscription to like Hootsuite or whatever
Oh,
one of
yeah.
those things were. And I was like, okay, cool. If I could sit down on Sunday, plan out all my posts for the week, and we're good. Except I found myself making all my posts on Sunday. And so it was just like this big long day of like
Yeah.
draining like creativity where it's like, oh, I gotta make this post. I gotta make something for Monday. I gotta make something for Tuesday. And then it got to a point where it's like, okay, I'm burnt out. This is more work than just doing it when I feel like it. So
Exactly. Yeah, I have that problem too, especially because, or you do it and it finally catches up and you're like, I don't have anything else to post, so I guess I'll just leave it there.
because I think I went into it with that theory of, okay, well, I'll build it out this first week, and then the plan is every day I'll continue to build out for that same day the next week, and then I never do it because it's like, oh, I've got tomorrow, I've got a whole week, I've got a whole week, and then the whole week ends, and it's like, oh, dang it, I guess I got more work to do. So
Yeah.
it's always an interesting dilemma. I completely get it. So once the fourth song kind of releases, are you already looking at the next project, or where are you kind of at, like creatively speaking? Are you writing, that stuff?
Yeah, I think I'm like definitely still in like the writing stage because I like to do rounds a lot in Nashville, so I'm trying to like write so I can play new songs in rounds and decide like what people like and what I like to play, and so I'm kind of still in that stage of writing.
That's fair. And you think 2020, like you think you'll go back into the studio in 2023, or?
Yeah, I'd like to. I think it just comes down to like funding it and figuring out like how I'm gonna fund it and that kind of thing. But then I would like to.
That's fair. That's very fair. It's just one of those things. Money's always the issue. It's just kind of like wish we didn't have to worry about it, but you always do. Somebody's got to get paid. So
Exactly. Yeah, and I'm like, one day it'll be me, but until then, I'm just paying everybody.
yeah, I've fallen into that trap several times where it's like, nope, I don't. I'm gonna make sure everybody else is taken care of, and then I come back in and it's like, oh wait, where's my money? I don't have nothing. So
Exactly.
Not only do I have nothing, I have less than nothing because I gave away what I already had. So I know the pain all too well. Oh, so are you? Obviously, you're getting ready to graduate here in December, but are you playing like out? Like, how often are you playing live shows right now?
I do rounds pretty consistently right now. Like, I try to do between like I think 2 and 4 like a month. Sometimes more, sometimes less, depending on availability of stuff. But I'm hoping 2023 is when I start doing more like band shows because I've been like, I don't know, I guess it's obviously easier to play by yourself. So
Yeah.
I got to figure out orchestrating that. But yeah.
Especially when you're doing like just locally, or even if you get to the point where you want to start like touring out and doing shows outside of Nashville. Doing it by yourself is a lot easier, but a lot of places aren't going to take you seriously until you have at least like I don't want to say at least a full band, but a somewhat full band to kind of bring
Yeah.
around with you. But then that's when it starts getting expensive because everybody needs to get paid. So
Yeah, exactly.
it's unfortunate. No, that's cool. And so, kind of taking a step back off like current music, uh, when you started writing, like when you were really starting to explore who you wanted to be as a creative musician, like just exploring what kind of sound you wanted to have, who were some of the people you were listening to?
Ooh, that's a good question. Obviously, like I said, Taylor Swift was a big one for a while, like a main one. Because then I said around that was like a lot of Disney. But I guess like when I was actually starting to like find my sound, I think like Paramore was one. Like their album, like the Haley Williams in general, but After Laughter, one of their albums was like one of my favorites that they've done. So also Phoebe Bridgers, her songwriting, I really like her. And even it's a Canadian band, Mariana's Trench. They're really cool, and they're like a rock kind of band. So I was taking a lot of influence from those artists to like start to be like, oh, I think this is where I might fit in. Like a lot of songwriters. Yeah,
that's fair. I completely get that. And then, so you've got Graduation, you've got the next single coming out, and then hopefully more, or not hopefully, or you got more, obviously the continuous rotation of writers rounds. What's kind of the plan for 2023? Do you see going outside of Nashville at all, or are you kind of just comfortable doing the writers rounds right now?
I guess right now I'm comfortable doing the writers rounds right now because I think it's one of those things where if an opportunity came up and I was prepared for it, I'd want to take it, but I don't think I'll seek it quite yet because I want to have like we just said, like a budget and stuff and not like be taken for a ride or anything.
Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair.
Yeah.
So, kind of looking outside of music as just as a whole, what do you do when you need to escape, or like obviously finals week is coming up here. I would assume relatively soon. What do you do to kind of decompress from everything?
Well, it's funny because I picked up like a new hobby. I like when I got home from like I did study abroad over the summer, but when I got home, like I loved the idea of like crochet and like knitting and stuff. So I've been like learning how to crochet, and I feel like that's been really fun because it's like coloring never really worked for me because I was still focused on like the lines and what color everything should be. But crochet is fun because I mean sometimes it's tedious because it's long, but it's fun because it's just like you can just pick it up and put it down. So that's something I've been doing. My dad makes fun of me because he's like, "How old are you?" Doing crochet.
My sister just started learning how to knit, so and all that kind of stuff because she just had a kid, so she's working from or she's she's not working right now, so she's kind of dealing with that. So she's always been a DIY type of crafty person. And she sent me a photo of like the first thing she knitted, and I was like, "Oh, that's cool." And in my head, I had the same question. I was like, "How old are you again?" Like,
exactly.
For real? Like, really? So.
What? Yeah, but it is really cool. So I like doing it.
Yeah, I 100% get it. And then so, how's obviously we mentioned that you are from South Jersey, but you're in Nashville now. How's Nashville been treating you? You've been there what 4 years?
Yeah.
Okay. How's Nashville been treating you?
It's been treating me really good. I've definitely gotten used to it. It's nice. For the first year or so, I didn't have a car because they were like, "You don't need a car," but You definitely do. So I've gotten to know Nashville a lot better the past couple of years because I've been able to actually like drive around and go to things. So yeah, it's weird because I'm like, so it's a weird because it's somewhere I've always wanted to be, and now I'm like so familiar with it. So it's really cool. But
Yeah.
the weather, because like I have family in Florida, and I lived there like 6 years before I came to Nashville. So my blood like thinned out or whatever they say. Like it's already like it's 39 degrees right now. I'm like, I already have like my big winter coat on.
Yeah.
Like freezing.
Florida will do that to you. I lived in Florida for 2 years, and it thinned me out like real quick. Yeah.
I know. Now I'm a baby. I'm like, no, it's already. Yeah, because like in Florida, the low is like 50 something, and the high here is 40 something.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah. It's definitely a different environment this time of year. So
yes, but
I see why people want to live there this time of year. Not any other time of the year, but this time of year.
Yeah, exactly.
So, we are going to change it up a little bit. I got a fun little game that we play with everybody that comes on here. It is called Rapid Fire Randomness. I have a random question generator sitting right here, and I'm going to just ask you about 6 to 10 random questions, and we will just kind of see where we're at the end of it.
Okay,
So if you're ready, let's play some Rapid Fire Randomness.
I'm ready.
All right. What movie quote do you repeat way too often?
Oh, I know it's Rapid Fire. I don't quote a lot of movies. I feel like, I don't have a movie.
Okay. That's fair. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
And the rapid fire isn't really. It's more random than rapid.
Okay, I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because some of these questions get really deep and thought provoking. So yeah, it's just sometimes it's not fair. All right.
Yeah.
So, what is the most bizarre thing you've witnessed while traveling?
Ooh, that's a good bizarre. That's a good question. I know I've had. Maybe I'll just say this. I don't know how bizarre it is, but I mean, when I was like 17, I was traveling from like Boston to Florida, and I had a layover in North Carolina. And it was one of those things where there was a bunch of delays, and I missed my layover, so I had to like spend the night in the airport. So it was like something. I was flying alone, and it was the first time I ever did that. It was like so weird because I was like, they had to bring you into like a quarantine room, and like you had to sleep with the lights on the couch. It was so weird, and so now I'm hesitant to take layovers because I'm like, I don't want to be stuck at the airport.
I completely understand. I get it. Next question: how many pizza toppings is too many toppings?
I might say like 3. I kind of just like, I usually only have cheese but I'm fine with like pepperoni or like sausage or something.
Yeah, I got you. I would say anything more than 5, you're probably overdoing it a bit. So
yeah, the supreme ones are a lot.
Yeah, for me, 5 is good because I can get my meat lovers pizza and it's perfect. But anything more than that, it's just kind of like, yeah, I'm good. So
Yeah.
Do you prefer spring or fall?
I think spring, because we were just talking about, I like the warmer weather, so spring.
Sure. All right. What do you prefer to do when you feel sad? Be alone or talk to people?
I probably would say talk to people because it's easier. Because if not, I'll just like, depending on what I'm sad about, I'll just get more sad. So I probably would like to talk it out.
What's something that you hope is gone in the next 10 years?
Ooh, that's a good question. That's a couple. I mean, I think I'm trying to think there's so many things I could say. There's two. I would obviously say like I hope the climate is better. I know that's something that has a timer. And I think credit scores and like credit cards are weird. So like if there's a better way to do that, that would be nice. Those are like the first things I thought of.
Gotcha. Fair enough. If you could, what year would you travel back in time to?
Ooh. Maybe. Let me see. That's. Maybe like. I was maybe like sometime in the 90s because maybe that would be cool to see what. Because I was born in 1999, so I'm like maybe if I saw more of it, that'd be cool.
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't think of a specific event though, because if not, I would have just said like a Taylor Swift concert, like like one of her old tours.
Gotcha. That's fair. And then the final question: if you were a chess piece, what piece would you be?
I feel like that's a good question for someone who knows how to play chess. I don't really. I've never really played chess, but maybe just like, I'll just say the queen.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, but yeah, that's rapid fire randomness.
That's fun.
Yeah. A lot more random than rapid, but you know that's just kind of how it is.
Yeah, rapid's hard.
Yeah. But yeah, so for anybody out there listening that wants to kind of check out your music or any of your upcoming stuff, where's the best place for them to do that?
I have a website, katiepowermusic.com, that I like to be like my page to get everything, but also Katie M as in music and power with no S. So Katie M Power on Instagram. And it's also on the Live and Amplified story right now if you're listening. So Instagram's my main place, but if you go to either of those, it'll take you to like YouTube and TikTok and Facebook if people prefer those.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, once again, thank you so much for hanging out with us. It's been a blast chatting with you. It's been a long day. We've still got 8, 9 hour or no. Hang on. I got this.
Other than that.
Actually 7 hours. Yes. It's less than 7 hours. I'm getting there. My math is slowly draining away from my head.
Yeah, I'm surprised you could do it. I feel like I wouldn't even bother.
Yeah.
So that's good. At least you're still checking that. Well, I'm glad that I could be a part of it because it is a great cause and it's a great way to honor your mom and, you know, anyone that is, you know, has the families and the people with pancreatic cancer. So I'm happy to be a part of the conversation and yeah.
I'm glad you jumped on and we'd love to have you back next year. We'll kind of figure out what next year's going to look like. And once again, thank you so much for hanging out with us. It's been an absolute blast. Thank you everybody for tuning in. We're going to do a little switcheroo here. And so Katie Power, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day and rest of your week. Good luck with the finals week. I know that's something coming up here very soon. So good luck with that. And enjoy the rest of your night.
Thank you. Good luck.
Hey, have a good one. Bye. All right. Once again, thank you everybody for tuning in. If you're interested in donating to the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, there is the QR code. There's also a link down below in the About Us section. The button says donate. So we're going to take another little bit of a prolonged break, but it's been a long day. I deserve it. And then we've got the final 6 or so hours, and we'll just kind of push it through.
That find a
strategy, your monthly gift, and intensity. Our scientific summit is one of my favorite events to attend, and I think you will soon understand why. We're thrilled to be here today at the Veristem Oncology offices in Boston. We're so grateful to Veristem for hosting us in their space. There is so much to be excited about in the pancreatic cancer research community right now. Foremost on my mind is that this year, thanks to you, PanCAN has invested a record-breaking $25 million in pancreatic cancer research. That's $25 million to advance breakthrough scientific studies and our clinical initiatives that get us closer to our vision of creating a world where every pancreatic cancer patient thrives. In total, you've invested $174 million in pancreatic cancer research since we began our PanCAN research program almost 20 years ago. Your donations, the funds you raise by inspiring your friends and family to give to PanCAN Purple Stride, the events you host, your monthly gifts, matching gifts, gifts through your wills, every dollar you give makes a huge difference in fueling progress. Thank you. Today you'll hear about the latest advances in precision medicine, immunotherapy, drug development, early detection, and screening for high-risk individuals. We'll share the latest updates on the PanCAN Precision Promise clinical trial platform and the PanCAN Early Detection Initiative, and how they are revolutionizing pancreatic cancer treatment and detection. There is a lot to get to. Before we move on, I want to thank our webinar sponsors, AstraZeneca and Ipsen, as well as our scientific and medical affairs industry members, AstraZeneca, Cornerstone Pharmaceuticals, FibroGen, Immunovia Inc., Ipsen, LabCorp Oncology, Mirati Therapeutics, Novartis, Novacure, and ViewRay. I also want to be sure you know about the resources and support for patients, caregivers, and families through PanCAN's patient services. Case managers are available to answer your questions about the disease or anything you learn about today. Now let's meet our very special guests. Dr. Lynn Matresian is the Chief Science Officer at PanCAN. Lynn leads some of our important research initiatives, including the PanCAN Early Detection Initiative and PanCAN's Research Grants Program. Dr. Andy Lowy is a surgical oncologist and Chief of the Division of Surgical Oncology at UC San Diego Health. He has received multiple PanCAN research grants and is a principal investigator in PanCAN's Precision Promise. Dr. Lowy is also a past chair and current member of PanCAN's Scientific and Medical Advisory Board. Dr. Anirban Mitra is Professor of Pathology and Translational Molecular Pathology and the Scientific Director of the Sheikh Ahmed Pancreatic Cancer Research Center at MD Anderson Cancer Center. He has received multiple PanCAN research grants, including a Career Development Award many years ago, which helped start his career in pancreatic cancer research. Dr. Mitra is a member of PanCAN's Scientific and Medical Advisory Board and also sits on the advisory committee for PanCAN's Early Detection Initiative. Dr. Nicolette Rodriguez is an instructor of medicine at Harvard Medical School and co-director of fellowship initiatives for trainees unrepresented in medicine in the Department of Medicine at Brigham and Women's Hospital. PanCAN is providing funding for the Regenerate study, which stands for Racial Ethnic Equity in Genetic Education, Risk Assessment, and Testing. Dr. Rodriguez is the project lead for Regenerate. Dr. Jonathan Pachter is Chief Scientific Officer for Veristem Oncology. Veristem Oncology received the 2022 PanCAN Therapeutic Accelerator Award, supported by 1440 Foundation and the Gail V. Coleman Kenneth M. Bruntel Research Fund. This new PanCAN grant has one ultimate goal: to get better treatments to patients more quickly. Stay tuned and we'll explain more. So Dr. Matresian, I want to start with you. Let's talk about PanCAN's research strategy. Can you talk about how we decide what are our funding priorities and how do we make those decisions?
Yeah, Julie, our research strategy really derives from, I think, our overall philosophy that we meet patients facing pancreatic cancer wherever they are in that journey. So our patient services, PanCAN's patient services, takes calls and emails from individuals and gives them the best information we have. So on the research side, we try to get them better and better answers all the time. Let's move the field so that we have better information to give them. So on the research side, for example, patients call us and ask about new treatment options. So we have research programs that then look for the next new treatment options. They call and they ask about supportive care. How can they manage their symptoms? And the research on that side really requires looking at big data and surveys and getting patient input on that. And so we have research initiatives that look at that. And then, of course, we have individuals who call and ask about their risk of pancreatic cancer. And so we have early detection initiatives and programs to really try to understand that risk better and to be able to detect pancreatic cancer earlier when it can be treated better. And then finally, in order to really have that kind of research going on in the field, we need investigators. We need people doing that research. So we put a lot of effort on the development of people's careers, getting them early, trained, make sure they're well trained and that they're doing good research and they have the resources they need to do good research in the field.
Yeah, great. I mean, really, ultimately, we want to change patient outcomes. And so we want to build the field, and then we want to ensure that we're funding across the entire research spectrum to find an early detection test and to create better treatments for patients. So at PanCAN, we believe that, just as important as funding the research is bringing the community together. And we call that our community for progress. Thanks to events like PanCAN Scientific Summit, which we're all attending this week, PanCAN researchers are collaborating, sharing ideas and findings, and really helping to grow the field and always keeping the patient at the center. So tell us more about the Community for Progress and how our annual Scientific Summit plays an important role in that.
Yeah, well, Summit is such an exciting and a fun time and such a big part of this Community for Progress. So I think about it that researchers are often specialists. They know something very well and very deeply. So they have one piece of the puzzle. And what we need to do is put the different pieces of that puzzle together so we get a better idea of what the whole field looks like. So it's opportunities like Summit where we bring people together. They meet each other. They become lifelong friends often with each other. And that grows the field because we're transferring knowledge and information between them through this by putting these puzzle pieces together.
Yeah, and this panel is actually a great example of that. We've got a gastroenterologist, a surgeon, someone from PanCAN, a pathologist, and someone from pharma. I mean, really bringing all the different disciplines together, and that's how we accelerate progress. So, Dr. Matrizian, I noted earlier that we invested a record-breaking $25 million in research last year, which is just so incredibly exciting. And our total investment now to date is $174 million. So talk a little bit about this investment.
Yeah, well, I love those numbers. I think it's really amazing. And it really goes to so much thanks to our supporters, our donors, for allowing us to do that. And we take it very seriously, the responsibility of investing that in research that will really make a difference. So we really have two buckets that we fund, two ways that we fund research. And one is grants, and those grants go to universities and investigators in research institutes across the United States. And those are ideas that come to us through grant applications. And we have the advantage of being able to look across the country and take the very best ones that we can and fund them at that point. So that's a very important way of funding research. But the other way we do it is that we, as a patient advocacy organization, look and see what's needed in the field and where can we do something that one institution cannot do by themselves. And so we build some of these bigger initiatives where we can bring people together and accomplish something that nobody could really do it all by themselves. And those are things like PanCAN's Precision Promise, or an initiative in treatment, find better treatments, and PanCAN's Early Detection Initiative. So bigger projects like that, where we can draw people from many different places, draw them together, and have them all working towards a common goal.
Yep, great. And so of that $25 million research investment that we made, over $10 million went directly to research grants. So talk a little bit about the different kinds of research grants that PanCAN funds.
Yep. Well, our longest standing grants program is our Career Development Awards. And those fund junior young investigators just starting out, and we hope to hook them on pancreatic cancer. And you see some wonderful examples here of people that we hooked a while ago who are now leaders in the field, like Dr. Maitra and Dr. Rodriguez, who's just starting her career. So that's, I think, a great way to really invest and grow the field with really bright researchers with a lot of energy and great new ideas. And then we fund research in basic research, translational research, and clinical research with very specific grants. And we use them to fill gaps that we see in the field. And we've done, for instance, translational research like the one that Dr. Lowy got. So grants that find an exciting new opportunity and help move that along. And then most recently, we started our biggest investment in grants thus far, and the first time we've ever really targeted pharma or biotech. And that's our Therapeutic Accelerator Award, like the one that Veristem got. And we're so happy that that initiative really worked quite well, and really excited to have you join our Community for Progress and
we're
work
thrilled
with
as
us.
well, yes.
Yep, great.
Great. So, Dr. Lowy, I think clinical research tends to get a lot of the hype, right? We're studying something in a patient, we're getting closer to potentially a new treatment, but basic science is really important for helping to move the field forward. Can you talk a little bit about why basic research is so important?
Sure. Well, basic research can obviously mean many things, but in the context of trying to cure pancreas cancer, it really starts with trying to understand, what allows the cancer to grow and to survive, and what we can do to actually interrupt that process. So, part of the focus of our laboratory is, the identification of what we call new therapeutic targets, meaning new ideas about how we can kill or arrest pancreas cancer by finding a way through ultimately drug development to interrupt a survival pathway that pancreas cancer cells need, or a pathway that allows the cancer to spread. And so, really it's basic research, but it's really basic research with a kind of eye towards translation and towards the clinic. There is certainly, it's very important to do research that just helps us understand basic biology, but in terms of as cancer biologists, most of us are really focused on those discoveries that can be applied to patients ultimately.
Absolutely. And translational research is another area really important that sometimes gets ignored, that if we don't take what we learned, from basic biology, we've got to figure out how now do we take that and put it in a patient, and that's really what translational research is all about. So you received a translational research grant from PanCAN. Tell us a little bit about that project and what you're doing.
It's really exciting to share. This was a project that was initially based on a discovery at a research institute in San Diego, where I'm from, the Sanford Burnham, where a small protein fragment called a peptide was discovered that could bind preferentially to the blood vessels within tumors. And its activity was to basically open up a hole in the tumor to allow drugs to more efficiently get in. And we know from the work of many people that the pancreas cancer environment is very hostile to drug delivery because it's very dense, very high pressure. And so we think that at least one explanation, certainly not the only, but one explanation why some therapies aren't as effective as we would like is we simply don't get the agents to the tumor. And so this peptide really showed the potential to enhance the delivery of chemotherapy drugs. And so myself and Kazuki Sugahara, who is also a surgeon scientist now at Columbia, but when he was at Sanford Burnham, we got a grant from PanCAN to study this peptide called IRGD in mouse models of pancreas cancer, and we demonstrated that the peptide really enhanced the responses to chemotherapy in these mouse models. That peptide was subsequently taken into the clinic, and an early phase study in patients was done in Australia. And the disease control rate, meaning the number of patients, percentage of patients whose cancer did not grow or shrank when IRGD was added to standard chemotherapy, was about 85%, which is really unheard of. And on the basis of that and other data that we published recently on the mechanism, the IRGD peptide is now going to be studied in a phase 2/3 clinical trial funded by the National Cancer Institute and run by SWOG, which is one of the NCI cooperative groups that runs trials across the country. It's going to be led by one of our investigators from UCSD. And so this PanCAN translational grant has led to a national study where patients from across the country will be able to enroll, and if it meets its endpoint, it would go to the phase 3 portion, which would allow essentially a comparison to the standard of care and hopefully ultimately registration. So couldn't be more excited and more grateful to PanCAN's research for PanCAN's research funding, which really made this possible.
Yeah, well, it's a beautiful story, exactly
Yes.
how it's supposed to happen.
Yeah.
And really shows too how we're able to leverage our donors' dollars, with what was a smaller grant for a translational research grant turned now into a big study at the NCI.
Absolutely. This will be multi-million dollars of investment by the National Cancer Institute to study this.
Yeah, no, that's amazing. And so you mentioned Sanford Burnham, which is another institute in Southern California, close to UCSD. And I think one of the questions we get a lot from donors is collaboration. Are the researchers collaborating? And I think the researchers absolutely collaborate in the pancreatic cancer space. But can you talk a little bit about that with this particular project?
Sure. I think all of us, and I'm sure Dr. Maitre, Dr. Rodriguez would agree that there is something unique about the pancreas cancer field in terms of how collaborative it is. And I think, part of it stems from the fact that we have such a difficult enemy to tackle, and we all recognize that none of us can do it on our own. And so, really from its inception, from the time when PanCAN began the mission to grow the field, there's always been this collaborative spirit, willingness to share ideas, willingness to share reagents, with one another, and get-togethers like the Scientific Summit only, further promote that. Feeling that, anyone's success is all of our success towards the mission that we all have, which is to conquer this disease.
Yep, no, I think that's really true, and a great example of why our Community for Progress is so important to PanCAN's strategy. So Dr. Pachter, Lynn talked about the Therapeutic Accelerator Award that Veristem got our inaugural award, so we're so thrilled. Congratulations to Veristem. Can you talk a little bit about what does this award from PanCAN mean to a company like Veristem?
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to say on behalf of Veristem, we're so thankful to PanCAN and to the donors, and we're also energized by this. So I think one of the realities in the biopharma industry, I think, is that in an ideal world, we would be able to test our drugs against all different cancers at the same time and see where we can benefit patients. But unfortunately, we have limited resources, and therefore we need to make choices. And I think, unfortunately, pancreatic cancer is a tough disease, and therefore it has a lower probability of success. And often the biopharma industry could be hesitant to go there. I think our main focus at Veristem right now is treating patients with ovarian and lung cancers because of clinical signals we've seen. But we've had a long-standing interest in pancreatic cancer through some of the preclinical and clinical collaborations we've had. And the data that have resulted. I think the request for applications for the Therapeutic Accelerator Award came at a perfect time, because we've seen in our clinical trials that our agents can be especially effective. Our agents are VS6766 and defactinib, which I can tell you more about, but that they're really effective when patients have KRAS mutant tumors. And pancreatic cancer we thought of immediately, because probably more than 90% of patients have a KRAS mutation driving their tumors. So that would be a perfect opportunity. And this award has really enabled us to accelerate this. We're totally energized within the company, and we're starting a trial very soon in the field of pancreatic cancer to test these agents.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, that's sort of what everything we hoped for when we put this RFA out, that we were going to encourage a company that was not prioritizing pancreatic cancer to prioritize this disease.
It's a perfect fit, yes.
I'm just so thrilled that that's indeed what it did.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about the grant. What is it funding?
Yeah, I think that, pancreatic cancer is treated primarily with chemotherapy, and I think we're really in an era where targeted therapies that look specifically at what's driving the cancer, what are the needs for that specific cancer, are important. So I think when we look at pancreatic cancer, standard of care chemotherapy will be a component of our trial, but we're adding 2 other targeted agents as well. So first of all, as I mentioned, because pancreatic cancer is driven by mutant KRAS, we have a drug called VS6766, which is a dual inhibitor of RAF and MEK, which are just downstream of KRAS. So what the drug does is it blocks the signals that come from KRAS that drive the tumor growth. And then the second drug, I think Dr. Lowy already mentioned, the problem of stromal density. That's a limitation in pancreatic cancer. So we know that stromal density can prevent drugs from getting into the tumor, and we've seen both preclinically and clinically that our FAK inhibitor, defactinib, can reduce that stromal density, and we think it can increase the effectiveness of other drugs. So what our trial will do, that's funded by PanCAN, is it'll be in frontline pancreatic cancer, and we'll be combining VS6766, the RAF-MEK inhibitor, with our focal adhesion kinase inhibitor with standard of care chemotherapy. And we're hoping that within a couple of months we'll be starting that, and we're really excited to see how that goes.
Yeah, that's terrific, really exciting. And of course, the idea is that if this early stage trial that we're funding with this grant is successful, that it will go on potentially to be in PanCAN's Precision Promise, which is a late stage phase testing. So can you talk about the value of what Precision Promise brings to a company like Verastem?
Yeah, I think that first of all, I'd like to say that through our interaction with PanCAN and collaboration, we're already going to be working with a number of the Precision Promise sites and investigators in the current trial that's being funded by PanCAN. So it really sets us up to be able to work with PanCAN's Precision Promise in a great way. I think my understanding is that PanCAN's Precision Promise enables trials to be maybe less expensive and more efficient, and also potentially won't require as many patients to get to the answer we're trying to get to. So I feel that if this is as successful, the current trial, as we hope it is, then it should dovetail really well into Precision Promise as we try to get into the later stage trials.
Yeah, no, and that's exactly right. PanCAN's Precision Promise is an adaptive clinical trial platform that allows for fewer patients to enroll to determine if something is working or not working, which also makes it less expensive, de-risks some of that risk that a company takes on when they're investing in a disease like pancreatic cancer. So really terrific, and congratulations again.
And again, I'd like to express our appreciation to PanCAN and the donors. It's a wonderful collaboration.
Yes, and it seems like we have new ambassadors for PanCAN and pancreatic cancer, and so
purple shirt.
I know. I think that's a terrific added benefit as well. So yes, welcome to the community.
Thank you.
So Dr. Lowy, you are a PI for PanCAN's Precision Promise, an investigator of PanCAN's Precision Promise. So, kind of building off of what Dr. Pachter said, why is it important for us to bring new treatments in to Precision Promise that are exciting and innovative, so that we can enroll patients in this study?
Well, obviously, pancreas cancer, our success rates are nowhere near where we want them to be. And so that requires new ideas, new directions, and it really there's an imperative to go faster. You know, the old-fashioned way of designing a trial, getting it open, going through, looking at the results at the end, seeing, unfortunately, in this field, most of the time, the results aren't what we want, then going on to the next one. It's too slow. It takes too much patient resources. It's too expensive. And so Precision Promise, you know, the thoughts behind the design are really to try to reduce all of those barriers and allow us to test multiple new drugs at the same time, to allow us to do a trial where we get a signal early that something is or is not working, and so we can focus on the promising signal and not expose patients to the harm of drugs that are not helping them. At the same time, we don't ever have to stop and write a new trial. We're going on forever until we've cured this disease. And so drugs will come in, they will come out, they will graduate to the next phase, or they will be discarded as not effective. And it's cost efficient, it's patient efficient, and so it will hopefully get us where we want to go much faster.
Yeah, and so we have 20 sites now across the country that are enrolling patients in Precision Promise. We're adding another 10 sites over the next 6 months or so. And monthly, all of the investigators from all of the sites also get together, part of our clinical trial consortium, to talk about how things are going in Precision Promise and also talk about new ideas. Can you talk about why that part is also an important part of Precision Promise and bringing the...
Well, yeah, well, it's certainly those group discussions, first of all, help keep up the momentum and help keep everybody engaged, and to understand, you know, when you're enrolling patients at your own site, you know, you can sometimes lose touch with what's the bigger picture. And so having that monthly call engages us about how are we all doing with accrual, problems we may be having at our own site about getting patients on study. You know, other folks may be having those same issues, or somebody may have solved them or figured out a way, you know, through that we can all learn from. And so that's really, really important. And then, you know, what's also very exciting is we have this little talk by one of the sites called the Big Kahuna, you know, named by Vince Picozzi, who is you know, really the clinical, you know, medical director of Precision Promise. And it's really about, well, what's the next big idea? Because, you know, one of the, you know, really great things about Precision Promise, and I know a reason why companies like Veristem, you know, are interested in participating is, you know, these are really outstanding institutions and outstanding investigators. A lot of the thought leaders in the field who are participating, you know, in PanCAN Precision Promise, and so we get to hear ideas from one another, and again, learn from one another, help one another, and so it really helps keep up the excitement about what might be the next thing that we might be studying, and you know, you kind of hear it from the ground up. So that's really fun and obviously keeps us all energized.
Yeah, no, it's a really amazing group that has lots of passion about making advances. So, Dr. Rodriguez, let's shift gears a little bit. We've been talking about research for new treatment for patients, but we all know that just as important is that we need to detect pancreatic cancer much earlier. So you've received a PanCAN Catalyst Award. Congratulations.
Thank you.
For your work to improve access to genetic testing as well as awareness about prevention strategies among at-risk Black and Latinx families. So tell us more. This is really interesting and important work. Tell us more about this and why you're excited about this work.
So first off, I just wanted to thank PanCAN and their generous funders for supporting this type of work. It's really important because in terms of access to cancer prevention and care, there are disparities when we're talking about it, particularly affecting Black and Latinx communities. So what the PanCAN Catalyst Award does, which I was honored and really humbled to receive, is fund the Regenerate study. So Regenerate stands for Racial and Ethnic Equity in Genetic Education, Risk Assessment, and Testing. And what it looks at is perceptions of Black and Latinx individuals who are at risk for pancreatic cancer and what may make it harder or easier to get genetic testing or a risk assessment for them. Specifically, not only on the patient level, but what can we as providers do better? What do we need to know in order to advocate for system level changes? And really what this will allow us to do is then design and employ different strategies that we can use to address these issues and then hopefully down the road scale them.
Yeah, no, it's such important work, and we hope to also learn from it, even how we can apply some of that to our patient services program as well. So talk about some of the promising pancreatic cancer research that is happening in the healthcare disparities in cancer genetics.
Absolutely. So in terms of a little bit of background, Black patients who are diagnosed with pancreatic cancer are often diagnosed at later stages when the disease is less amenable to care and treatment. And when we're talking about Black and Latinx patients with pancreatic cancer, they have lower survival times and in general are actually less likely to be referred for a genetic evaluation. So there's a lot of great work going on out there. Dr. Savatian out of USC is actually doing numerous studies that she's been leading using the multi-ethnic cohort, looking at pancreatic cancer incidence, risk factors, and outcomes. And something that's really unique to this cohort is really how diverse it is. So it has individuals who self-identify as white, Black, Latinx, Japanese American, as well as Native Hawaiian. And so another project that's actually out of Moffitt in Florida is run by Dr. Permuth, and she actually created the Florida Pancreas Collaborative, in which they're recruiting individuals from underrepresented backgrounds who have pancreatic cancer, as well as obtaining various biospecimens in order to move the field forward for precision medicine efforts. So giving the right care to the right patient, particularly when we're talking about these historically marginalized communities. So there's a lot of exciting work that's going on out there, and I'm just excited that PanCAN is allowing me to be able to be a part of it.
Well, it's really important. It also shows why PanCAN has really taken on, we need to do targeted outreach to different communities, and one size doesn't fit all. And so we really appreciate that you're going to help teach us more about that through the work that you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you.
So Dr. Mitra, you're a pathologist. Explain to everybody, what does that mean? And talk about the areas of research you're most excited about right now.
Sure, absolutely. So when a patient undergoes surgery or a biopsy, the tissue that's obtained, that comes to me as a pathologist. I look at it under the microscope and I say, is it a cancer or not? And if it's a cancer, what type it is? And this is really important because even though we have been talking about pancreas cancer as one entity, it's actually not really one single disease. There are a lot of different types of cancer that arise in the pancreas, even though they're all lumped together as pancreas cancer. And it's very important that a highly qualified pathologist looks at the tissue, whether it's a biopsy or a surgery, and confirms what type of cancer it is, because that can determine what treatment you get. And so I will always say, well, I understand that somebody has pancreas cancer, but what type of pancreas cancer do they have? That is going to be absolutely critical to understand.
Yeah, absolutely. 20 years ago, we thought it was a homogeneous disease. Everyone was treated exactly the same. And we've learned so much over the last 20 years, but it actually makes it much more complicated too, to make sure that we understand that information and then we treat patients accordingly.
Now, you also asked me what excites me. So as a pathologist, we don't just look at tissues under the microscope. We also analyze them using molecular approaches. And so I want to talk a little bit about that, because for a very long time, and Dr. Lowy and Dr. Rodriguez are very aware of this, there was a lot of nihilism about testing pancreatic cancer for molecular abnormalities, because the understanding was, well, nothing's going to show up anyway. And so PanCAN actually did one of the first studies called Know Your Tumor that looked at pancreatic cancers from the community, from many, many centers around the country, and found that a not insignificant minority of cases, about a quarter, which is not a small number, have abnormalities for which you can actually use targeted therapy. So that was the first evidence to show that it is actually worthwhile to test, to profile pancreatic cancers at the molecular level. And now this is very important, and I want folks who are listening in to take note of this. Now the guidelines, the national guidelines have changed and have said that every single advanced pancreatic cancer should undergo molecular testing, because you might find druggable abnormalities in them that for which now you have agents that can work. And this is going to become even more important now that we have agents that target, as Dr. Pachter mentioned, KRAS, because KRAS is found in 90% of pancreas cancers. And so it's almost going to become a universal approach that every single pancreas cancer needs to be molecularly profiled.
Yes.
So don't buy when somebody says you don't need to profile a pancreas cancer. You absolutely have to do that.
Absolutely. And PanCAN's Patient Services reinforces that message, recommend that all patients get genetic testing and biomarker testing of their tumor.
Exactly.
But it is exciting, I think, that we didn't know that 5 years ago. And today we absolutely know it. We are learning, we are making advances. So Dr. Mitra, Dr. Rodriguez shared the work she is doing related to genetic testing and early cancer interception strategies. As a pathologist, what is your perspective on this work? And can you talk more about some of the high risk groups for pancreatic cancer?
Absolutely. And so one of the things that has happened over the last 2 decades, in part because of research sponsored funded by PanCAN, is we have really come to understand who the high risk groups are who are more predisposed to pancreatic cancer in their lifetimes. And obviously, one of the big groups in that, the biggest chunk in that probably would be individuals who have a mutation in their germline, which is something that they inherited in their families. So these are families that have multiple family members who have pancreatic cancer. And we've really come to understand over the last decade or so what some of these abnormalities in the DNA are that are increasing an individual's lifetime risk for pancreatic cancer. So for example, one of the genes or a family of genes that is involved in increasing a lifetime risk of pancreas cancer are these breast and ovarian cancer genes. And they're called BRCA because they were first found in breast and ovarian cancer. But now we know that they also increase the lifetime risk of pancreas cancer. So if there is a family that has BRCA mutations running in them, it's important not only to test unaffected family members for breast and ovarian cancers, but also remember to make sure that they are undergoing some surveillance for pancreatic cancer. And it's interesting because I'm always surprised how often this is not known even by primary care physicians, that BRCA mutations do increase the risk of pancreatic cancer. And there are other such mutations. And the other thing that has happened thanks to advances in DNA testing is the cost of identifying or testing for these germline mutations that run in families has come down dramatically. When I first started 20 years ago, to sequence one gene would cost thousands of dollars. Now you can test 30 or 40 of these genes together for a fairly modest cost of $250. And so actually Dr. Rodriguez is one of the pioneers of a study that's really testing unaffected family members for these germline mutations, because if you can identify them at a stage when they don't yet have cancer, then you can do surveillance on them and prevent that cancer from happening or diagnose it at an early stage. So that's one big group. The other group is individuals who have these lesions in the pancreas called cystic lesions. And Dr. Lowe is actually one of the national leaders on that. He can probably speak to this as well. But these are individuals who have these fluid-filled sacs in the pancreas called cysts. And there's a lot of us who are wandering around. We're walking around with cysts in our pancreas, and we don't know it because they're not causing any symptoms. But as more and more people are undergoing scans, like CT scans or MRIs for completely unrelated causes like a gallbladder stone or a kidney stone, we're finding these cystic lesions. And thanks to, again, work that PanCAN has funded and Dr. Lowy and others have done, we now know that the vast majority of these cystic lesions actually don't have a risk of progression to pancreas cancer. You can leave them alone. But there is a minor subset that does. And really what we're trying to understand is how can we best identify those that are the bad actors in this big group and really get those out early. So that's the second high-risk group. And then there's a third high-risk group that we have just started literally scratching the surface, and that's adults who have new onset diabetes for the first time. And I'm really most excited about this high-risk group because, to the best of my knowledge, this is the first example of a high-risk group where we can really impact the largest number of patients with pancreatic cancer.
Yeah, no, it's really exciting. But there is people have a lot of questions around these topics. People are concerned if they've lost someone to pancreatic cancer in their family. Are they a part, or is anyone in their family a part of these high-risk groups? So people should certainly call PanCAN's patient services if they have questions to learn and understand it better. But you started to allude to new onset diabetics and that being a risk or a symptom potentially for pancreatic cancer. So you are a principal investigator in PanCAN's early detection initiative. Can you talk about what is our early detection initiative and what is it designed to do and what's been the progress so far?
Absolutely. I'm very happy to talk about it. I'm going to take a step back first and give a little bit more background on why we are even talking about new onset diabetes in the first place. So years ago, my colleague, Dr. Suresh Chari, who's now at MD Anderson but was at Mayo Clinic, did really wonderful studies showing for the first time that many of his patients, he made this really interesting observation that many of his patients who came with pancreas cancer, they often said, I developed diabetes for the first time, 6 months ago or a year ago or 2 years ago. And so he started making these connections between diabetes appearing for the first time in individuals in their 50s or 60s and the subsequent diagnosis of pancreas cancer. So this became a link that he published now 15 years ago and has now been validated by many other groups in the United States and worldwide. And we now know that when this new onset diabetes is paired with other features like weight loss, which typically doesn't happen in the usual diabetes, because in usual diabetes, your physician says, please lose weight and your diabetes will get better, and it does. In this case, unfortunately, the weight loss doesn't make the diabetes get better. So this new onset diabetes paired with weight loss has now emerged as a signal, if you so will, of a pancreas cancer that has not yet manifested itself with the usual symptoms of jaundice or abdominal pain. So it's sitting there, it's hidden, but it's sending this new onset diabetes sort of as a warning sign. We now know that in individuals above 50 years of age, there is a 7 to 8-fold higher risk of having a pancreas cancer being diagnosed in the next 3 years versus those who don't have new onset diabetes. Now, I want to caution that the overwhelming majority of new onset diabetes is still new onset diabetes. I don't want the listeners to panic, but it's important that if the new onset diabetes appears to be atypical, and especially if it's associated with weight loss and the diabetes is not getting better, this is something you need to think about and to speak with your physician. Now, here is where I'm really excited. This is still very preliminary observations that have not been tested in a large population. So it's just absolutely fabulous, and I would say I'm really honored to be, along with Dr. Chari, one of the sort of the leaders of this PanCAN's early detection initiative, which happens to be the single largest ever performed randomized trial looking at the impact of new onset diabetes as an early detection sign for pancreatic cancer. There is no study of this size that has ever been done. And so it's a really big investment on PanCAN's part, and we are very grateful to PanCAN for doing it, because at the end of this trial, we'll learn a lot. We'll learn the relationship between new onset diabetes and pancreas cancer, but we'll also learn how can we differentiate usual diabetes, which is what the vast majority will still have, from the ones where it's actually because of the pancreas cancer that's hiding inside and causing the diabetes. So in this trial, we'll be collecting blood samples on patients over time, and those blood samples will undergo a variety of tests, both existing tests and new tests that are coming in, and will allow us to find biomarkers, blood-based tests that we can now use in the clinic someday to say, well, if you have new onset diabetes, you may be at risk for pancreas cancer. And what's sort of the end goal of all of this? The end goal of all of this is to get more of our patients to Dr. Lowy so he can operate on them and get the tumor out, and therefore increase survival and potentially long-term cures.
Yeah, no, it's great. A really exciting, big project, but definitely moving us in the right direction.
And I will say this, this kind of a project is hard to get funding from the federal government. So I'm very grateful that PanCAN is putting major dollars into this multi-center national effort, because again, we have one shot at this. And so this is going to be practice changing.
Yeah. Well, thank you. And thank you again to our donors who are amazing and supporting these big initiatives. So many families, of course, have stories that they just wish their family member had been diagnosed earlier. And while we never want to scare anyone, I think, ultimately knowledge is power.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And we want people to be their very best patient advocate. That's what PanCAN is all about, so that individuals can be in control of their health.
Absolutely.
So last question for you, Dr. Mitra. We gave you a career development award back
Don't say when.
Okay, a while ago. And we were very lucky to have brought you into our fold early in the days of PanCAN.
Yes, absolutely.
You in those early days were mentored by some of the leaders at the time.
Yes.
And now, of course, you are the leader, mentoring others. Can you talk about why PanCAN's community for progress is so important?
No, I mean, I think this was mentioned previously. It truly is a community. One of the best things I like about how PanCAN treats its grantees is, you don't just get the grant, you finish the project, and it's thank you very much, it was good knowing you. You really stay connected to the larger community, to all the researchers. We come back for these summits, and it's a wonderful way of interacting, not only with us veterans, but also wonderful.
Thank you for putting it that way.
Wonderful, new investigators like Dr. Rodriguez. All of us come together and we exchange ideas. We stay connected. This is really, and I think Dr. Lowy said it best. We have a very deadly enemy that we are fighting, and so we need to do this together as a team. And so, to me, the community of progress really enables that. You can see examples of that right
here. Yes, and you're a shining star of that. So, Dr. Rodriguez, for you are a junior investigator. You got this award from PanCAN, and you're speaking at our scientific summit tomorrow. What does that mean for you?
It means a lot to be able to have the support from PanCAN to continue advancing healthcare equity in the space of early cancer prevention for pancreatic cancer. Early on, when I was thinking about the question for Regenerate, Dr. Mitra actually, alongside my mentor, Dr. Sapna Singhal, provided critical feedback to me. What types of questions should I be asking? How should I approach these questions? What type of study design should I be thinking of? So being able to get feedback, work with, and collaborate with senior scientists who are leaders in their field is really critical at this stage of my career, not only in the short term, but also in the long term, figuring out, what obstacles might I face? How can they potentially help me navigate those obstacles? And in the future, potentially be collaborators and sponsors. So being able to talk about studies like Regenerate at the PanCAN Summit and gain feedback from senior scientists and leaders and talk to them is not only inspirational on a personal level, but really a catalyst for academic growth.
Yeah, no, and I think that's one of the most amazing things that I see is the camaraderie, lifelong colleagues and friends that come out of the meetings that we host and bringing everyone together. So we're so glad to have you part of our community.
And I'm so excited to be here. Thank you.
Welcome. And so, Dr. Lowy, I'm going to give you the last word. You've been a part of PanCAN for many, many years. You've received grants from us. You've sat on our Scientific and Medical Advisory Board. And in fact, you're the immediate past chair of our Scientific and Medical Advisory Board. From your perspective, you've attended many summits. Why is Community for Progress, PanCAN Scientific Summit so important?
Well, it's all about keeping the train moving forward. And the Community for Progress is, it's like a train we're stopping and we're pulling more new passengers on, like Dr. Rodriguez. And by, being able to work with and be mentored, as she just gave the example, by people like Dr. Maitra, you're growing the next generation and still being able to benefit from us veterans along the way who can share, our experiences in both, the field, career development, et cetera. But now, the community keeps growing because now we're involving folks like Dr. Pachter and pharma who are really critical partners, because at the end of the day, drugs mostly get developed by pharma, not in academic laboratories, with some exceptions, but having them in partners with us is really the way to make things go faster and faster. And so the larger the community gets, the more collaborative it gets, the better things are going to be for the quality of the research, the speed of the research, which ultimately serves our patients. So, the community, along with, the collegiality and all the benefits of making lifelong friends, but it really impacts and accelerates the work, which is really what we're all here to do. And so it's really a vital part of what PanCAN has grown and continues to grow.
Absolutely. Not one person and not one institution is going to solve this problem.
That's right.
It's going to take all of us working together, collaborating, and continuing these discussions year over year. And that's how we're going to get to where we're going. So what an amazing panel. Thank you for just all of the information, your tremendous support. Dr. Rodriguez, congratulations on your recent grant. Congratulations to Veristem on your grant. Dr. Lowy and Dr. Maitra, you're just long-term service to PanCAN. I couldn't be more grateful. And of course, Dr. Matrisian for your leadership at PanCAN. So thank you all. It's going to be a terrific week ahead.
Yes, look forward to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of our experts for joining us today. You provide so much hope to patients and their families. I'd also like to thank Veristem for being such gracious hosts here at their headquarters in Boston. A special thank you to all of you who watched today. I hope it's clear that you are funding progress in pancreatic cancer, and we are so grateful. Remember that PanCAN Patient Services can help answer any questions you have. Contact PanCAN Patient Services, and a case manager can help you. Also, you can keep progress going in pancreatic cancer research. Please make a gift today on our website at pancan.org. None of what you heard about today would happen without you. You and your donations are so appreciated. If you are interested in investing in a specific research project, please contact Lisa Gray at lgray@pancan.org. Until next time, thank you for all that you do.
All right. How's everybody doing today, tonight, this evening, this afternoon, this morning, whatever time it is by you? How are you guys doing today? All right. So I'm your host, Tom Quiet. This is the Live and Amplified Livecast Marathon fundraiser to benefit the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. It's a near and dear organization to my heart, as I'm sure if you've listened to any length of this podcast, you already know. My mother was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer in March of 2021, and passed away July 2021 because of the pancreatic cancer. And so it is because of that we have decided to continue our support with the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network to help raise funds for awareness, research, clinic trials, early detection, stuff of that nature to really try and help prolong the lives of people that get diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. For those of you that don't know the whole story as to why this is kind of a podcast marathon, when my mom was really sick dealing with pancreatic cancer, I had moved down to Florida because I was working remote at the time, and I decided to help my parents out and kind of help look after my mom and make sure she got to her appointments and all that stuff. So, and one of the things that she really enjoyed was during her final days and weeks and stuff like that. During the evenings when everybody was just kind of chilled out and relaxing, I would go do my podcast in the other room, and she would really enjoy listening to the podcast. Like just listening to it was really weird because it was like a one-sided conversation because you couldn't hear what the other person was saying, but she would listen to me just having a one-sided conversation, and then she'd come if she was still awake when I'd be done, or in the morning, she would ask me very specific questions. She's like, how is this person? What kind of music do they write? What kind of, you asked them this, what did they say? And just all that sort of stuff. So I was kind of reenacting the podcast for her. And the last things she told me before she became like really ill and or unable to like speak and stuff like that was that she wanted me to, no matter what, continue doing the podcast. And so, yeah, that's something that I will always take with me. And that's kind of why we're honoring her with this podcast. And, just doing the podcast stream 24/7, 365. Nope, not 365. That's insanity. But I do want to take a minute to thank everybody that's been hanging out with us. We are currently waiting for our next musician to jump on here. She should be on here any minute. We have Chelsea Burns coming in at 6:20. So I'm going to just continue to sit here and ramble. I hope that's okay with y'all. But, yeah. It looks like we still got a lot of people in the chat. If you're around, let me know where you're watching from. I'd really like to get the chat going. We had a really good conversation flowing there for a minute. So let me know where you're watching from. That'd be amazing. And also, if you're so inclined, would really appreciate any and all help. If you feel like you want to donate, you can scan the QR code right here. And it'll take you directly to the landing page to make a direct donation to the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. Or there is links in the About Us section. There's a donate button. Just hit that. That takes you directly to the site. Or there's also various links in the comment threads. Which, that reminds me. Let me copy and paste that over. Let me scroll up here. All right, and I'm going to just refresh this as often as I can in the chat link. So it's been really cool seeing everybody sticking with us and watching. We've had a nice consistent run here, And actually, it looks like we're going to have a nice little ad break here. So hopefully by the time we get back from this ad break, we will have our musician in. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to handle something here. Okay, so Chelsea just messaged me. She is running about 5 minutes behind. So instead of just looking at my ugly mug again, I will run a nice little video break. And yeah, we will call it that. So you don't have to sit here and look at my ugly mug for the next 5 minutes. But, you know, that's life.
I've been researching pancreas cancer for about 20 plus years. When I began my career, I was looking for an area to specialize in, and I met my mentor who was working in pancreas cancer. He was one of the few people at that time who was researching this disease, and it really felt like this was a place where I could make a difference in my career, and so I started working with him, and I have been working and researching pancreas cancer ever since. Early detection, in my opinion, has really the most important role to play in terms of improving survival and outcomes in this otherwise deadly disease. When we look at patients who are diagnosed at an earlier stage and are able to successfully undergo surgery, those patients typically live a lot longer and do better than the ones, unfortunately, who are diagnosed at a more advanced stage of their disease. And so for me, I think if we can diagnose more patients at a point where we can get them to surgery and get the tumor out, there really is an enormous opportunity of improving outcomes. The challenge with pancreas cancer has always been that unfortunately most of our patients present with what we call metastatic or advanced disease. And in that case, the tumor is not operable. The surgeon can't take it out. And so if we can diagnose this tumor early, that's our best shot at improving the chance of long-term survival. So the early detection initiative that PanCAN has launched is one of its larger initiatives along with PanCAN's Precision Promise. The early detection initiative is the largest randomized trial to identify patients early in their disease, get them to surgery, and therefore improve survival. A trial of this size has really not ever been done, focused entirely on pancreas cancer, so it's a really ambitious effort. The goal of this trial is to use new onset diabetes as an entry point to identify individuals who may be at high risk for pancreas cancer, get them into the trial, and then provide the ones who are at the highest risk spectrum with imaging studies, blood-based assays, and really approach this whole question of early detection, which has been such a challenge for many decades, at a level that has never been done before. To me, what I think makes PanCAN so different is its ability to embrace ideas that are out of the box, but which need to be done for us to make a difference in this disease.
Support life-saving pancreatic cancer research. Research for patients. Research for those we've lost. Research for all of us. Make a gift today to support critical patient services and life-saving research for pancreatic cancer patients and their families. Donate today at pancan.org.
So I am currently in the lab of Dr. Laura Wood at Johns Hopkins School of Medicine in the Department of Pathology. I really feel like it's important that I be a part of this work because pancreatic cancer is one of the most aggressive types. And most of that is due to the fact that it is diagnosed at such a later stage. And so, yeah, particularly for me, I thought it was, out of all the cancers I've researched throughout my career, pancreatic cancer seems to be where the most need is and where I really feel like I found amazing people and have found an actual project that I really think will make an impact in early detection of pancreatic cancer. There are several marginalized groups that are more heavily impacted by pancreatic cancer in the United States. And so honestly, the biggest thing for these groups to keep in mind is the importance of early detection, the importance of screening. For those groups that have a family history of pancreatic cancer, they are even more so looked at as the perfect population to get early screening and to be involved in some of the studies that are happening even now amongst pancreatic cancer researchers in the United States. And so I would definitely encourage them to get involved, to find a PCP, ask that PCP, hey, you know, where can I go to get tested? And to really understand what their genetic makeup is and how they might be predisposed to this cancer. The kind of first introduction I've had to the greater opportunities of raising money for pancreatic research was through the Purple Stride walks. And so from seeing those walks and getting to learn about PanCAN from there, I knew for sure it was an organization that I wanted to be a part of, because not only is the research component important to me, and I do love being in the lab and being able to produce data, advocacy is also really important to me as well.
November is Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Month. I support pancreatic cancer research in memory of my brother, Daniel. You can change the course of pancreatic cancer for all of us by supporting research. Research for Daniel, research for those we've lost, research for patients, research for all of us. Donate today at pancan.org.
Hi, I'm Julie Fleshman, President and CEO of PanCAN. Today is World Gratitude Day, and I just wanted to take a moment to thank you for your heartfelt gifts of time, energy, talent, and donations to PanCAN. Every day, you are changing patients' lives. You are making progress possible. Pancreatic cancer researchers couldn't do what they do without you. Our PanCAN patient services team couldn't support patients and families without you. For all that you do and all that you give, I'm so grateful. You are truly remarkable, and I am filled with gratitude.
Thank you. It's two words that I don't want it to get lost.
Thank you for helping patients find clinical trials that are right for them, giving them more time with their families.
Thank you for being there for people facing pancreatic cancer.
You gave families like mine a place to turn to for one-on-one personal support from PanCAN Patient Services.
And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for making PanCAN what it is today. A bright, shining light of hope for so many patients and their family members in need. Without you, there would be no PanCAN.
PanCAN was of great help and comfort after I was diagnosed.
Thank you for all that you do to support our mission.
As a recipient of one of the 2021 Career Development Awards, I am truly grateful for the opportunity to do this research and become a part of this community.
Because of you, I am able to work on making new research discoveries.
And I hope we can beat this together.
Thank you.
Thank you for raising awareness about pancreatic cancer.
You make our community stronger.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a battle I never thought I'd fight. For loved ones, for the memories, and for the future. We are here for each other, to connect with one another. And if we work as a team, pancreatic cancer patients won't just survive, but thrive. Join me on Saturday, April 30th at PanCAN Purple Stride and take steps to end pancreatic cancer. One nation, one goal, one big day. Register now at purplestride.org.
Hi, I'm Julie Fleshman, PanCAN's president and CEO. I'm thrilled to share that the 5-year survival rate for pancreatic cancer has gone up to 11%. Every bit of progress means more time with loved ones. You helped make this possible. Because of you, PanCAN is investing in research to create an early detection strategy and accelerate new and better treatment options. Because of you, we provide free services that help patients find specialists and access testing. Although we continue to make progress because of you, we also know there is so much more work to be done. We will continue to take bold action on behalf of people facing this disease. If you have pancreatic cancer, please reach out to PanCAN Patient Services for help. To ensure there is continued progress in survival rates through more research and that there is support for patients and families, please make a donation today at pancan.org.
How's it going, everybody? Tom Quiet here from Live and Amplified. I am your host for today's Live and Amplified Livecast Marathon Fundraiser. We're still waiting on our next guest to join us. She's just running a few minutes late, which is 100% fine. I'm in no rush whatsoever. But the video ended, so I figured I'd just jump on here really quick and say hey, see how everybody's doing. If you are watching live with the Twitch account and want to chime in to let us know where you're watching from, that'd be amazing. I see we got a whole bunch of people that are watching. So, yeah, let us know where you're watching from, and we're going to try and be as active in the chats as we can because we're 5.5 hours left in the stream, and yeah, it's going to be a good one. So just kind of a reminder, if anybody's interested in donating to the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, the QR code is right here, and you can just scan that. If you're not on a phone, if you're not watching on a phone, you should be able to scan that and get sent directly to the landing page for the donations landing page. Yep, that's the word. But if you are on the phone, if you scroll down to the About Us section, if you scroll down a little bit, there's a donate button. Just click that. That'll take you straight to the donate, whatchamacallit, the donation landing page. Hold on a minute. I don't see you. Okay. So that's been so yeah, let me grab the donation link here really quick and I will post it one more time. Homer Mars, how's it going, buddy? I'm doing pretty good. I'm hanging in there. It's we are on hour 18 and a half. So it's been a good minute, but we just had a nice little break. So, we're just kind of out here doing the thing and we're going to finish strong. I'm very proud of myself. I've only had 2 energy drinks all day. 2. Only 2. I limited myself to 1 in the first 8 hours, and then I just cracked open the second one. So yeah, it's been good. So hopefully I survived the night. But um, but yeah, just I did finally get to actually eat some like legitimate food. That felt great, and yeah, it's been a good day so far. Very minimal issues as far as tech issues. Hold on a minute. Let me read this really quick. Saying host can see me and add me. Hold on a minute. Unless I'm just blind, which is very possible. Try this. Hold on a minute, y'all. Sorry about this. Overview, Insta. We got one more. Huh. Okay. Hold on a minute. All right. Hopefully we can get this squared away. But anyways, all right. Back to the conversation at hand. But yeah, so no, everything's been good. I've got um just limiting the amount of actual energy drinks and drinking plenty of water. That's the important part, right? So, just kind of keep reiterating if you're able to and willing to donate. Right over here is the QR code to scan to donate if you have the ability to. If not, I just posted. Maybe I did. Yep. The donation link in the comment thread, and it's also in the About Us section. Um, yeah. What is this nonsense? Do, 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 do. What is this? What is this? I mean, I don't. Hold on a minute. All right. Sorry about this. Technical issues will always prevail. Mm-hmm. Cool. Wonderful. Hmm. So, all right, let me load up another video here, or I'm gonna replay this video so I can try and concentrate and get this situation figured out. Hold on, y'all. Sorry about this.
I've been researching pancreas cancer for about 20 plus years. When I began my career, I was looking for an area to specialize in, and I met my mentor who was working in pancreas cancer. He was one of the few people at that time who was researching this disease, and it really felt like this was a place where I could make a difference in my career. And so I started working with him, and I have been working and researching pancreas cancer ever since. Early detection, in my opinion, has really the most important role to play in terms of improving survival and outcomes in this otherwise deadly disease. When we look at patients who are diagnosed at an earlier stage and are able to successfully undergo surgery, those patients typically live a lot longer and do better than the ones, unfortunately, who are diagnosed at a more advanced stage of their disease. And so for me, I think if we can diagnose more patients at a point where we can get them to surgery and get the tumor out, there really is an enormous opportunity of improving outcomes. The challenge with pancreas cancer has always been that unfortunately most of our patients present with what we call metastatic or advanced disease. And in that case, the tumor is not operable. The surgeon can't take it out. And so if we can diagnose this tumor early, that's our best shot at improving the chance of long-term survival. So the early detection initiative that PanCAN has launched is one of its larger initiatives along with PanCAN's Precision Promise. The early detection initiative is the largest randomized trial to identify patients early in their disease, get them to surgery, and therefore improve survival. A trial of this size has really not ever been done, focused entirely on pancreas cancer, so it's a really ambitious effort. The goal of this trial is to use new onset diabetes as an entry point to identify individuals who may be at high risk for pancreas cancer, get them into the trial, and then provide the ones who are at the highest risk spectrum with imaging studies, blood-based assays, and really approach this whole question of early detection, which has been such a challenge for many decades, at a level that has never been done before. To me, what I think makes PanCAN so different is its ability to embrace ideas that are out of the box, but which need to be done for us to make a difference in this disease.
Support life-saving pancreatic cancer research. Research for patients. Research for those we've lost. Research for all of us. Make a gift today to support critical patient services and life-saving research for pancreatic cancer patients and their families. Donate today at pancan.org.
So I am currently in the lab of Dr. Laura Wood at Johns Hopkins School of Medicine in the Department of Pathology. I really feel like it's important that I be a part of this work because pancreatic cancer is one of the most aggressive types. And most of that is due to the fact that it is diagnosed at such a later stage. And so, yeah, particularly for me, I thought it was, out of all the cancers I've researched throughout my career, pancreatic cancer seems to be where the most need is and where I really feel like I found amazing people and have found an actual project that I really think will make an impact in early detection of pancreatic cancer. There are several marginalized groups that are more heavily impacted by pancreatic cancer in the United States. And so Honestly, the biggest thing for these groups to keep in mind is the importance of early detection, the importance of screening. For those groups that have a family history of pancreatic cancer, they are even more so looked at as the perfect population to get early screening and to be involved in some of the studies that are happening even now amongst pancreatic cancer researchers in the United States. And so I would definitely encourage them to get involved, to find a PCP, ask that PCP, hey, where can I go to get tested, and to really understand what their genetic makeup is and how they might be predisposed to this cancer. The kind of first introduction I've had to the greater opportunities of raising money for pancreatic research was through the Purple Stride walks. And so from seeing those walks and getting to learn about PanCAN from there, I knew for sure it was an organization that I wanted to be a part of, because not only is the research component important to me, and I do love being in the lab and being able to produce data, advocacy is also really important to me as well.
November is Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Month. I support pancreatic cancer research in memory of my brother, Daniel. You can change the course of pancreatic cancer for all of us by supporting research. Research for Daniel, research for those we've lost, research for patients, research for all of us. Donate today at PanCAN.org.
Hi, I'm Julie Fleshman, President and CEO of PanCAN. Today is World Gratitude Day, and I just wanted to take a moment to thank you for your heartfelt gifts of time, energy, talent, and donations to PanCAN. Every day, you are changing patients' lives. You are making progress possible. Pancreatic cancer researchers couldn't do what they do without you. Our PanCAN Patient Services team couldn't support patients and families without you. For all that you do and all that you give, I'm so grateful. You are truly remarkable, and I am filled with gratitude.
Thank you. It's two words that I don't want it to get lost.
Thank you for helping patients find clinical trials that are right for them, giving them more time with their families.
Thank you for being there for people facing pancreatic cancer.
You gave families like mine a place to turn to for one-on-one personal support from PanCAN Patient Services.
And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for making PanCAN what it is today. A bright, shining light of hope for so many patients and their family members in need. Without you, there would be no PanCAN.
PanCAN was of great help and comfort after I was diagnosed.
Thank you for all that you do to support our mission.
As a recipient of one of the 2021 Career Development Awards, I am truly grateful for the opportunity to do this research and become a part of this community.
Because of you, I am able to work on making new research discoveries.
And I hope we can beat this together.
Thank you.
Thank you for raising awareness about pancreatic cancer.
You make our community stronger.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is a battle I never thought I'd fight. For loved ones, for the memories, and for the future. We are here for each other, to connect with one another. And if we work as a team, pancreatic cancer patients won't just survive, but thrive. Join me on Saturday, April 30th at PanCAN Purple Stride and take steps to end pancreatic cancer. One nation, one goal, one big day. Register now at purplestride.org.
Hi, I'm Julie Fleshman, PanCAN's President and CEO. I'm thrilled to share that the 5-year survival rate for pancreatic cancer has gone up to 11%. Every bit of progress means more time with loved ones. You helped make this possible. Because of you, PanCAN is investing in research to create an early detection strategy and accelerate new and better treatment options. Because of you, we provide free services that help patients find specialists and access testing. Although we continue to make progress because of you, we also know there is so much more work to be done. We will continue to take bold action on behalf of people facing this disease. If you have pancreatic cancer, please reach out to PanCAN Patient Services for help. To ensure there is continued progress in survival rates through more research and that there is support for patients and families, please make a donation today at pancan.org.
I'm back. Second major technical glitch of the night, but that's how things operate. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get the stream to work for Chelsea. I think it's something on my end, and I hope it's not something that's going to continue to haunt us the rest of the night, because that would just be annoying, to say the least, to come this far and can't even finish out the stream. But thanks for Chelsea for hanging in there and trying to help us make it work. But unfortunately, just the technical issues weren't going to make it possible. So I'm going to hopefully see if our next guest can log in, and we will see. We'll see how this goes, because it's one of those things where we're using the software, and it's been a little glitchy at times, but never to this extent. Like, it's never just not let somebody in. So I'm just going to say, Melon, if you're listening or monitoring what I have to say, get your stuff together, man. It's this is ridiculous. It happened earlier today where we had this issue, but luckily it just kind of corrected itself. But it's one of those things where this can't happen. But hopefully this doesn't plague us the rest of the night. Hopefully it's not something it probably is something on my end, but I don't know. But Chelsea, really appreciate you hanging in there. Thank you for hanging with us, and we'll get you on the podcast again here real soon. We got some cool stuff happening in December, so I'll shoot you a message after I get some sleep tonight, and we'll kind of reconvene after that, because I'm going to have to reevaluate how we have the podcast set up, because this is just unfortunate. But anyways, so that being said, what is this? Football kickoff. Awesome. So anyways, that being said, my name is Tom Quiet. I am the host of the Live and Amplified Livecast, and this is the Live and Amplified Livecast Marathon Fundraiser for the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. I really appreciate everybody that's been hanging with us through all the technical issues, all the glitches, all the, just kind of the growing pains, so to speak. So, hold on, somebody just messaged me again. No. So yeah, hopefully we can get this to work. And if you are interested in supporting I'm kind of in 3 different conversations right now. And if you're interested in supporting the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, right here is the QR code. If you would like to give that a scan, it'll take you directly to the donation page. If not, there is a donate link at the bottom in the About Us section, and it's just, it's right there for you. So you can click that. Let me know if you have any issues. I could also throw it in the chat. I'm trying to keep it as consistent as possible, so everybody can see the link if they choose to donate. Any donations would be much appreciated. All right. Let's see what's going on with our next guest. Anyways, so this is hour 19. Holy cow. I just realized we are at hour 19. Still got 5 hours to go, assuming that we can get the stream to work properly. And guests can still log in. That'd be nice. I'm patiently waiting now. Or impatiently waiting, whatever. But yeah, so a little story about why I chose the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. When my mom was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, they really came in clutch for us early on. and even after she passed away, they kind of made sure, gave us suggestions on places to go for treatments and potential treatments and clinical trials and stuff of that nature to try and see if there's a way to kind of really fight her pancreatic cancer and give it a good go, so to speak. But obviously things didn't work out like the way we wanted to, and she ended up passing away in July of 2021. Yeah, 2021. And the PanCAN network was still there for us the entire way. It was, they were there making sure that we were good, had everything we needed, any counseling or, like whatever we may have wanted, they had it covered and they knew where to point us. So that was good. And so it's with that we just kind of decided to support the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, PanCAN. Sorry, hour 19. My brain is starting to turn to mush. And yeah, and the reason we kind of chose the podcast as the format to do the fundraiser is it's something that my mom enjoyed listening to. She really enjoyed listening to me do this podcast. It was kind of funny because it was like a one-sided conversation where she would only hear my side of the chat because I would wear headphones just to kind of keep the the noise to a minimum, the noise, background noise. Okay. Are you... All right, let's get him this link. Sorry, guys. All right. Um, all right, looks like we're might be having the same issue here. Hold on a second. Uh, all right, we will just continue troubleshooting this issue. Somebody copy. All right, we're working on this. All right. All right. Yep, I got you. All right, guys. So this continues to haunt us. This sucks. I'm sorry. And it's very unfortunate. Let's see. Of course, the final 6 hours, and this is gonna happen, of freaking course. Let's see, who do I? Let's see, what does the rest of the schedule look like? All right, we'll be right back. Let me, I gotta focus on this.
I've been researching pancreas cancer for about 20 plus years.
Scratch that. We're good. We got Ben in. Awesome. Awesome. So I'll bring Ben in here in a second. Yeah, so I think we finally got some issues figured out, some technical issues, and let me bring him in here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you?
I'm doing good. It's great that this finally worked because the last interview we couldn't get it to work for whatever reason. She just wasn't showing up in my queue, and it was getting very frustrating. And then you started having the same issue, and yeah, so
Yeah, unfortunately, I thought for myself I had created a Twitch account just to see that I could get on there, but the link worked.
Gotcha. Yeah. Awesome. Well, glad we have you on. Glad we can sit down and chat a little bit. It's been a bit since we've had you on. I feel like it was like last winter, like earlier this year, like maybe February, March sometime.
It must have been early in the year, actually. Yes, I think so.
So how are things? So we got Ben Mowana with us, coming from, what are you in? Not Milwaukee.
Very close, Kenosha. Actually.
Kenosha. Yeah, I knew it was in Wisconsin somewhere. I was like, dang it, I'm gonna just say Milwaukee because I feel like that's the safe bet, but then I know it's also not right. So
it's very close. You could say the same thing. Yep.
Gotcha. Awesome. So how are things going in Kenosha?
Very good. It's been a good year. Just a lot of really good things have been happening, and a lot of pretty hard things as well. But we've moved through them, so it's been okay. How about you?
Things are going good. Just trying to get used to this ridiculous weather stuff we got going on. It was like 2 weeks ago. It was like 100 degrees.
Yeah.
And then now it's like cold. I'm sitting in my living room with a hoodie on because it's so freaking cold outside, and it's like, where did the fall go? Where did like that transition season go?
We just skipped right out of it. It's snowing here today, so good times.
Yeah, that's intense. But yeah, so I'm really glad you were able to make it, and we got this thing working. How's music been treating you lately? I'm trying to think what we talked about the last time. I guess it would have been the outside or was it home?
It was home, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
How's all your music treat you?
It's been very good. Like I said, we had some pretty cool shows this year.
Mm-hmm.
Summerfest for the very first time, which was really cool. And Milo Music again, which was really fun, and got to release those 2 singles, and another one on its way here before the year, hopefully before the year is up. And I'm trying not to rush it, but at the same time, I'm anxious to just kind of get it out there, and then an album next year. So it's been busy work, but it's been good.
Yeah. Hey, you got 2 singles with a third on the way, and with the album in the prospects next year, you can't really ask for more with that, It's that's just good prospecting at that point.
Yeah.
So since we didn't get a chance to talk about The Outside, that's your most recent single you dropped. What's the story behind that song?
So the story behind it, was actually playing a show yesterday and got to talk about it a little bit more. So it's kind of a recollection or thinking about how I grew up, my time in Uganda, growing up in school. We were sent outside a lot if we were being brats. It happens even in other countries, I'm sure. But it was either that or corporal punishment. And so I found myself outside pretty often. And when I was thinking about just how the past couple of years have gone, for a lot of people, for myself, I felt that I was, even now, I was on the outside of quite a few things. And I'm pretty sure a lot of people feel the same way, especially after this couple of years. And then I realized that a lot of the friends lifelong friends that I've made, a lot of people that I really truly care about, even now, were all the people that were outside with me when I was younger. And even looking around in this moment where I might feel alone, it takes a little looking around to find that you're not alone, and there's a lot of several people that feel like you do, and that are there for you. So that's what the song is about.
Yeah, awesome. And this is so home, the outside, and this third single that's coming out here at the end of the year. It's all is that all part of one project, or are these standalone singles with the album kind of being its own thing?
The album is kind of its own thing.
Okay.
There is one song that will go on there that I already finished up that I was going to release as a single, but I think I'm going to wait on it and just kind of put it with the album.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this last one is kind of its own thing. It's kind of ending a chapter, or kind of starting a new chapter, as far as music goes for me. So it's kind of the last little chapter of this last year.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I mentioned this the last time you were on, but I like the space that you're in, like the little studio that you made.
Thank
I
you.
think you told us the story that it's your garage, or a part of your garage.
Yeah, it's a garage, the other side of the garage. So
Okay.
it used to be used as a storage kind of space.
Yeah.
So yeah, we turned it into a studio here.
And how is it get cold in there right now, or is it not too bad with the?
No, I sealed it up actually. I sealed it up pretty good, and I mean, you might even hear the heater in the background. I might switch it off. It comes on and goes off, and so I'm gonna switch it off before I play. But it's actually pretty warm. I'm very surprised. I guess I shouldn't say that because I built it, but I am incredibly surprised, seeing as the outside is only made of siding. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Hey, you made it. It's something that you can hang your hat on. The fact that you were able to make this kind of a this studio your own, and I don't think much has changed since the last time, or the first time we had you on the podcast. I think it's all pretty much the same, unless maybe you added the drapery. I'm not 100% sure.
The drapery a little bit, just because during recording, kind of want as dead of a space as you can absolutely get. So that kind of helped, and also really helped on the heat, keeping the heat inside. So yeah,
the heat inside and the heat outside during the summer, I bet.
It's true. Yeah.
Because that's always like keeping a building warm. Yeah, that's like just like I'd always rather have the building be a little too cold than a little too warm, because like you could always take, or you could always put layers on. You can't necessarily take layers off.
Yeah,
to a certain degree. So.
That's a school of thought that I unfortunately do not share.
Okay.
I prefer all the heat, all of it, because here it's very short lived. So at the most you can store, that's the best.
That's fair. I completely get that. It's just one of those things where it's like, I grew up in the Midwest, so it's like the cold's there, and you just kind of get used to it. Whereas the heat, yeah. But
I hope I get used to it one day.
You will. It'll happen eventually. It might take you a couple of years, but you'll get used to it. So you're based out of Kenosha. You're just kind of doing your. How long have you been in Kenosha at this point? And we're gonna kind of work backwards, since we've got several new faces in here that probably haven't had a chance to listen to your original podcast. So we're gonna kind of take this opportunity to reintroduce you here.
Yeah, sure. I think it's about almost 10 years now. If we're counting this whole year, it's been about 10 years.
Nice.
Which it feels weird to say because it feels shorter than that. It still feels like I'm a little bit of a foreigner in the space when I go out, and but again, also maybe it's also the people that once you talk to them, even just for 5 minutes, you feel right at home. But it's been about almost 10 years now.
Yeah, I got you. And you came over from Uganda, correct?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. See, I pay attention.
Yeah.
People don't think I pay attention, but I pay attention.
No,
I remember things.
I-
And so as far as like the music goes, uh, did it really started like once you like taking it seriously as a profession that started once you came to Kenosha, or were you doing it back in Uganda?
No, I wasn't. I was not doing it in Uganda. It actually started, I think, like I mentioned, in 2019 professionally. 2019 again. I wasn't. It came out of a space of needing to do something because I wasn't working. I wasn't. I spent my days just kind of playing video games and at the time I was going through a process of becoming a permanent resident.
Mm-hmm.
And during that time, you obviously cannot work because it's against the law and things like that. So I sat there and started writing music at that time. Before that, I was playing at just bars and doing kind of cover music and playing about 3 hours worth of it. Just to kind of make some extra change and things like that. And then 2019 is when I started to write and to write for myself because I needed to keep my head above water, I guess. And then now here we are, 3 years later almost, and we're still here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you've been in have you been in Kenosha all 10 years from when you came over from
No.
Uganda, or has it only been 3 or 4 years?
No, I've been in Kenosha for about 10 years, and then the first couple of years I was here, I was in Virginia.
Okay, yeah, that's right. Okay,
Yeah,
I remember that.
Yep, yeah, and it was pretty cool place too.
Okay. I'm kind of surprised you're not used to the cold at this point. Like 10 years, that should be plenty of time to get used to the.
I migrate. I am a migrant, but every time the cold comes around, I look for a reason to live. So actually, January, especially January, deep January, my wife and I try to drive maybe to New Orleans or Texas or something like that, just somewhere a little warmer, or even Florida. If we can fly, we could fly. Otherwise, we'll be on the road and try and get out of the cold because it really does. It really does get to you. I mean, more than just physically, even emotionally, you start to feel that, okay, I don't know how much longer I can do this. So I leave. I absolutely leave.
That's fair.
Yeah.
So you're purposely running away from the cold.
Oh,
I
yeah.
get it.
Oh, yes.
I get it.
Yep.
I mean, I left Chicago for the exact same reason. I was over it. Like, I mean, I'd lived there for 22 years and I was just over it. So
yeah, Chicago is a different type of cold too. I mean, that's a wind cold. It's brutal. I don't envy anyone that bears with that.
Yeah, it's a lot of people don't understand, but thank you for that one. You mentioned that you had a song or two that you wanted to play.
Yeah, sure. I'll play a couple of songs for you guys if that's cool.
Yeah, we got time for you to play. I think 2 songs.
Yeah, for sure. Let's do it.
Yeah, and then so while you kind of get that set up, I will just kind of do a fresh reminder of anybody that's looking to donate to support the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. The QR code is right over there, or the link is in the description below in the About Us section or in the comment threads. I've posted it a few different times throughout the day. So I will let Ben take over, and Ben, we'll let you do 2 songs, and then I'll just kind of jump back in. I'll give you the full screen and all that fun stuff.
All right, sounds good. Thanks. This is my song. It's called Home. If they say home, that's where your heart is, been rested. Then what if your heart, it has been broken 1,000 different ways?
Don't let the time steal your memories. Just search and find yourself in this melody. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Sound like a million loving. Sound like the song of home I know. Might be home all along, you never know. Oh, you never know. Words feel the same. So if you've forgotten, and the stories that you tell are all in vain, but every marker, it holds a meaning. So we got closer every mile you drove away. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Sound like familiar loving. Sound like the song of home I know. Might be home all along, you never know. Oh, you never know. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. It's not where you are, it's how you feel. Whom you love and where you belong. Good times at the past is how you feel when you are not alone. Sound like familiar love. Sound like the song of home I know. Might be home all alone, you never know. Ooh, you never know.
Thank you guys very, very much. I was thinking about, I was watching actually a little bit of the live cast marathon here at about 6 o'clock, or 5 o'clock, I should say. And it's amazing just how people can be there for people that they do not know. And I thought that was just really cool. Everybody who tuned in and was watching and donating. If you are watching and you want to donate, there's a QR code on the screen. Just want to remind you about that. This is a song called Here With You. I just think it was what I was thinking about when I was watching.
I've got blue in my blood. I've got voices, they wake me. Can you hear me? You can save me, only you. Got no sand in my eyes. So tell me, death, where is your cousin? And can you see me? You can save me, only you. Pull me up, pull me up, 'cause my soul is getting heavy. Don't give up, don't let up, 'cause only you can reach me now. So give it all that you've got. Just be here with me. I take pride in my roots, 'cause they hold firm when the winds they start rising. So help them see me, don't let them change me. Only you. That's not ink in my veins. Same as you. Oh, I bleed when I'm broken. But now you know me. You can save me. Only you. Pull me up. Pull me up. 'Cause my soul is getting heavy. Don't give up. Don't let up. It's only you can reach me now. So give it all that you've got now, and be here with me. Just be here with me now. Liwano, liwano, wano nawe. I am here now. I am here now. I am here with you. So pull me up. Oh, my soul is getting heavy. Don't give up, 'cause only you can reach me now. So give it all that you've got. Or share the love that you've got. So give it all that you've got now, and be here with me.
Thank you.
Awesome, man. That was great. Thank you for sharing those songs with us.
Thank you.
It's you know, it's always different listening to the music live, like listening to your music on Spotify and all that stuff. It's great, but there's just an authenticity that connects when listening to the music live that just can't be matched through Spotify.
That is true. It's true.
So I just want to thank you for performing those, and you know, it's just the last you know, let's see, we're going on 19 and a half hours now, have just been such a whirlwind of emotion for me that you know, just kind of listening, taking a minute to sit back and listen to that music and those songs just kind of hit a little bit different, so I appreciate that. So other than that, so what were the name of the two songs that you played again?
Yeah, the first one was Home, and the second one is actually called Wano Nawe, which is Luganda for Here With You.
Okay.
Yeah, and so that one was just particularly, you know, when I was listening to the doctor's talk and all the advancements and things I've made in the treatment and treatments in general, and identifying early markers and things like that. It was just amazing seeing all the people all like logging in and watching and contributing, which just kind of really brought it full circle for me on that song. So yeah, that's what that song is.
Nice. And that second song, is that song recorded anywhere? Is that up? That's not up on Spotify yet, is it?
I think that is actually is, yes. It's
Okay.
the title album of the EP.
Okay. Yep. No, I see it now.
That's right.
Yeah, I see it now. Sorry about that. I was just like, Yeah, wait a minute. Let me search through his Spotify really quick. No, that's really amazing. Like, shout out or thank you to the PanCAN organization for allowing me to use that video to kind of because it was one of those things last year where I didn't have any of that stuff to kind of connect what the organization is actually doing because it's just me spreading like saying hey they're a good organization but when we have actually doctors saying like hey these are the things that we're doing these are the things that we're studying these are the advancements we're trying to make I think it just connects differently. So,
Right.
but I appreciate you for taking the time out of your day. Obviously we had a little bit of an issue, but luckily it didn't take too long to get it corrected. So, um, as far as kind of moving forward into 2023, what's your show schedule looking like? I know you got the next single coming out here, so hopefully sometime this year. But what's like your show schedule looking like?
Next year, we're doing quite a few shows. We're actually hoping to jump on a tour that will start in March and take us down to Texas. Hopefully, hopefully play an unofficial South by Southwest is the hope here. But yeah, we'll do that. Coming through Missouri and Chicago, we'll play Chicago a little bit. So excited to be back there again. Um, and then this is all part of the album release kind of promotion, and then we do play some amazing festivals as well in the summer. So there's quite a bit of a busy year. I don't want to jinx a lot of stuff. I've learned that the hard way with 2020. So I don't want to say and then jinx it. But if you follow my social media or website, you'll see some amazing stuff coming out then.
Awesome. Well, if you make it to unofficial South by Southwest, you'll have to stop here in Waco because you have to drive right through. No matter how you go to Austin, you have to drive right through Waco.
Right.
So when you do that, you'll have to stop in Waco, and we'll do a live cast or something. We'll have to do
That would
something.
be really cool. I would love that. Yes.
So I look forward to that happening. And when would South by Southwest be this year? It's probably what mid-March, end March, mid-March.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's been one of those things where the first 2 years that I was here, they didn't really have South by Southwest. So last year was kind of like the first official year that they had it since I moved here. So I've not really had a chance to go down there and experience it. But everybody I talk to, like some people absolutely love it, some people absolutely hate it, and it's just kind of like,
we'll see what happens. It's in one of those dream chart type of events. So I'm just putting it out there in the atmosphere. Maybe you do get to play the official one day.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, your music's good, so you definitely have the chops to make it there and get on stage. It's just I think at a festival like that, it's more of getting in at the right time or getting it in front of the right person at the right time. However that kind of works. So, it's just one of those things. But I do want to take a second to thank you once again for hanging out with us. It's been an absolute blast. Every time you come on, it's always a good chill time, and I appreciate you for that one. So
thank you so much for having me. This has been a treat.
Yeah. And so for anybody that wants to check out your music and follow you on socials, all that fun stuff, where's the best place to find you?
Best place to go, Spotify or anywhere you stream your music. And best way to keep in touch and hang out is on Instagram under Ben Muluana. Just one word. I would love to hang out. Just say hi. You see where I'm playing next, and we could be friends. That's what I mean.
Awesome. Well, once again, thank you so much for hanging out with us. It's been an absolute blast, and I'm gonna hopefully you can enjoy the rest of your night. What's left? It's right. You're still in Central Time Zone in Kenosha.
Oh yeah, it's a bit early for us today, and I work tomorrow, but it's a Friday, so I don't have to be all the way there, I guess.
Yeah. Gotcha. And did we talk? What do you do for a day job? I don't think we talked about that last time.
So I do a few things, just consultation work, just to because sometimes music doesn't pay everything, right? So I consult as a network engineer,
Okay.
looking at firewalls and things like that.
Oh wow, that's really cool.
So I was really hoping the technical difficulties did not overcome me, because that would be pretty embarrassing. So
Yeah, that would be bad. That would have been very bad. Like, hey, I felt bad enough that it happened. It's happened twice. The first time, I think it was just the hardware that the user was using. I think it was just out of date hardware. Like the computer just was really old. So I think that's kind of what it was.
that's fair.
But
Yeah.
the one that happened right before you, that one was on my end, and I have no clue. Like I sat here racking my brain why it wouldn't. Yeah.
Sometimes it just doesn't agree, and it's you just have to take that for an answer, and that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. But once again, thank you so much for hanging out with us. We're going to do a little musical roulette here and get some musicians swapped out, and we'll have the next artist in here in a couple of minutes.
All right. Thank
Awesome.
you so much.
Thanks, Ben. All right. All right. All right. So let me do this. Boom. That was Ben Moana coming to us from Kenosha, Wisconsin. I know it was cold up there, but trying to continue doing some troubleshooting because I know the people watching on mobile app or on the mobile app is having some issues finding the link to the street or finding the link to donate. So I'm going to take a couple minutes to try and brainstorm really quick how to do that, because obviously if you're watching on the mobile app, the scan here does not work. So give me a couple of minutes while we wait for the next artist to come in, and I'm going to try and troubleshoot a couple things and see what we can do, see if we can help generate some more donations. So, all right, I'm going to jump out here, and we'll be back here in a few minutes.
When I began my career, I was looking for an area to specialize in, and I met my mentor who was working in pancreas cancer. He was one of the few people at that time who was researching this disease, and it really felt like this was a place where I could make a difference in my career. And so I started working with him, and I have been working and researching pancreas cancer ever since. Early detection, in my opinion, has really the most important role to play in terms of improving survival and outcomes in this otherwise deadly disease. When we look at patients who are diagnosed at an earlier stage and are able to successfully undergo surgery, those patients typically live a lot longer and do better than the ones, unfortunately, who are diagnosed at a more advanced stage of their disease. And so for me, I think if we can diagnose more patients at a point where we can get them to surgery and get the tumor out, there really is an enormous opportunity of improving outcomes. The challenge with pancreas cancer has always been that unfortunately most of our patients present with what we call metastatic or advanced disease. And in that case, the tumor is not operable. The surgeon can't take it out. And so if we can diagnose this tumor early, that's our best shot at improving the chance of long-term survival. So the early detection initiative that PanCAN has launched is one of its larger initiatives, along with PanCAN's Precision Promise. The early detection initiative is the largest randomized trial to identify patients early in their disease, get them to surgery, and therefore improve survival. A trial of this size has really not ever been done, focused entirely on pancreas cancer, so it's a really ambitious effort. The goal of this trial is to use new onset diabetes as an entry point to identify individuals who may be at high risk for pancreas cancer, get them into the trial, and then provide the ones who are at the highest risk spectrum with imaging studies, blood-based assays, and really approach this whole question of early detection, which has been such a challenge for many decades, at a level that has never been done before. To me, what I think makes PanCAN so different is its ability to embrace ideas that are out of the box, but which need to be done for us to make a difference in this disease.
Support life-saving pancreatic cancer research. Research for patients. Research for those we've lost. Research for all of us. Make a gift today to support critical patient services and life-saving research for pancreatic cancer patients and their families. Donate today at PanCAN.org.
So I am currently in the lab of Dr. Laura Wood at Johns Hopkins School of Medicine in the Department of Pathology. I really feel like it's important that I be a part of this work because pancreatic cancer is one of the most aggressive types. And most of that is due to the fact that it is diagnosed at such a later stage. And so, yeah, particularly for me, I thought it was, out of all the cancers I've researched throughout my career, pancreatic cancer seems to be where the most need is and where I really feel like I found amazing people and have found an actual project that I really think will make an impact in early detection of pancreatic cancer. There are several marginalized groups that are more heavily impacted by pancreatic cancer in the United States. And so honestly, the biggest thing for these groups to keep in mind is the importance of early detection, the importance of screening. For those groups that have a family history of pancreatic cancer, they are even more so looked at as the perfect population to get early screening and to be involved in some of the studies that are happening even now amongst pancreatic cancer researchers in the United States. And so I would definitely encourage them to get involved, to find a PCP, ask that PCP, hey, you know, where can I go to get tested, and to really understand what their genetic makeup is and how they might be predisposed to this cancer. The kind of first introduction I've had to the greater opportunities of raising money for pancreatic research was through the Purple Stride walks. And so from seeing those walks and getting to learn about PanCAN from there, I knew for sure it was an organization that I wanted to be a part of, because not only is the research component important to me, and I do love being in the lab and being able to produce data, advocacy is also really important to me as well.
November is Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Month. I support pancreatic cancer research in memory of my brother, Daniel. You can change the course of pancreatic cancer for all of us by supporting research. Research for Daniel, research for those we've lost, research for patients, research for all of us. Donate today at PanCAN.org.
Hi, I'm Julie Fleshman, President and CEO of PanCAN. Today is World Gratitude Day, and I just wanted to take a moment to thank you for your heartfelt gifts of time, energy, talent, and donations to PanCAN. Every day, you are changing patients' lives. You are making progress possible. Pancreatic cancer researchers couldn't do what they do without you. Our PanCAN patient services team couldn't support patients and families without you. For all that you do and all that you give, I'm so grateful. You are truly remarkable, and I am filled with gratitude.
Thank you. It's two words that I don't want it to get lost.
Thank you for helping patients find clinical trials that are right for them, giving them more time with their families.
Thank you for being there for people facing pancreatic cancer.
You gave families like mine a place to turn to for one-on-one personal support from PanCAN Patient Services.
And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for making PanCAN what it is today. A bright, shining light of hope for so many patients and their family members in need. Without you, there would be no PanCAN.
PanCAN was of great help and comfort after I was diagnosed.
Thank you for all that you do to support our mission.
As a recipient of one of the 2021 Career Development Awards, I am truly grateful for the opportunity to do this research and become a part of this community.
Because of you, I am able to work on making new research discoveries.
And I hope we can beat this together.
Thank you.
Thank you for raising awareness about pancreatic cancer.
You make our community stronger.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a battle I never thought I'd fight. For loved ones, for the memories, and for the future. We are here for each other, to connect with one another. And if we work as a team, pancreatic cancer patients won't just survive, but thrive. Join me on Saturday, April 30th at PanCAN Purple Stride and take steps to end pancreatic cancer. One nation, one goal, one big day. Register now at purplestride.org.
Hi, I'm Julie Fleshman, PanCAN's president and CEO. I'm thrilled to share that the 5-year survival rate for pancreatic cancer has gone up to 11%. Every bit of progress means more time with loved ones. You helped make this possible. Because of you, PanCAN is investing in research to create an early detection strategy and accelerate new and better treatment options. Because of you, we provide free services that help patients find specialists and access testing. Although we continue to make progress because of you, we also know there is so much more work to be done. We will continue to take bold action on behalf of people facing this disease. If you have pancreatic cancer, please reach out to PanCAN Patient Services for help. To ensure there is continued progress in survival rates through more research and that there is support for patients and families, please make a donation today at pancan.org.
All right. Welcome, everybody, back to the Live and Amplified Livecast Marathon fundraiser for the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. I am your host, Tom Quiet, and we had a nice little break there, so I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. We have our next guest in the queue. We have Jess Hess joining us here in just a quick second. But before we get there, I've been trying to troubleshoot this issue of some people not being able to find the donation link. I'm still kind of working on it. So if you're in the comment section, there's the link in the comment section, but then there's also in the About Us section, there's a donate button. But if all else fails, there's the scan here to donate. That's also, like, I think I have all my bases covered, but I'm not 100% sure. So if you're having issues trying to donate, just reach out to us on social media, Twitter, or Instagram or Facebook, Live and Amplified, or Live, the letter N, Amplified. Just hit us up on, hit me up on Instagram. Just shoot me a message on Instagram, and we'll get it squared away. We'll get you a link if you want to donate. I don't know why that's happening, but I'm doing my best. I'm trying, I promise. But once again, today we're approaching hour 20 of the Livecast Marathon. I just got the alert a minute ago that our next guest is in the queue, so let's bring in Jess Hess. Hey, how's it going?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. Just kind of a lot's hit, like in that the 5 minutes before I took that break and that 10 minutes, a lot just kind of hit, and it's like I need to try and compose myself here a minute. But
Yeah.
it is what it is. How are things?
Good, good. Things are good.
Good.
Yeah, I'm working on another album, so that's exciting.
Nice.
Um,
I've been really enjoying the demos that you're putting up on YouTube and stuff. That's
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, it's been fun. It's been really fun making them, and I have a ton of stuff written, and I just need to get it out. So I've been trying to just do things as raw, just like I wrote them, as I can, and then yeah, then you'll see them, some of them more produced, hopefully soon. Yeah.
nice, awesome. It's like I said, it's been definitely been fun watching you, kind of, or I guess audition some of these songs. I
Yeah.
guess is the best way to kind of word it.
Totally.
And so for everybody that's we've got a lot of new faces watching the stream these days, or this time around for the PanCAN fundraiser. So just to kind of catch everybody up, this is Jess Hess, based out of Nashville. A really talented musician. We've had you on a couple different times on the
Yeah.
podcast, and then you were on the PanCAN fundraiser last
Yeah.
year.
Yeah.
So you've been a long time supporter, and I really
Yeah.
appreciate you for that. So,
Yeah. Yeah. It's been fun every time. So keep coming back.
Awesome. And so just to kind of give people a brief synopsis of kind of your musical background, kind of break it or tell everybody not who you are, but like what got you into music and stuff of that nature.
Well, I think I've always been into music. I don't really remember a time when I wasn't singing. But yeah, I just kind of started music really young. I started piano lessons when I was 8, and I was writing a lot too. So I kind of just started doing both at the same time at some point. And then I went to school for classical voice. So I studied that a little bit. And I sang in choirs, and I sang some opera. And then after school, I went to Nashville, honestly on a whim, not even to do music, but my friend lived here and he wanted a roommate, and I needed a change, so I came to Nashville. And yeah, and then we just randomly started recording together just because it was fun. And then after like 4 years, we had basically an album, and then we kind of started getting a little bit more serious and making it into an actual album. And then I had an album, and I released that in 2020, and now I'm here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
It's a very short synopsis.
Yeah, I feel that. And I mean, unfortunately, that pesky thing hit in 2020, so it definitely made things
That was so unfortunate
kind of
for the
interesting
time.
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the one thing that we did talk about during the last fundraiser was your brother having pancreatic cancer.
Yeah.
How is he doing? Where we?
He's doing okay. I mean, he still has pancreatic cancer, and that sucks. But I mean, he's still here, and he's really fighting it every single day, and it's really, honestly, very inspiring and amazing to see. And yeah, he's awesome, and yeah, he remains to be awesome, and yeah,
Nice.
so yeah, he's fighting it.
He's not in Nashville, correct? Where's he?
No, he's in Lancaster. Well,
Okay.
a lot of my family is in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
So,
Gotcha.
so yeah, that's what they are. And yeah, I'm in Nashville.
They're out there in Lancaster hanging out with the Amish people.
Yeah. Well, they don't really hang out with the Amish people too much, but
No?
they're around. They see them, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
That's whenever somebody says Lancaster, Pennsylvania, that's immediately what my head goes to. But
Yeah, that's where a lot of people's heads go to. It's funny that I didn't actually realize that until I went to college and I was away from Lancaster, and it makes sense, obviously. But I would tell people I was from Lancaster, and they would be like, "Oh, are you Amish?" And I'd be like, "No, that's."
Do I look Amish?
Yeah, I mean, have you ever seen an Amish person? Well, clearly not. and, and I realized that was like, I mean, I realized that there were more Amish people in Lancaster, when I was growing up than other places, but I guess I just didn't. It didn't hit me that people associated that so hard with Lancaster until I went to school and everybody said that to me. I was like, oh, I do come from Mennonites, so there's that.
Hey,
I'm a little
I mean,
Amish.
some of the uninitiated might think that's the same thing. I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of people do. But anyway, I do.
But yeah,
have Mennonite blood.
Hey, that it is what it is. I guess is the best way to put it. So you've got this new album. Is it? Did you say it was a full album or is it an EP?
I think it's gonna be a full album. It's in the works. It's gonna be very exciting. I'm very excited for it. It's gonna be a little bit harder, I guess, than some of the stuff I've previously recorded, and definitely harder than the demos. But there's still gonna be some stuff in there that's more acoustic. There's gonna be things that are very acoustic and things that it's kind of going to be all over the place, I think, in genre a little bit, which I like and I'm excited about. But yeah, I'm very excited about it. I can't really say anything else, but I am working on it. And it's going to be great. It's going to come in 2023 sometime. So hopefully sooner than later.
Sweet. I would honestly, I really enjoyed like the versions that you have out now. Maybe
thank you.
Doing like an acoustic version of everything just to kind of get it out there. That would be amazing to see. But like, I mean, going in to do a full production into the studio and kind of doing it right, I see the appeal in that, because there's some of the songs that it's like, it's great acoustically, but I could definitely hear that there's room for more expansion and whatnot. So
it's gonna be really cool. It's gonna be fun, and I think like there's some songs that I haven't released yet that are gonna be on this album. So it'll be exciting to see what people think, because I don't know if I'm going to release them acoustically first. I don't know. We'll see. But I'm excited about what people think about the bigger sound, because it's fun and I really like it, and it's been fun to build and create. And I'm excited about it. It's gonna be really cool. But there's still the acoustic elements, and I want to hopefully in the future do slightly more produced like acoustic album. But yeah, so hopefully that'll eventually come in the future too, and I'm excited about that. Maybe some of the songs on this album, maybe just some of the songs I've released that haven't been on an album yet. And I don't know, maybe some that were on Soil in the Rain, maybe take them back a little bit too. I think it would be really fun to like have a little acoustic album of kind of everything that I've been working on. But we'll see. Anyway, I have a lot of things that I'm kind of planning for and hoping that I can do.
For sure. Yeah. It's good to plan and have goals, because if you're not growing, you're dying. I'm a firm believer in that aspect. So I've got to ask, is the pink hair here to stay?
I mean, at least for now, I really do like it. I'm just very lazy about getting it bleached, so it grows in ridiculously. But I like it a lot, and every time I make it vibrant again, it just, I don't know, I'm happy, just a little bit more happy. It's just like, it's a nice thing, it's fun. It's like people like put on lots of things, they make themselves shiny in lots of different ways, and this is one way that I've had a lot of fun with recently.
Because you did the pink hair originally for the Sprained Ankle music video, right? Or just the release in general?
Yeah, well, I kind of after 2020, I just wanted, so in 2021 I shaved my head.
Oh yes, that's right.
Because I wanted to not have. I wanted to like get rid of all of 2020 or something. I don't know. It was like a metaphor to me. But then I like just grew in and it got kind of like to an awkward like shaggy space for a minute, and I just grew it in. I would shave my head again and keep it for a while, but it gets to like a really awkward space when you grow it out, so you have to really make the choice. Anyway, so I made the choice to grow it back out, and after a while I just wanted more of a change too. Like I really liked having like a different hairstyle like than I'd had before, because I never shaved my head or had anything that was really super short. So it was really fun. And then when it was growing back, I like started feeling like, well, I want it to be different still. And I've always wanted to have pink hair, like since I was a real young kid. And yeah, I got to a point where I was like, I just want to bleach it all and make it pink. And I tried to do it myself, and I did a terrible job. And then I had my best friend from back home help me, and they're actually a hairdresser, so they helped me to actually dye it, and they've helped me to keep dyeing it. So whenever I go back home, I ask them to help me, and they always do. And whenever I spend long periods away from them, my hair grows in like this, because I'm very lazy and I don't go to another hairdresser myself, because mostly just because of laziness. I just don't make it a point. Anyway, now I'm rambling, but yes, for a while I think I'll keep the pink hair, and we'll see. I might change it eventually, but yeah, it's here to stay for now.
That's right.
That was like the most long-winded yes.
No, it's good. It's all good. It's funny you brought up like this weird frizzy like time for your hair, like when you shaved it and then you tried to grow it out and it became like really frizzy. That is 100% why I don't let my hair grow any longer than it already is, because
it gets to an awkward space.
Yeah, and I've had like for the last couple of years, I've been playing with this idea of I'm kind of interested to see what would happen if I not like full like down to my shoulders length hair, but just like a little bit longer and like just to see what would happen. And I let it grow out as much as I can, and then my head just gets really hot because I've got thick Middle European hair, and it's just like, yeah, it's not the best. So I
feel you.
I just shave it and I'm happy. So
I feel you. That's yeah. Hair is hair. Hair is crazy, and I really don't know how to take care of my own hair. I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to get better.
That's fair. But I do like the pink hair, so that's why
Thank
I
you.
asked if it was here to stay or not.
Thank you. It's kind of more peach today, but I need to re-dye it soon.
Sounds like you got to go visit your friend.
I do.
Did you? Was I dreaming, or did you take a road trip out to Pennsylvania not too long ago?
I did very recently. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I was all by myself. It was a little bit scary, but it was good. It was fine. It was fun.
Did you set up like a blow up bed or something?
I
in
did.
The back of your car? Okay.
I didn't like sleep in my car or anything, but I did chill in there a little bit if I needed just like a rest.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's actually still in the back of my car. I've not taken it down. I've not like squished it down yet. It's just still there hanging on. It's almost completely deflated, but not quite.
Not quite. Almost
so
there.
yeah, it's actually like it's held up fairly well considering I haven't like inflated it at all again. But anyway, yeah, it's still there though. I need to take it down.
It was just one of those things where I was sitting there. It's like I vaguely remember this happening, but I think it was Jess. I can't quite remember.
It was me.
And I could, like, even if you told me, hey, go find the video, I was like, I wouldn't even know where to go look, to be honest with you. So,
that was me.
Yeah.
I made a little video about blowing that up, and it was, yeah, I felt like I was making so much noise at like 9 a.m. But,
yeah. You're out. It was out in Nashville. I'm sure there's are people doing a lot
lot of
worse
other weird things have happened on the street for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So, you got the new album in the works. What else has kind of been going on for you?
Honestly, not a whole lot other than music, and I mean, I've been working, but that's pretty much my life right now. I just do music and I work. I've been writing a lot, and I'm excited about that. I already have like concepts in mind for an album after this one, but I'm excited about the concepts I have for this album too. It's gonna be really fun. Hopefully, I'll be able to do like a music video or something for at least for Sober, because people were very excited about Sober. Yeah.
I did like the music video for Spring Day. Well, I mean, we talked
Thank
about it
you.
when you were on the podcast last. I think. Or maybe it was last year's PanCAN.
Yeah,
That
maybe.
sounds a little bit.
Yeah, that sounds right, like time wise. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, as long as you kind of stay in that realm, like I don't know, there's just
Thank
something
you.
about what you got going on that I
Thank
think.
you. Thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah. Well, I'm still working. I'm working with that same producer, so it's gonna definitely be in that realm. Nick Bullock and I are working together on this album, and yeah, it's still gonna be very similar to that. Well, there are some things that are going to be pretty similar to that, and then there are some things that are, as I said, going to be a little harder, a little bit more like punky, a little bit more rocky. And then, I don't know why I said it like that. And then there's going to be some things that are going to be very acoustic. Maybe a little bit of bluesiness too. Oh, we'll see. But anyway, yeah, it's gonna be really great. And yeah, hopefully I do a music video again, because it was really fun doing that music video last year. Yeah, with Raina. I did it with Raina Sky.
Oh,
she's very, very good.
Yeah,
She's here in Nashville.
Yeah, I really like that music video, and I don't know if you noticed, I'm slowly getting more and more out of you about this upcoming album. You're just slowly leaking more details.
Confusing. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I guess you are. Well, it's gonna be. It's. I'm excited about it. And there's not too much, because I don't have any artwork to share yet. Anyway, I can't really share anything yet about it other than vague concepts. But I'm really excited about it.
That's fair. And I mean, honestly, if everybody just goes checks out your YouTube channel, there's a already good idea of what you got going on. So
yeah, you should check out my YouTube channel.
Check it out. It's a very raw. It's a very raw and acoustic feel. Actually, you know what? I'm going to throw your YouTube channel in the chat here.
Oh wow, thanks.
But
yeah, check it out.
Yeah, let's check it out.
A lot of demos out. You can watch that music video we've been talking about.
I will say, what song was it of yours that blew up on TikTok?
Sober.
Sober.
Well, it blew up. That one blew up on Instagram, and then kind of also on TikTok, but more on Instagram.
Okay.
It did well on TikTok, considering the rest of my videos. It did very well, but on Instagram it just kind of kept going. Yeah.
Gotcha. Didn't one of your videos on TikTok hit like 100,000?
Yeah. Well, it was on Instagram, but it hit
100,000
views on Instagram. And yeah, I'm so crazy thankful. Everybody's been so nice about it. A lot of people have been sharing a lot of things about themselves and about their journeys with sobriety with me. And it's just been really beautiful. And I had no idea how touched so many people were going to be by the song when I released it. I had just written it, and you know, I was just having one of those days where I was like, dang, like, you know, I was like hungover and and I was like, this is stupid that I'm doing this to my body. And I wrote a song about how I was feeling. And, you know, and so many people like in my generation anyway, like, and it seems the generation below me too, so far and above me. But I mean, anyway, it doesn't matter. It seems like so many people in our society right now are just, you know, very incapable of like socializing without some sort of substance. And it's confusing as to how do we get here? And I'm sure like we're all a lot more fun than we think we are when we're just sober and not doing all of that. And it's just sad. It's sad that we've gotten to that, got that kind of point. And so I wrote a song about it. And I didn't realize like how much it would touch so many people when I wrote it. And yeah, nobody has ever responded to anything I've ever done as much as they responded to that song. So it felt very crazy and touching, and it makes me feel really, really, I don't know, just loved. And I want to do it justice on this album, because I was like, I went to my producer and I was like, so we have to do this song now. We're going to make sure that we do this one. I know it wasn't originally planned, but we're going to do this one. And
have to.
Yeah, I kind of have to. I have to put it on this album, and I'm really excited for it. It's going to be really cool. I want to just keep it cool and not do too much with it. So hopefully it's going to still be produced, but I want to do it justice, and hopefully people really like the finished fully produced version. And but yeah, I mean, you can listen to the whole demo on YouTube or my Bandcamp whenever you want, so
Nice.
so that's there. But I'm really excited about that one, and I'm just touched that so many people are sharing so much with me because of it. It's really awesome, and I'm just really thankful.
I got a good I don't want to say chuckle because that sounds mean, but it brought a smile to my face. I saw you'd put, I think it was on your Instagram stories then, you had shared the sober video that got 155,000 views or whatever, and you shared it to your story and said, "I'm not used to getting this many notifications. What do I do with myself?" Or
Something like that. Yeah.
Something to that effect. And I'm like,
I'm not used to. I was like, I can't respond to every comment, but I'm reading all of them, and I appreciate them so much. And but yeah, there was like a day that it was a little bit overwhelming, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is so much. But it was, I mean, not in a bad way at all. It was just like so much like love that was being thrown at me, and I was like, oh my goodness, like this is incredible. I wish I could say I love you back to every single one individually. But yeah, it's kind of subsided a little bit and slowed down a little bit enough that now I feel like I can get to most people again, so that's good.
Yeah. It's almost one of those, like, I mean, I like just kind of looking at it, I like that you at least tried to respond to all
I
the
tried
comments.
so hard at the beginning to respond to every single last one. But yeah.
You could almost
it could not be done after a while.
Oh, yeah. Especially, like, once you start getting into some of these, like, spam comments where it's just like, man, I don't want to deal with this. I don't want this.
I mean, yeah, there's always going to be those. Those I just kind of, like, scroll past. Sometimes I'll delete them, but sometimes I'm just like, because, again, you can't catch all of those. But yeah.
100%. I think there's definitely something that you could do in the music video with these. Like, I don't know right now what you could do, but just like incorporating some of these comments into the music video in some way, I think that'd be a nice little cool shout out, like a little Easter egg to a lot of the people that
that would be cool.
Are paying attention. So
that'd be awesome. I love that idea.
I'm not like I don't know exactly how to incorporate it all, but just in my head, it's like, I think that'd be cool, whether it's like very intentional or very just like Easter egg-ish where, yeah, so.
I love that idea. I mean, I love Easter eggs. I love Taylor Swift.
Yeah, for sure. So right now, you'd mentioned that right now your life is pretty much work and music.
Pretty much just work and music right now. That's pretty much all I do. I work, and then I come home, and sometimes I do music or I edit a video, and then I go back to work, and then come home. Sometimes I'll just like sleep, and then I'll go back to work, and then I'll do music.
Sleep is important. Sleep is
good.
very
Sleep
important.
is good. Yeah.
What do you do for work?
Oh, I work at a distillery right now.
Okay.
And no, it's great actually. I really love my job. But it is funny that it's funny that I just released a video about being sober. But I love my job. I work at a distillery in Nashville. And yeah, I basically sell I sell some of our products. I sell t-shirts too, and I sell lots of things, and I keep the store stocked. Yeah.
Okay. Nice. Well, I mean, at least you got it. I'm kind of guessing that the job's a little bit more flexible for at least if you got to get out and do a live gig or something.
Yeah, actually, it's great. They're really awesome about things like that. So far there's not been anything I haven't been able to do because of my schedule. They've been super great about it. And yeah, it's
Like taking
really
random trips
thankful.
back to Pennsylvania.
Yeah, yeah, they were super, super nice about that. I was just able to go and take like a week to see my fam, and it was great. That was really fun. It was kind of crazy making that trip. I had made the trip by myself before. It's not like I haven't, but I hadn't done it in a while. Definitely not since the pandemic, and so I was just like, oh my gosh, it's a little anxious,
Yeah,
but it
I
was
got
good. It
that.
was fun.
How long of a drive was that? What is that, like
It's
10,
like it's like
10 hours?
11 to 13. Depends on like,
Traffic.
yeah, I mean it depends on how many rest stops you take, which I usually take a few, so
Yeah. I try, usually the trip there, like depending on what I'm doing, usually the trip there I can get by with minimal rest stops, but for whatever reason the trip back it's like every 2 hours it's like, oh, gotta go to the bathroom. So
why is it like that? I think it's the anxiety or the like excitement of like getting there, and like you're so excited to get there, you just like I want to go, and then like when you get back it's like it's almost like sluggish or
yeah,
something. Like
yeah.
that's how I feel though.
But for me on the way back it's like it's almost annoying because it's like
Oh
I
yeah.
just want to get back. Like, why do I have to go to the bathroom so much? This is ridiculous.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally.
So,
Because it's just like, it's the worst part because you have to, like, the fun part is done, but then now you still have to drive. Like,
yep. 100%. So, uh, before we kind of start wrapping this up, we're going to play a fun little game.
okay.
Are you ready? Do you like playing fun games?
Sure. Yes, I do.
Sure. All right. So, this is called rapid fire randomness. I have a random
gosh.
question generator.
Okay.
And I'm going to just ask you a handful of random questions.
Okay. Okay, I'm ready. I think.
Okay. I think it'll be okay. I think you'll be fine. In your opinion, what's something that everyone looks stupid doing?
Oh my God. Eating a hot dog. Okay.
What habit of your parents do you despise them passing on to you?
Oh my God. Honestly, my bladder. Like I feel like I have to pee every 5 minutes, and I think I got that from my dad. So that's like
Fair. Fair.
it's not really a habit, but that's my answer.
I don't know. This one kind of sounds like it's incriminating a little bit, but I'm going to
Oh
ask
my
it
God.
anyways. What's the best excuse you've used when getting pulled over for speeding?
Oh, I don't think I've ever used an excuse for getting pulled over for speeding. I've always just been like, I'm sorry. But it only happened to me really once. Yeah, and I don't know what happened there. They were mad at us, but I guess they didn't do anything. Usually honestly, okay, it doesn't matter. I just look at them and I say I'm sorry, and honestly, it's worked. So
Nice.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I've got
Fair.
privilege there. That's like
What movie never gets old?
oh, I mean, the movie that immediately came to mind was Finding Nemo, but there are so many. But honestly, Finding Nemo. There are so many though.
Fair. Would you rather have unlimited sushi for life or unlimited tacos for life?
Sushi. but tacos would be great too. But sushi, oh man.
If you were to design a video game, what genre would it be?
Oh, I actually started designing a video game, and it was
Oh,
like these little like these little guys. Um, I can't. I don't really know what genre it is. I guess it was like a survival game technically,
mm-hmm.
but it was like this like I used to doodle these little like figures, and they were called Mo and Marcy, and they looked like these like if he just had like a circle for a head and like a little tiny body and like 2 feet, and like sometimes they would have arms anyway, and like they had like two little sad eyes. It was like a little stick figure, but a little bit more. And yeah, I used to doodle these guys, and then recently, like about a year ago, I was like, yeah, I was making a video game kind of, well, with my partner. We were kind of yeah, making like a little, I mean, it wasn't totally anything yet, but I had done little like animations, and he was like walking around, and anyway, it was actually really cute. But yeah, I don't really know what it would have been, but I guess it was like a survival game.
Okay, I got you. And then the final question: what is your earliest memory?
I have a weird memory of like a pink like Barbie car that like was like just big enough for like little tiny kids. But then I think my actual like first memory is breaking the glass door when at my 5th birthday party, which is a terrible memory, but I think that's my first one. The first like concrete one that I have is that. Like I'm sure I remember parts of that. That was crazy. Anyway.
Nice. Hey, the first memories are always the most interesting ones. Yeah, so that's cool. Yep, that's rapid fire randomness.
Thank you. That was fun.
Yeah, it was a little bit random.
Some of my answers were a bit long-winded. I'm so sorry. I wasn't very rapid with them.
No, it's not so much rapid. It's just more random. I say that to try and say that so people try not to think too much about it, but then it just backfires every time. So it's like maybe I need to call it something else.
You need to get like a timer of how long we can speak. At least for me.
Or it's like you got 60 seconds. Let's go.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Yeah. That's good.
That's funny. But yeah. So that's kind of the game. It's something fun and new that we do.
I like it.
Yeah. But for anybody that's watching and hanging out with us, make sure you're sticking around. We're going straight through till midnight. We're on hour 20 and a half. We've got 3.5 hours left. I'm going to make it. I promise. I think.
I promise. Yes. I think. You're going to make it. I believe in you. It's going to be good.
So just to kind of hard pitch this one home, if anybody's interested in supporting the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, there is a QR code over there in the corner, or if you're watching on a PC or a Apple computer, in the comment section there is a link, or in the About Us section below this video there is a donate button. So feel free to click on the link, and if you're so inclined to donate, we would really appreciate it. The Pancreatic Cancer PanCAN is a very important organization to me because they helped us when my mom was going through it, and after she passed away, they called me several different times to make sure I was good. So it was a very helpful situation, and I'm forever indebted to them. So I will continue to push and promote and support them as long as my voice will allow it. So, but Jess Hess, it's been an absolute blast. Really appreciate you jumping on here. For anybody that wants to check out your music, wants to see how famous you are on Instagram.
I'm really not that famous on Instagram, but thank you very much. Well, you can go to my Instagram. I'm Jess Hess Music on most social medias. You can go there, TikTok, or my YouTube. I'm also on streaming platforms, just Jess Hess. JESSHESS. Yeah. I have a Bandcamp too, or you can just go to my website, jesshess.com, and that'll give you everything you need.
Nice. So did you get all your social medias fixed? Because wasn't it like Jess Hess 88 or something at one point?
There are some things that were Jess 8 Hess.
Okay, that's what
But
it is.
pretty much everything right now is Jess Hess music. I'm not really on like Twitter, or if you can find my Twitter, I would be very, very impressed. But I'm not really on Twitter. Yeah, I'm on TikTok a little bit. I'm on Instagram and all streaming platforms, and I have a website. Yeah. Or you can probably just Google me. I don't know. At this point, I'm not sure.
I took that to mean that you have a burner Twitter account that you're just
It
firing off.
kind of is. It's I'm really not firing off anything, but I read like Taylor Swift stan account tweets and like stuff like that. No, I don't post a lot on Twitter though, like hardly ever. And I'm not Jess Has Music on Twitter, so if you can find me, good on ya.
Good on
you.
Just look for the fire tweets, and you probably found it. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. No.
But yeah, no, I really appreciate you jumping on, and once you kind of get everything firmed up for this next big release, the album and all that fun stuff, definitely love to have you back on. Hopefully it's not this time next year.
Hopefully. No, I'm hoping it's going to be earlier in 2023. Obviously there's a lot that goes into making an album. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of things. But hopefully early 2023, definitely earlier than later in 2023, but it's going to be in 2023, and it's going to be really good. And I'm going to keep updating everyone. I make like little videos sometimes, little vlogs about it. So I update everyone on all of those social medias that I've previously said.
Nice. Awesome. Well, once again, I really appreciate you jumping on here and chatting with me for a bit. It's always fun chatting with you. And when I make I'm going to keep saying this, so I hold myself accountable. In March, I am coming to Nashville. I don't have exact dates yet, but I'm coming to Nashville in March. If I keep saying it, it'll actually happen. So
I'm going to do it.
When that happens, we will definitely have to get together and do a jam session or something, and we'll figure it out. But
we'll figure it out.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, Jess Hess, thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate you.
Thanks for having me.
And we're going to do a little...
Everyone donate.
Yes, please donate. But we're going to do a little musical roulette here, and yeah. So, Jess Hess, thank you so much for hanging out, and we will see you later.
Bye. Thank you.
Awesome. All right. So, once again, yes, please donate. If you are at all able to donate to support the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, over there, QR code. It's right there. Who is hitting me up on Instagram now? Oh, nobody. So anyways, Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. This is the second annual Live and Amplified Livecast Marathon. We have James from the Lenores sitting in the queue right now, so I'm going to bring him in here in just a second, but let me finish my pitch first, because people cannot wait. We need your donations for the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. Like I said, like I've been saying for the last hour or so, I realize it's if you're watching on the phone, it's not easy to get the link. From what I'm being told from my father, so I'm trying my best. If you are watching on the phone and you can't find the donation link or can't get to the donation link, just message me on Instagram or Facebook at Live and Amplified, and I'll get you squared away, I promise. But anyways, let's bring in our next guest. We got James from the Lenores. Hey, what's going on, buddy?
Not much, man. What's happening?
Not much. I was expecting the full band.
Yeah, scheduling, man.
Yeah.
But you got the best quarter of it, or the worst quarter of it, depending on who you ask. So
I feel that. Well, it was one of those things where it's like, this might be the only... No, I take that back. start your own cult. I've never had the full band on, but uh, I feel like you're the only, like, if I come to a Lenore show, you're the only one that's going to know who I am, because everybody else is just kind of like, yeah.
I think, everyone would know who you were, but I would have to introduce you. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
But in saying that, you got to come over. So
yes, but that is, I am speaking a lot of this into existence. I want to do a lot of traveling next year. 2022 didn't quite work out like I wanted it to, but 2023, I've got big aspirations, and I'm thinking probably about this time next year is when it would happen, just because I want to go when, like, I could actually do stuff and experience stuff. I don't want to go in like July when it's cold, which is
yeah,
really
that's
weird to
it.
say, but it's one of those things. So, anyways, just really quick, we got James from the Lenores sitting with us, coming all the way from Australia. You're in Sydney, right? Or Melbourne?
Pretty much. So
Oh,
I'm halfway between Sydney and Wollongong.
okay.
So for those who don't know, Wollongong's probably like it's another city, and it's like I don't know, maybe an hour and 20 minutes drive south. So I'm about halfway between
Gotcha. And
suburban Sydney, let's call it.
yeah, and you were the crazy person that stayed up until 2 a.m. just to be one of the first people on the PanCAN fundraiser last year. I
I
will
was
always remember that.
Yeah, I was quite happy to get in a time slot that maybe no one particularly wanted. So no, I was quite happy to do that. But it's 1:30 p.m. here now. So
It's a
but
little
coincidentally, I've just woken up just like last time, so it's a bit the same.
Fair. It's one of those things where it's just kind of like, it doesn't really matter at this point about the time slots, because they're all just as hard to fill anymore, because people are working, people aren't working, time zones, UK, Australia, New Zealand. At least I didn't have anybody from Perth on, because that would have just thrown off my entire timetable, because what are they 3 hours behind you?
I think they're normally 3 hours, but daylight savings time, I think they shift at about the same time. I think it's about 3 hours.
Yeah, because I just remember seeing the time zone changes, and I was like, is Australia that big of a country that there's like 3 time changes? But yeah,
There should be more.
Really? Yeah.
It's massive. Like, you have, because Western Australia basically has their own one. So if you're close to like the South Australian border in Western Australia, it's going to be like technically, I don't know, 6 p.m., but it would have been dark for like 3 hours,
Yeah.
So
yeah, for sure. That's it's always interesting when you when you're not familiar with an area, and it's just like you start putting 2 and 2 together. It's like, oh crap, that is legit. So
yeah, you can't come here just for like a 3-day holiday. It's massive. So
yeah, well, that's the issue. I've been so I was talking to a few musicians over in England, and that's one of the places I want to go next year. But it's like I don't know where to go, because it's like I feel like if I just fly into London, everybody, 90% of the people that I want to meet and just like have a podcast with or catch coffee with, they live like 3 hours away because they don't live in London. So it's like, then what's the point of flying into London if nobody lives there? I mean, obviously not nobody lives there, but just whatever. And then I find the same issue going out to Australia. Like, I mean, the strong play would be going to Sydney. Like, I think that's the foregone conclusion.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's just kind of like, yeah, okay, do I go to Melbourne? Do I go to Adelaide? Do I go to Brisbane? I'm
That's
not
it.
going to Perth, because that's like on the other side of the world in comparison. But
you'd have to sort of stop in Perth for just like a couple of days on the way in or out, like just to. But yeah, definitely Sydney. Don't worry about Melbourne, bugger. But I mean, yeah, it's sort of It depends if you want to go just to meet up with people and do podcasts and stuff, or if you want to like do a couple of touristy things as well.
Actually, I was watching a YouTube video about, for whatever reason, went into this weird phase about watching train videos, like people that just take train rides and they just like vlog their experience on these trains. And I landed on this video about a train that goes from Perth all the way to Sydney, or maybe even goes a bit further north from Sydney, but like it's like runs the entire bottom half of the country there, and I'm just like, that looks awesome and fun, but for $3,000, I think that's a hard pass.
Yeah, you're going a long way for that $3,000, eh?
Yeah, that's a hard pass. I'm good on that one. So
I don't know if like you've got it over there, but in some of the like free to air channels over here, we have I think they call it like slow TV or something like that, and they'll literally have just like a mounted camera on a train, and you can watch like a 3-hour segment of this train journey, and like there's no commentary or anything. They just go along, and you just sit there, and it's like,
that's funny. We have stuff like that, but it's not on TV. It's not like a broadcasted station, but you can go and just watch a like webcam of downtown New York. So it's
it's something that I never thought I'd watch, and then like I saw one episode of like this this like train journey, and it's sort of like a bit mesmerizing, and you sort of realize 45 minutes later that like, oh, I'm still watching this.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those things where if you're just looking for just like background ambient noise, that stuff seems perfect.
Either that, or maybe I just have a dull life.
No, that can't be it. I refuse to believe that one. So, but yeah, so let's jump into the Ladors. What's going on with the band?
So we had sort of a big get together in July, like with a lot of friends and family and stuff like that. And we said like, hey, you know, we've been recording, so we want you guys to hear it first. And so we hired out this hall, and we played a set, and we played the recorded stuff over the speakers, and it was really good. And then that was when it was like just mixed, and we ended up like getting it mastered from like this dude, but it just didn't really turn out how we would have liked it. We listened to the songs and we thought, nah, it's not really what we're going for. So we're in the process. It's still like getting remastered and stuff. So we wanted to have it out in like September, and it's still sitting around. So hopefully in the next fortnight or so, we'll be able to get it out. That's about it. So we're
Did you go through another lineup change?
Since we spoke, yes, we have. I
mean, I guess it's been a year, so it's very possible you went through another lineup change. So
so we had a bass player with us, and just like, you know, commitments and stuff like that. And so he sort of went, oh, you know, I won't be able to be around as much. And we went, okay, like, thanks for letting us know, sort of thing. And I sort of thought like, all right, we could get another bass player, but we've had a couple already, and like it would just sort of be the same. So I thought, all right, if we get a keyboard player, they can play like the bass lines and stuff with their left, and then like chuck in some chords or some lead stuff, whatever it is. And so we spoke to a lady called Kiri, and we're like, hey, do you want to join our band? It's not, you know, the stuff that she was playing very often. It's not the stuff that she was like her sort of music exactly. She's like, she's been doing musicals a lot and stuff like that. So she's a better musician than us, I would say. But just thought, you know, something different. She sings as well, which is good. I don't have to like strain my voice trying to hit notes that are too high for me or anything. So yeah, it's been a good change.
I feel that. That's you know, because I remember the first time we had you on the podcast. I believe it was just you and one other
Would
guy.
have been me and Sonny.
Yeah, you and Sonny. I don't know why I can never remember his name, but you and Sonny just sitting out on the front porch during like middle of COVID. You know, I don't maybe COVID wasn't quite kicking off the way it was, but I just remember you and Sonny just sitting out on the front porch and talking about this band and me not having a clue who the rest of these people are. It was an experience. But then again, I've not seen any other members of the band since. So as far as
that's it. I'll have to we'll have to have a chat one time when we can all get around, because it's been difficult, like we're all doing different stuff and we try to jam as often as possible, but often it's been the case where it's like, okay, we've got a gig this weekend, we have to move a lot of stuff around and get everyone there so that we can jam for an hour, run through the set one time, and that'll do us, so it's been it's been a bit like herding cats, but we'll definitely have a chat with everyone so you can sort of get an idea of what the deal is.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like I'd mentioned when we first started talking. It's funny how many bands that I only like really know one or two key members. The rest of them, it's just kind of like, oh, hey, you're in that band? Cool. I don't know who you are. Yeah, that's funny.
Well, I think like it's sort of, obviously it's not ideal. I'd rather have the rest of them here as well. But I think the best situation possible, like, because I've written like pretty much all the songs and stuff. So any question that you could have, like, what does this song mean? Like the others can say what they think it means, but it's if I'm here anyway,
Yeah, I mean that's fair, and I'm definitely not complaining. It's just funny to me, like being this far away from everything, and it's just like, oh, yeah, but
we've got a friend who she used to live in New York. I think she's currently in Philly, but I think for people who live in Philly, no offense, but I think she wants to go back. But we're talking about how we could maybe do a couple of shows in New York in the next 12, 18 months, something like that, figure something out. But so we can get that close to you. You might have to do the rest, but we can get about that far. So.
I mean, I've done crazier, so it's not that bad. But no, seriously though, a trip to Australia is on the books. Like it's going to happen. It's just a matter of finances. So it's just a matter of making that work. But it's just one of those things where it's like, got to make sure it's worth my, like, I can go over there as like a vacation or a holiday or whatever, but I also want to make sure like I'm not going over there and sitting in my room for 2 weeks because I got a quarantine or whatever.
Yeah.
So, so speaking of music, you were talking about the, you did kind of like a preview party. Now, did you end up releasing this music or, sorry, I kind of.
Yeah. So, we wanted to, and if things had gone to plan, it would have been released by now, but, it's just currently getting a little bit reworked. So hopefully within the next fortnight, maybe month, we can sort of get it out and put it on Spotify and all the rest of it. But
gotcha. Yeah, I think we got a little sidetracked on that conversation, so I just wanted to make sure, even if you had already said that, I just wanted to make sure that there was like a conclusion to the original conversation that we were having.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. And then
soon,
and are you pretty much the creative force behind it, or is it a full-length album or is it an EP or?
It's an EP. I think it's got 7 songs. Okay. And I wrote all of them except Sonny had like a riff, like for a verse and like a bit of a chorus as well. So I like just filled in the gaps on that one, and so that's like he started that one, he kicked that one off. So yeah, it's just trying to think because it's been so long since we recorded and everything. But yeah, I think I wrote about 6.5 songs on that one. So
nice, that's cool.
If it's shit, you know who to blame.
Everybody else. Sorry, I had to say it. I had to stand up for you, man. I just
I appreciate it. I would anytime I go and like, oh, what about this song? And everyone goes, nope, that's shit. I don't ever have a Tom there to say, no, what about you guys? You haven't written anything.
Hey, you know, sometimes you just got to throw it right back at them. So,
that's it.
That's fair.
I think we all get along pretty well, and you know, there are always ideas. Whether like doesn't always have to be songs and stuff. Everyone's got ideas of how to do stuff, and we chat about it. And yeah, but in saying that, 1 out of every 10 times, maybe I wouldn't mind a Tom there to be like, actually, you know, James might have a point for once.
I feel like you're talking to somebody off screen.
No, I
just
like,
the way. What's that?
It's like the end of that Simpsons episode where Homer's disparaged Fox, and he's reading the end credits and stuff like that, and he's saying like, "Oh no, Fox is actually cool, but they've got like a gun to him and stuff."
Yeah, gotcha. That's cool. What's the obviously this EP is kind of in flux as far as when it's going to get released and whatnot. But what's the live show situation? Are you guys actively playing, or where are you kind of at there?
Yeah, so we were playing not a lot, but like fairly frequently, like consistently, I would say. Like we'd have a couple every month or so, and just trying to keep it rolling. Julia, she's from Germany, so for a visa, she's got to go elsewhere for work for a couple of months. So we'll probably just focus on like writing some more stuff, and we'll get ready for when she comes back in like around March. So
those visas, man, they're a pain in the ass. Like,
yeah,
I was talking. I had a musician on earlier today. She's from the States here, but she had a contract with Carnival Cruise Lines and met a guy that lived in the UK, and she just got denied her visa after they got married. So it's just kind of like, all right, so here we go again. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where it's just like, damn, okay. So that's.
Yeah, I mean, like, I've never obviously had to get a visa for here to do anything, but yeah, I've got a few friends, like Julia included, that are just going like, you know, this country's the worst in trying to get visas and work here and stay here for more than 3 months, and you know, so
I'm not gonna lie, I've given it a lot of thought about if I ever found myself in a position that I could just kind of work remote. Like I had a job that they're like, yeah, you could just kind of work wherever. I would really be keen to take the idea of spending 3 months in Australia from like January to March. I feel like that's probably a pretty decent time.
Do you get sunburnt pretty easy, or
is it not a good time? Am I better to move it to like September to November?
Yeah, I would personally do that because like the last like 2 or 3 weeks we've had here, the weather has been like incredible. It's amazing. You can't really see outside, but it's been like sunny and like, you know, 21 degrees like pretty much every day, which is like perfect.
21 degrees Celsius for all you Americans out there.
Yeah.
Just wanted to clarify that because
21 degrees Celsius for the rest of the world.
Yes.
But no, like it's been awesome. So like definitely this time of year is like it's been like pretty mild, so that's been good. But January can get super hot, and by the time like March rolls around, sometimes it just rains for like 9 days at a time. So
yeah, I feel
a bit
it.
volatile.
And I feel like a lot of the music festivals are really like starting to, like right now is like music. Is it fest season for you guys right now?
Yeah, there are heaps coming up. I know just like locally and like statewide, there are quite a few. Like I've seen a lot of advertisements, which makes sense because you don't want them getting like rained out and stuff. So
yeah, yeah, it's one of those like that. I think that ultimately would be like the big contributor to any trip that I make is just being able to go to like a music festival or something outside of the U.S. and you know, yeah, just getting to meet new bands. That would be really cool. And I
Yeah.
mean, Instagram's been really good about that. Like a lot of the Australian acts that I had on this morning were just bands that I randomly found scrolling through Instagram.
Yeah,
Like
nice.
I would go to like, for instance, I would go to like the Lenore's page and just hit. You could bring up to like similar pages, and I'd just start going through, and I'm like, okay, cool, these guys, yeah. So that was fun.
Yeah.
Um, so Lenore's kind of, or not kind of, Lenore's are doing good. You guys are just kind of trucking along for it. What are you doing outside of the band? Are you doing any side solo projects, or are you just kind of hanging out? What are you doing
Yeah.
outside the band?
So I'm in. So I live in like a fairly small town. There's only like 8,000 people, and I'm in a band with people comprised like just of people in this town. So I call it just my Helensburgh band. So I'm in one band here doing like me and the I play guitar in some of the songs, and then I swap with the drummer, and he plays guitar in some of the songs, and we sort of just like muck around and do that sort of stuff, and got some cool songs, which is pretty cool. They we recorded an album like must have been last year, I think. But yeah, it turned out all right. Some pretty cool songs in there called that band's called Merchants of Panic, and I'm in another band which is like a sort of bit of a joke around punk band sort of thing, sort of like a late 70s Ramones, Dead Kennedys sort of thing, but like making all these political jokes and stuff, and it's called The Leftards. And yeah, so like they do really well. It's sort of because the live show is just like weird, you know. We always bring props on stage. We always wear like just stupid costumes and stuff like that. Ronnie, do you remember the World Cup, the FIFA World Cup in 2010 in South Africa, and they had all the vuvuzelas and stuff? Yeah. So Ronnie, the singer's got one of those, and he would just like break it out and like get right in people's faces and stuff, and everyone has a good laugh. It's good. So it's a band that it's weird to see the first time, and then after that, when you're used to it, it's a really cool band to see. You know?
Yeah.
But so yeah, I'm just trying to keep busy doing music stuff. You know, I work a little bit, but I'd rather, you know, spend my time and energy doing that stuff. So
yeah, I was gonna ask if you had a regular 9 to 5 thing to kind of support your band habit, but
well, I've got 2 jobs, but they the 9 to 5 Monday to Friday is just I've just never suited it, man. I'm no good at it.
I completely understand. I feel where you're coming from on that one. But yeah, no, that's cool. So just to kind of recap the album, early 2023, maybe.
I'm hoping sooner.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm hoping by the end of this year. May as well just make it a bloody Christmas album. I'm hoping
I was giving you a little bit of leeway, saying early 2023, saying that way you don't. But fair.
Yeah, like if we had it our way, it would have been out in September. It should be fairly close to finishing all the reworkings and stuff it
Mm.
needed. So yeah, I'm honestly hoping. What's the date today? Here
17th.
it's the
Or
18th,
18th,
it's
yeah.
17th. So I'm hoping by the first week of December we'll be able to put it out, and and then just forget about it and work on new stuff. So
Nice. Because it's one of those things where it's been in the works for so damn long that it's like, all right, let's just get it out at this point. And
absolutely.
But then again, you also don't want to let it just sit there and drown. You want to like really try and push it, but you're walking like this weird fine line where it's like, all right, let's get it out, but I also want it to do well and people to see it. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Well, we had like some footage of us recording it, and we had some like a couple of different shows filmed as well. So I put together just a little video on our YouTube channel, just like as a music video for one of the songs, so that we could sort of say like, okay, at least a bit of it's out there, and we can sort of, just rather than having nothing, just made a little video, put that up there, and yeah.
I feel that. Awesome. Well, I don't want to keep you too much longer. I'm sure you want to wake up a little bit after saying you just woke up. So
it's all right. I'll live.
Yeah. What's that?
I'll live. I'll be all right.
Gotcha. So if anybody wants to check out the upcoming release or anything else you got out there in the universe, or just interact with you on social, where's the best place to do that?
Facebook, Instagram. We've got heaps of stuff on Spotify and Apple Music and all the rest. But best place for just everything in general is probably thelenores.com, which is very easy to remember. So it's got a little bit of merch as well. We got a couple of shirts. We made some tote bags, which ended up turning out really cool. So
that's what's up. Yeah, I dig it. Well, James, thank you so much for hanging out with us. It's been an absolute blast. Just real quick before we play a little musical roulette to bring in the next guest here in a minute, just a reminder, if you are so inclined, please support the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. It's an important foundation to me that helped us get through some dark times when my mother was dealing with pancreatic cancer. So if you can, the link is over there in that corner. Yep, there you go. Thanks for the assist there. The QR code's over there. And then if you're on a PC or Mac, there's also a donation link in the comment section or in the About Us section. It just says it's a donate button. Just click that and send it on over. But once again, James, thank you so much. Really appreciate you taking the time to sit down. We got to do it more than once a year, though.
Absolutely. We got to catch up more often, man.
It's one of those things where it's like I'll message you on Facebook and then I won't hear from you, and then you'll message me and you won't hear from me. So it's like a conversation that could take 5 minutes ends up taking like 6 months because
that's it.
Yeah. So.
Well, I got to introduce you to everyone else as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll have to sort that out.
Yep, we'll get that squared away and make it work for all of us. Even if I got to stay up till 2 or 3 in the morning to make it work,
we'll figure it out. We'll meet in the middle somewhere.
Gotcha. Awesome. Well, once again, thank you so much. And we're gonna play a little musical roulette and get the next guest in here in a couple minutes.
Sweet.
James,
thanks, man. Appreciate you, man.
Yep. Thank you. Awesome. Let's do this. Let's do that. And cool. All right, so we'll be back in about 10 minutes with the Key of F.
I've been researching pancreas cancer for about 20 plus years. When I began my career, I was looking for an area to specialize in, and I met my mentor who was working in pancreas cancer. He was one of the few people at that time who was researching this disease. And it really felt like this was a place where I could make a difference in my career. And so I started working with him, and I have been working and researching pancreas cancer ever since. Early detection, in my opinion, has really the most important role to play in terms of improving survival and outcomes in this otherwise deadly disease. When we look at patients who are diagnosed at an earlier stage and are able to successfully undergo surgery, those patients typically live a lot longer and do better than the ones, unfortunately, who are diagnosed at a more advanced stage of their disease. And so for me, I think if we can diagnose more patients at a point where we can get them to surgery and get the tumor out, there really is an enormous opportunity of improving outcomes. The challenge with pancreas cancer has always been that unfortunately most of our patients present with what we call metastatic or advanced disease. And in that case, the tumor is not operable. The surgeon can't take it out. And so if we can diagnose this tumor early, that's our best shot at improving the chance of long-term survival. So the early detection initiative that PanCAN has launched is one of its larger initiatives along with PanCAN's Precision Promise. The early detection initiative is the largest randomized trial to identify patients early in their disease, get them to surgery, and therefore improve survival. A trial of this size has really not ever been done, focused entirely on pancreas cancer, so it's a really ambitious effort. The goal of this trial is to use new onset diabetes as an entry point to identify individuals who may be at high risk for pancreas cancer, get them into the trial, and then provide the ones who are at the highest risk spectrum with imaging studies, blood-based assays, and really approach this whole question of early detection, which has been such a challenge for many decades, at a level that has never been done before. To me, what I think makes PanCAN so different is its ability to embrace ideas that are out of the box, but which need to be done for us to make a difference in this disease.
Support life-saving pancreatic cancer research. Research for patients. Research for those we've lost. Research for all of us. Make a gift today to support critical patient services and life-saving research for pancreatic cancer patients and their families. Donate today at pancan.org.
So I am currently in the lab of Dr. Laura Wood at Johns Hopkins School of Medicine in the Department of Pathology. I really feel like it's important that I be a part of this work because pancreatic cancer is one of the most aggressive types. And most of that is due to the fact that it is diagnosed at such a later stage. And so, yeah, particularly for me, I thought it was, out of all the cancers I've researched throughout my career, pancreatic cancer seems to be where the most need is and where I really feel like I found amazing people and have found an actual project that I really think will make an impact in early detection of pancreatic cancer. There are several marginalized groups that are more heavily impacted by pancreatic cancer in the United States. And so honestly, the biggest thing for these groups to keep in mind is the importance of early detection, the importance of screening. For those groups that have a family history of pancreatic cancer, they are even more so looked at as the perfect population to get early screening and to be involved in some of the studies that are happening even now amongst pancreatic cancer researchers in the United States. And so I would definitely encourage them to get involved, to find a PCP, ask that PCP, hey, you know, where can I go to get tested, and to really understand what their genetic makeup is and how they might be predisposed to this cancer. The kind of first introduction I've had to the greater opportunities of raising money for pancreatic research was through the Purple Stride walks. And so from seeing those walks and getting to learn about PanCAN from there, I knew for sure it was an organization that I wanted to be a part of, because not only is the research component important to me, and I do love being in the lab and being able to produce data, advocacy is also really important to me as well.
November is Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Month. I support pancreatic cancer research in memory of my brother, Daniel. You can change the course of pancreatic cancer for all of us by supporting research. Research for Daniel, research for those we've lost, research for patients, research for all of us. Donate today.
All right. How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the live and amplified livecast marathon. I am your host, Tom Quiet. And just a quick reminder before we bring in our next guest. I saw we have the KFF sitting in the queue there. Just a quick reminder to everybody watching, if you are so inclined, please feel free to scan the QR code right there. And it'll take you directly to the donation platform to donate to the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. I just wanted to take a couple seconds here to kind of explain why this is important to me. This is important to Live and Amplified, and just kind of everything they did for us, or when my mother was dealing with pancreatic cancer. It was one of those things where, you know, it was March, early or late March, my mother got diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, and like most people, we had no clue what to do, who to go to, all that fun stuff. So, you know, it's interesting. You start doing the old Dr. Google search and all that stuff in the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network is it just kind of started popping up, and they were just such a great resource to make sure we were getting her good treatment, the best treatment, and just like any cool clinical trials to try and prolong her life as much as we could. And then, of course, unfortunately, after she passed, they especially for me, they did me a pretty big solid, and they called me a couple times to make sure that I was good. Like, they didn't have to. Like, I wasn't really in their system like that at that point, but they knew about the fundraiser that we were trying to do initially, and they reached out. They made sure I was good, so I really appreciate them for that. And so we vowed as Live and Amplified that we wanted to keep giving back to them, and yeah, so that's kind of the birth. Yep, that's the word. The birth of the podcast marathon. And then, not to mention, my mother, when she was sick, she just really loved listening to me do the podcast. So I just kind of wanted to jump on here. I know we've had a lot of changeover as far as viewers and listeners and people that have been interacting with us, and I just kind of like telling that story as often as I can. So that being said, if you're so inclined, feel free to donate. We got the QR code right there. And then if you're watching on a PC or a Mac, we also have a donate button down in the little About Us section. And so if you scroll down a little bit, there's an About Us section. Or I've been doing my best to keep the QR code fresh in the comment section, but it's not always that easy. So, that being said, let's bring in our next guest. We've got the Key of F. Hey! How's it going? Keep the QR code fresh in the comment section, but it's not always that easy. Hello? So, that being said, let's bring in our next guest. Wait, are we on a delay or... Hello?
Hello?
Okay, I think we were on a little bit of a delay. That was really weird.
Let's see. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I think that's a yes.
Hang on. Wait a minute. What's going on here?
Hey.
Because I can hear you. Can you hear me? Okay, we're like on a 2-minute delay. That is terrible. Hold on a minute. I can hear you. Can you hear me? I think that's a yes. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on.
So we hear you. We can't hear you through our computer.
Okay.
Un momento, por favor. We can hear you.
I got it.
I have you on my phone and I can hear you.
I got it. Yeah.
I can't hear you through there.
All right.
He can hear you, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, we had to go get Marie's husband. He's the IT guy, the tech whiz.
No.
All the things.
Okay. Aha. Output speaker is set to the microphone. Here we go.
Oh.
Yay!
Okay. I'm sitting there, like, it was so wild. You guys were just, I queued it up. I transitioned over, and then all I hear is the playback through the cell phone, and I'm like, okay, that is quite the delay there, but okay. And then you guys don't respond to me, and I'm like, all right, what do I do now? I'm not quite sure what to do now. It's been a long day. Do I just go to bed and just kind of call it, or?
Yeah. We were just fucking with you, Tom.
Sorry about that.
It happens. It happens. So,
Hi.
yeah. How are you?
Well, I asked first. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing okay. I got 3.5 hours left. Right?
How many cups of coffee in are you?
Actually, not as many as you'd think. And well, it's not coffee. I've only had 2 Monster energy drinks.
Wow.
Okay. No beer?
So, no beer. No beer. Nope. I've actually tried to be very good about drinking a lot more water because the last time I did something like this, I didn't drink nearly enough water and it destroyed me.
Oh.
So like the water has been very clutch this time
Oh,
around.
yeah, because it's a great cause and it's a great thing. I'm so glad that you're doing this again. But I know it's really long. It takes a toll on you because you're constantly going.
Yeah, it's well, and like even like what really got me through it was there was a few people that like technical issues came through and it was like, oh cool, I got a 30-minute break here, so let me go sit over here. And you know, it was one of those things where it's like I didn't sleep as well as I wanted to. So I'm just kind of like I woke up at like 10 p.m. and I was just like, okay, it's gonna kind of be what it is. And if you'd have told me at 6 a.m. this morning that I'd still be here, I would have called you a liar because at 6 a.m. I was just like, yeah, I ain't going to make it. I was a wreck. So.
Aw. Well,
But-
you were a trooper, and it's so awesome that you're doing this. And thank you for having us back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you so much.
It's one of those things where, Andy, I know we had talked about trying to get you all on the podcast.
Yep.
Earlier, and then I never really forgot, but my schedule never gave me an opportunity to put you on there. So it's just like, let me reach out to him. I've still got several slots available that would be perfect for a California artist to participate. So let me see what they have available.
Awesome.
Oh, I'm so
worked.
glad that you did.
Yeah.
I'm really glad that you did. We always have the best time talking with you. It's just I really enjoy the camaraderie that's there, the rapport, but you're just really easy to talk to and you're a great host. You ask some awesome questions and everything is so conversational. So it's really nice.
I appreciate that. But I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I don't know what you're going to get today because it's been 21 almost 21 and a half hours. I am running on, I've been eating nothing but Scooby snacks and drinking water.
Well, that's why we have she can brighten anyone's day.
You want me to vamp? I'll vamp.
But no, seriously, though, it was an easy choice to ask you all to be on here because, you were there for the first one, and that's where we originally met because that was an entertaining day, and then we had you back on, and that got even I don't want to say weirder because that's not even the right way to put it. But
word.
It did. I blame the game-o-matic.
That's fair. Very fair.
We have talked a lot about the game-o-matic. The question wheel is like awesome.
Yes. And we will break that out here a little bit later. But
I'm just looking forward to that.
I love it.
So as far as new music. I know you got some. Are you released? Was it a new single? Right?
Yeah.
We released a new single in October, so not that long ago, and it's called New Orleans.
Whoop, whoop.
It's available on all the streaming platforms. We also have a music video
whoop, whoop.
that's out for it on YouTube. And basically, the music video is kind of, it's a day in the studio. It's kind of what it was for us to record this song, a lot of the fun things that happened. And luckily, we got some of our friends in New Orleans to have cameos in the videos as well. So that was really cool.
It was so much fun because, yeah, like she said, we had cameos because the song has call and response moments in it. So Andy would sing the lead, and then we had just vast numbers of our friends, some in the studio, some in New Orleans, some in
the UK,
England,
yeah,
who recorded their response, the echo to what she was singing. So we have all those people on tape, and they're singing, they're dancing, and it was so much fun.
Nice. That's cool. That's awesome. So it's been what, about a month at this point that New Orleans has been out, right? Or not quite a month?
Yeah.
I don't quite remember when we had this conversation, but I know we had it at one point. So bad on me. Are you working toward? Is this going to kind of be a standalone single for right now, or are you working towards another like album or bigger project? Or
we were originally best laid plans of mice and men. We were originally going to record an EP, and life kind of happened. Our studio where we record everything in, it underwent some construction, and that construction took a lot longer than what they were expecting. So Marie and I got together and we started talking about it. And we realized that maybe releasing an EP right now is not the most beneficial thing for us to do. And that we should take the songs that were going to go on the album and just release them as singles. So that's kind of what we've been doing. We have one more song that is probably going to be released in 2023. Please, dear Jesus, let it not be released in October.
Not October. We love October. We love Halloween, but we have this habit of like, we're going to release this in August. Tick, 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 tick.
Tick, tick.
October.
October.
What is happening with October? And granted, October's great, but we have costumes to build.
It's
parties to
busiest
attend.
month. I mean, it really is. It seems like October, just everything kind of converges on October. And I was like, damn it, I want to stop releasing music in October.
Doing this to ourselves. Yeah. So
I feel like we had this conversation last time.
Yes, because
we said we weren't going to release music in October. Look where the fuck we are.
Exactly.
So that being said, were the other two singles released in October?
Actually,
the first one was Another Love Like Mine was,
but
which is the conversation he's talking about.
Yes, that was October.
Then we have New Orleans, which
October.
And then we have one more, which is going to be 2023. It's not going to be October. It's not.
Because I mean, this might be the most prolonged EP release if it does become October.
Shut up.
Like,
well, also,
you might as well.
Well, because we realize also in this day and age with Spotify and all the iTunes, people, it's a singles driven music world anyway. So back in the day, when I'd be like, I'm going to buy an album. What?
Yeah,
I'm going to buy a CD. What? I'm going to buy some 8 tracks and cassettes. What? But now, I did. I bought 8 tracks and cassettes. But now it's all singles. So we're like, well, might as well just, throw those singles out there.
Yeah, I feel that. It's that's interesting. But at this rate, you might as well just call the EP October. I'm just saying. Call it October.
Oh,
that's
my
so
gosh.
funny because that's probably going to be the name of our next single.
That's brilliant.
Which we won't be releasing in October. It's just going to be called October.
Yeah, we'll release it like March.
You're gonna aim for March, and then it'll end up being October, and
Boom.
you might as well just change the name of the band to October and just kind of lean into it. You only release music in October.
Oh my god. Yeah, I can't disagree with your logic because you've got a really good point. I'm like, oh my god.
Or Bree, did you say the key of October?
Yeah. Well, let's go from the key of F to the key of October.
Yeah. Hey, I'm down. That's funny. I dig it. And then you only release music in October, so it's like, all right, get all your recording because you've only got October to release music, and then
right? And none of it is Halloween themed.
No, exactly. It has nothing to do with October. It just happens. Yeah.
Yes. So New Orleans came out last month. We won't say the O word. We'll just say last month. How's the response been?
It's been really good. People have been saying that it is so much fun and they like it. It's a really, really lively track. It's a fun track. And I've got to admit, it's one of our favorites because we recorded it so differently than we did all of the others. We ended up recording this one live on the floor. Mm-hmm. So, and we haven't done that before. So that was a lot of fun with me actually singing with the rest of the instruments. And sure, we did have to go back because obviously there was stuff that I didn't like and I wanted to go back and redo.
And you add the layers and the harmonies and the little things. But
so the vocals ended up being a little bit more time consuming than the rest of it. But, laying the instruments down and actually getting to sing with them, the whole energy of the piece, it's definitely a party tune.
It totally is. It's a danceable, it's fun. And it was a really fun day in the studio. I mean, I always love being in the studio, but it was an extra fun day in the studio because it was just, like Andy said, the energy was there. And then the musicians are all in the room together as opposed to you're in an isolated booth. We're going to do that. You're in an isolated booth. We're going to do that. Everybody was together. And, that's how they always used to record on those 8 tracks. But, nowadays, it was cool doing that. It felt very old school.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel that. It's
no.
What's that? No? Okay.
I tried to be old school and it just was weird.
I'm sorry. You're getting a different side of me tonight because I've been up for damn near 24 hours already, so it's just it's going places. So
I love it.
We like Loopy Tom.
I mean, it could have been worse. It could have been alcohol-induced Loopy Tom. That would have been no fun for no one. So
right, or Cranky Tom, which also would have been no fun for anybody.
No. Actually, Cranky Tom is quiet Tom. Like I'm just quiet when I'm cranky. Like
okay,
you could tell I'm cranky, but I really don't get too grumpy or as far as like vocally grumpy. So that's a different side. That's a different story. But anyways, so you got the final single to this EP coming out. You say not October. We all know where this game is going.
Right.
We all know where it's going. How's the how are things? You're in LA, right? Yeah.
We're in Los Angeles.
Okay. I just say LA as a safety net because then somebody's like, well, technically I'm in Manhattan, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's like LA.
It's all LA.
It's LA.
Yeah.
Oh, look, there's my dog. There's my dog.
Your dog is almost as big as my sister's dog.
I thought you were going to say your sister.
No. I did not say that. My sister's dog. Please. So, how are things going out in LA? How's the scene starting? Are things starting to chill out, or are they still pretty crazy?
It's pretty crazy in terms of just there's still a lot of like COVID centricness and stuff like that. And I think that I really have been appreciative that music and concerts have kind of opened back up, and everything has just kind of, it's like the floodgates opened. So it's been really nice that things have gotten back to a normal pace with going to concerts, being able to, if you want to perform live, you can perform live, and there's venues available to you. So yeah, so I think things are kind of at a normal LA for what LA is.
And because it is LA, people are still cautious. Like people, I like that, I can go to the store somewhere, and if I want to wear my mask because I feel more comfortable, everybody's like, oh, that's cool. That's cool. You do you, whereas like there's other cities and states where people might be like, what are you doing? What's up? So I like that about LA is that everybody's kind of like, oh, if you want to do that, that's totally fine. So I feel like there's a cautious optimism where everyone is still trying to be as safe as possible, but getting out and doing stuff. Like I saw concerts this summer, and that's been really nice. The Hollywood Bowl, there were a lot of great shows at the Hollywood Bowl, so that was cool.
That was cool.
Yeah.
Are the homeless still running rampant across what was it, Venice Beach? Right?
It's the whole city.
Yeah.
You can't go like 4 intersections without seeing a little tent encampment. And it's really sad because it's a big problem. And so there are people who are displaced, some by choice, some not
by choice. Yeah. And
it's just sad when you see that, because you're like, whatever's going on, it's, something's uprooted in your life, and it's a bummer.
Yeah.
So that's definitely an issue. We got a new mayor. Karen Bass won. Whoop, whoop. Sorry, that was my vote, but I'm happy we have a first female mayor of Los Angeles. So I'm excited to see what she might do.
Nice. It's always interesting, like, not to get too political, that's not what we do, but it's always interesting when new blood comes in.
Exactly. Yeah. And you never know. Everybody's got plans and ideas, but
but that's
what are they going to do
too? Even when you have a band that's worked together for years and years, when you bring in new blood of a new player, they're going to bring new ideas. They're going to bring, it's going to elevate you to a whole different level.
So
with
true.
Anything, new blood is cool.
Yeah.
Anywhere you look at it, it's a good thing.
Yeah, I agree. So, jumping back into the music here, what's the show schedule looking like right now? Are you
right
got
now
anything?
More studio focused and songwriting focused?
Yeah,
if that would be fair to say.
That's true.
We both have had several song ideas percolating that we were getting together and trying to. This is the sign language for writing a song. That's what that is. So we have been getting together and trying to make new music, and we both have a lot of ideas that we're still bouncing around.
Yep. And we did play an online. We did do an online live. We did a couple of 2 or 3 songs online live, and it was my very, very first time playing bass and singing at the same time.
Oh, well.
Terrifying,
but awesome.
But I'm glad that I was able to do it and get it done and not crash and burn. It sounded decent. I was like, oh, okay.
It was super cool.
Yes.
But man, being able to do that for the first time ever, I gotta say, I've been spoiled rotten just having to stand in front of a microphone and sing. Because once you put a guitar in somebody's hand and they have to play guitar and sing at the same time, mad props for all the people that can do that. I'm like, shit, that's hard.
Yeah. Well,
syncopation involved.
Yeah. Because not only is it like you got to sing, but then you've also got to move your hands and keep the rhythm and keep the time and keep all this. And
what you're singing and playing are usually not the same. So I still don't know how drummers do it. The singing drummers blow me away.
Yeah.
Actually, that is really bizarre, because one of the first full bands that we worked with, the drummer wasn't the lead singer. He did a lot of the backup vocals, but just the way they had that whole thing set up, and the amount of neck movement he had to make just to kind of make everything work, it was like, wow, okay, this is a lot. So he'd be sitting here doing his thing, and then he hits the backup vocal. He's got to like turn away, but still keep the drum thing going, and because if he had the mic sitting in front, like in front of the drum kit, it was going to pick up any of the things, so he had to turn away, and it's like, man, I just couldn't do it. I don't.
Wow. Forget it. I can barely play bass and sing at the same time, let alone try to do a whole thing of drum. No.
Yeah. I'm always mesmerized by a singing drummer. I'm like, what is that?
Especially if they were like lead singer, that would just be, I don't even know. Like,
Phil Collins.
I was just about to say Phil Collins comes to mind immediately.
And Middle Class Rut is a 2-piece band.
Mm-hmm.
And guitar and drums, and then they've got some tracks that fill in just a little bit of bass and stuff, but not a lot. They're doing a lot of it live. But the drummer sings more than I realized. I saw them live, and he was actually, they harmonize all the time, but he was actually pulling some of the leads, and I was like, what? How are they doing that? It's amazing.
That's wild.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. That's man, I don't even know where to go with that one. That's yeah. But anyways, so you're staying busy the rest of 2022, 2023. Let's get to the game, because I know you guys are anticipating this.
Oh no. Now I'm frightened.
And honestly, I've played this game so much today that most of these I'm hoping we run into some fresh questions.
Okay.
It's one of those things where I've literally imagined doing this like 28 times already. So it's just kind of like, cool. So.
You can veto any questions you want.
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha.
I wasn't sure, just sidebar. Can you hear the creepy ice cream truck that's out in front of Marie's house at the moment? Because I'm expecting Pennywise to come marching through the door.
Ice cream trucks at 10:30 at night.
It's so like, they're not selling ice cream. It's
no, not at 10:30
at
night.
It's something else.
They're selling that fresh Albuquerque blue meth.
Yeah. I was gonna go for something a lot harder, but I like your. I was
harder than blue meth.
Oh, blue meth. Well, yeah.
Well, I mean, okay. I was trying to keep it classy for a classy neighborhood, but
oh no, there's no class in this neighborhood. No.
Hey,
why? I'm saying me. I'm not saying anything about you. What?
This is my neighborhood.
No, I'm talking about there's.
Like a metaphorical neighborhood. I thought you meant literal neighborhood.
I'm saying I have no class. I don't know why she's going, hey, I'm in trouble again.
I thought you meant my neighborhood.
Please, Tom, let's play the game.
Let's create more trouble here. All right. Here it is. Rapid fire randomness. We'll fire off. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see when the game stops being fun.
Never.
All right. What motivates you more, the past, the present, or the future?
Oh, the future. I would have to say, for me, it's the future. I'm not even going to look at you anymore. For me, it's the future. Okay. Seeing the things that I want to do with the key of F, where I want us to go, what I want us to be doing, the music that I want us to be doing. So that's a huge drive for me. That drives also Marie crazy.
I love being driven crazy by you. That was a very good answer. I am somewhere in between, because future goals are always good. Like we're on this journey, and I'm big about the journey and the future goals, and I love that. But I feel like I'm trying to be a little more motivated by the present, just so that this is going to sound really like hippy dippy, but it's just so that I'm like here in the moment. Like I am motivated by right now. What is happening right now? Yeah. And that's cool. Kind of exciting.
Yeah,
it's kind of exciting.
Yeah. That sounds cool.
But a cross between, because you got, I still want to have those future goals. I don't want to be like, I'm only in the now. There's nothing tomorrow. La la la. Yeah. There's something tomorrow, and I want to, But
That's
there's
fair.
something exciting about like because I know people who are only about the future, not you, but some people who are only like, it's only about what's coming. And I'm like, but what's right now? Like right now, what happened today? My cute dog came over and said hi on camera. That was awesome. You know,
Yeah.
what's happening right now? We're talking to Tom and you're awesome. So like this moment,
Gotcha.
my little
Perfect.
soapbox.
Okay. Next question. How many times during the week do you go to the dollar store?
In a week?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've been.
What?
Not on a weekly. Like I've been to a dollar store, but I don't think I haven't.
I go easily 6 times a week. So
Really?
But I also, it's a Dollar General, so that's where I do, like, if I need to get like groceries or whatever, I'll just run to the Dollar General and get my groceries. So it's kind of it's a cheat, but it's still the dollar store. I don't know.
Yeah, I'd say half to once a week.
Okay.
Fair.
So maybe every other week, because the 99-cent store is definitely on our list. Like when we're doing our groceries, it's like, but if we go to the 99-cent store, we can get the pumpkin for the dog. We can get the soup. We can get the refried beans. You know, there's certain things we can get at the dollar store.
Do they have a parking lot?
Yeah.
They do. They have their own. Is it up here?
Oh, yeah. We have at least 2 or 3 that we can get to easily in my neighborhood.
Which is very classy, by the way.
Callback, yeah.
Her neighborhood's very classy.
There's a billboard in my backyard.
I'm going to have to start coming because part of I don't have a dollar store really near me. So I'm going to have to start coming to Marie's very classy neighborhood to start doing the dollar store.
Because that's where all the dollar stores are in the classy neighborhood.
Yeah, they are.
But yeah, and craft supplies. Oh my gosh. Anytime we are crafting, it's like, we're going to go hit the dollar store and we're going to get all our poster board and all the supplies, glue sticks.
All the things.
Yeah. So
And
yeah.
I go to the dollar store to get my aspirin because it's the only place I can get 100 count for like $2.
Yes.
And it's like perfect. So.
And at the grocery store, it's like $8.50, and I'm like, no.
Give me that non-named ibuprofen. I'll
Yeah,
pay $2
that
for it.
aspirin brand.
Yeah. Right. Yep. Okay. Next question. Ordering room service, yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah, totally. Especially breakfast.
Ooh.
Last time I had room service, though, it wasn't that good. It just wasn't good.
You?
I was at like where was that? I was at like a Ramada Inn or something.
Well, that's why.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
I'm sorry. That's all I can afford at the time. So.
But it does depend. I mean, because you have to be settle into the fact that I'm getting room service. I'm going to pay at least $10 more than it's worth.
Right.
But once you resign yourself to that, you're like, it's 10:30. I'm tired and I'm getting a bagel and it's going to be so good.
And it's going to be $50.
Yeah, but it's going to be a bagel with cream cheese and I'm going to love it because I'm in my bed and I'm in my robe, my Ramada robe, and it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, breakfast room service is really cool because you can still be like in your robe, in your PJs.
And mine was 10:30 p.m.
Oh, see, mine's like 10:30 a.m. And I'm like, oh my God, you've got your coffee, tea, you've got your scrambled eggs and your sausages and all of that good stuff. And it's just, it's kind of hard to mess up scrambled eggs.
True.
You know?
Unless
they're powdered. Unless they're powdered.
Okay. There you go. Nice save.
If you're dealing with a real egg, it's kind of hard to mess it up. But if they're powdered, so easy to fuck that up.
But the point is you're in your robe.
I get it. I got you. All right. What's your favorite kind of food?
Oh,
Italian.
Oh, wow. Nice. Dessert. Nice.
Is that I guess that flies.
It's a food group.
Come on.
What would you like for dinner tonight?
Dessert.
Okay, we'll let it go. We'll let
What's
that
your
one play.
favorite kind of food, Tom?
Yeah, come on, Tom.
It divvies between Chinese and Mexican, just
All right.
depending on what I'm feeling for the night. But more than likely, if it's for dinner, it's Chinese. If it's for breakfast, I love a good breakfast taco. Oh,
Ooh,
yeah.
yes.
Breakfast tacos
Breakfast
are I'm
taco,
all about
breakfast
that.
burrito going on.
Oh
Yeah,
my
oh,
goodness,
yeah.
yes.
New
Now,
Ba-
do you like authentic Chinese or do you like to go like the Thai route?
I've gone like the Thai route and it's okay, but
Oh.
I like just like give me like the diviest of dive Chinese restaurants where nobody in there speaks English and I'm good.
They really know what they're doing.
That's good
Oh, yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
Cool.
We used to have a place like that, and they originally, when we were younger, they only had one spot, and it was like in the middle of town. And then they got a little bit famous, and they opened up a second spot, and that became the bougie spot. And I'm like, cool. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways,
All winners. But yeah, Italian, give me pasta and garlic, and I'm a happy, happy camper.
nice.
Mhm.
I dig it. I dig it. Where are we most likely to find you on Saturday?
Probably at the park with my dog.
Aw, that's good.
Did I take your answer?
No, that's well. Sometimes I'm at the park with her dog. I mean, not my dog.
Or sometimes you're with my dog.
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah. Aw, that's nice. For me, gosh, where are you gonna find me on Saturday? Depends on what time of day. If it's middle of the day, then we're like cleaning our house or something lame. But hi, honey. But if it's Saturday night, I'm either doing karaoke.
Okay.
Or lately, I'm in a play because I've been in a play in Los Angeles for the past
And she's
3 months.
really good. I got to go
Aw.
see her in a play, and she's absolutely awesome.
Thank you.
What kind of, or what play?
It's a comedy play. It's actually an original work called
Because she's not funny at all.
It's an original work called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to Divorce. There's a playwright named Jeff Gould, and he wrote this play, and our theater company has been performing it since July, and we got extended because the reviews were so great and we had packed, sold out houses. And so we got extended, and we're in the heart of Hollywood doing this play, and it's been awesome. So that's where I've been spending my Saturday nights.
Nice. I dig it. A little community events, that works. And then one final question. If you received $10 million, but you could only spend it on things that start with the letter of your first name, the first letter of your first name, what's the first thing you're buying?
I keep thinking of things that begin with your name.
Because, I always wanted a monkey.
Oh, my God.
Ooh.
She's got a better first letter. I keep thinking of like mansion, Maserati.
Mansion's good. I wouldn't mind a mansion. That'd be pretty nice. Mm-hmm.
You could buy an avocado tree.
Oh, this is true. I do like avocados.
Like, I mean, in California, I hear those things are kind of a rarity or have a lot of earning potential. I don't know.
We unsuccessfully planted a couple of avocado trees, and it's hard to get them to take. At least I don't know. We're doing something to
I
get
don't
them
know
to
if
go.
it's you. I just think it's the drought that we're having too. Is
Maybe.
really, really hard.
Yeah.
On any sort of nature and wildlife.
But if you can get them going, then it's pretty cool.
No, you
Golly.
go ahead.
Yeah, mansion's good. I would not mind buying a mansion, and then plenty of extra, because we love to entertain. We like to have people over. So it's like, I don't know why I just defined entertain. You know what that means. We love to entertain, and to have, all the room for that, and guest spaces and stuff would be very cool. Like, we would want a mansion for sharing with people. That'd be cool. Maserati's good. I really want a Corvette, but that doesn't start with M. Marie's Corvette.
I guess I could buy a lot of arsenic.
Arsenic? You're going to buy arsenic.
There are a lot of people I don't like.
Wow. Okay, that was an inside look. Okay, don't piss off Andy. I got it. Jeez,
How long have I been saying she's the nice one? she's the nice one. So
Well, I mean, I believed you from the first day I met you, so you know.
So we've got apples, we have arsenic, we have avocados, aspirin. For the people who I give arsenic to, they may need aspirin. They might think that they have.
So don't let her feed you.
Yeah.
Fair. You could.
No.
Let's see.
Automobiles.
There you go.
I could buy
You
automobiles.
could buy an automobile.
Anchorage, Alaska.
Ooh, buy Anchorage, Alaska.
Anchorage, Alaska. It is way too flipping cold up there, Tom.
Yeah, but just to say that you own Anchorage, Alaska.
Can I charge rent on it? Is this
Of
like
course.
Monopoly?
Of course.
Yes.
Make a giant Airbnb.
Or would you rather like own Albuquerque, New Mexico?
Blue meth.
Blue meth.
God,
Blue
don't
meth.
do it. Bad.
Don't do it.
Blue meth, blue hair. I'm just saying. So
The blue drug queen of Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Don't do it. No.
She has $1 million, but she can only spend it on things that begin with A.
Mickey Mouse.
Don't piss her off. She's got arsenic.
I could buy Mickey Mouse.
and I guarantee you could buy Albuquerque, New Mexico for $10 million. You could do it.
Really?
You just kind of have to get rid of the homeless people, but you live in LA, so I'm sure you're used to it by now. So
Yeah.
You know what? You know what would be fun to do? To take the 10 mil, buy Albuquerque, New Mexico, keep all the homeless people in there, and give them houses.
Aw. With my mansions.
Yes.
You buy Albuquerque, I'll buy the mansions, and then
And all the homeless people have something. So see, I'm not completely evil.
See?
And then
okay,
if
I
you
see.
piss me off, there's always the arsenic.
Wow,
And I'll
you're not letting the arsenic go. I see how it is.
Well, no, I like it. It smells like almonds.
Okay.
Or is that cyanide?
I don't know.
I think it's arsenic. Yeah, it's arsenic that smells like.
I have no idea. I don't go sniffing
I
arsenic.
always, I do. I'm like waiting on somebody to kill me. I'm like, what does this smell like, Marie? Do I smell almonds?
All right. I did.
I'm nervous.
Blink 2 times if you're being held against your will. That's
Time with us, Tom.
yeah. Awesome. But it's been a blast as always. I really appreciate y'all taking time to sit down and chat with me and keeping it fun and lighthearted as always. Sometimes gets a little weird, but that's okay. The weirder the better, I say.
That's what we love about talking to you.
We like making it weird.
I dig it. If anybody wants to check you out online or listen to any of your October singles, nice little callback there. Where can they find you?
They can find us on Spotify under the Key of F. We have a website that is www.thekeyofF, all one word. We're also on Instagram, which usually all of our social media is the key of _.f. You can find us on Instagram there and also on YouTube. It's the key of _.f.
And Facebook, that's the one I know.
Oh, that's right.
I
Sorry.
understand Facebook and 8 tracks.
It is currently the Key of F, but we are trying out Key of October.
Key of October.
So maybe next year during PanCAN, we will have the Key of October instead of the Key of F.
We're going to have to come back to this ongoing saga. We'll see if the next song is actually released in October.
If the next song is actually released in October,
I'm not coming on the song.
You have to seriously consider the Key of October.
This is true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's reasonable.
That's reasonable.
Because that's what, 3 releases in 3 years in October?
No.
No? Is it more?
Yeah.
Okay.
Lies was
Okay.
October?
Yeah.
Feel in the mood?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's what we do.
Okay.
That's what we do.
We have yet to release a song that's not in the month of October.
That's so weird.
I'm just saying, you might just lean into it. Just lean into it. Just go for it.
The universe is trying to send us a message, isn't it?
Yep, I wholeheartedly believe this. So, but once again, thank you so much for hanging out with us. It's been an absolute blast. We will see you. We will see you all hopefully before next year, before next PanCAN fundraiser. But you know, if you wait till October to release another single, I don't know what I'm going to do.
Thank you so much, Tom, and good luck with the fundraiser. This is really a wonderful cause.
Thank you so much. It's just got an interesting text message, so I'm gonna go handle this really quick. But really appreciate y'all, and we're gonna play a little musical roulette here and just swap out the musicians, and yeah. But once again, Kiev, thank you so much for hanging out with us, and we'll be back here in a few minutes.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Cool. All right, bye. Awesome. Well, that was Kiev F. Really enjoy hanging out with them. They're really talented musicians based out of LA, if you didn't kind of pick up on that. So I am going to I got a message from our next guest. While I'm kind of rambling here, let me do this really quick. Sorry about this. Yep, okay. Yeah, our next guest is down sick right now, so I'm going to just queue up the webinar that we ran earlier this afternoon for all the new faces that are kind of hanging out, and yeah, we'll be back at. Let me see, when's Raging Hyenas come in? And we will be back at 10:40. All right. I don't know why I said it like that, because like now I've got to like pull up I understand. Let's proceed. Boom, 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 boom. Cool. And we will be back here in about little less than, again. Yeah, 10:40. We'll be back in about 45 minutes.
Hi everyone, I'm Julie Fleshman, President and CEO of PanCAN. I'm coming to you today from PanCAN's Scientific Summit in Boston, where I'm surrounded by some of the most brilliant scientific minds in the field. There is such a buzz here, an incredible energy, excitement, and intensity. Our Scientific Summit is one of my favorite events to attend, and I think you will soon understand why. We're thrilled to be here today at the Veristem Oncology offices in Boston. We're so grateful to Veristem for hosting us in their space. There is so much to be excited about in the pancreatic cancer research community right now. Foremost on my mind is that this year, thanks to you, PanCAN has invested a record-breaking $25 million in pancreatic cancer research. That's $25 million to advance breakthrough scientific studies and our clinical initiatives that get us closer to our vision of creating a world where every pancreatic cancer patient thrives. In total, you've invested $174 million in pancreatic cancer research since we began our PanCAN research program almost 20 years ago. Your donations, the funds you raise by inspiring your friends and family to give to PanCAN Purple Stride, the events you host, your monthly gifts, matching gifts, gifts through your wills, every dollar you give makes a huge difference in fueling progress. Thank you. Today you'll hear about the latest advances in precision medicine, immunotherapy, drug development, early detection, and screening for high-risk individuals. will share the latest updates on the PanCAN Precision Promise clinical trial platform and the PanCAN Early Detection Initiative, and how they are revolutionizing pancreatic cancer treatment and detection. There is a lot to get to. Before we move on, I want to thank our webinar sponsors, AstraZeneca and Ipsen, as well as our scientific and medical affairs industry members, AstraZeneca, Corner.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the Live and Amplified Livecast Marathon Fundraiser. I'm your host, Tom Quiet. I just saw that Mandy Prater. How's it going, Mandy? Really appreciate you for this raid. Our guest for 10 o'clock just canceled. So, Mandy, I don't know if you're free and want to jump on and chat a little bit. I just kind of shooting in the dark right now. Our 10 o'clock guest just kind of canceled, but so we're sitting here doing a fundraiser for the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network, and it's a organization that's really, really near and dear to my heart. It's one of those things where, okay, Mandy, I'm going to Instagram you a link to jump on. Give me like 2 seconds. Or if you got a better idea, that would be great. All right. Cool. Awesome. Sorry that just kind of Mandy Prater. Nope, that's not it. Come on. There it is. Party. Cool. Awesome. All right. So we're going to have a calling an audible here. Like I'd mentioned, we had a interesting situation kind of come up where the guest at 10 o'clock just messaged me about 5 minutes ago and called in sick. So we're just kind of flying by the seat of our pants now. And Mandy, I just sent you the link in your Instagram. So, Whisper, got it. Sorry, Whisper. Okay, all right, you got it. Never mind. All right, so yeah, just kind of making this work by now. Thank you all for joining us. Just kind of run through what we got going on here. So the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network is a very important nonprofit organization that really helps promote and kind of fund clinical trials for pancreatic cancer remedies, medications, whatever you want to call it, treatments. There you go. That's the word I'm looking for. And it was an organization that really helped me and my family in a time of need when my mother was going through pancreatic cancer in or not October, holy crap, in April of 2021. And then she passed away in July, and the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network was just really an amazing nonprofit that helped us through a really dark time. And the reason we're doing this as like a podcast, it's one of those deals where my mother really appreciated and loved listening to me host the podcast. And so every night like the couple of months that she was down ill, I was living in Florida, and she would listen to me in the other room as I was interviewing guests as on the podcast and what have you. And every night that she was still awake when I'd be done with the podcast, she would just start asking me random questions about the interview because she could only hear one side of the conversation. And so those last few weeks, it was a real touching moment where we were able to kind of chat and, connect over something that I really enjoyed doing. So that's kind of why we do the podcast the way we do it. And, Yes, I agree, Uncle Al. I agree. And Coach, I agree. So that's kind of the point of what we're doing here is we're just raising funds to try and help fund research for pancreatic cancer to raise awareness. All right, here we go. Hey, Mandy, how's it going?
Hey.
Thanks for coming in clutch at the last minute. I didn't want to waste your raid because I was sitting there. I had just wrapped up with the previous guest, and as I was like exiting out with them, I got an email from the next guest, and he's like, "Hey man, I'm down sick. I can't make my 10 o'clock." And I'm like,
too bad.
Okay, so, but yeah, how are things going?
Great, good. We just had a crazy birthday week here on Twitch, and so that was fun. And man, yeah, I mean, I don't know if hardly any of us have somebody that we dear and near to us that we haven't lost from cancer of one sort or another. So it means a lot to everybody, I think, to support each other with that.
It's something that I've been. I think we've talked about it in the past. Just kind of everything that happened during that time in my life, and you know, that's kind of why I was kind of explaining this as you were logging on. But the organization that we're fundraising for just really helped me and my family during a really dark time. Like they just had the resources to be like, hey, this is a clinical trial, or like these are some of the treatments that are out there. It might help, might not help. But then after my mom passed, like for me specifically, they called me like and was like, hey, are you good? We know what you're going through. Like if you need somebody to talk to, here's a note, just that sort of thing. So
yeah,
that's
really nice that they do that. I know we have some famous beloved figures that have died from pancreatic cancer, like Alex Trebek and different
Patrick
people.
Swayze.
Really?
Yeah, I believe it was Patrick Swayze.
I forgot that one.
Yeah, it's there's a whole long list, and it's one of those things where 9 times out of 10 they just catch it too late. So
it's really probably one of the harder ones, maybe not as the same kind of symptoms maybe that some of the other kinds have or something like that.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where once the symptoms kind of show, it's already too late. So
yeah.
But I just want to take a second to thank you and appreciate you for coming in the last minute. And I'm sorry I missed. I haven't been around your streams that recently, but it's just been a busy, crazy few weeks. And I know you took you were on vacation. Did you go to France, Italy? Where'd you go?
I went to Italy.
Yep.
Yeah. And
how was that?
Oh man, it was phenomenal. Just so fun. We love to go see like the art museums and stuff and see like the old Renaissance paintings and of course the food was amazing. The wine was amazing. The architecture. So it's just like a treat for your eyes and your mouth.
I got you. That's fair.
But not so much for your feet because walking around all that time. But hey, it's can't complain. It's a trip of a lifetime. So
for sure. And then how's your music going? Where are you kind of at with everything there?
Well, my song On the Outside, we got played. We've been played in several different countries with that. We topped the charts and on a radio station in England for a couple of months. And so I'm just working on, I've got a couple newer songs that I've been trying to record and get out there. So that's been fun. Haven't quite released them yet, but hoping to do that soon. So
nice. Awesome. I'm itching to hear new music from you. Like, I always enjoy listening to your stuff. It's one of your songs is currently on my playlist, but if it's one of the older songs, I can't remember what it is right now.
Cool.
So,
well, thank you so much.
But then again, I've also been up for 22 hours. So
I know. Oh my gosh. You're rounding. You're in the home stretch now of your marathon here.
yep. Two final hours, and we got what after this we got two more guests that'll come on and kind of close it
Oh
out.
wow, cool.
And actually, I had Calvin Thomas on earlier.
Oh,
So,
fantastic.
yeah, that was fun and interesting. It was one of those things where I was just kind of like, all right, I've got like a few Twitch streamers that I want to try and reach out to, like people that I, that I've been watching ever since you kind of brought me into the Twitch community here. It's like, all right, let's reach out to some of these people that I've never really had a chance to talk to. And he was one of the first people who was like, yeah, sign me up. So,
Oh,
yeah.
that's great. He's such a great guy.
Yeah.
And very talented, of course, too.
Oh yeah, I just watching. He got to play a little bit. That was fun, and yeah, it was good.
Oh, so here's the link you just posted in the chat for us too.
Yeah, that's the donation. I found out that a lot of people are having issues finding the donation link, so I'm trying to be as upfront and transparent with the donation link as possible. So.
Well, so what's your how much have you raised so far?
We are currently at just in donations. I believe we're at about $500 or $600.
Nice.
So, yeah, we're actually getting pretty close to what we raised in 3 days last year. So we're getting
wow,
there.
That's awesome. Has the Twitch community helped with that a little bit?
It's. I don't know because my dad keeps calling me and telling me that nobody can access this link, and I'm like, I post it everywhere, so I don't know what's
That's
going
weird.
on.
I didn't have a problem scanning it and getting it to come up with the QR code.
Yeah.
Now we'll see if it actually works when I push enter, but still.
Yeah, I feel that. So, yeah. But I did just want to thank you once again for jumping on last week.
Oh, no problem. Well, thanks for nice to talk to you again, and thanks for having me come by.
This might be the shortest interview, but you know what? That's fine. I get it because like how long did you stream for tonight?
Oh, about 3 hours.
Okay, that's I mean
not 22 like you have. So.
But then again, 3 hours of singing, that's like different than 22 hours of conversation. So
yeah, a little bit. Though I say sometimes talking makes me more tired than singing, actually.
Yeah, that's true. But luckily this year I kind of made it to where I mapped out like 10-minute breaks every 2 hours.
Oh,
so
that's
it was just like, okay, give me an opportunity to get up, stretch my legs, maybe go to the bathroom, like whatever it is. And, that's really helped. And everybody's like, oh, you should have just made it to where it was like every 5 hours you had a half-hour break. And I'm like, yeah, but then that just kind of takes you out of the cycle of things. And
that's a little long.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
so 10 minutes is good.
Yeah. And then, so 10 minutes it's enough to get up and grab a bag of cookies or a bag of chips or whatever, and you're good to go. So,
totally.
How was the stream tonight?
Oh, it was great. So many good vibes, great people as usual. Little chill. This isn't our normal night, so we normally do Wednesdays, but we did Thursday this week. So it was very just coincidental that I could come in and raid in for this. So that was cool.
Actually, fun piece of advice. You're my first raid ever.
What?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
Well, I'm honored.
As far as being rated, obviously I've
you've rated
several,
others. Yeah. Well, cool.
Yeah.
Well, that's good to know.
It's one of those things where, like, I was explaining or talking to Calvin about this earlier. Like, it's so hard for me to stay consistent with the interview because, like, I'm really wanting to go back to like in-person podcasts, and obviously that's gonna hurt this a bit. But if I could find a way to make this into one thing and then the podcast, and I can go back to doing that in person, that'd probably be an ideal situation.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. It's always, it's same for me. Like, I'm always like, okay, which of my energy should go here and then here. And then, it's like as a creative or a performer or a, broadcaster, there are so many different avenues you can go to, and you want to cover them all, but like humanly, it can be hard.
Yes. 100% agree.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Oh, and then also, I made my first trip to Austin while you were gone.
Oh, of course.
I I was driving, so was driving through. I went to New Braunfels. There's a music festival on the Guadalupe River
Oh
down there.
yeah.
Um, and I was hanging out with some buddies, and then my dad calls me. He's like, "Hey, I'm flying into Austin tonight. Come get me, and we'll hang out." And I'm like, "Well,
Tonight? That's like he just told you like on the day.
yeah." He was just like, "Hey, I'm coming into Austin," and then I'm like, "Okay, well." Do you want to go back to New Braunfels and sleep in my car, or do you want to drive all the way back up to Waco, or what do you want to do? He's like, well, my girlfriend's in Austin, so let's hang out in Austin for the night. And I'm like,
Cool.
all right. So we went to like this place and had dessert, which was interesting because I hadn't eaten anything like legitimate in 2 days.
No, why not?
I was at a music festival, so
Oh, like yeah, you just grab junk food when you can, and
yeah.
yeah, with that whole thing, yeah.
I had breakfast tacos, but those were
Breakfast tacos are
questionable if
good.
they were like actual tacos or not. So
Oh,
yeah, but
well, that's how we roll sometimes.
yeah, for sure. So, but yeah, I don't want to keep you too much longer because I know you just got fresh off the stream yourself there. But I really appreciate you jumping in, and whenever you got something fresh and new to talk about with releases and whatnot, would love to have you back.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Well, good luck with the rest of your fundraiser, and everybody help spread the word and get some more folks crashing in on here in the last couple hours.
Yes, we've got two more amazing guests coming on. I believe the next one is at, hold on, let me pull up my schedule here. The next guest comes in at 10:40, so we got about 20
Oh,
minutes or so.
cool. Okay, well,
So-
good. Well, have a great rest of your fundraiser, your marathon, and congratulations on staying awake this long.
Yeah, it's been a battle. Let me just say that. So
All right.
awesome.
Thanks, Tom. See you
Yep.
later.
Thank you. All right.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Awesome. Well, thank you, Mandy, for coming in. Really appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us for a little bit. I wanted to make sure that I didn't waste that raid. I saw it come in as I was getting ready to go make some food, and I was just going to let a pre-made video kind of roll explaining what PanCAN is and what they do. And then I saw the raid come in, and I'm like, let's not do that. Let's figure this out real quick. But yeah, so once again, thank you, Mandy. Thank you, everybody, for coming in, and let me kind of go in here and do some damage control. Yep, cool. I really appreciate all the kind words and all the support. Hopefully, if you're not, fun little thing that we're doing, if you're still hanging out with us, if you're not following us, please give us a follow, because if we hit 1,000 followers before Christmas, I'm going to torture myself and listen to Christmas music for 10 hours straight on stream. So I don't know if that's something that y'all are interested in watching me mentally torture myself listening to Christmas music for 10 hours. That's something new that I decided. No. Okay, I got you, Mandy. But yeah, so once again, thank you everybody for hanging out with us. It's been a blast. I'm gonna throw up this not 10 hours. You want me to do 12 hours? I think 12 hours sounds like a fair compromise. No? Okay. But once again, Pancreatic Cancer Action Network is a very important very, very important organization for me, like I was saying. And just gotcha, Uncle Al. Gotcha. We'll do 12 hours, I guess. So, anyways, so if you haven't had a chance to donate and would like to, the QR code up top here is it seems to be the quickest way to donate if you're so inclined. If not, I will continue to post the for 12 Days of Christmas. Yes, actually, I'm doing a 25 Days of Christmas podcast thing where we honor Christmas music. So I've reached out to several musicians that have released Christmas music this year or will be, and we'll be doing like 25 days in a row. So December 1st through the 25th. So that'll be fun. I'm excited for that. Something I've always wanted to do, and just not have had the chance to do it. I'm gonna start working that one out, like all the specifics and whatnot. So I'm excited about that. So, but yeah, once again, really appreciate everybody. I'm going to queue up this video so I can take a like a $5 before our next act. If you guys can hang around until 10:40, great. If not, I completely understand. Mandy, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate you. And yeah, let me get this video queued back up, and we'll jump back. Oh, I gotta go through the whole queuing process. Dang it. Oh well, I'll just do this. But anyways, once again, thank you all for hanging out with us. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna queue up this video again, and yes. All right, here we go.
Hi everyone, I'm Julie Fleshman, President and CEO of PanCAN. I'm coming to you today from PanCAN's Scientific Summit in Boston, where I'm surrounded by some of the most brilliant scientific minds in the field. There is such a buzz here, an incredible energy, excitement, and intensity. Our Scientific Summit is one of my favorite events to attend, and I think you will soon understand why. We're thrilled to be here today at the Veristem Oncology offices in Boston. We're so grateful to Veristem for hosting us in their space. There is so much to be excited about in the pancreatic cancer research community right now. Foremost on my mind is that this year, thanks to you, PanCAN has invested a record-breaking $25 million in pancreatic cancer research. That's $25 million to advance breakthrough scientific studies and our clinical initiatives that get us closer to our vision of creating a world where every pancreatic cancer patient thrives. In total, you've invested $174 million in pancreatic cancer research since we began our PanCAN research program almost 20 years ago. Your donations, the funds you raise by inspiring your friends and family to give to PanCAN Purple Stride, the events you host, your monthly gifts, matching gifts, gifts through your wills, every dollar you give makes a huge difference in fueling progress. Thank you. Today you'll hear about the latest advances in precision medicine, immunotherapy, drug development, early detection, and screening for high-risk individuals. We'll share the latest updates on the PanCAN Precision Promise clinical trial platform and the PanCAN Early Detection Initiative, and how they are revolutionizing pancreatic cancer treatment and detection. There is a lot to get to. Before we move on, I want to thank our webinar sponsors, AstraZeneca and Ipsen, as well as our scientific and medical affairs industry members, AstraZeneca, Cornerstone Pharmaceuticals, FibroGen, Immunovia Inc., Ipsen, LabCorp Oncology, Mirati Therapeutics, Novartis, Novacure, and ViewRay. I also want to be sure you know about the resources and support for patients, caregivers, and families through PanCAN's patient services. Case managers are available to answer your questions about the disease or anything you learn about today. Now let's meet our very special guests. Dr. Lynn Matresian is the Chief Science Officer at PanCAN. Lynn leads some of our important research initiatives, including the PanCAN Early Detection Initiative and PanCAN's Research Grants Program. Dr. Andy Lowy is a surgical oncologist and chief of the Division of Surgical Oncology at UC San Diego Health. He has received multiple PanCAN research grants and is a principal investigator in PanCAN's Precision Promise. Dr. Lowy is also a past chair and current member of PanCAN's Scientific and Medical Advisory Board. Dr. Anirban Mitra is professor of pathology and translational molecular pathology and the scientific director of the Sheikh Ahmed Pancreatic Cancer Research Center at MD Anderson Cancer Center. He has received multiple PanCAN research grants, including a Career Development Award many years ago, which helped start his career in pancreatic cancer research. Dr. Mitra is a member of PanCAN's Scientific and Medical Advisory Board and also sits on the advisory committee for PanCAN's Early Detection Initiative. Dr. Nicolette Rodriguez is an instructor of medicine at Harvard Medical School and co-director of fellowship initiatives for trainees unrepresented in medicine in the Department of Medicine at Brigham and Women's Hospital. PanCAN is providing funding for the Regenerate Study, which stands for Racial Ethnic Equity in Genetic Education, Risk Assessment, and Testing. Dr. Rodriguez is the project lead for Regenerate. Dr. Jonathan Pachter is Chief Scientific Officer for Veristem Oncology. Veristem Oncology received the 2022 PanCAN Therapeutic Accelerator Award, supported by 1440 Foundation and the Gail V. Coleman Kenneth M. Bruntel Research Fund. This new PanCAN grant has one ultimate goal: to get better treatments to patients more quickly. Stay tuned and we'll explain more. So Dr. Matrisian, I want to start with you. Let's talk about PanCAN's research strategy. Can you talk about how we decide what are our funding priorities and how do we make those decisions?
Yeah, Julie, our research strategy really derives from, I think, our overall philosophy that we meet patients facing pancreatic cancer wherever they are in that journey. So our patient services, PanCAN's patient services, takes calls and emails from individuals and gives them the best information we have. So on the research side, we try to get them better and better answers all the time. Let's move the field so that we have better information to give them. So on the research side, for example, patients call us and ask about new treatment options. So we have research programs that then look for the next new treatment options. They call and they ask about supportive care. How can they manage their symptoms? And the research on that side really requires looking at big data and surveys and getting patient input on that. And so we have research initiatives that look at that. And then, of course, we have individuals who call and ask about their risk of pancreatic cancer. And so we have early detection initiatives and programs to really try to understand that risk better and to be able to detect pancreatic cancer earlier when it can be treated better. And then finally, in order to really have that kind of research going on in the field, we need investigators. We need people doing that research. So we put a lot of effort on the development of people's careers, getting them early, train, make sure they're well trained and that they're doing good research and they have the resources they need to do good research in the field.
Yeah, great. I mean, really, ultimately, we want to change patient outcomes. And so we want to build the field, and then we want to ensure that we're funding across the entire research spectrum to find an early detection test and to create better treatments for patients. So at PanCAN, we believe that, just as important as funding the research is bringing the community together, and we call that our community for progress. Thanks to events like PanCAN Scientific Summit, which we're all attending this week, PanCAN researchers are collaborating, sharing ideas and findings, and really helping to grow the field and always keeping the patient at the center. So tell us more about the Community for Progress and how our annual Scientific Summit plays an important role in that.
Yeah, well, Summit is such an exciting and a fun time and such a big part of this Community for Progress. So I think about it that researchers are often specialists. They know something very well and very deeply. So they have one piece of the puzzle. And what we need to do is put the different pieces of that puzzle together so we get a better idea of what the whole field looks like. So it's opportunities like Summit where we bring people together, they meet each other, they become lifelong friends often with each other, and that grows the field because we're transferring knowledge and information between them through this by putting these puzzle pieces together.
Yeah, and this panel is actually a great example of that. We've got a gastroenterologist, a surgeon, someone from PanCAN, a pathologist, and someone from pharma. I mean, really bringing all the different disciplines together, and that's how we accelerate progress. So, Dr. Matrizi, and I noted earlier that we invested a record-breaking $25 million in research last year, which is just so incredibly exciting. And our total investment now to date is $174 million. So talk a little bit about this investment.
Yeah, well, I love those numbers. I think it's really amazing. And it really goes to so much thanks to our supporters, our donors for allowing us to do that. And we take it very seriously, the responsibility of investing that in research that will really make a difference. So we really have two buckets that we fund, two ways that we fund research. And one is grants, and those grants go to universities and investigators in research institutes across the United States. And those are ideas that come to us through grant applications. And we have the advantage of being able to look across the country and take the very best ones that we can and fund them at that point. So that's a very important way of funding research. But the other way we do it is that we, as a patient advocacy organization, look and see what's needed in the field and where can we do something that one institution cannot do by themselves. And so we build some of these bigger initiatives where we can bring people together and accomplish something that nobody could really do it all by themselves. And those are things like PanCAN's Precision Promise, or an initiative in treatment, find better treatments, and PanCAN's Early Detection Initiative. So bigger projects like that, where we can draw people from many different places, draw them together, and have them all working towards a common goal.
Yep, great. And so of that $25 million research investment that we made, over $10 million went directly to research grants. So talk a little bit about the different kinds of research grants that PanCAN funds.
Yeah. Well, our longest standing grants program is our Career Development Awards. And those fund junior young investigators just starting out, and we hope to hook them on pancreatic cancer. And you see some wonderful examples here of people that we hooked a while ago who are now leaders in the field, like Dr. Maitra and Dr. Rodriguez, who's just starting her career. So that's, I think, a great way to really invest and grow the field with really bright researchers with a lot of energy and great new ideas. And then we fund research in basic research, translational research, and clinical research with very specific grants. And we use them to fill gaps that we see in the field. And we've done, for instance, translational research like the one that Dr. Lowy got. So grants that find an exciting new opportunity and help move that along. And then most recently, we started our biggest investment in grants thus far, and the first time we've ever really targeted pharma or biotech, and that's our Therapeutic Accelerator Award, like the one that Veristem got, and we're so happy that that initiative really worked quite well, and really excited to have you join our Community for Progress and
we're
work
thrilled
with
as
us.
well. Yes.
Yep, great.
Great. So, Dr. Lowy, I think clinical research tends to get a lot of the hype, right? We're studying something in a patient, we're getting closer to potentially a new treatment, but basic science is really important for helping to move the field forward. Can you talk a little bit about why basic research is so important?
Sure. Well,
basic research can obviously mean many things, but in the context of trying to cure pancreas cancer, it really starts with trying to understand, what allows the cancer to grow and to survive, and what we can do to actually interrupt that process. So, part of the focus of our laboratory is, the identification of what we call new therapeutic targets, meaning new ideas about how we can kill or arrest pancreas cancer by finding a way through ultimately drug development to interrupt a survival pathway that pancreas cancer cells need, or a pathway that allows the cancer to spread. And so, really, it's basic research, but it's really basic research with a kind of eye towards translation and towards the clinic. There is certainly, it's very important to do research that just helps us understand basic biology, but in terms of as cancer biologists, most of us are really focused on those discoveries that can be applied to patients ultimately.
Absolutely. And translational research is another area really important that sometimes gets ignored. That if we don't take what we learned, in the from basic biology, we've got to figure out how now do we take that and put it in a patient. And that's really what translational research is all about. So you received a translational research grant from PanCAN. Tell us a little bit about that project and what you're
doing. It's really exciting to share. This was a project that was initially based on a discovery at a research institute in San Diego, where I'm from, the Sanford Burnham, where a small protein fragment called peptide was discovered that could bind preferentially to the blood vessels within tumors. And its activity was to basically open up a hole in the tumor to allow drugs to more efficiently get in. And we know from the work of many people that the pancreas cancer environment is very hostile to drug delivery because it's very dense, very high pressure. And so we think that at least one explanation, certainly not the only, but one explanation why some therapies aren't as effective as we would like is we simply don't get the agents to the tumor. And so this peptide really showed the potential to enhance the delivery of chemotherapy drugs. And so we, myself, and Kazuki Sugahara, who is also a surgeon scientist now at Columbia, but when he was at Sanford Burnham, we got a grant from PanCAN to study this peptide called IRGD in mouse models of pancreas cancer, and we demonstrated that the peptide really enhanced the responses to chemotherapy in these mouse models. That peptide was subsequently taken into the clinic, and an early phase study in patients was done in Australia. And the disease control rate, meaning the number of patients, percentage of patients whose cancer did not grow or shrank when IRGD was added to standard chemotherapy, was about 85%, which is really unheard of. And on the basis of that and other data that we published recently on the mechanism, the IRGD peptide is now going to be studied in a phase 2/3 clinical trial funded by the National Cancer Institute and run by SWOG, which is one of the NCI cooperative groups that runs trials across the country. It's going to be led by one of our investigators from UCSD. And so this PanCAN translational grant has led to a national study where patients from across the country will be able to enroll, and if it meets its endpoint, it would go to the phase 3 portion, which would allow essentially a comparison to the standard of care and hopefully ultimately registration. So couldn't be more excited and more grateful.
All right, y'all. We're going to pause it right there for the moment. We've got our next guest coming in here very shortly. We got Fred Verdugo from the Raging Hyenas, an awesome band out of Arizona. I'm really excited to catch up with Fred. It's been a good minute since we've sat down and chatted a bit. And it might have been last year's fundraiser that we had Fred on. But it's one of those things where just getting the opportunity to sit down and chat with him is always a good time. Just kind of a refresher. Thank you to everybody that's stuck around and during the little 10-minute break there while we waited for the next act to come in. Uh, just a kind of a refresh, I guess. Yeah. So just kind of a refresh real quick. If you're new and aren't familiar with Live and Amplified is an independent music incubator platform that we use to help promote and showcase original music. And so that's kind of the basis of what we are, and the reason that we are doing this fundraiser for the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network is in July 2021, my mother passed away from pancreatic cancer. And it was one of her things that she really enjoyed doing when I was down there helping my father kind of take care of things while she was dealing with her illness or dealing with the cancer, fighting, going to doctor's appointments, stuff of that nature. She really enjoyed listening to me do my podcast. And so it's with all of that combined with the PanCAN is what I'm going to call it, because my tongue cannot handle saying Pancreatic Cancer Action Network right now. But PanCAN really came in clutch, making sure we were taking all the right steps to make sure my mom got the best care, and we were getting her into hospice and stuff like that as the times were appropriate, and just making sure we were doing everything right. And then after my mom passed, they really made sure that the family was okay and got all the help they needed to kind of grieve and all that fun stuff. So it's a really cool organization, and I really respect them and appreciate them because they're out there in the front line giving grants to clinical trials to find ways to treat and battle and fight and, hopefully one day cure pancreatic cancer or just cancer in general. It's one of those things where they also really advocate for early detection and trying to find a way to have early detection, because that's kind of a thing that not a lot of people discuss, because pancreatic cancer is one of those things where 9 times out of 10, by the time you realize you have it, it's already too late, because the symptoms are so late into the game that by the time Lisa and I were talking about it in the chat, by the time you're stage 3, stage 4, it's already metastasized, and you're pretty much buying your time at that point. But so that's kind of what the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network is doing. They're really advocating for early detection, trying to fund clinical trials to find a cure, and that's kind of why we're here helping promote and raise funds for them through the podcast. So if you're interested in donating, there is a QR code right here. Scan here to donate. Or if you don't have the ability to, in the About Us section, there is a donate button. You can donate there too. And I'm trying my best to stay on top of the Twitch chat to keep the donation link as prevalent as possible. Sorry, I don't have mods or any of my hotkeys set up. I am not that pro of a Twitch streamer. I apologize. But anyways, so that being said, also it's important to note that any ad revenue that we draw from this stream today, so that's including tips, subscriptions, bits, AdSense, like any AdSense, any merch that we sell, all that stuff's getting donated directly to PanCAN right out of the check as we get it. We're going to donate it right to PanCAN. And then also I've decided throughout the day that I probably should do it for the entire month of November. So during one of my previous breaks, I decided for the entire month of November, we're going to do that. Any AdSense that we made, any subscriptions, any of that stuff will get donated as part of our ultimate donation to PanCAN. So, that being said, I am just waiting for Fred to log on here. Let me message him really quick, make sure he's not having tech issues. All right. Do. All right. Just send him a message to make sure that he's not having any issues logging on, because that seems to have been the issues recently. Is people have been not able to log on, or the site's not letting them. So just trying to be a little proactive here. All right, let's jump over here. Are you? Hold on a minute. Sorry about this, y'all. I hate dead quiet. I don't see you. Of course you are. Let me hold on. Awesome. All right. Let me get these guys a different link. Copy link. All right. Boom. Boom. Can you guys tell my voice is starting to go? Because I can feel it. Like, I can legit feel my voice going. Try this one. All right. So we'll give this a minute. Hopefully we can get them back in. And hold on a minute. Let me see. I love this. Yep, that's the same issue people have been having. Sick. No, I can't see you. Great. So this is like the third time this has happened tonight. I don't. Is anybody that's watching? Yeah, we're trying. I apologize. So just to kind of keep the chat going, where's everybody tuning in from? So I know we've got a lot of new people that are in the chat right now, thanks to Mandy Prater. So it'd be really cool. Where's everybody tuning in from? Austin, Texas. Cool. Cool. So Lisa, I'm based out of Waco. I'm up in Waco, so not too far from Austin. I've only been to Austin once in my life, and that was a couple of weeks ago. So, all right, cool. Here we sit. Yep. I know. I've lived in Waco for just almost over 3 years, and I've only been to Austin once. That I feel like that's almost sacrilegious. All right. Of course, this is gonna like this entire stream is just gonna fall apart at the end. Of course it is. Oh, okay, nice. Was that Gaines Farm? Was that for not Celebration with yeah, hold on a second. Sorry, I'm trying to have two conversations. Are you sure? Because I don't see you. And there's nothing in the queue, so let me get rid of this. JIC. Let's see. Lone Wolf. In regards to what you were talking about with how fast this thing kills, I can at least. Oh, there we go. Hold on. We got our guest. Hey, there you go.
Hold on, let me get this worked out.
Okay, you're good. You're good.
All right, I think that's kind of close. My phone, I got it. I don't know what I did. It's got its work.
Hey, I don't know. Like, that's like the third or fourth time today that's happened, and luckily we got it worked out. But there's been two different occasions where it hasn't worked out, so we basically had to cancel the interview.
Oof, that's rough.
It ended up we sat like for 30 minutes trying to figure it out, and it's like, yo, we got like 10 minutes left, so I'll just throw a video up. I'll wait for the next person to come in, and I'm sorry, but yeah. So
it's a good thing I'm a media specialist, so I was able to figure that out.
Yeah, I feel that. So you guys came in right at the right time. I'm glad. We got right. Are you familiar with Twitch and kind of how the Twitch universe works?
Yeah, I play video games, so I'm pretty familiar with it.
So, we were supposed to have a guest come on at 10, and he messaged me at like 9:45 or so and said he was sick. So it's like, all right, that sucks. And so as I'm kind of cycling out to, just kind of take a little break before this interview or this part of the podcast, we get raided, and it was like a pretty sizable raid. And I'm like, okay, what do I do now? Because I don't have a guest, and I'm about to take a break. And luckily, the person that raided me, I knew who she was. I was like, hey, click on this link. Let's chat a little bit so we don't waste this raid. And she's like, okay. And yeah, so we had a quick chat for about 10 minutes, and that was cool. But there's still the remnants of the raid hanging in there, so it's cool.
Right.
Awesome. So for anybody that's tuning in, we've got a whole bunch of new eyes on the podcast right now. We got Fred Verdugo and his, I'm sorry, I don't know your brother's name.
Johnny.
Johnny, got it. I met you last year, but sorry, I'm terrible with names. You got Fred and Johnny of the Raging Hyenas. How's it going tonight, guys?
I'm enjoying the show. I was enjoying it a lot. I'm just bummed I didn't get to see more of it. Last time I got to tune in and watch maybe 6 or 7 people, and it's been a long day, and I only got to see a few, but they were great. Key of October.
Yes. That was the Key of F is always a fun conversation because they don't give a damn, and neither do I. So yeah, it's definitely always turns into an interesting conversation, especially when I've had very little sleep. So yeah. So first off, Fred, love the shirt, digging it.
Thank you.
Yes. You're the only one of the very few that rock that thing probably more than I do. So.
I do. I wear it all the time. It's in my normal gig routine, repertoire or whatever.
Yeah. Okay. I got in, like, as far as the rotation goes or whatnot.
Oh yeah, it's in there.
Nice. That's what's up. So, for any, like, since it's been a little bit, or have you been on since last year's PanCAN? Did we get you in somewhere, or has it been a year?
No, I think it's been a year.
Okay. Let's kind of take this minute to reintroduce yourselves to the to every, especially since we've got a lot of new faces right now. Kind of take a second to introduce yourselves and what Raging Hyenas is.
Raging Hyenas is a punk rock band from Yuma, Arizona. Um, I don't know. We like playing punk rock a lot, but we're also going towards a more experimental direction. I am Fred Verdugo, like you said. This is my brother. We call him Johnny Possum. People don't usually realize that we're brothers, but we really are brothers.
Yes, but I mean, I could see where they don't see it, but I don't see how. I don't know. I see that you're brothers. Like I could see it in the face for sure. But I could see how people don't see that you're brothers. Like it's an easy thing to not see. So, but it's just one of those things where it's interesting. So, how are things going out in Arizona for you?
I don't know.
You don't
Pretty
know?
cold. Yes, it's pretty cold.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the weather's nice. I mean, it's hot all year long here, and then for like 2.5 months it gets into like the 70s,
Mm-hmm.
and then it goes right back up to 110.
Yeah, I gotcha. It's at least you guys have like a interesting it like at least it stays in the 70s. We just went from straight triple digits and dropped down to the 20s and 30s. Like it was bizarre, and my head is still not dealing with it. So
I've never experienced that, so I often wonder like what is it like, because I think it's cold when it's like freezing when I'm camping and it's like 32, 31 at most. I couldn't imagine just like doing my everyday routine in like 20 degrees or below that. That's crazy.
yeah, it's well, I mean, I grew up in Chicago, so I'm used to it. Like it's second nature to me. But I also lived in Florida for a good amount of years, and I lived in New Mexico for a good amount of years. So it just kind of thinned out my blood a little bit. So like these cold winters, they hurt a little bit more now. So it's getting brutal right now. Um, but yeah, so that enough of the weather talk, I guess. I
Yeah.
don't know where we got on that. So what's going on with Raging Hyenas? What are you guys up to as a band?
You want to talk?
You take this one.
Good times, Tom. I'm having a great time in Raging Hyenas. As you know, we've talked about this before. In the past, all of our work has been stuff that was written a long, long time ago, and we caught up to put it out. And I never felt like anything we were putting out was like relevant or representative of like what we are, what our capabilities are, and what we're into. As far as my personal life has gone, it's gone a lot better. So we're now beginning this year, going to be making stuff like in real time, having a lot of fun, as opposed to kind of just them forcing me in and just kind of like trying to get whatever they can out of me. We got this cool idea where we have one song, and my brother and I coincidentally had the same idea for the same kind of song and even had the same title, but we didn't even know. So we were like, why don't you write a version and I write a version separately, and then we listen to both of them side by side and then see the differences and the similarities. But the thing is, we keep the same drummer. Our drummer is going to be on it, and our bass player will be on it, and they can collaborate with both of us separately though, and then just see what we make of it. And maybe the better one will be the one we release, or maybe both of them. I don't know. It's just a lot of fun, a lot of fun. And like I said earlier, we're changing our direction. We're a punk rock band still, but like we're experimenting with pedals and finding ourselves. I think we're really starting to find our own style. Like the singing's a little different, even just the guitar playing. It's starting to feel like we're not trying to be anybody else except for ourselves, and it's pretty freeing, because I think some people don't ever get there, and that's probably the most rewarding part. And even if like I don't sell like a million records, it's kind of good to know that at the end of my lifespan, I'm like, I have my own style and I rock it, and it's my own, and I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Um, I'm curious. Did my buddies? I don't know. Did my buddy ever reach out to you? Because his band GDP did a tour of Arizona, and I told them to reach out to you because they were looking for some. I don't know if they were looking for venues or if they were looking for like a supporting act. and I told them to reach out to you, but I don't think they ever actually did. Now that
Yeah,
I think about it.
they did. I can't remember. There's been a few bands that have been on your label, as I say in my head.
I wish it was a label. So
that's
yeah,
that's what I think. Yeah, they've gone out. The band got out to me and they said, "Hey, what's a good place to play?" And I said, "Oh, Red Moon Ale House is a pretty solid spot." And I think that was it. I think they might have hit Red Moon up. They might have even gone through. I don't know.
Yeah.
That might have been them, but it also might have been the band that talked to me maybe a month ago. They were coming through town and they asked us to play with them, but it was Wednesday night and we weren't able to make it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, the people from your label, we get in contact sometimes. It's pretty
Nice.
cool because I see musicians and I'm like, hey, do you know Tom? And the last one, I don't think they really even knew you. I was like, you don't know Tom? I was like, okay, whatever.
Yeah. Well, cause you see, so like my reach in like the southwest part of the state isn't that deep. Like at least as much as it used to be. Like when I was living out in New Mexico, we knew bands all over I knew bands all over New Mexico. I knew bands all over Arizona and going into like Southern California in that area. But now I've been out of the scene out of like that specific scene in New Mexico for so long that it's just kind of like unless they've been around for 10 years or not 10 years, 5 years, 6 years, they probably don't know who I am, which is unfortunate, fortunate. I don't know that's not really my ball to call, I guess. So yeah.
Well, I get pretty excited when I see a band that has a little live and amplified thing. I'm like, oh, cool. They must be cool. You know, it's like
Yeah.
a blue check mark on Twitter, except you can't buy it now.
Yeah. That's cool. I really appreciate that. I'm literally trying to pull up their schedule right now for that tour that they did, but it's not on their Facebook page, so I'm gonna stop looking. But yeah, no, they came through. My buddy's band GDP came through, and they played a bunch of cool spots. And I'm almost positive they got in contact with you because I know I put Jeff in contact with you after we had our last conversation.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they were trying to get me to book out their tour for them, and I was like, I'm probably not the best person to book out your tour, but I can get you in contact with some people. I can get you in contact with the right people, to say the least. So
cool.
But yeah, so you're kind of. Did you say that you're kind of doing a genre rebrand for Raging Hyenas? Did I hear that correctly?
I wouldn't call it a rebrand.
Okay.
I'm gonna go Bruce Lee and be like Water and just go towards whatever. We're still gonna play the punk rock, but we're just gonna do it. Yeah, I guess you want to call it a rebrand. We'll call it a rebrand right here on Live and Amplified. Raging Hyenas rebrand right now. Let everybody know.
Let's do it. I'm down. That's funny. That's just because I've been up for almost 23 hours at this point, and my brain is just kind of existing at this point in the game. So,
hey, I gotta make a confession.
What's that?
This morning, I woke up at 4:30 to get ready for work, and the first thing I thought of, because I was so tired, I was like, dude, I wonder how Tom's doing because he's been up a long time. I feel like crap because I'm tired right now. You didn't hear me when we were trying to log in. I was like, dude, I want to complain how tired I am, but I know this guy's way more tired than I am.
Well, it's really not that actually if you would have talked to me at 6 a.m. this morning and if you'd have told me at 6 a.m. this morning, hey, you're still going to be hanging in tough come 11 p.m. tonight, I would have said bullshit. There's no way. I feel like absolute ass. I feel like dog shit. I just feel the worst. And then 9, 10 o'clock came around and just that getting out of the cycle of, oh, hey, it's nighttime. Now it's morning. So just that regular, the drive for the day just kind of naturally started coming in. And it got me up until about an hour ago. At 10 o'clock, I was hurting pretty good. And then we got the raid, and I was just like, all right, we got to finish this thing. So, yeah. So, Where are you kind of at creatively with Raging Hyenas? Are you writing, recording? Where are you kind of at in that ballpark?
You can answer this one, dude.
Doing some pre-production demos
Mm-hmm.
of acoustic stuff, electric stuff, just everything.
Nice. Cool. That's and is that are you working? Are you thinking just singles at this point, or do you kind of see it turning into a full album?
Singles, maybe like small EPs and stuff like that.
I think that's the way it's going as far as the way that things are, and I'm finding that making singles and EPs is a lot more fun too, because it's not so like monumental of a task.
Mm.
Like we have day jobs and stuff like that. Like we don't just have all day to like put together a complete album. It's a lot, but for somebody like us, just us on the side, it's a lot easier to be like, all right, we're gonna write and record 3 songs and put it out. The reward is just there. If we get to the point where we're just knocking stuff out because we get really good, then the album thing will come to be. But for now, I think EPs and singles are definitely the way to go.
Yeah, for sure. It's like I mean, this has been a conversation I've been having all day. Like, and I mean, yes, in general, the best way to go is singles and EPs, but I think ultimately it kind of just depends on what kind of band you are. Like, if you're a constant touring band where you're going from Yuma, Arizona, out to the East Coast, and then up to the Pacific Northwest, and you're just out there touring and being a road warrior, you could probably get away with doing a full length album and only doing one every 18 months, 2 years, whatever it is, because you're playing in front of new people all the time. But if you're a band that's a little bit more regionalized and maybe can't afford to go out on these big long road trips and tours and all that stuff, the singles is probably the better way to go.
It's good to know. Thanks for verifying that. I was like, where's he going with this? Are we gonna have a debate on this? I was like, oh no.
Nope. I think we're on the same page. I'm way too tired to sit here and have a debate about release strategies. It's way too late in the game for this right now. So, but yeah, how's so you guys are going through this process. Is it are these songs that you've had written for a while, or are these like songs that are just like fresh new?
Now, for me, I'm starting all over. Everything is fresh, new, writing as we go. I mean, that's how I want it to be on my side. I don't know about him.
So probably a mixture of both. A lot more within a lot of the songs are written probably no longer than a year ago, but a lot of them also in the last like 3-4 months.
So it's all relatively new, depending on what you consider new material, because some bands 3-4 months, that was ages ago, but
that's where I want to be.
Yeah, like when you're turning over content like that, it's always interesting. Like if you're one of them bands that are just like, I've seen bands that are flipping like full length albums every month, and I'm just like, I understand the philosophy of just getting out as much as you can, as much music out as you can, but at what point is it doing more harm than good?
Yeah.
So, like a single a month, I could get behind that. Like if I don't think if you can't release 12 songs a year, I don't know. But like album a month, that's a bit much for me. So.
Sorry, Tom. This is us being tired. I know last time we were like crazy and wild, and now you're getting the toned down version of Raging Hyenas. The chill version.
A lot less raging. Is that what I'm feeling? Is that what I'm getting?
Yeah, has nothing to do with the rebrand at all, but it's just to do with the time. We're just kind of tired. It's Thursday. I work at a school. He works at a school. Kids are crazy. It's almost Thanksgiving weekend. Done.
I feel that. What is it? 9:05 or is it 10:05?
I think it's 10:05. Oh, my phone's right there.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know what the time difference is right now. I know like mountain time's there, but sometimes Arizona's in mountain time, sometimes it's not. I don't know. So
yeah.
But
I think I checked my phone a million times to make sure I had the time right, because I hate that.
Yep. They have it right in the chat. You guys are more sleepy hyenas than raging hyenas tonight.
Yes, very sleepy hyenas. And I'm
That's funny.
sober. I'm sober, man. It's crazy.
Hey, you're a working man. I get it.
Right.
I get it. Like, you don't have to explain nothing to me. I'd be, if I didn't have this going on right now, and well, in 54 minutes, what the way you guys are, that'll be me. 54
Hang in
minutes,
there, buddy.
I will be a sleepy Tom. So, um, you know, but then again, I will also probably be face down in my pillow. Who knows? So, uh, but yeah, though, how's the live show? Are you guys pretty much playing in Yuma as far as like live shows, or are you starting to branch out a little bit?
No, we're definitely starting to branch out a little bit. Our last gig actually was in Phoenix area, Tempe. We made some connections over there, and we're hoping to branch out. I mean, we love our hometown, but it's very like niche. It's a little more like street punk or hardcore, and we want to go more towards another area that has more openings for bands like us. So we've been getting out there, and it's been pretty cool, actually. I mean, having a good time. I'm actually planning on playing like a mini acoustic tour over the summer because I have some friends over there. Like, go for a week and play different open mics, different bars. Let you play a song or two every night, and just stay there for a week solid and get to know some people, make some connections.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. That's actually a really cool idea. And if you ever want to make a trip out to New Mexico and West Texas, let me know. I can get you. Or you've already got Jeff's contact, or at least you did. I don't know if that chat is still open.
You'd probably best if you send it to me.
Yeah, could probably try and get your show out in like Roswell, New Mexico, and then there's a really killer band out of. Oh, are they still in? Yeah, they're in like Lee County, New Mexico, which is like like an oil community. A band called Bleak. Those guys are going somewhere. Like, they're really good.
Cool.
And yeah, get you in contact with a couple of cool bands in Southeast New Mexico and West Texas, and get you a couple shows out there. And I don't go out there as much as I should, because an 8-hour drive is still an 8-hour drive, but it's better than a 20-hour drive that I was making prior. So, yeah, it's intense. But yeah, so I know you guys are tired. I appreciate you kind of hanging in there. I won't keep you too much longer here. We've only got like 10 minutes anyways, so I'll probably cut you loose a little early, but I really appreciate you jumping in. Let's play a fun little game really quick and
Yes.
see if we could liven you up a little bit, or see if we can get you guys fighting. Maybe that sounds like a better
I've
alternative.
been waiting for this. I was waiting for this. Let's go.
I'm glad I got you excited about something. Jeez.
Well, that's how you know I'm a true follower, though, because see, I know this comes at the end of the show.
Yes, it does. And for all of you that don't know what he's talking about, it's a fun little game we play called Rapid Fire Randomness. It's not so rapid, but it is very random. I'll just ask a couple of questions. I'm not going to ask a whole bunch, but we're going to run this one a little bit different. We did this a couple of hours ago with a full band. I'm going to have you each answer an individual question. So instead of having you both answer the same question, you'll ask each answer individual questions. So Fred, we'll start with you, and then we'll switch off back and forth, and we'll go back and forth a couple of times. So Fred, if you're ready, we have rapid fire randomness. Here we go.
Let's go.
What do you think are the top greatest innovations expected in the next 5 years?
Oh, on top of my head, I would say medical technology. I feel like maybe something's going to come out that's going to, and this is not because of what we're talking about here, but hopefully some developments in cancer research, or maybe like in, small microscopic surgery in areas that are otherwise more difficult and more invasive. That's my smart band person answer.
Nice. And just, I'm going to ask this question because it came up in the chat. Do y'all have an acoustic guitar that could you play something for us tonight after we do rapid fire?
Do you have one with you, Johnny? I didn't bring
I
mine.
got one in my case.
My brother has one, and it's
Okay.
it's funny because I always bring it over all the time. But yeah,
Because somebody just asked if you could play something. So after we do rapid fire, if you guys want to do one song, that'd be great.
we can try.
You could something mellow. I'm not asking to tear down the house. If you guys got something mellow, that'd be cool.
All right, we'll do our best.
Okay, I got you. All right, Johnny.
Yep.
Would you rather acquire $4 million or 4 mansions?
$4 million.
Yeah, I get that. I see that. I was going back and forth because mansions is such a vague term. It's like it could be a very cheap mansion and only be like 400,000 or 500,000 if you try and resell it. I just sounded like the most arrogant piece of shit ever. Great. All right.
Wait,
That's
you
how
sound
you know
like you
I'm-
watch Twilight Zone. That's how Twilight Zone works, though.
Yeah, that's true.
I just like
Fred.
to buy a lot of guitars and amps. So the money.
That's fair. That's very fair. All right, Fred. If you were on an island and you only had one person to invite to live there, who would you pick?
It took too long.
I can't do that because my wife's gonna see this. She's gonna be like, "Well, you know, I think she'll be okay with it. We're gonna go with my dog."
All right, fair. I get it. But, you know, the dog's going to die a lot sooner than your wife.
Oh, you
Just-
had to go there.
Just putting it into the ether.
All right.
But you made your choice, so you have to live with it.
Oh, you're mad. You're a madman. You know that?
You know, there has to be some kind of structure to this game, or otherwise it's not fun for me.
Next time, open up with us with this game, and we'll be awake.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. All right, Johnny.
Yep.
What is the most dangerous thing you've ever done?
My ears for this.
I was working on a huge electrical panel. No gloves because it didn't matter if I had gloves or not. And we had to move some stuff while it was hot. So one bad mistake and it was it.
Fair.
But it was fun.
Yeah. All right, Fred. How many hours a week do you think you spend on your phone?
Oh, dude, way too many. But I blame the band for this one, all right? Because I got to post stuff for the band and I play way too much video games. I'm like in charge of so many different random things. Like I'm like an admin and to different things all over the place. So I'm always on my phone, way too much. So let's say, I don't know how this stuff works. Let's say 7 hours. I don't know if that's a lot or if that's a little. We'll just say
That's
7
fair.
hours total.
That's fair. And I said at the beginning of this, I would like to try and incite a fight, and I think this question might be the closest we get to that.
All right.
Johnny.
Yep.
What is something your brother is obsessed with but won't admit it?
Oh, the episode just began right now.
I don't know.
Like, does he have a weird Miley Cyrus fetish, or
Just be honest, dude. Let it go.
I know he loves Taylor Swift,
That's true.
but he admits
I-
that.
yeah.
He doesn't he admits to everything.
Okay,
So
that's fair. We'll run with Taylor Swift. If he's as open of a book as you say he is, we'll run with Taylor Swift.
All right.
Unless, Fred, there's something that you want to admit right now.
No.
No? Okay.
But I will say I have a Taylor Swift poster in my bedroom.
Does your wife know about this?
She's the one who bought it for me for Christmas.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Very fair. All right. So if you guys are down with it, if you want to play one quick song, we've got about 5 minutes. So
That's fine. Yeah, we'll figure something. He'll get his guitar, and then we'll try something really quick.
yeah, something mellow, chill. My funny farm is asking to hear you play.
Bring two. If you have two, bring two. What do you want to play? I just bring it out. All right. Just give us a minute. He has his stuff put away, and he's bringing it out.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, I
Not
got
a problem.
10% battery.
Yeah, we got 5 minutes. We're good.
Cool.
But while you're setting this up, if people want to check out any of your music, where's the best place to do that?
TheRagingHyenas.com.
Awesome.
Finally
Figured while we're waiting for him to break out the guitar, make it useful and all that fun stuff.
Yeah, I feel like now I should confess something else to you, but I don't know what, because that little segment was funny.
Yeah. And that was a perfect ending question too. I love it.
One of these days you'll get me.
Okay. Fair. My funny farm wants to know, where does the name Raging Hyenas come from?
Dude, I don't even know, because that's my brother's name. My suspicions are we like the band Rancid a lot. They have a song called Hyena. And also, my brother just likes animals. I mean, his nickname is Possum. Like, when he graduated, he, like, snuck his name in the graduation line as Johnny Possum, and they read Johnny Possum, Verdugo. I don't
That's
know.
amazing.
Ask him.
I love it. I love it.
Our bass player, we call him Pocket Mouse.
Fair. All right, so we're going to do one quick song here as we wrap up this interview with the Raging Hyenas, and then we got our next band in the queue right after this. So,
Okay, what do you want to play, dude? You or me sing?
Freebird! No, I'm kidding.
No, thank you. This is rough. All I got right now is maybe 40 ounce. What do you want? Some less actually sounds cool. Rough and punk.
Don't matter.
All right, this song's really simple and punk rock. Can we play it 40 ounce? Does that sound good to you?
Yeah, it's good.
All right. This is nerve wracking, dude. He's tuning. This is scary. Like,
It's scary because he's taking it seriously, or it's scary because he's actually tuning his guitar?
no, it's scary because we're going to play on the TV or whatever. No. I'm definitely not ready for this.
It's like
my guitars.
It's like playing at a coffee shop. There's a couple dozen people here. Just, it's like playing at a coffee shop. You're good.
I'll do my best.
All right, I got you.
He's almost ready. Ready for this?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. It's all sweaty. Barricade the door, a war is going on outside. Victory is up to me to protect what I can't hide. We'll never see it coming, cause they never do. Then we'll all be friends and permeate like glue. I learned really fast, I was bored, went too slow. Broken from the start, I've got no place left to go. Pick up a 40 and I'll throw it on the ground. Pick up all the shards and wear them as a crown. Drunk, drunk like a skunk. It's my birthday when I'm drunk like a skunk. Drunk like a skunk. It's my birthday when I'm drunk like a skunk. Sorry, I'm eating my own hair. The party must be empty, a line wraps around 1, 2, sorry. The college must be empty, a line wrapped around the bar. Maybe if I would have tried, my grades be up to par. At 18 years of age, you better decide quick. But half of us are poor and the rest of us are sick. I learned really fast, I was born right too slow. Broken from the start, I've got no place left to go. Pick up a 40 and I'll throw it on the ground. Fish up all the sharks and wear them as a crown. Drunk like a skunk. It's my birthday when I'm drunk like a skunk. Drunk like a skunk. It's my birthday when I'm drunk like a skunk.
Nice. Awesome.
Sorry
Awesome.
about that.
And the crowd goes wild.
Yeah.
Nice. Awesome. Thank you guys for playing that. My Funny Farm says he could mosh to that. So awesome. Fred, Johnny, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Make sure it's not another year before we get you on the podcast. Let's try and make this a little bit more of a reoccurring thing.
I'm down for that.
Awesome. I'll let you know when if I ever make it out to Arizona. Arizona is one of those places where I don't know that many people. So, but one day I will make a trip, and it'll be to Arizona.
We'll have a song planned for next time.
All
New
right.
one.
All right, sounds good. Awesome. Thank you, guys. We're going to play a little musician roulette here and get the Raging Hyenas out and bring in our next guest, Sweet Clarity. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, what's up, man? How's it going?
Oh, it's going well. We're doing really well. So, I'm sorry we ran a little bit long there. They were asking for the band to play a song, and I'll play the song they did. So
You got to do it. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, we're 2 minutes behind. I'd say if we're doing a 24-hour thing, you're killing it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it also really helped that I had 4 people, or no, technically 3 people cancel, and 2 people couldn't get the streams to work. So, like 5 people technically canceled. So it was one of those things where I ended up having a little bit more free time than I thought.
Fair enough.
So
right on.
But excited to have you here. Sweet Clarity. That I'm assuming that's the band name. That's not your name, but
That's not my name, no.
I mean, it'd be a cool name.
It
Cool
would
government
be enigmatic.
Yeah. So kind of for everybody that's meeting you here, because we got a lot of new faces on the podcast that are hanging out with us, kind of take a minute to introduce yourself and a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, totally. So my name is Anthony. I'm the guitar player for the band called Sweet Clarity. We're based in Seattle, Washington. There's also a drummer. My brother, his name is Aaron. We have a female lead singer. Her name is Mackenzie. And we have a bass player, and his name is Kobe. They might be dropping in a little bit later. We will see.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but so the band's like hard rock, heavy metal stuff. Oh, look, there's the drummer.
Hey. When you said
You
dropping
do.
in, I was expecting like another window to pop up over on the side here. So
Yeah, that might happen also later. But as the brother, we live together.
We do.
that's fair. I don't know how
Yeah,
I feel
man.
about that Yankees hat though.
Ooh.
Hey, man. Pops is from New York, so I got to represent it.
That's fair. That's very fair. It's one of those things where I grew up in Chicago, so there's that.
Oh, I got you. Yeah. Okay. It makes sense then.
Yeah. But no, that's cool. So you guys are based out of Seattle. How long's the band Sweet Clarity been together?
It's kind of always a loaded question because technically the band's been going for 3-4 years in its current lineup. But again, like being brothers, we've been playing together under the same band name for coming up on like 10 years now.
Okay. I thought you were
but,
about to say since birth, but yeah.
I mean, pretty close to it. Yeah. I mean, that's what happens when you grow up playing music together. You just, you have bands and you have, members rotate in and out, and it's especially fickle like during high school and junior high years when everybody's trying to figure out what they're doing. So you just, you cycle through members like crazy.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, but yeah.
Nice. And are you? I know you said that your dad was from New York. Are you guys originally from Seattle, or did you move there from somewhere else?
Yeah, I was born in Seattle.
Okay.
He was born in
Tacoma, close
Tacoma. So basically the same thing for anybody who lives around here.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean our folks, our dad especially, he was one of those military children, so he moved all over the country. I think he was actually born in Indiana.
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
So it's one of those things. But yeah, we've been here our whole lives, never left the Pacific Northwest.
Nice. I almost moved to the Pacific Northwest in 2017. I was I was actually gonna move to Seattle. I had a job that I thought I was gonna get lined up with, and then it didn't end up panning out, and I ended up moving to Florida.
It's a bit of a different direction there.
Yeah. Well, I was living in New Mexico at the time, so it was just kind of like it could go either way regardless. So
Sure. I mean, for a lot of people that move to like Seattle, they're not ready for the perpetual rain and just gray. It's gray here like 10 months out of the year.
That's fine. As long, what are the winters like? I'm assuming winters are pretty cold.
They're actually not that bad.
No.
Like we only get what 2 days of snow, maybe.
Yeah, it's everything remains like
just flat.
Yeah, like the weather here just stays within these little bounds. It doesn't get crazy warm in the summer, but it doesn't get crazy cold in the winter. It just kind of like sits right here, which
I could get used to that. Like if I had to deal with like not getting crazy hot and not getting crazy cold, but the trade-off was it's gray and gloomy all the time. I think I could handle that. I say that
and it
not,
works.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
the biggest thing is when like we go on tour or travel of any kind. As soon as you cross those mountains, like if it's June or July, it's warm and we just straight up die. Like,
I completely understand. You get down into like the southwest states in the high desert, and you get out into that heat, and it's brutal.
It's over.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So let's talk about Sweet Clarity a little bit. You guys, or you'd mentioned that you'd been together essentially 3-4 years as a band. Is that kind of fair? Or
Yeah, we've had our current singer since I want to say 2016 or 17, something like that. And that's kind of what we consider like the beginning of the band, because we've done 3 albums with her, and there's a 4th one coming and whatnot. But that's kind of when we consider that like day one.
Yeah. Well, you just kind of brought up what I was inching my way towards, was any like upcoming releases. So you got a 4th album coming. Is that something you're looking at this year or next year?
Definitely next year. I mean, we just finished writing it. We haven't even begun recording it, and that's always a hefty process.
Yeah.
So definitely probably the latter half of 2023, probably.
Okay. So it's still a little bit of ways off then.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I got you. It's always interesting because sometimes bands will say, "Oh yeah, we just finished writing an album. We're gonna try and have it out by end of January." It's like you're a 5-piece and you're gonna have it down by the end of January. You haven't even began recording, and then they go in and just bang. Then they just bang out the recording process all one takes, and it's like, all right, when you got it like that. So
yeah, you can do that. The problem with our stuff is it's pretty heavily layered with like orchestras and choirs and all these crazy things that take weeks to write. And
yeah, the music's also layered with like it's so in depth in like the writing parts. So like it will take me, the drummer, a couple months to figure out my parts that I programmed into the music, because there's all kinds of polyrhythms and metric modulations and stuff I have to figure out. Like I can think about it and know what it is, but it's another thing to put it into the body, and get it memorized. So it takes a couple months to really learn the material so you can track it really clean.
yeah, for sure. I completely understand, and it's always interesting, like just like listening to how bands approach the recording process and like the preparation that goes into it. It's always kind of interesting to see, and especially with like a band like this where there's a lot of intricacies that kind of go into the recording process. Um, yeah, that's a little bit above my pay grade. I'm gonna just say that. Um, so let's talk about the history of Sweet Clarity. Sorry, 23 and a half hours. My brain's starting to turn to mush. So, Sweet Clarity. What was the original like idea for the band when you first like started to come together?
That's a great question. Idea as in like what kind of music we wanted to play, what we wanted to do, or
Yeah, let's just go in that route.
I don't remember.
I mean, I guess we grew up listening to Metallica, Disturbed, all that kind of stuff. So it's like, as we grew, we started with like that kind of music, like the just kind of rock, Pearl Jam type stuff, easy to play. And then as we grew up and matured, it like went to, we started going our own separate ways. He kind of went to like a power metal type phase, also like prog, like Dream Theater. I kind of went to jazz, so like the more complicated side of music, right?
Yeah.
And then we like kind of mesh it back together. It's like a combination of all kinds of styles. So I think that's what's really cool about our music.
And it's really interesting too, like to go back and listen to the songs that we wrote back in 2017, 2018 on the first record. And then, the subsequent second and third one, you can kind of see where the musical influences begin to change. Like the first album we did was just straight up bare bones hard rock. It was just unapologetically hard rock. And then it started to kind of change and it got a little more technical, progressive, but also like still kind of jam oriented. And then it changed a little bit later and we started incorporating the orchestras and the choirs and the, synthesizers and madness and stuff. So it's been an ever evolving process kind of as we've continued to write and perform and tour and just exist together.
Yeah, gotcha. We're going to take a quick pause because I want to do a hard plug here as we are approaching the final half hour, or not approaching, we are in the final half hour of our 24-hour podcast marathon. It has been a long day, but it is the Live at Amplified Livecast Marathon benefiting the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network. If anybody that is listening hasn't donated already and would like to, if you see that QR code up in the corner, yep, thanks for the assist. Feel free to give that a scan, and that'll take you directly to the donation landing page. And if you happen to be on your cell phone, if you go down to the About Us section, there is a donate link right there as well. Just the Pancreatic Cancer Action Network is very important to me and my family, as my mother passed away in July to pancreatic cancer, and PanCAN was a pivotal asset to us kind of going through the whole process of her being diagnosed, trying to find treatments, and then essentially passing away. So we just want to continue to give back to the organization. Okay, hard plug over. Cool. So you guys are in the process of writing for this fourth album. Is it fourth album as a band or fourth album as this lineup? Or is it one or the other?
It's both. It's both.
Okay. Fair.
We picked up a bass player over quarantine, and so this would be his first album with us. But the other three, him and I and the female singer, that would be our fourth together.
Okay.
So yeah, it's both.
Okay, that's fair. That makes sense then. I was sitting there, I was like, how could it be both? And then if you're just adding pieces, then then it is both. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. So, as you're kind of going through this process, when you sit down to like write, do you usually sit down writing towards an album, or are you just kind of always constantly writing and it's like, oh, hey, we've got enough to make an album, or hey, we should make an album? Where's that kind of fall for you?
That was actually incredibly accurate. It was kind of funny. So like when we especially me personally, when we finished our last album a couple of years ago, I was like, dude, I'm never gonna be able to write again. All my ideas are gone. Like I'm tapped. And then we sat down and we were like, okay, we're gonna write one single. And so we sat down and we wrote a song. Okay. And then we sat down and we wrote another one. And then we accidentally wrote another one. And all of a sudden we're like, oh, we should probably do an album now. We've got like 6 already.
That's funny. That's great.
That's just kind of how it happened.
That's awesome. You know, it's just kind of that snowball effect. And it's like, oh, crap, we've got a full album right here. We just wanted a single. That's all we wanted. So
that's how it goes.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so is there any from like the first album to the current project that you're working on, did you go through any like transformation as far as like your sound, or has it been pretty consistent throughout the process?
Oh man, I feel like there's a massive transformation in our sound. I think it just comes from maturity, because the first album we recorded, I think I was 17 or something like that. So I mean, you know, as you grow up, your influences change. You understand how to correctly write parts, how to create tension, how to do all these, you know, minute things that make songs just that much, you know, more like that much better, or like more suited towards like an audience or something, or whatever you're kind of going for. So it's like we kind of said, the earlier albums are very jam oriented because that's how we wrote it. We wrote it jamming. And then the last album we put out, Duality, we sat down and we wanted to make it very intricate with all kinds of details and stuff, because that's just kind of the phase we are at. So we programmed everything. So I programmed all the drum parts in our DAW, you know, all the orchestra, all like the effects and stuff like that. We programmed it all so we could hear it and really like listen to it, rather than when you're jamming, you can't really hear your product. Like you need to put it down. So we did all that, and then we went back and re-recorded everything with real instruments, obviously. So it's like the sound kind of changed from more like a jam type sound to like everything's thought out, you know, everything takes time and it has its space. So yeah, just kind of matured a lot, I'd say.
Yeah, for sure. So when you guys are recording, are you recording your own stuff, or are you going into a studio and paying somebody to do that?
It's kind of a mix. So we record vocals, guitars, and bass here because he's a studio producer pretty much. But then I go into a studio and record because I need the live room. I need the big live room to get the ambient reverb and stuff and all that. But he'll still record my session there. He'll take a laptop and run the session, which is good. And then he'll kind of do everything. He'll, you know, program the orchestra to get everything down. And then once we get everything exactly how we want it, we just send it off to get mixed and mastered.
Okay.
So we don't have to touch that part, because we've tried it before and we're very picky. So it's good to get our hands off of it and give it to someone better, you know?
Yeah. I've heard that from plenty of bands, that they have the ability to record and mix and master all their own, like they just have the ability to do it, but they tend to send off the mix and master because whoever is kind of handling the post production, if you will, tends to favor their own instrument a little bit more. Like if you need to like if you're a drummer and it's like, oh hey, the drums aren't loud enough, let's make them very predominant in the mix. And so it's just kind of giving a third party that has nothing to gain or lose from the mix other than being paid or not, you know.
Right. And not to mention the fact that, you know, we hand it off to somebody who's just leagues and miles better at mixing than any of us could ever even, you know, like hope to be, you know. So it basically puts that professional, you know, touch and just makes everything just that much better.
100%. I 100% agree. So you're kind of in the middle of the record or the production, we'll just call it the album production, because you know that seems to be a fair assessment. What are you guys actively playing live shows, or are you just 100% focused on getting into the studio recording this album, or where are you guys kind of at there?
It's funny, we actually just last week got back from a tour that we
Oh,
were
nice.
on.
Nice.
It wasn't, nothing crazy or anything. It was, just like a week and a half, kind of down the West Coast run. We went from Seattle and we made it down through Vegas and then kind of back up in a little loop like that. So
That's a
yeah,
fun
definitely.
that's a fun little loop.
It was a good
That is,
time,
yeah.
and it was kind of not necessarily emotional was the word, but maybe like super meaningful, because we had the tour booked originally in August of 2020. Obviously, that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah.
And so, here we are 2.5 years later, we're finally, able to actually get on the road. But it was one of those things where, I had to literally book the tour twice, which kind of sucked. So it felt good to finally, get out there and do it. But basically the whole time we were on the road, like as we were driving, we were chatting and talking about the new album. And we were listening through the demos that we had. And so it's always one of those, either side of the, either the writing the album thing or the playing live and touring thing. Both of them never stop. You're, doing them in tandem quite a bit.
Yeah. When you're so you had the like doing that tour, you had the demos for this fourth album?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that like a common practice as far as having demos for the album and kind of listening to them? Is that something that you do regularly, or is that just something you tried differently for this fourth album?
We did it sparingly for the third one that we did a couple years ago. But this time around, we went and basically did everything in a demo state. We did all the guitars, all the bass, all the drums, all the keyboards, the vocals. We did everything and laid it all down as if, it was a real song, exported it out, and then we went away for like 2 weeks. And then we came back and then we listened to it as if like it was, just a song. So you can then like come back to it objectively. And everything's finished, so you're not judging like, oh, this guitar sound sucks or like that was played, horribly. None of that matters. You can listen to it as a song and you can play it through and go, wow, this chorus is really bad. We should change that.
Yeah, I think it's just important to like get away from it for like a month or two, like you dig so much time into this piece of work that like you just kind of need to get away from it, almost like forget what kind of like feeling you're going for or what, crazy modulations you have in it. Like you kind of need to forget it and then come back on fresh ears and listen to it. And if it's still good, then you're solid.
It's the same thing like what writers will do when they write their books or something. Like they'll write their stuff and then when it's like put out on audiobook or something, they'll listen to it. And then they're thinking like, did I nail that foreshadowing? Like, does this part make you cry like it should? It's exactly the same with the music thing. You listen through and go, does this song make you sad like it's supposed to? And like, is this as catchy as it's meant to be? Like, am I going to remember this in 2 weeks kind of thing? And that was extremely helpful in writing a lot of these new parts.
Yeah, for sure. When you're in the process of like actually writing, where do you draw like some of these songs from as far as like inspiration? Are you pulling from life experience? Are you just like, oh, hey, that's funny, red Camaro, blue bikini, or I don't know, something?
That would be really funny. We should do that. But no, so actually, this is kind of where it gets deep. But the last 2 albums that we've put out are the beginnings of like a concept record that we're doing. So the first album we did in 2019, it was called The Enigma. That was like concept album number 1. And it was like this first part of this story that we built. And then the next album that we put out called Duality, which is the most recent one that exists, that was like part 2 of the story. So this next album now is becoming like part 3. So each one of these has like basically overall themes and motifs and general storylines and emotions and things like that we're going for. So that's kind of where we pull it from, is we kind of nerd out and write this, epic story. And then we break it down into the, the story beats, and we say, okay, this song, the main character's battling some, inner
Yeah.
issues.
Yeah.
So so the song is something about that. Whereas, the song near the end, he's like in an epic battle with, swords and magic and dragons and, just whatever. And so you're
Yeah.
like, okay, this song needs to be mad and epic and intense and lots of big strings.
Yeah.
You know,
That's what's up. So you're kind of building out a musical anthology.
basically, yeah. And it's and we're trying to do it in a way that if you don't know that they're concept albums, it doesn't matter. Like every
Okay.
song is still like a standalone song. It still tells its own, complete story on its own.
Okay.
But
Wow.
it's one of those things where if you know what's happening, there's like another like level of stuff that you can dig into.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. That's really cool. And there's got to be a lot of thought process that just goes into the whole arrangement, like not even just musically, but just like the story and the premise of each song, building off of one another, but yet still being able to stand alone.
Yeah, for the first couple, album or two that we wrote doing that, it was kind of hard. But personally, at least for me, I found that in this last album that we did, the one called Duality we released last year, we knew going into it, every song, needs to feel this way. Like song number 6 is a very sad song. And so it was really easy to go into like, okay, we're going to sit down and write this song and it's very sad, whereas like the finale song, like we knew like, oh, okay, one of the main characters doesn't make it out, alive. This needs to be like grand and epic, but also, kind of morose and things like that. So that was super helpful. You go into each one and kind of know like what it's about and kind of what you're going for. And it kind of gives you a little like path to follow.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's really cool. It kind of staying in the same vein of like writing music. At what point did you kind of like it could be individually or you could talk together as a band? Let's talk about individually. At what point did you kind of start writing your own music? As just like individual musicians, like away from the band Sweet Clarity, what was kind of the thought process going into when did you start writing your own music?
That's a good question. I mean, the first stuff we ever wrote was together.
Okay.
And like him and I wrote a whole Sweet Clarity album that we released back in like 2015, and it's just not us anymore. And so it's since been deleted from everywhere you could possibly find it. It was really only at least for me, the last couple years that I started writing things for myself or for other bands that I was in. I don't know what your thing was.
Yeah, I would say I've only written music for us. So like, I've never actually written music with or for anyone else. I've played on all kinds of like jazz gigs and Latin gigs and all that stuff, like all over the place. But when I write music, I don't know, there's something about how we write together that is just perfect. So like I've tried to write with other people and stuff, on solo projects, and it just doesn't work correctly. So like, we can look at each other and understand what we're trying to go for. I'll put a drum beat down, tell him what I want, and he'll kind of like do, put his magic on it in that sort of way. So like, I don't know. It's kind of like we always just kind of write with each other. Just kind of that's how we've grown up,
I mean, that's the thing. Like it can sound insane that, we're like, we've never written anything but, stuff for this band. But you also have to remember, like, we're related and like the band has been our child for like 10 years. We've had this thing going forever. So technically, whenever we write things for ourselves, it has been for the band because they're basically like one and the same almost.
Right. Yeah. I think I started when I was like 8 years old. He was like 11. So, I mean, it's just been like, constant upgrades.
Yeah, for sure. And, being related and just having this one common thing being just music in general. We won't even go into the fact of Sweet Clarity as a band, but just having music together and being able to kind of work together and do it successfully and continue to do it successfully, and that's really cool. And like the putting aside the fact that uh you know, I don't know where I'm going with this, but yeah, it's really cool um that you found like a working order to work as a band or work as a a family, and because you are a family obviously. But no, it's really cool. So
Yeah,
sorry.
it's it took a minute. Everybody has their battles and their wars, and I still don't like this kid, but he's pretty good at the drums, and I need that, so I just put up with it.
Gotcha. Awesome.
Yeah.
Sorry, the 23 hours and 50 minutes is starting to get to be a little bit, but that's
Oh,
okay.
you're good, man. I respect you for going this long. That's awesome.
Yeah. So just kind of getting ready to wrap this up a little bit outside of music, just kind of putting everything aside. What do you do to kind of escape? What are some of the hobbies outside of music when you need to decompress?
Working out's a big one. I'm a very aggressive person. I grew up playing sports, so like I need some sort of way to physically, release. Other than like practicing drums 3 hours a day, that's like my thing. I enjoy really grinding at something I'm very passionate about.
Yeah.
But like away from music, yeah, working out, and I play golf because it's maddening and relaxing, if that makes sense. So like, yeah.
That's right. I get that.
Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah, I do quite a bit of different things. I run a studio here in Seattle. We specialize in like metal, rock and metal and stuff like that. So I spend a lot of my time either tracking and mixing other bands, or kind of working on our own stuff and doing things like that. So I mean, it's still music related, but other than that, I'm a mechanical engineer.
Oh, wow.
So I spend a lot of my time, that's my day job, so I do that. But actually, it's kind of funny. Like right after this podcast, I'm taking off. I got to go into the city, into Seattle, because I'm taking like this big 9-hour engineering exam tomorrow morning. It's the PE, the Professional Engineers exam, and so that's a thing. I don't know if I necessarily enjoy doing that, but it's a thing that happens on my free time.
I mean, you're a reader.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, other than music, you like reading.
That too. I'm a giant nerd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think reading makes you a giant nerd, but if you're reading like Harry Potter books, front to back, maybe, I don't know. But.
I mean, yeah, that's basically, there's like, one of my favorite series is this like 15 book long series called The Wheel of Time, and I've read it like 3 times front to back.
Nice.
So make of that what you will.
Yeah, I can't say one way or the other. Like I got plenty of interest that people would call me a nerd, so it's fine.
Love it.
But I don't want to keep you too much longer, knowing that you got to drive into the city for your exam tomorrow. What's kind of the obviously recording and all that stuff, but what you got anything big outside of the upcoming album in 2023? Any big shows coming up?
I can't quite I can't announce the dates yet, but we're in the middle of booking another tour for the earlier part of 2023. It's going to be a 2-month tour that kind of pops up into Canada and goes, out further towards the East Coast, not all the way to the East Coast, but much further inland. And for us, we're like on the tip of the West Coast. You couldn't go farther west without going to Hawaii.
Yeah.
So like for us, that's quite a long ways.
Yeah. Nice. That's really cool. I'm excited to see or listen to the new album. I'm excited to see the upcoming tour. I'm assuming going that far east, you're not going to come down south to Waco, Texas, where I'm at. But
We were talking about that. I don't know. It might happen a little later in 2023, but God, man, booking is my least favorite thing to do. And so we'll just do like one tour at a time and then plan the next one. So it could happen, but it'll be a bit down the road.
I feel that. I completely understand. So if anybody wants to check out all your music that you have out currently, any upcoming music, any shows, where's the best place to find you?
We got our website, sweetclarity.net, spelled like this, the SUITE, not the sweet like candy sweet, the hotel suite. Facebook, Instagram, both at Sweet Clarity. Our YouTube is kind of where we were popping off a little while ago. That's we do covers and other extracurricular things on that YouTube. It's just youtube.com/Sweet Clarity. All the branding's exactly the same. Yeah, man, that's pretty much it.
Awesome. One quick question from Within Will. Have you ever considered doing a Sweet Caroline remix called Sweet Clarity?
The amount of times we get like kind of joked about with that is actually comedy. So
there's at least like one person every day, like on tour or something that we meet, and we tell them their name and they just instantly go Sweet Clarity.
Fair. I should have seen that one, but you know, it's sometimes the low hanging fruit is still the funny fruit. So
agreed.
Oh, it's great. Yeah, can't go wrong.
For sure. But once again, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Really appreciate it. Let me know if you ever want to jump back on once you get the fourth album ready and I've had some sleep. That'd be nice. So,
definitely. Yeah, sounds good, man. Again, respect for doing the 24 hours. You made it. That's awesome.
Yep. I'm going to close it out here and do my final sales pitch for everybody here. But thank you so much for hanging out with us. And we will have fun in Seattle tomorrow. That's, I guess, all I can say.
Cheers.
Awesome. Yep. Have a good one. All right. Let me do this. Boom. All right, y'all. Well, that is the end of the 24-hour podcast marathon. We hit the finish line, y'all. I am dead tired, but I want to take this opportunity to thank everybody that's been hanging out with us, been, in the trenches, doing the things. It's been a long day. It's been a great day. I really appreciate everyone. If you haven't donated and would like to, please do so. I'm going to ready a raid here. I think we're going to do a raid here because it's been a minute since I've been able to do a raid. So if you want to jump on the raid train, really appreciate it. Other than that, y'all have a good night. The donation link is in the upper right-hand corner there. Grab the QR code, and we will see you all later. Thank you for everyone that's followed us. We really appreciate it. Mm-hmm.